Shot clock down to 13. Curry in midcourt. Drives to the top of the key. Step back, three over Brooks. No good. Rebound loose. And GP2 goes to the floor to get it. He throws it away. And now the Warriors get it. And we give a foul. A foul. Bill Kennedy's called a foul on the floor with 3.5 to go. And that's going to put the Rockets to the free throw line. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, baby. Oh, my goodness. Is right, Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors right here on 95.7 The Game. I mean, we're 888-957-9570. We got Niners and Rams later on today, a huge Thursday night football game. Niners lose. Their season's over. They lose. Their season is over. But we're going to start off with the Golden State Warriors and what happened last night in Houston. Just a disaster at the end of the game. They go scoreless over the last 3 minutes and 3 seconds. They blow a 6-point lead in those last 3 minutes. They commit 22 turnovers. These possessions, we're going to get right into it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Everybody on YouTube, shout out to you guys. I'm sorry about the chat, but you guys are brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate, all loan, apply all line. Just ask for First NorCal Finance. He got the dealer. 888-957-9570 is the number. Too many times down the stretch, this team is going scoreless and not being clutch. Now, the officiating was a problem. We're going to get to all that. Bill Kennedy was a mess last night. It was an absolute joke, and I don't give a damn if he's good with karaoke and a microphone and singing in karaoke. I do not care. I do not care. I love Fitz and Bookie. But forget Bill Kennedy for a second because he mucked that game up and they lost control of the whistle. That's not why the Warriors lost last night. 2:19, shot clock violation. 1:39, shot clock violation. 1:03, Draymond forces the pass to JK, turnover. And then we get to the final possession. And was there a foul on Fred VanVleet on GP2? You could have called that foul on loose ball, but I would have liked GP2 to hold the ball, but maybe he didn't want to go to the free throw line. I don't know. But to call that foul at the end of the game there, loose ball, Steve Kerr, we're going to play this out. He was hot. But I go back to when Steph Curry had the ball. And 12 seconds left, 11 and a half seconds left. He goes up, he shoots it. There's a 3.5 second discrepancy between the shot clock and the game clock. So if you hold the ball and say you shoot it with 4 seconds left on the game clock and you wait till 1 second, I don't care if it is a bad shot or what. You shoot it, it's going to be a scramble drill. Game over. Game over. So, you think about the shot, and I think Steph Curry, look, it's a great shot. You're not going to tell the greatest shooter in the world in the history of the NBA to not shoot the ball. But I think what happened was he saw Dylan Brooks. He was in Houston, and he was thinking about that night. I think he was thinking about that night. And he was like, ooh, I got a good look. I could end it right here, hit the dagger. Boom, we're up 4, game over. But the situation is, we talk about with the 49ers, clock management, and that was not good clock management, and the Warriors did themselves in, and they lose to the Houston Rockets. So now they play Sunday at Chase Center against Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks. They will not be going to Las Vegas.
It's just, there's so many elements of this one. Obviously, I'm going to get to Bill Kennedy because I'm going to lose my mind on him. Because look, he's not the reason, but boy, he's a clown. Clown show, like at NBA officials, clown show, straight up emoji. Steph is rising. I took the screenshot. 12.6 is when he starts to, come up and shoot it with 9 on the shot clock. And it's like, guys, you have been in the game for so long. And I know when you were at your apex and in your prime, you could get away with those because you're constantly hitting those. And we don't think about it because you normally make those kinds of shots. But you have to play the numbers and the percentages.
Yeah.
You have to understand situational basketball. And I thought that their half-court offense was disgusting. And they were taking forever to even get the ball into the front court. I mean, they had an 8-second violation. If you told me they had 10 shot clock violations, I would have believed you in yesterday's game. Credit Houston for playing hack-a defense, physical. Let me just dare Bill Kennedy's crew to call a foul in the backcourt, mug you a defense. It was disgusting to watch. And then the Warriors themselves had self-inflicted wounds. The Draymond Green turnover, great example. It's the little things, right? And I'm not trying to crush guy. He hit a huge three. I'm not crushing him, but I'm just citing an example. Lindy Waters is in the corner and he throws a cross-court pass to Pajemski. Pods wants to catch it beyond the three-point line so that he can catch and shoot. No, that's a play. You've got to attack the ball. You take one step toward the ball. It doesn't get deflected by Dylan Brooks. You don't give up a layup in transition for an easy dunk. Like, these are the little things, and I feel like all the little details right now with this Warrior team, they're starting to frustrate me, and I thought the lazy execution in the half court where Steph is deferring. Kaminga is trying to attack the basket, which I appreciated. They were late getting into their sets. It was a nightmare. But in particular, the refereeing, and I'm going to get right to it. When Draymond Green fouled Şengün, with 3:23 on the clock,
right.
and Bill Kennedy walked over to the scorer's table, and it zoomed in on him, and he did his little, we're going to review the foul. It was like my guy was auditioning for a movie.
Well, I told you the empowerment that the referees, when they sit there and they get in front of that camera, it's like, no, take that away from them.
It was his one shining moment.
No. Whether it's Bill Kennedy, whether it's Mark Davis, whether it's Zach Zarba, whether it's Scott Foster, whether it's Gucci Man, take away their camera time. We don't need the camera time. We just don't need it. Bill Kennedy at one point told Steph Curry during the game he missed a blatant foul on Steph. Blatant foul. He makes it. And Bill Kennedy says, yeah, that's my bad. That's my bad. Stop talking to the players and pay attention to the damn game.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, so Bill Kennedy just made a mess of it. He was clueless on the play. But when I think about the Warriors in this is Denver, the Denver game.
Yeah.
Where they go scoreless in the last 2.5 minutes and change, and it gets outscored 21-6 in the last 6.5 minutes. It's the San Antonio Spurs game where you blow that one. It's the Brooklyn Nets game where you fail to execute down the stretch and you let Brooklyn get comfortable and get hot, and they go ahead and score 128 on you. The late game execution is killing this team, and it's surprising to me because you do have Stephen Curry and Draymond Green on the floor. Again, you don't even get shots up in the last few minutes, but to turn the ball over 22 times. And that was something that we always talk about with this basketball team. They average 14.7 turnovers a game. They committed 14 turnovers at the half. At the half, they have 14 turnovers.
I will credit Houston for being tenacious and daring the officials to call fouls. Like right now, if I was going up against the Warriors and Steph wants to bring the ball up the court, I'm guarding him full court.
Think about this, though. Not to cut you off. You talk about fouling and being physical.
They were hacking.
There was only 25 total personal fouls last night.
Did you watch that game?
No, I'm saying the Warriors were only called for 11 fouls. The Rockets were only called for 14. The Rockets shot 10 free throws. The Warriors shot 9. So I was watching that game thinking, there was only 19 combined free throws shot in that basketball game.
But then
and only 14 personal fouls.
In that spot.
Right, well,
in
you missed it.
Ball situation, 1,000 feet away from the rim to give them 2 free throws. That's my problem with the officials. Does the game flow matter? If you're not going to call all game, how can you call?
Well, they lost control.
There?
But I don't want to lose sight of the fact
that
the Warriors lost this game.
Of course they did.
They controlled this game, and they lost this game. So I don't want to get into blaming officials, but Steve Kerr, he was hot. He was hot. Listen to Steve Kerr after the game.
We're going to call a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line?
Exactly.
This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
Now, we got more on this because he said at elementary school, I think Dan Dibley right away. Would Dan Dibley make that call? Here's Steve Kerr. More on Steve Kerr on that last play.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate.
It's so funny because they called a foul on Jonathan Kaminga, which was a foul. I think it was a foul at the end of the day because it looked egregious. But I'll say this. A few seconds prior to that, GP2 scrambles on the floor, and you see Fred VanVleet flying in and hits him on the back. Flies in, just boom. And there's contact on the play. Now, You could say GP2 should have held the ball. Maybe Steve Kerr sees GP2 with the ball, scrambles and calls a timeout, all that stuff. Maybe GP2 holds it on. Maybe he doesn't want to hold it because his shooting right now has gone awry. GP2's not shooting great. Those are all facts. But that was a foul. That was a foul. But GP2 gives it away, and they scramble, and you call a foul 80 feet away from the hip. In that game that we saw guys just getting. That was street basketball. That reminded me of being in the projects or something. It's like, man, we ain't calling no fouls today. Guys just getting slammed, getting hammered. So, look, man, that was awful. That was Bill Kennedy and his career. And you know what? Similar to baseball a few years ago, when they had the problem with the shifts and the games going too long and umpiring, and we're talking about robot umps. The NBA is now in that situation where they got to rectify some things here. The officiating this season, and you know me, I try not to talk about the officials at all. We have fun with their scouting reports or whatnot, but on a nightly basis, I just see these guys look clueless. It's bad. These are the best referees in the world. These guys are clueless.
Fonte,
clueless.
It's a microcosm of the entire league's frustration. From possession to possession, player to player, we have no clue what's going to get called.
No.
There's no consistency. There's no feel for the game. Look, each game is its own entity, right? And some games get a little more out of control, and the referees have to kind of, rein things in a little, which I understand. In that game, given the final 8 minutes of it in particular, the way things were flowing, I just thought it was an egregiously horrific call. Just horrific call. And there's just so many things. Now, simultaneously, the Warriors' execution was god-awful.
Well,
it was god-awful. Both are true to me this morning. Both are true. And I know it sounds like I'm crying over spilled milk over the referees, but this is a consistent theme with this team. We have one of the greatest players of all time. And he never gets calls. And I'm not here whining about it. It's just factual. Yeah. There's no arguing it. When I look at the other contemporaries in the league, just look at the numbers. And then you could say, well, Joe, he's a jump shooter. James Harden's a jump shooter. Yeah. He lives at the free throw line. Well, there are other contemporaries who are jump shooters who live at the line. Now, they foul hunt way more egregious than my guy Steph Curry does. But it's just all we're asking is be consistent. And that's the biggest problem with all of these rules. Your point on the GP2 play. Look, I'm thinking in my head, I know why GP2's out there for the defense, and you're subbing Buddy in and out. But there are times, and you saw it on some of the defensive rebounds, when you have the three-guard lineup, even though GP2 and Pods play bigger than their actual size, it's tough to corral these long rebounds.
Even on the inbounds play, I want to get to that, too, because with 3.5 seconds left.
Did you like Loon going in against Şengün instead of Draymond? Because I know in retrospect, people were critiquing it.
Şengün had a solid night. I thought Looney, I was surprised, actually, he scored against Looney. I thought it was the right call because Şengün was... Look, I thought Draymond was making Şengün work, but you could tell the physicality there and the length of Şengün was giving Draymond a little issues, but he played some great defense. Draymond was phenomenal defense. He got a horrible block call. No doubt. I didn't really have an issue with that. I understood that play. I understood what Steve Kerr was doing. What I didn't understand, and nobody's really asked about it, is the last 3.5 seconds, side out of bounds, and Brandon Podziemski's inbounded the basketball. I thought in that situation, maybe you go to slow-mo. Now, slow-mo has only played 3 minutes and 55 seconds last night, but he's a hell of an inbounder, and he's a hell of a passer. Or you get Draymond, and you look at the set that they ran, everything was spread out. So if Draymond's going to be the screener, in that situation, the Rockets, they're going to have no problem letting Draymond free because he's so far away from the basket, and they're not worried about him shooting. So it's easier for them to switch on to Stephen Curry in that situation. So going to Podziemski to inbound the basketball, it should have been a 5-second violation. It's almost 6 seconds where he took it. It was
a 100%.
It was 5-second violation. So he gets the ball back and gets a shot blocked. But I just wondered, could you have found another inbounder in that situation with 3.5 seconds left?
Let me ask you this, because you were only down, 1. You didn't need a 3.
They kind of acted. They were playing. The last 2 possessions were playing like they were down.
That's what I'm saying. And so to me, I'm like, we couldn't throw the ball to the block. Yeah. It wasn't 1 second. It was 3. And so, no, and again, these are all things that I think about, like, as a coach, and I'm not pretending like I'm like Steve Kerr, but like these are situational basketball plays. Who is the inbounding is very important, right? You want to have someone with a little bit of height so they can actually throw over someone.
I thought Slow-Mo, 6'9". He's a hell of a passer.
He's a great passer.
He's a hell of a passer. I thought in that situation, boy, you could dust off Kyle Anderson here.
Especially when Pods is struggling to shoot from the outside. Now, he did hit a big three, and I thought he had some hustle plays. Like, he was trying hard. He is not the reason that they lost this game. But these are all the little things that you Monday morning quarterback yourself when you're a coach.
Cool.
I would have liked to get something going downhill in that situation.
I agree.
Everything and attacking the rim.
You see the set. They all started damn near at half court. So I didn't like it wasn't a great ATO in my opinion. Now, Steve Kerr knows a hell of a lot more than I do, but I wasn't a big fan of that situation. But the game was also the prior possession. You got to have better clock management in that situation. Here's what Steph Curry had to say if he shot too early or not.
Man, Dylan was hawking the whole 94 feet, and when you find a little bit of space, I shoot that shot all the time. And obviously the way it went down, loose ball, or the 50-50 ball into a unreal loose ball foul that changed the game. So definitely probably a couple seconds too early. I like the shot if we make it. If I make it, we're on a plane to Vegas. So I'll live with it, but tough way to end.
See, here's my counter to Steph in that. Like, Steph, you're great, and most rules don't apply to you. Like, I'm being totally real. Like, the shots you take at times, you can do it because you're one of the greats. Right. But in that situation, the double step back, as he likes to do, that's always there for him.
It's always there. But I just thought he went to the attack.
Yes.
If he would have just kept dribbling towards half court with Dillon Brooks in front of him, Dillon Brooks is liable to foul you anyway. If you bring down the clock, because first of all, when the possession started, I said, boy, there's only about 3.5 seconds, a 3.5 second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, you could just hold this down.
Exactly.
Now, I'll be taking behind the scenes. I'll take you guys behind the curtain at NBC. Because we're scrambling because we're getting mic'd up for the post-game show. We know immediately if they win, there's going to be a post-game interview. If they lose, we got 30 seconds. Soon as the game's over, Fitz and Book can go off for about 30 to 45 seconds, and it's boom, it's showtime. So we're watching it.
Three hollow possessions preceding.
It's tough to comprehend. You're like jotting down things. You make sure you got your rundown right because we're at the demo, right? We call it the demo where we're standing up. So it's like, all right, let me make sure I got everything down for that opening block. Call it the demo. Demo wall. You like that? You like that?
I do like that.
So we're scrambling, right? So I'm thinking, I'm watching. I'm like, wow, that felt like a little early. Felt like a little early.
I said when he started to go back, I'm like, no.
So I didn't even know what was going on Twitter.
24-second. You had two 24-second violations out of the 3 possessions prior. I would have just taken a 24-second violation in that situation.
So we kept running it, right? And second block of the show, we're running the play again. I said, if Fezzi's talking about the half glass, well, I say, Fezzi, I got to cut you off for a second. And I'm looking at the play, and I go, we haven't touched on this yet, but did Steph shoot that too early? There's 12 seconds. He was rising up 12. I think the shot was done when he was 11 seconds.
I think you're right.
So anyway, 8 seconds left on the 8 seconds. The fact is, it was too early.
Yes.
There's only 3.5 seconds difference on the shot clock and game clock. And I thought, damn, if he waits until maybe 5 seconds, you shoot it, ball's coming off the rim at about 3 seconds. There could be a scramble drill there. 100%. Game over. The Rockets aren't good enough offensively to get a quality shot. They don't know what the hell they're doing out there. They're not a good offensive team whatsoever. They're either going to foul you or blow the game anyway, and you're going to Las Vegas. So I just thought it was a little, and Steph's right. He takes that shot. It's hard. Trust me, it's hard to even bring that up on television about Steph Curry, really the franchise. I'm going to do this. But Mully looked at me and goes, that's a great point. Because if you play the game situation, game management, in that game, you get a scramble situation, game's over.
Greg Maddux has talked about this. I couldn't pitch in my late 30s the way I pitched at 31. Right. And it's the same thing with Steph. I love you, Steph. We all love you, Steph. We know you're superhuman. But there are times you got to play the math.
Yeah, no doubt.
You just have to.
You got to play the math, man. And I think what it was, Steph deep down inside, he saw Dillon Brooks in front of him, who's an irritant.
It's a really good point.
And he probably wanted to say, oh, I'm going to embarrass him. I'm going to go night-night, and we're on the way to Vegas, and everybody would have been hyped up off the night-night heading to Vegas for the NBA Cup. So the Warriors lose. They get knocked out of the Emirates NBA Cup, 91-90. They tie season low for 90 points. They scored 90 points last Friday against Minnesota, so their offense needs to be cranked up. They had no Andrew Wiggins. Now they play Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks. We're going to get more into this. 888-957-9570. Warrior fans, how concerned are you about the late game execution? They go scoreless in the last 3 minutes and 3 seconds. We'll talk about that coming up. Brought to you by Bay Area Fast Track on January 1st. Tolls on the Benicia Martinez Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice, folks. Do not wait for it. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org.
Do you often worry you left the garage door open?
Here's Bill Kennedy. They've done the review.
After reviewing the play, the personal foul that was called stands his calls because it does not meet the criteria for a flagrant foul.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
Okay, Bonte, I have to take the steering wheel right here. Bill Kennedy, play this sound again. He walked up to the...
Here's Bill Kennedy. They've done the review.
After reviewing the play, the personal foul that was called stands his calls because it does not meet the criteria for a flagrant foul.
Is my guy auditioning for a new role on a soap opera?
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
He just nails it. That's what he does. I've been telling you for years.
There was a twinkle in his eye.
The thing with the referees, whether it's Gucci Man, James Williams, whether it's Scott Foster, Zach Zarba, Mark Davis, Tony Brothers, I could name Mrs. Schroeder, who I think is a terrible referee. I mean, you got to take this away. It's too much. We don't need to see them during the game. I get what Adam Silver's trying to do, but it's a joke.
What is he trying to do? What is he trying to do?
I don't know what these referees are trying to do. I don't know. You give them the power to go into front of the microphone to try to nail. Just tell the scorers table. Tell the coaches. Saying. I don't need to see that. I don't need to hear that. I don't want to know who the referees are. I don't.
Here's my new rule for replay in all sports. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Especially considering how long, technology's awesome and you're going back to wherever the Secaucus.
Well, it's tough, though. People want to get the right. I'd rather if it takes 3 minutes to get the damn call right, take 3 minutes.
No.
I'm not in a rush. These calls are too critical.
It's probably inconclusive.
No, but you got to look at different angles, man. There's some tough calls to make out there. There's some replays sometimes doesn't do it justice. I'm with 2 to 3 minutes, get the call right.
That's a lot of time.
Hey, no, it's not. It's fine. We sit there and watch a game for 2.5 hours. We can wait 2 minutes. 30 seconds and then you're rushing through a call. No. Secaucus, take your time. 2 to 3 minutes. Boom. Let's get the call right. I just want the call right. I got time. I ain't got nowhere to go.
Slow these things down and we look at them. I was convinced Draymond was getting a flagrant.
Well, I thought he was too.
I was convinced they were going to do it.
I thought he was too. And I was like, just let him get the layup. But you know what? Draymond fouled him. By the way, the Doobie Awards next Friday. We'll talk all about this at the Doobie Awards. It'll be a lot of fun. So you may want to take Friday, December 20th off. I'm telling you, you may want to take Friday, December 20th off. Take the day off. All the roasters are invited. Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale from 6 to 10 a.m. Get there early, food and drink provided. And go to 957thegame.com right now for more details to RSVP. We're celebrating everything. We're celebrating the year. We're celebrating the show. We're celebrating you, the listeners. And we're getting off some awards. And we are feeding you. As R.C. Davis said, lobster linguine? Yum. You know how R.C. Davis talks.
Yeah.
Lobster linguine? Yum.
I put out a little hype video for this morning for the Doobies.
I didn't see it.
Put another video. Sammy Lubman.
Oh yeah, it's a hype.
It's on Twitter right now.
Oh, I wasn't.
Search our socials.
Twitter. I didn't see Twitter. Maybe you play it over the air.
Pretty funny. Spadoni got a good laugh. Just got to lean into it.
You got to Google it.
Is it funny or did you force a laugh?
Probably.
It's the key.
Probably forced a laugh.
I laughed at the dance that he made in the video.
Who danced in the video?
I did.
Oh God.
Sometimes you just got to be you.
Boy, weird. Maybe people will not come. Maybe no dancing.
No, I want them to pull up, just like my video says.
Maybe people will cancel the RSVP after seeing your dance moves.
What's the saying? Be you because no one else can be.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is the saying. That's all you can do.
My signature is unique.
Tony hit San Francisco. Tony, what's up,
it's
man?
It's like a fingerprint.
Hey, good morning, boys.
What's up, dog?
Yeah, I want to ask you guys a question. You know, when Draymond did that foul at the end, that was a real head scratcher to me. Didn't know if I wanted to scream at my TV or I was just too confused. Did we score any points after that? It seemed like the momentum completely shifted, and that was the point where the game just slipped away from us.
Stay on the line, Tony. Their last point came on Kaminga's free throw when he went 1 for 2. He made the back end of it, and they were up 90-84 with 3:03 left. They didn't score another point.
So that was the only point that they scored because the foul for Draymond happened at 3:23.
Yeah. So JK actually got fouled. He made a free throw, and that was it. And that was that, Tony.
Yeah, but what was the point of that play from Draymond? It seemed completely unnecessary, totally out of place. Looked like a flagrant to me. It just seemed like it was, I don't know, it just kind of looked like it ruined the end. Like we had the game until that point.
That wasn't my takeaway. It's interesting that you come in with that perspective because now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna watch it and I'm gonna see if that's what you're if what you're saying is right. I thought Draymond played great defense though on Şengün. I thought he was brilliant. In fact, down the stretch defensively, it was the bad turnover to J.K. like just throwing it into the front row, and he's not the only one. Steph Curry, just some bad late execution in the half court. They're trying to run a high pick and roll. You could see the length of the Houston Rockets was really bothering the Warriors in the half court.
I'm sorry, I pulled up the video while you were talking. I'm pulling a Shasky here.
So you're distracted by my excellence?
No, I'm distracted by the long wait. I was like, what? Why are they just filming
Sam's
the
got to edit the front end.
Shocker. We don't even edit our own sound.
I can't even believe you said that.
Shasky pulls up in his truck and he's, oh boy. Warriors future focus.
Pull the sound, let the audience hear it.
Warrior, I guess you could say they were rolling yesterday in the fourth quarter. They only scored 90 points. The turnovers galore. They actually rectified the problem in the third quarter. They only turned it over once in the third quarter where they flipped the game. They were up 30. They outscored the Rockets in the third quarter, 32-24. But they started rolling, and they started taking control of the game. Lindy Waters, the third, hit a big three. Kaminga hit a big quarter three. And Brandon Podziemski had a big bucket in that fourth quarter. They had a chance to win in part due to that big-time bucket by Brandon Podziemski.
Kaminga will get a screen from Waters. They want to get Şengün in the action. But Thompson fights over it. He knocks the ball away, goes to Podziemski. Shot clock at 7. Takes a contested three. Good! Podziemski on the sideline. And a timeout for Houston. Warriors go back up by 4. Podziemski with a big-time bucket there. 86-82. 4:26 to go.
That was Warriors Future Focus. Tim Roy on the call. It's just like we love the future of the Dubs. Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future, too. Go to Peralta.edu and apply today. The Warriors lose yesterday 91-90. I see Oscar and EPA, the Comcast Business Text line. Says he ate pasta at Supin. What's the name again? The German restaurant in Hayes Valley?
Supin Kucha.
Okay, Supin Kucha. Supin Kucha.
Podziemski tipped the ball late in the game, and it's a tough play. He's jumping up in the air. It's just like those are the kind of little tiny plays. You hope someone else can corral it, and then you look like Podziemski, just grab it. It's not volleyball, but it's a tough play. But you're jumping in. You're one of the shortest players on that play, and Houston's long and athletic, and they fly. And they couldn't secure a defensive rebound. And then the Fred VanVleet three was just a backbreaker.
Yeah.
That was after Draymond hit him with the too low.
Yeah.
Draymond was hilarious. He hit him with the too low.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Fred VanVleet.
Too small.
And then airball or whatever. And then airball the finger roll in the lane.
Too small.
Absolutely incredible. It was the full experience yesterday.
Yeah, Draymond he was running out,
dying.
Man. He hit him with the too small, and he just had Fred VanVleet on the podcast. He was just on the Draymond Green show not too long ago. So he hit him with the too small. But
Michelle goes, what is that? I go, oh, that's the too small.
Yeah, that's
and she's
the
like,
too
what does
small.
that mean? I go, that means the guy that's guarding you is just too small.
NFL wide receivers are doing that over DBs. Have you noticed?
Yeah, no, I have noticed. They're doing that.
Pat Bev did it on someone who's taller than him.
Yes.
And then Austin Reeves did it after him. It was just,
Did he do it to LeBron?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, he did it.
I see it in CYO games. It's hilarious.
We were breaking it down on the pregame show, Draymond Green's night, and we were like, is that the best celebration? Yes. What other celebrations? Willie goes, oh, there's plenty of celebrations in this league now. Plenty. Rock the cradle. There's too many celebrations in all sports. Good Lord. Anyway, unbelievable loss last night. We'll talk more about it. We got the Niners and Rams later on today. We got a football game today, and we get that it's desperation time for the Niners. But I could not sleep last night, folks. I could not sleep last night.
And we got Willie Adamas presser live.
Oh, yeah.
And we're on Corbin
Burns
watch,
Corbin,
baby.
let me just say this. I'll say it. I'll be serious here. Corbin Burns will be a Giant.
Whoa.
He will be a Giant. I'll say it again. I'll say it with my chest this time. Because yesterday I was having fun about it. It's like, oh, Corbin Burns. It all makes sense. No, he's going to be a Giant. Come on, man. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
I've got a tweet I'll read you on the other side on that. And then we'll get right back into the
Where
works.
there's smoke, there's fire. Corbin Burns will be on fire with the Giants next season. And that'll be brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
It's Bonta Hill. Life and hectic schedules can cause tension. Stretch Lab is...
I got a joke for you, Bonte. What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, don't miss the kickoff show this afternoon. With Willard and Divs. Right before the start of the game. Willard and Divs going to be at the Hilton Hotel? Wow, they're going to be at the Hilton Hotel. Delicious food. Trust me, I may stop by there today. Great drinks and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habs Law. You've been wronged. Habs Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habslaw.com. Steve Kerr will join them at some point during the show today. Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, after that tough one, he'll join Willard and Divs, as this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area. For 3 generations, when you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLover.com. I wanted on the inside jokes. You guys always do the inside jokes when I'm doing the read. Kind of drives me crazy.
What would drive you crazy?
Yeah, Spinelli just threw you under the bus because I wanted on the joke. It's like you guys throw you a little joke
within the game.
Throw a little joke in, and then it's like, oh, wow, I can't get in on the joke. It's like your little side text.
I'm scared of Willard.
Like, for example, our show thread yesterday, I'm getting ready for the show, and I just see a bunch of Star Wars text, right? And I'm completely lost. And I'm like, why don't you guys just use your thread that you guys use without me that you have, whereas between you three, it's just text there.
Much like Anakin Skywalker, as Obi-Wan called him out in Revenge of the Sith. So you are lost, right?
Yeah, I was lost, but I was like, why don't you guys just use a thread that you guys usually use
tide lifts all boats in the harbor.
Well, because you knew you were hard at work, so you weren't checking on the thread anyway.
You don't check.
Well, it was text. It was hitting my computer because
that's on you. You got to silence those notifications.
No, that's not on me. No, it was silenced, but it just get the bandage.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
So me and
I'm seeing lightsabers, and I'm seeing this, and I'm seeing that. I was like,
in fairness, I only tweeted the one thing that the court reminded me of Darth Maul, and then I did not respond after that.
Sorry.
Why? You were so defensive.
I was in my bag.
You were so defensive this morning.
I was?
Yeah, you just throwing Shaskin on the bus saying, "No, I only did one tweet. My name is Bennett. I ain't in it." Well, I was like, why did you guys just use a thread that you use without me that you guys always use?
Well, that just takes a lot of time. Do you want us talking like separately without you?
Well, you guys usually
we
do
like
it,
to
right?
include you, Bonte.
No, you guys usually do it. I almost left the conversation with the Star Wars. It's like, what the hell is going on here?
You're going to leave the Morning Roast conversation.
I almost did. Almost did. I told you, I leave conversations. I got no problem doing that. I'm joking, guys. It's fun.
Or do not.
Don't get so.
There is no try.
Do or do not. Just don't try. Wars. Just do or do not.
The court last night was ridiculous. Like, it was ridiculous. I know we want to do Smurf turf, and I know that was at Eastern Washington. Some other team has
Eastern
the red.
Washington has a red turf.
Yeah.
That's turf. Eastern Michigan has the green turf, I think.
Well,
obviously Boise with the blue.
Isn't all turf green? That's a joke, okay? I know. But point being is that
like dark gray. It's like charcoal gray.
This is the problem with some of these courts. The red is shiny because of the lights that are above it, and so it reflects poorly, and it doesn't look good on television. It just doesn't. And so, like, when they do these floors and these courts, like, I love the concept of, oh, this looks different. This must be an NBA Cup game. That's what they're going for, which hey, more power to you. It's branding. I get it.
It was hideous.
But it looked terrible.
Well, Steve Kerr had a great line. He said, what was it? Feels like I'm going into the depths of hell. It was a great line. It was a great line by Steve Kerr. And by the way, not only was the quarterback...
Bonte's Inferno?
Wow.
Thanks for cut me off for that one.
That's a 5.
That is
sorry, I had to run. I apologize, Bonte, but I had to get that one off.
Now around that.
Go ahead.
Bonte's Inferno.
No, let's not
Who's
do that.
on fire in sports?
That's a great...
It really is.
I love that.
I don't like it.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Bonte.
I love it, but I did all of the fact that I got cut off. But go ahead, continue. Bonte's Inferno.
The fact that I got cut off.
It just happened. At first, I got worried about Shasky doing it. Now I got Lubman. He's been Kingsdale, how Bonte Hill gets cut off. Well, I don't even know what I was going to.
I was going to tell you.
Oh no, so the sound. That's Brad Gilbert. What's up, Brad Gilbert? Sorry, I'm on air. So we go to Fitz and Bookie for the crossover, and Fitz goes, whatever you're saying, Bonte, I can't hear it because apparently everybody in Houston is deaf because the music is too loud. And he was already irritated because the sound system inside the Toyota Center was loud. So it's like, oh boy, it's going to be one of those games. Fitz he's not in the mood because the sound system's too loud for pregame warm-ups. He's like, turned down. They're playing turned down for what? They're turned up already. It's NBA Cup, Fitz, maybe, but story kind of lost its luster after Bonte's Inferno. No, I'm rattled.
You know,
ahead, Chesky.
The appropriate take this morning should be in an NBA Cup game where we're fighting for our life and we're trying to hang a banner. You can't make that call when two teams are fighting as hard as they are to win a cup. That should be the take this morning.
Here's Steve Kerr. Did he want to go to Vegas? Because some people thought the Warriors maybe were taking a dive.
I don't buy that. They wanted to win.
I'm not ready to answer that question. I'm pissed off. I wanted to go to Las Vegas. We wanted to win this cup. And, we aren't going because of a loose ball foul 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and that was ridiculous. Thank you.
He was hot. Steve was hot. He was hot. But, he was hot about the turnovers. He gave Houston their credit. Look, I look at some of these winning categories. I always look at this stuff. Points off turnovers. Warriors gave up 30 points off turnovers. The Rockets, they were plus 12 in that category. Plus points off turnovers, 30-18 Houston. Think about points in the paint. You needed more balance last night. Houston doesn't really have a lot of shot blockers, even though they're 6th in the league. I don't really fear them as a shot blocking team. Well, the Rockets get 58 points in the paint. The Warriors only 40. Especially when the three ball's not hit. They only shot 31% from the three-point line last night, 12 of 38. You don't go to the paint, you don't get easy buckets. Second chance points, Rockets plus 3. Fast break points, Rockets plus 4. Free throws, the Warriors just 4 of 9 from the free throw line, the Rockets 9 of 10. And the Warriors, not only are they turning the ball over at a rapid rate right now, they're dead last at free throw shooting.
Bonte, they need two things, and it's so evident to me. They need another big to help complement Kevon Looney, either in front or behind Kevon Looney, depending on how it breaks down. So Vucevic is a guy I got to get. I got to get him. Got to get him. And I got to get Dennis Schroeder. I got to get a guy who can facilitate in the half court, knock down a shot. He will get to the free throw line. He's a pest. He's just another playmaker late in games, gives you combinations, options, somebody to put in there. They need those two positions. If they make those two trades, I actually think that this is a really good team. I don't know if they're a championship contender or all that. I just think it's a really good team. They're just a little away. TJD, love the guy. I do. He's a young player. I'm not ready to write him off in terms of his career, but right now he's in a funk. He cannot catch the ball. He cannot finish around the rim. It's a problem. I need a veteran big that I can rely on. They just don't have that right now.
Let's go to Logan in Sebastopol. Wow. I love Sebastopol. Last time, well, Logan, I got to say, Sebastopol gives me nightmares. I'll tell you why. Junior major team, San Francisco Seahawks. We beat Sebastopol as a junior major in Pop Warner football. We beat them the first time around at Enley High School. It was hot as hell.
So the last time you went there was 30 years ago.
Yeah, but then we played you guys in the playoffs. It was in the mud field at Rancho Catati High School, and you guys beat us 6-0, and I never forgave Sebastopol after that.
I love Sebastopol. The farms, the all the different milk out there, Strauss family
Logan.
Milk. Let's do this.
I have the sickness, Logan.
Let's go. What's up, Logan?
What's going on, guys? I wasn't expecting that, but yeah. I just want to talk about, man, these Warriors. What are they doing? It's just feels so unlucky at this point. I feel like they had 2 back-to-back 24-second violations last night. That was crazy.
Followed by a Draymond Green throwaway.
They had 4 shot clock violations yesterday, Logan.
I know it was ridiculous. It was it made me feel like the Niners and the Warriors. I mean, the Niners have been doing 3 times this season. The Warriors looked like the championship teams throughout the first games. I feel like they were getting lucky, but these last 6 games, oh my goodness! Have you seen any iteration of the championship teams would do this? Oh man, I was watching with my dad last night, and I was like, oh, don't let him hang around, man. And I woke up hot today, man. I want to go to Vegas,
Yeah, you know what? I wanted that Vegas game too.
Were you going to go to Vegas?
Huh?
Were you going to go to Vegas?
No, I wasn't going to go to Vegas.
No, him.
No. Oh, maybe.
He was excited.
Yeah, some people would.
See, we wanted the cup.
Yeah, well, I at least wanted a Saturday game. So I could have Sunday off.
I love how it's always for the calendar.
Selfishly, I want a Sunday off. But now we get Klay Thompson and a pissed off Kyrie and a pissed off Luka Doncic Sunday and a return of Klay Thompson.
Why are they
at Chase Center?
Off?
Because they just lost to SGA in Oklahoma City.
Shouldn't
and they had terrible games. Well, we're going to be pissed off, but they're going to be pissed off too. So we're going to have 2 pissed off teams. So it should make for a great game. But you know what? Right now, we don't have Anthony Melton. And Andrew Wiggins has his right ankle impingement. I thought he was going to be good to go yesterday, and he wasn't.
Yeah, they need him.
You missed him. And you're going to need him against Luka and Kyrie on Sunday. So the Rockets are down 6, and it's 1:39 left. GP2 enters the game for Buddy Hield. And Şengün, he missed an 8-foot shot to get an offensive rebound. They run a quick set for Fred VanVleet in the corner. Potts gets caught up in the screen, can't get out. VanVleet nails it. Now all of a sudden you're up 3, you call a timeout. And I just don't get the late game execution. We're starting to see, this is starting to be a theme.
Well, they wanted to run a high pick and roll with Draymond multiple times in the final few possessions. And I don't want to see Kaminga go flashing to the corner. I want Kaminga to be the high ball screener because I want Kaminga going downhill.
Exactly.
Not Draymond Green. Not that Kaminga is this excellent three-point shooter, but teams honor him a little differently than the way Draymond is. And I felt like Draymond was gun shy. He had a corner three with the shot clock winding down. Like I want to say it's about 4 seconds left on the clock. He passed it up. Shot clock is going down. He starts dribbling because he realizes it, and there's nowhere to pass, and he takes that finger roll in the lane for an air ball. It's a tough possession, but I think a confident Draymond just shoots the three.
But to your point, if you're going to run pick and roll, this is where, a lot of Warrior fans for many years, run pick and roll with Steph, run pick and roll. JK is the perfect pick and roll partner for him because he does get downhill and he does get aggressive. And I want JK to stay aggressive. I want him to remain aggressive because I know he went 2 of 6 from the free throw line yesterday. Adam and SF was hitting me up. Oh, Kaminga the free throws. Kaminga was solid last night. We got to get off Kaminga's back here. I'm hearing too much slander towards Kaminga. Kaminga's playing his ass off. All right, he's playing his ass off on both sides. And let me throw this at you.
Steph is the one who had a bad stretch at the end. Guys, it's okay to say it.
No, the Kaminga slander is getting out of control. And I hear it way too much. This guy's a player. Do not let Pat Riley get his hands on him. I'm telling you right now, do not let Pat Riley get his hands on JK. So, games played where you play over 30 minutes, right? Franz Wagner's having a hell of a season at Orlando. He's had 193 games in which he's played 30-plus minutes.
193, wow.
Kaminga, how many games has he played in 30-plus minutes in 4 years?
In 4 years, 100?
36 games in which he's played 30-plus minutes. So,
wait a minute.
In those games.
So, Franz has almost 200, and he has
36. Yesterday made 37.
Wow,
Yesterday made 37. So, in those games, JK 33.7 minutes, Franz Wagner 34 minutes. Points per game. JK 20, JK 20.2, Franz Wagner 19.8.
In games that he plays
30-plus minutes.
Wow.
30-plus minutes.
Wow.
Points per game. Rebounds per game. 5.6 rebounds for JK, 5 for Wagner.
So he's more efficient than him in multiple categories if you allocate the same amount of minutes.
Here's the efficiency. JK, 55% from the floor. Franz Wagner, 47.5%. 3-point percentage. Franz Wagner, 33.7. JK, with 30-plus minutes of action in 37 games or 36 games entry last night, 42% from 3.
Wow.
So the more he plays, the better he gets. If you're not, just watch the game. We've been watching the Warriors inside and out ever since JK been here. I'm telling you, I've watched so many games where JK will have an atrocious start. Like the OKC game where he just airballed. Mm-hmm. He was awful in the first 6 minutes of the first quarter. It's like one of his worst starts of his career. But then you look at the end of the game, you're like, damn, JK's hooping. JK's balling. Okay, you need JK out there. JK's playing out there, and he's so worried about getting yanked whenever he makes a mistake, and he's trying to play his ass off. He's not getting foul calls. I feel bad for the guy sometimes because he just gets raked over the coals, and people just blame him. He's not making the mistakes down the stretch. Again, this goes back to that road trip a couple years ago when the vets were out there and they were blowing games against Miami and Orlando, not the youngins. So JK needs to play. And last night, in the game against Houston, he gets his 20 points, he gets his 7 rebounds, hits a big corner 3, sets his feet, bangs it off a double with Steph Curry, finds him right there. I'm just saying, man, we got to get off JK's back. He's one of our best players. He's one of our best players. Now, is he a max player right now? Probably not, right?
No.
But you really going to flip him and Wiggins for Jimmy Butler and think you're going to be better?
No.
Come on, man. Let's go, folks. Get off JK's back.
The more and more I've thought about this, I don't know who said it from the station yesterday. It might have been Steiny. Because I want to make sure that I'm giving them credit. Just say it out loud. Do you trust the 35-year-old core of Steph, Dre, and Jimmy Butler? It sounds good. I don't, though. You're starting to see some depreciation. And no one's saying these guys are done and they're washed. But, these guys are older. You're on a tightrope here, And here's the other thing. And they need to come to this realization. They need JK to do more down the stretch for them. And they need to empower him more down the stretch. JK hit the big three.
Yep.
Now, he did split the free throws. He's got to do better on the free throws.
He's got to be better.
I would argue.
Efficiency numbers are down. But
but they need to utilize him in the half court down the stretch. I'm not saying you got to give him the ball and get out of the way. No, that's not. I actually think that's the worst thing you could do in this situation.
Right.
But what you need to do is run that 1-4 pick and roll with him and Steph at the top of the key.
I totally agree.
I thought Steph was struggling to dribble the ball in the half court yesterday because of all the ball pressure. And so you got to take a little off his plate. I know you want to get certain matchups. They tried to get Jalen Green matched up on him. I get why you want to do that. But you also have to have optionality. It can't just be, let's bleed the shot clock down and take a desperation three late.
No,
he's not in his prime anymore.
I don't get the hatred towards JK, man. It's just too much. I hear from people on air. I hear from what is it?
It's scapegoating.
Oh,
because
that's what
you're
it is?
afraid to acknowledge that the greatest player in franchise history, Steph Curry, can come up a little short. And it's okay. Like, look, man, I love Barry Bonds. One of my favorite players ever. He had some poor playoff performances. Poor, you know? Like, I think A-Rod's amazing. I think A-Rod's the greatest shortstop of all time. He was terrible in the playoffs for
I'll
the
give you
longest
another
time.
one. One of my favorite quarterbacks ever. Not only because I'm a lefty, because I loved him. Steve Young.
Absolutely.
Go look at his playoff numbers.
And I also will acknowledge he's not better than certain other players. Right. I love Steve Young. I'm so glad you brought it up. Like, Steph Curry is one of the greatest players the game has ever seen. He's starting to show a little wear. No one's saying he's done. He's still great and excellent, but he needs a young thoroughbred alongside of him to continue to keep this thing humming. The guy is staring you in the face, Warrior fans. He's going to be imperfect at times. His name is Jonathan Kaminga. Stop criticizing him and empower him. And I would say the same to Dre and Steph and Steve and all those guys. You need him to come along with you. Stop alienating him.
No doubt. He's one of your better perimeter. No, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it.
He hit the big three late last night.
Yeah, no, I'm sick of it, man. I am tired of the JK slander. I hear it way too much. Way too much.
Steph was the one who took the shot too early.
Exactly.
Steph was the one who was dribbling the ball into no man's land. Draymond was the one who threw the ball away last night. Now, teams win and lose, but that team didn't secure a rebound. They didn't play defense out of an inbound. They didn't get a long rebound. They didn't get the loose ball. They did foul. Like, teams do that. Don't blame JK.
Yeah, no, we do this way too much.
In that game.
They JK, well, we do this every year. There's always a scapegoat, whether it's the 49ers, Giants, or the Warriors here. There's always a scapegoat, and it's not fair. Not fair at all. Wanted to get that off my chest. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. You were listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HG1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Let's go, Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
What's up, Oscar?
Oh, what's going on, fellas? Just getting back into the house, man. Like you say, Bonte, I couldn't even sleep last night,
It was tough. It was tough. I basically took a nap.
Me too. I woke up. It was raining out here in Stockton. I said, good. But, but my thing is that I'm not going to get too much overwhelmed with the loss. If you watch the game, the Warriors, we had too many turnovers, man, and no shots, man, toward the basket, man. We got to execute right. And Steph is my boy. Like you said, Bonte, I couldn't believe it, the management of the clock. He took the shot, even though that's his shot. He shouldn't have took it right then. Yeah. And he know it, but like you say, we have to secure the ball. Too many times in the game, as you watch the game, we played good defense, but we couldn't get the ball. And they kept getting too many open possession shots. And, and with the referees, oh, my God, we can't sit up here and blame them, but you can blame them in that point right there. You cannot call that foul. And if Gary Payton would just hold on to the ball or call timeout, because we win in the game. They had to foul us. We started, like you said, a couple possessions at the end. We were playing like we was losing, and we was winning. Yeah. And that's what surprised me as a veteran team. But you know what, man? Everybody complaining about Jonathan Kaminga. If we let Jonathan Kaminga go, we're going to feel it. Because that young cat right there, like you just said, he only played 33 minutes in 37 games. You got to put him on the court, man. Leave him on the court, and guess what? Do not trade for no damn Jimmy Butler. That is horrible. On that note, man, go Warriors, man. We in there, man.
Good call, Oscar. Let's go to Kenny in Union City, the home of Daryl the Guru Johnson. What up, Kenny?
What's up, Kenny?
Hey, guys. This is my first time calling in. Thank you. I don't know if you guys, felt the same way. I just felt like, Curry down the stretch, and maybe you guys have been talking about this, but it seemed like he had multiple one-on-one opportunities down the stretch. It was like, like he couldn't even get a shot off. I know, like, maybe, had to involve JK more, and, he needs to step up more. But, yeah, to me, I was like watching, and maybe it was indicative of the season, is like for the first time, Curry, he looked old last night. But, yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, well, he's got the bilateral knee tendonitis in both knees, and he's a 36-year-old point guard in a young man's game.
Against bigger guys.
And when you see guys like Jaden McDaniels, Dylan Brooks, Amen Thompson, young, athletic, just guys with big wingspans, they're so fast. It's tough. It's tough on Steph. And you saw it a little bit last season where blowing by guys, he wasn't doing it as effortless as he used to, right? And that's going to happen. Father Time's undefeated. Father Time is undefeated. So does he look a little older? Well, he is a little older. He's going to be 37 in March, for crying out loud.
Have you seen the old Logan movie?
It's been a while. I fell asleep on it, to be honest with you.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Logan, Wolverine.
Yeah. So, that's what I feel like I'm watching. No, is he at the very end like Logan was there? No, he could still reach back and pull out the claws and mess some dudes up.
Right.
But he can't do it as consistently, and he can't recover as well. Like, you're literally watching the superhero slowly start to diminish a little. It's not, he could still pull back and be a superhero, just not as often for as long as he used to.
Look, he's 36 years old. He's 36, and he still is he's got the gravitational pull. He's getting doubled, and he sets up so many baskets for so many players.
No doubt.
Whether it's hockey assists or just regular assists. So he's still a fact. We're not saying he's not a top 10, top 15 player.
He's great.
He still is. He's still great. But there is a slim decline in terms of blowing by guys consistently. And then when you factor in knee tendonitis in both knees, I heard from Dan Dibley who's dealt with it. It's not easy. Dan Dibley, he was talking about it. Look, you can laugh at Dan Dibley, but he's been dealing with it.
Dan's injuries and not my own.
Well, you act like, you're a professional athlete when you talk about
it. Might be suggestible.
When did I ever consider myself a
No, you
athlete?
do. The way you talk about it when you charity softball
I'm not ready
games.
to answer that question.
And you just talk about having every injury. Dan was just talking about his personal experience with knee tendonitis. I mean, yours like, well, when I had a concussion, when I had Tommy John, when I had a shoulder, when I had AC sprayed in my shoulder.
Good, bro. I don't want that. End my career.
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
I know. Chuck Daly over here coaching the All-Star team with Dibley on it and won't even throw your boy a bone.
Don't be so extra care. Give you all kind of bones.
When I think of pregame shows and 49er football, I get fired up and I think about Willard and Dibbs because I'll be listening today. And Steve Kerr.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Don't suck up now. Don't rip me for giving Dibbs some credit and suck up to Dan Dibley on the flip side, man. You are one of a kind. Very unique. High level hate, man. You don't need to do that. Speaking of which, how many people go to the Niners game today?
Dan Dibley here. Squirt.
You tell me. I want to ask you because you have the pulse of the fan. You're on the internet all the time talking to the fans. What is the pulse of this Niners game? We'll get to that.
Nervous.
Plus, if you want to get...
You know why?
Well, you're nervous. I don't know. Our
Something
other
about
fans?
Brock Purdy on the other side. I'll get to it.
The clouds in the sky, the rain clouds. 888-957-9570 if you want to continue to discuss the Warriors game, because I'm running hot on it. Steve Kerr's running hot. Steph Curry was hot. They're not going to Vegas. They're coming back home to play the Dallas Mavericks Sunday at 5:30 p.m. Tip-off. So we'll get to Dave and SF on the other side. He's got a trade idea for the Golden State Warriors. Plus, we'll start to pivot towards Niners and Rams. It's Kirk Morrison. 5'2", the pride of Bishop O'Dowd High School and former Raider linebacker. He'll join us at 8:15 to break down the L.A. Rams and how they're going to come up here to Levi Stadium and try to get a win. That's all coming up, brought to you by the California Lottery.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas. I'm not ready to answer that question.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Loon Dog. You want to go ahead?
I was going to say, if I were to go to Michelle, what do you want for dinner tonight? I'm not ready to answer that right now.
I don't know, Joe.
No, she would say, I'm not ready to answer that right now, like Steve Kerr.
I'm not ready to answer that question. I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
I mean, do you want Mexican? You want Chinese?
Might be suggestible.
Sushi. When you do you guys know what I'm talking about. When you do it with your lady and she's just like, I don't know what I want. It's the worst. It's like,
I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
I'm going to stay out of this one.
We have this dance all the time.
I haven't slept on the couch in a long, long time, so I want to keep it like that.
We got a PT game for the Niners tonight.
Or what's a PT game?
Periodic table game.
Periodic table game.
Yeah, because there's elements. And I'm telling you right now, Brock Purdy in the elements has really come up short. And if there's a little tinkle in the sky and he looks a little suspect, we're going to have a real conversation regarding periodic table games for this man, Brock Purdy.
A PT game, a periodic table game.
It's a real thing.
So you know what?
That was good.
I know it was good. But, Shasky, so you're amazing. During the breaks, Madoni goes, I think I got something that's going to one-up Guru's Hawaiian Punch. I got something that's going to one-up that. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me undersell it. As Lovely comes in here. What's going on? What's you guys just get?
I'm ordering breakfast for the crew.
Why?
Because we're hungry. I asked if you wanted something. You're like, nah, I'm good.
I don't eat breakfast.
I'm good.
Weight Watchers.
How can I eat when I didn't sleep?
I'm locked in. I'm locked in on the show. We're out here ordering breakfast.
We're hungry.
I can't even believe you said that.
I know. We're preparing ourselves for a big PT game for Purdy.
You could watch us live and direct at Laughing Mug Brewing. I hear maybe my boys from the Olympia Company may get involved here.
What?
Shout out to Alex Rototo.
What?
Things are in the works. We're working on some things.
Look at you
behind the scenes. See, I don't talk about it. I be about it. I'm about that action.
Yeah,
you don't just talk about it. Be about it. Don't talk about it. Oh, somebody's got to do it.
I'm gonna start calling you Cumulus because you're like a cloud.
Don't call me Cumulus because they're bankrupt. And I got some money in the bank.
Really good point.
I'm an Odyssey guy personally.
Odyssey guy.
But you want to get there early to see how this. Look, 209's right. This is an absolute S show this morning, and I love it. Well, you can see the S show live and direct at Laughing Mug Brewing December 20th, where we celebrate you, the listener of the show, the station. Not really. I want to give out awards, and I want to just talk trash. I want to eat a lot of food. Go ahead to 957thegame.com to reserve your spot. You want to get there early. Tables are going fast. They're going fast. But if you get the RSVP and it says, hey, April 30th at 4:30, don't ignore that. It's December 20th from 6 to 10 a.m. You can watch the S show in person. All right, 408 Oreo Cookie. It's a Bruce Willis game, the Fifth Element, doggy. And it's a divisional game against the LA Rams. I ain't going for all that.
Well, there's a lot going on.
This team ain't won enough games for me to call it the PT game or the Fifth Element game. It's a gotta have it game. That's just basically what it is. Because if you don't get it, you're done. All right? You already got slim playoff chances as it is. If you don't get tonight, you're done. And guess what? The weather forecast says, because I got a situation going on with my fantasy team, do I start Jordan Love or Matthew Stafford? I have no idea what to do in that situation. I'm rattled. But the weather forecast today at Levi Stadium. From 1 to 4, it's going to rain, 50% chance of rain. Then the sunset's going to be around 4:50, so it'll turn into a night game, a little dust setting / night game. And then at 5 p.m., 55% chance it's going to rain. 6 p.m., 50% chance it's going to rain. And then at 7 p.m., 40% chance it's going to rain.
Are you serious?
It's going to rain probably for the first couple hours a day.
So, when you're a franchise quarterback, thinking of oh my God, it might drizzle a little.
I don't care. Get the job done. Get the job done.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear excuses about Brock Purdy playing in the rain. No, I know you're not. I'm not saying you. I'm saying there's beat writers out here, and there's a lot of people say, well, Brock Purdy can't. It's the rain. Well, guess what? It rains sometimes in the Bay Area in December and January.
Well, especially when you go on the road. I mean, think about all the different places that are going to be maybe hosting games in the playoffs. Like if Tampa Bay hosts a game, it might rain in Tampa. This time of the year, it's hot and it still rains. It might rain in the East Coast. Obviously, in the Northwest, you might get snow.
Did we make, now that I think about the excuses for rain and this and that, Did we make excuses for Steve Young when he had to play the raid at the stick? Did we make excuses for Joe Montana when he had to play the raid at the stick?
No.
Why did we do this for Brock Purdy?
Well, one of my favorite plays is when Steve ran in that touchdown in the mud and the rain, and he spiked the ball with the old school throwbacks.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, it's like an old time.
And he got his ribs cracked.
Yeah, it's like an old time game.
He had to wear a flak jacket next week against Green Bay. They got smoked.
But everyone forgets that game. Yeah. He played out of his mind.
Played out of his mind.
You know, so I don't know, man. I'm tired of hearing the excuses. Like, just go out and play well. You know, and this team, like they're saying, Isaac Guerrero is going to start, or at least he's planning on playing. I don't even know what that means anymore. It's tough for me to take any injury at face value when it comes to this team because I think that they genuinely try to get these guys geared up to play, but a lot of them just haven't suited up this year.
Is Bosa playing? He's questionable.
If I had to guess, I'd say no.
Why?
Well, he hasn't played the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's not about like Bosa,
gotta have a game though.
Thing with Bosa. It's just he hasn't played for 3 weeks.
Gotta have a game. Gotta have a game. We need my guys. Gotta have a game. By the way, 4-on-5, I was not going to Vegas to go to say Warriors. I was going to be here right in the city, so relax.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Relax with the slander today, because I will flip on you in a heartbeat. But if Brock Purdy can't throw the ball in the rain, then what are we doing here? Like, you got to be able to play functional football. I don't care what the weather is. I don't care. Matthew Stafford, is he going to make the excuse?
Well, they're
going to throw that ball around the yard today.
Well, what they're going to say is they're going to call Brock Purdy the Goldilocks quarterback. Oh. You know, like the situations have to be just right.
That doesn't make me feel good. It doesn't. That doesn't make
Puka, Cooper Kupp, Kyron, Stafford. This is one of the stiffer tests your defense is going to have to go up against maybe all year. They're humming. They feel great. They're coming off a big win. They've got their other backup running back, Blake Corum's making plays. Their special teams made plays last week in terms of a block punt. Like, there's a lot going on with the Rams that they would be excited about. Their young players on defense are excelling. Young and Verse, and those guys are going to get after the quarterback. You're probably going to have, I think Trent's already been ruled out, correct?
Trent's already been ruled out.
So you're going to have Jalen Moore again this week.
You know who else is ruled out is Malik Mustafa.
Well, he got hit really hard last week.
Now you got Tick Brown and Talanoa Hufanga playing safety. Who's playing free? Boy, that's scary because he's wide receivers. Here's what Mark Slayer said earlier this week about both these teams heading into this game. He believes both these teams may be the best in the division.
It comes down to the Rams and the Niners. And obviously Seattle's winning right now, and they're making some plays, and Big Cat Leonard Williams is probably playing the best football of his career. But I honestly think the two best teams, when I watch those teams, deficiencies up front for Seattle are alarming. You know, they're winning in spite of their lack of being able to block and do things. So that's an alarming watch for me. But the two teams that I look at and think those two teams can play are the Rams and San Francisco.
Well, the standings don't say that.
What?
The standings say that.
I would ask Slayer, what games has he been watching?
I don't know.
No, and I'm not trying to like critique him. I'm just like, what? The Bears game really made you believe like that? Because like maybe I'm wrong.
No. Well, it's funny that he said that because I think earlier in the interview he said this.
Made me think that they're done. Like, stick a fork in them. They're like, they're still, 2 games out behind Seattle right now, game out behind, I think they're tied with Arizona, game out behind the L.A. Rams. The L.A. Rams in that division control their own destiny, and we saw what they did to the Buffalo Bills. Unbelievable performance by the 2 wide receivers in Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp and Matthew Stafford. So I still think the same thing. I think they've dug themselves too big of a hole. They have not been able to compete offensively. They have not looked the same that they normally look, and have not created the explosive plays that we're used to watching them, create. And I think right now it feels to me to be a little too late.
So, well, one of the best teams in the division, the Rams and the Niners, and then the other is stick a fork in them. I'm telling you, Fox Sports got to Mark Slayer, man. He's around, what's his name? What's the guy from WFE and Craig Carton who got caught for gambling?
Andy Parkins, who I told the boss would not be a TV star.
Why'd you hate on him?
No, he's great on radio. I don't think he's going to translate on TV.
Well, he's got a job now.
No
making
doubt.
it work.
No doubt.
Making it work. Don't root for him. I root for people. I don't hate on people. I root for people.
I think he's great on radio.
I root for people. I don't like to slander them. It's a hard medium. Listen, Mark Schlereth, by the way, Craig Harden, you want to talk about a guy.
So you imagine
spending 3 years in prison. Exactly. You get right out, get a job back in radio.
I don't want to slander him, though, Bonte.
No, I'm not slandering him.
I root for people.
No, I am rooting for him. The American way is unbelievable. He gets a second chance, and boom, he's making millions of dollars again.
Well, he did his time.
Yeah, he did his time. Dave Parker's not bad. They make a good trio. But my point is, Mark Schlereth.
How many minutes of that show have you watched?
Oh, well, we're doing the show, so it's always on during here, and I don't go back and watch it.
I'm not ready to answer.
It's on when we're on, so I'm locked in.
Who's the starting running back? If Garendo can't go, it's Patrick Taylor Jr. I don't even know who that is.
Well, he's been on the roster all season long.
Okay. Like what? Do you know a fun fact without Googling?
No,
about
I don't
Patrick
know a fun
Taylor
fact.
Jr.?
I don't know a fun fact. What college did he go to? Did he go to LSU? Where did he go to school? Patrick Taylor Jr., he's been on the P squad all year.
They lost CMC?
Memphis. Undrafted in 2020.
Jordan Mason? Isaac Garendo? We're on our 5th running back.
Yeah, but you know what? The Shanahan's fine running backs. This is the family business, man. The Shanahan's fine running backs.
This has been one of the more, I can't think of a different time where they've had so many injuries to one position group. Like CMC, Elijah, Jordan Mason, Garendo, and now you're on Patrick Taylor, the fifth string. Fifth string. It's kind of it's insane, in fact.
Yep.
They are running the ball well, which is crazy.
Yep. So we got Niners today, and don't forget, you got, 888-957-9570. I want to hear Niner fans. I want to know, too, from Warrior fans, we get round 2 of Dallas, Klay Thompson, and then probably one of the best NBA games all season, that Tuesday night, Clay Day in the first game of the NBA Emirates Cup. Now you get that on Sunday at 5:30. I wonder how fired up Warrior fans will be for that on Sunday. Don't forget, in case you're wondering, Warriors are playing on Sunday because there's some confusion on who they would play if they won or lost against Houston. Just want to clear this up. The Warriors will be playing on Sunday against the Dallas Mavericks at Chase Center. Tip-off at 5:30. You want to get there a little early. We know how traffic is on a Sunday. Pre-game show starts at 4:30 here on 95.7 The Game and on NBC Sports Bay Area. So you want to get there Sunday, 5:30, Warriors and Mavericks. But back to the Niners for a second, because this is a desperation game. They don't win tonight against Sean McVey and Shanahan. Against Sean McVay and the Rams. And all the conversation that the Rams do win this game, how many Niner fans are going to be thinking, boy, wish we had our hands on that coach.
And that quarterback.
Well,
if you're McVay, this is a stick in the fork game right through the heart of the Niners season. You could end their season tonight if you're McVay. He ended their season already in the playoffs a couple years back. So this is a big one. And every time that the Niners have had an inflection point in their season, it feels like they've had a primetime game against the Rams and they've showed up.
Yep.
Outside of that NFC Championship game. It feels like it's galvanized their team. Debo has risen to the occasion how many times against the LA Rams?
Well, George Kittle believes that Debo's due for a big game. And personally, I don't care who has a big game. I don't care if it's Debo, Kittle. I don't care if it's Pearsall. I just want them to win the damn game. Keep your season alive. Make me wake up Sunday morning when they play the Miami Dolphins saying, okay, this game means something.
Well, is Sunday, the Bears game, is that the aberration or is that the new trend?
Well,
Can your defensive line get after the quarterback? Because I don't know what it was. Is it just the Bears suck? If you follow it up with a great performance tonight, it's like, all right, now we've got something. If you follow it up and you get lit up tonight, okay, that was clearly a one-off.
Well, here's what Greg Cosell said on Willard or Dibs about that Bears win.
I thought this game schematically was just high-level brilliance by Kyle Shanahan. They just ate up those zone coverage concepts of the Bears, particularly in the first half, and that was just the competitive phase essentially ended after the first half. Purdy threw for 258 in the first half, and I thought that what they did with their route concepts, with their use of shifts and motions, it was just sheer brilliance. It looked like he knew exactly what he was going to get from the defense, which was probably true, by the way, and they just broke it down, and the Bears played high percentage zone in the first half, and it looked easy.
So that's what Greg Cosell thinks about that. Now, what does he think about tonight's game?
They're not going to dramatically change who they are. So when you talk about the Rams offense, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of motion. You're going to get Stafford under center with play action. I think he's thrown the most play action passes under center other than Jared Goff. That's not going to change. They're not all of a sudden going to become a different offense. You're going to get the run game, of course. I mean, this past week, Williams, I think, had 29 carries. Even though he only averaged about 3 yards a rush, he had 29 carries. So you know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of reduced splits. It's just a matter of how you handle that. Like, is Nick Sorensen going to make adjustments just based on, hey, I know what we're going to get. We're going to have to do these things better. Maybe we'll adjust in a certain way to try to deal with it.
So that's Greg Cosell on this Rams game. They're going to run the 3 wide receiver sets. They're going to have Stafford under center, as Greg Cosell mentioned. A lot of play-action pass ball. He said it earlier this week, the quick game, receiver screens, quick outs. They really know how to work the matchups. And if you play zone against the Rams, you're going to get ate up. So what are the Niners going to do? Are they going to be able to play man? I don't know if you can play man against these wide receivers. If you play zone, Sean McVey and Matt Stafford knows how to carve that up. And Puka and Cooper Kupp, they find the spots. Tutu Atwell's playing well. This DeMarcus Robinson kid is balling. This is a tough offense to deal with right now.
And it feels like their run game is the best it's been in multiple years.
Oh, it's humming.
Right? So the thing from the last game, which feels a lifetime ago, but the last time they played the Rams, there was no Puka, there was no Cooper Kupp. But what they did against the 49er man coverage was the most impressive.
Yep.
They had rub routes, they had crossers, they had drags, they had guys in motion. I thought McVay, in the second half specifically, was outstanding. And I thought Matt Stafford was like, wow, vintage Matt Stafford.
Yep.
That was like one of the best versions I've ever seen of him. But Purdy was excellent against them last game.
He was.
But it was also in a dome. Perfect elements. Now we're outdoors in a little rain. And it does, like, I'm not trying to joke about this. There is a thing. He does not play as well in the rain.
That's not good then.
I mean, but the Philadelphia game was in the rain, and the early first half, I'm talking about last year, first half was sloppy, and then they started to get it going. But it has been a problem. If you look at a lot of his games where there is inclement weather, he barely shows up. He drops the ball in the pocket. There are errant throws. And I know that that's not exclusive to Brock Purdy. All the other, but you've got to be able to overcome that as a franchise quarterback.
All right. Man,
do you think that's an absurd sentence?
I don't buy it. He played at Iowa State for a long time. All right, he had to play some inclement weather in Iowa State in the Big 12. I mean, you're playing in Kansas. You're playing. Nebraska's been in the Big 10 for a while, so you're not playing there. But you're playing in Kansas. You're playing in Oklahoma. Playing in Iowa. Like I don't. Maybe it's a thing, and if it's a thing with Brock Purdy where he can't throw in the rain, then to your point earlier this week about people comparing Purdy and Burrow or whatever. I don't want to hear it. These great quarterbacks play in any weather. I'm sorry. I just don't buy the fact that a quarterback just can't throw in the rain. If you can't throw in the rain, you can't play quarterback. Come on, man. This is football.
But how many games have we had with some kind of crummy weather and he hasn't really...
It's Cleveland game.
Yep.
Buffalo game this year.
That was bad. The Green Bay game?
Well, he didn't play Green Bay.
Playoffs?
Oh, the playoffs.
It was
that's
bad.
right.
It was bad.
He was awful for 3 quarters.
I mean, bad. Just be real. He was great at the end. But he was
trust
bad.
me. Oh, I know.
He was bad.
I know. I called it Jimmy S. Called it Jimmy Jr. There was a lot of old no throws. Hell, even Greg Olsen. I was doing a play-by-play, sent you guys a video. It's like, yo, this dude is awful. He's throwing behind Ayuk. He almost threw 3 picks in 3 plays in a row in that game.
So again, like when I see these weather games, right now. It's not good. I think he could shut up me and a lot of critics because when the elements are great, I don't have a lot of worries about Brock Purdy. But when it rains a little, I do worry because he does tend to have balls sail on him. He doesn't drive the ball the way. His arm isn't the greatest to begin with, but he can't really drive it as well as he can. And he's had multiple balls just slip out of his hands in the pocket.
I'll be watching tonight for that. I'm not going to subscribe to that. He can't play in inclement weather yet because it's been a small sample size. And I do want to give him the benefit of the doubt in the Green Bay playoff game that Debo did get hurt in the first quarter. I bet you the game play was catered towards Debo Samuel. He got knocked out by Jair Alexander when he popped his shoulder, and he was gone in that game. So I don't want to single out Brock Purdy and say that he just can't play in the rain because the team was making mistakes in that game as well. They couldn't stop the run against Green Bay. Aaron Jones was running all over that defense. And we got very fortunate that the kicker Anders Carlson, missed the kick to go up 24-17. So tonight, if you can't play in the rain, then I think maybe it is a conversation. Hey, the Cleveland game, look, we just talked about it yesterday. You talked about Jake Moody missing the game with a field goal. Brock Purdy did help you get in the field goal range.
Yeah, but on that drive, the final drive, he threw a horrific pass to start that drive.
Well, he also threw a great pass to Brandon Ayuk, who got you in the field goal range. Let's focus on the positives here. I'll reserve judgment on that one. I'm not going to just slander him.
I just think it's something to monitor.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be a hater.
Monitor. Yeah, it's something to monitor, but, I mean, I'm not going to say that, boy, he can't play the elements. I don't know that yet. There's been such a small sample size. He's played cold weather before and lit guys up. Philadelphia was cold last year, and he lit up the Eagles. Lit them up. I don't know. More so, I'm just looking at the Niners defense. Can they replicate the performance from last week? I think that's so important. Either Gross Matos had three sacks last week. 3 sacks. So is he going to be able to ball out? Is this defense going to be able to get downhill? What's the deal with Drake Greenlaw? Is Drake Greenlaw going to play tonight?
I believe D. Winters had his most snaps all season last week. I'd like to see that trend continue.
I would too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you make a big deal about Brock Purdy playing good elements? I do want to hear from Niner fans on that. Is that concerning for you? Kirk Morrison at 8:15. I do want to pass along this message from the Warriors with Sunday because we've got a lot of moving parts here. And I do want to get to Corbin Burns for a second because I think he's going to be a giant by the end of the week. I think he's going to be a giant by the end of the week. It just makes way too much sense. Way too much sense. And from here, from some insiders, they say it's basically a done deal. So, but look, you want to go see Klay Thompson again? The first game was riveting. Go wear your Captain Clay hats. Tickets are available at Warriors.com. Warriors.com. It's a home game on Sunday night. I know we didn't play for a home game on Sunday night. I wasn't playing it. I was playing it. I was working on Saturday to watch the Warriors go to Vegas and win an NBA Cup. And I'm sure there's a lot of Warrior fans who booked a lot of tickets to Las Vegas to go see them play at the T-Mobile Center against Oklahoma City. But that's not happening. They'll play Sunday. So Warriors will get back at it on the court Sunday at Chase Center. 5:30 tip-off. Get some tickets at Warriors.com. That's Warriors.com. It's going to be a hot ticket as Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks are back in town. And we can talk to Jason Kidd, too. He's part of the Laughing Buck Brewing crew. Go say what's up to Jay Kidd, Shasky. What up, Jason? Right over for the hookup. Right over for the connection. But 888-957-9570. Do you subscribe to the fact that Brock Purdy can't throw in the rain? Do you subscribe to that?
I just think it's something to monitor. Like, again, he's had some good. He's had some really bad and some awful. It's been a big mixed bag. And you know, the really great quarterbacks, the elite ones, it doesn't matter what the elements are. They show up.
Yeah.
Period. And I look at Matt Stafford, who is a franchise quarterback who has been doing it for almost 2 decades. He's going to sling it. If you think the elements are going to slow him down in terms of throwing, you're tripping.
Do we know if he could play the elements? Because he played the Dome for so many years. And I wonder.
He played in that division where the Bears and the Green Bay Packers games are always outdoors.
And he didn't win a lot of games up there.
I mean, I distinctively remember them winning a late season Green Bay game to get into the playoffs with the Detroit Lions one year in the snow.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
What year?
I don't know.
I'm going to look this up.
Yeah, it's like a week 16 or week 17 where they were wearing all white.
You filibuster here for a second. Because I want to see this here. I'm looking at his game logs all time. All right, against Green Bay, 7-15.
During the height of the Favre and
I found it right. I think this Green Bay won that game though, but it was a huge game. It was 45-41. Stafford had 520 yards in the snow.
Wait, was Matt Flynn the quarterback?
No, Matt Flynn was the quarterback.
Yeah, that was the Green Bay didn't even play that game. They They were bitching.
But it was snowing, and he had 520 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Green Bay mailed that game in because they had already clinched, right?
But they won the game anyways.
Yeah, and they won a game anyways with their backups.
15-1. Wow.
Yeah, that was a year Green Bay didn't play anybody.
15-1?
Yeah, Green Bay won that game with Matt Flynn with their backups. They were 15-1. They didn't play anybody.
But the Lions were also a playoff team. They went 10-6. And I think they made the playoffs that year. So.
But Green Bay didn't play anybody.
But does that diminish it throwing for 520 yards?
He played for 500 yards. Great. Good.
Let's see Purdy do that.
I just think throwing for 500 in any elements is really difficult. I don't care what era it is. That's
Even against
really
backups?
difficult.
I don't know. Green Bay didn't have the starters in.
The point stands, Stafford's a really good player.
Oh, right? I'm not diminishing Stafford whatsoever, but He didn't win a lot of games probably at Soldier Field, right? Did he win a lot of games at Soldier
Played for
Field?
the Detroit Lions for his career. Like they went to the playoffs once, I believe, in his entire tenure there. It made the two greatest franchise players retire early, and Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson. So it's difficult. And look, I was a big Matt Stafford hater. He's won me over these last few years, especially with the Rams, during times when they haven't had their full arsenal. I just think he's an excellent, excellent player.
He's a good quarterback. He's a really good quarterback.
I was probably wrong. I wouldn't have made the trade for him. But looking back, they got the Super Bowl. It was the right move. And it was probably the right move for Detroit because they got their guy. It kind of jump-started everything that they've got going. It was one of those rare circumstances where it's a win-win for both organizations.
No, I'm with you. Stafford's balling. I'm not trying to take away Hill. He's my fantasy quarterback this year, man. He's been on a heater. There's no doubt. Stafford could spin it, man. He's tough. And there was one we over. It's not the way he throws the ball or the way he's connected with Cooper. It's his toughness. That joker in that playoff game against Detroit, and then even this year to start the season off, he got hit over and over and over and over again, and he just stood in that pocket and he slung it. And he slung that rock all around the yard. Hell, that impressive win to end Tom Brady. We didn't end Tom Brady because Tom Brady ended up coming back, but to go to Tampa Bay and win that playoff game before they beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game on the way to the Super Bowl, to throw to Cooper Kupp when Tampa Bay came roaring back, and you're thinking, boy, the Rams are going to choke. And he throws to have the kahunas to throw that bomb to Cooper Kupp. Wow.
Well, and the Niners, not only can they keep their own season alive today with a win, they can really throw a monkey wrench into the Rams' playoff chances as well. Like, this is a double dipper for them. They keep their season alive, and they really screw up the Rams' ability to try to win the division because the Rams still think they're in it.
No, they are still in it.
They
are still in it.
And they should believe that.
They have a date with Seattle. They have a date with Arizona. So they can win those two games, and they can start out by winning this week, coming off of that Buffalo win. And they can stick a fork in the 49ers. They would love to stick a fork in the 49ers.
McVey would. Absolutely.
No, there's no doubt. I love how you love McVay now. I kind of like that.
He reminds me of myself. He's a
Matt Stafford average total yards in games below 40 degrees, but that's not wet weather, so it's a little different, but he averages 285 passing yards.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
Reverse Tua.
It's not bad at all. He can sling it, man. He can sling it. You do love it, though. I'm not letting you get away with that comment. I will lead to that, but I'm not letting you get away with McVay reminds you of yourself.
Yeah,
I'm not letting you get it. No. You're not getting away with that.
Close to someone, this
is where I got to get my. This is where you got your guru on earlier to start the segment. Now I have to get my Steiny on.
Okay.
I'm not letting you get away with that.
Why is that?
Because for years, you said, you love Sean McVay. You hold Sean McVay's water, Bonte. Sean McVay. And I was like, I like Sean McVay a lot. And you could not now he reminds you of yourself. I'm not letting you get you that.
Well, but this is what happens when you show maturity and growth.
No. This is when you flip flop and you don't.
I refuse to see things clearly. And as a married man, I've learned that I really don't know a lot. The more I grow, the more I mature, the more I realize I was wrong in my past ways.
I try to give you free game, man. I try to give you free game, and you debunk it, you swat it away like you're Mutombo. And then a couple years later, you're the guy who's like,
yesterday's price isn't today's price.
No.
I think you walked it back on a Walk It Back Wednesday one time. So you know what? That's allowable.
Well, but no, he ripped me for 3 years. Alongside Kate Scott, so much so that we made a bet and I had to wear a Rams jersey when the Niners beat him. You just love McVay. And I was, just keeping it real. Now here we are.
4 years ago.
But that's how much you were ripping me about McVay.
Look, he's won a Super Bowl since then, He's won me over. At that time, the Niners had won, a zillion in a row against him. He won the big one. Like, sometimes you got to just take the L, right? And I'm learning in life that it's okay to wear the L. McVay's a great coach. If you want to go Shanahan, go Shanahan. You want to go McVay, go McVay.
You're going McVay over Shanahan?
I think they're so close. Like, if you took McVay, I'll take Shanahan gladly. If you took Shanahan, I'll take McVay gladly. I think they're neck and neck. The one thing that McVay has that Shanahan doesn't is the win.
We missed that flipper drop, man. We need that flipper drop so bad. Well, you're not flipping. You're not flipping.
Interest rates are rising and climbing.
I need that flipper drop
There's a stock price.
so bad. I need that flipper drop so bad.
You don't mind flipping. You don't mind saying what's on your mind at that moment.
At that moment.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I love that. Oh, I got to get Shasky. I'm going to get you some flip-flops. It's going to say Daddy Shasky.
Well, I mean, at one point, David Lee was the power forward. And then we realized with new information, wow, Draymond could play power forward. And things changed. If I go back to my original opinion of forcing David Lee on, we never get championships.
If one of these teams sneaks into the playoffs, who do you think the rest of the NFC fears more? Would it be the Rams or the Niners? If one of these teams sneaks in.
It sure feels like the Rams because of that offensive firepower. Like what they have is the ability to beat you in a variety of ways, and they have the Super Bowl quarterback, right? They've got the guy who's won one, and so there's a pedigree and a resume that people fear.
The 49ers. The 49ers. Their physical brand of football. Shanahan. And I think, and it just goes back to last year when everybody got so worked up about the LA Rams heading into the playoffs. Oh, my God, they're the most dangerous team. I heard it from Baldy, heard from Spadoni, and I just didn't see it. It's like, what? They're the most dangerous team? I thought it was Detroit the whole damn time. And Detroit beat them in the first round in a great game. It was a great football game. But McVey got out-coached late in that game. Bad clock management.
Horrible timeouts.
Bad play calling. Yeah. Horrible timeouts. First half, second half. So McVey's gotten a little tight in these big games. He has. I think teams will fear the Niners because they're basically at their deathbed for the 2024 season. And if they're able to rally from a 5-7 record and sneak their ass into the playoffs, that means they're on a hot streak. That means they're on a winning streak. That means they went through Miami. That means they went through Detroit. That means they went through Glendale, Arizona, beat the Cardinals. And teams all of a sudden said, oh, boy. Ooh-wee. Oh, wow. The Niners are back in the playoffs? Oh, man. Really? Debo's feeling good. Kittle's feeling good.
Like, see, I'm looking at, like, Puka, Cooper, Kyron, Corum, Stafford. Wow. If I go just do the same exercise, Jennings, who I love, we all love, but I don't think Jennings strikes fear into people like that.
That's fine. He was going to be Super Bowl MVP. You don't have to strike fear.
Current Debo strikes fear into people like he did multiple years ago.
You don't think George Kittle does?
Kittle definitely does. Patrick Taylor Jr., if that's your running back.
What about Brock Purdy?
What?
What about Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I think I think the majority of people, and I would fall in line with this, view Matt Stafford higher than Brock Purdy.
Yeah. This is a
You don't think that's the accurate opinion?
Maybe. A lot of people had Brock Purdy rated higher than Matt Stafford coming into the season.
Niner fans,
some people around the league.
But we've also had a season worth of data, and now I think opinions are adjusting.
Yeah, that's right. The show, as 707 says, he's surprised the segment wasn't brought to you by Birkenstock. If we got a sponsorship with Birkenstock, you know how comfortable those sandals are?
Yeah, I have a pair.
You do? Oh, yeah. Wow, you big baller.
They're the Russian. No.
Oh,
you can get them at Dick's, the plasticky ones. You can get a rubber or whatever they are. You can get them at Dick's Sporting Goods.
You got some Birkenstocks now?
I've had them for years.
Oh, my gosh. You have got bougie like me. Bougie Butcher, Bougie Bonte.
I wear them up the river exclusively.
Oh, my gosh. You got some Birkenstocks.
The exclusive footwear of the Russian River.
Yeah, wow. So Bougie Butcher, Bougie Bonte. Let's go.
If you're hugging a redwood tree, you got to have a Birkenstock.
Once you go bougie, you don't go back.
They're really therapeutic for the bottom of your feet.
Yeah, I know. Birkenstocks are great.
Yeah.
I need a pair. Javier Vacaville, real quick before the injury report. Javier, what's up?
How you doing, Mr. Hill, Mr. Shasky? So
I love it when you. Hey, Javier, can I just say, I love it when you call me Mr. Hill. I don't know why that makes you feel good. Makes me feel presidential.
Well, I'm a North Bay cat, you know what I'm saying? I've always been brought to always show respect, you know what I'm saying, no matter what, and any walk of life. So I'm always going to, produce and introduce me to you in a respectful way. But my point I'm trying to make is, yes, sir. Well, my point I've been trying to make the last 3 days is I've been watching a lot of All-22 film, and, I feel Debo is not so much the problem. I don't feel like they're utilizing him correctly, and it's not so much about target volume. I feel like we should move him to the H position. Well, in the Niners offense, the F, which is the slot inside of Juwan. And I feel like we should utilize him as a primary kick returner and punt returner only. But the way that fans would be able to have a true cognizant understanding of it, you move Cowling to the Z, which is right next to Kittle opposite Juwan, and then your backups would be from left to right, X, F, and Z. It would be Conley, Pearsall, and then, your man's from Michigan, Ronnie Bell. Unfortunately, that's what we got left. But the reason why
he got brought back to the practice squad.
He's on the practice squad. He's on the practice squad now.
Yeah.
Joe Gasky, so that's their sixth receiver on the depth chart. But like I was saying, Debo Samuel in the F position, the way for fans, people understand this on listen on radio is, remember when Fitzgerald got a little long in the tooth and he got moved to the slot? And it's not so much because Debo isn't at that age yet, because he's not, but it's a way for him to exploit. He's a mismatch against outside linebackers, rovers, nickels, safeties. He can find voids in coverage and zone coverage. We know clearly he cannot win against a good premier cornerback on the perimeter. But put him in the slot is a mismatch, and it makes it to where we get the ball to him and in a hurry, fast.
So, Javier, real quick, Jav. So you just want him in the slot then, predominantly in the slot.
But it's not just predominantly, it's like only in the slot.
Only in the slot. Only in the slot. Gotcha. He wants Debo Samuel only in the slot.
Would that be exclusively?
Maybe. Hopefully he doesn't get injured, though.
I'm not ready to answer that question. I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
All right, we've been on Isaac Guerrero watch all week, or actually we've been on Corbin Bird's watch all week, but for the injury report, we'll say Isaac Guerrero. 49ers running back's been dealing with a foot sprain he suffered in the week over the Bears this past weekend. Per Adam Schefter this morning, though, Guerrero is expecting to suit up and play tonight against the LA Rams, saying that his foot feels good. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Brock Purdy in the rain. Is that a thing? Is that a thing we should be worried about? 888-957-9570. We'll get back to the Warriors. You got to hear what Charles Barkley had to say about the game last night, and we'll get to Kirk Morris and all that coming up here on The Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Hey, guys, it's Jim Costa from Cash the Ticket. If you're planning on betting college...
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. We're not going to Las Vegas. No Sin City in our life. We're coming back home Sunday to take on the Dallas Mavericks. It's all good. You get some rest for Andrew Wiggins, Steph Curry, Draymond, regroup, get some practice time in, and then host Klay Thompson and the Dallas Mavericks on Sunday at 5:30. Get your tickets at Warriors.com. Plenty available. It's going to be a show on Sunday. You want to get there, fans. Again, Sunday, 5:30, Warriors, Mavericks. But tonight, you got the Niners and the Rams. Niners and the Rams, Levi Stadium. Niners lose, and say sayonara, sucker, to the 49ers season. They will be done. Done. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. These are the days I miss YouTube. After a big loss, I do miss the YouTube chat because the chat would have been humming today. On the Warriors loss, on the Niners playing the Rams, there's a lot going on. Brock Purdy in the rain. Is that a thing? Kirk Morrison to join us at 8:15 to talk about the high-flying L.A. Rams. They seem to be catching their stride. Although I was surprised they lost that Monday Night Football game to the Miami Dolphins. They really got beat up in that football game. Then you see them beat Buffalo. What a weird season for them. Weird season in the NFC West overall that somehow, some way has Seattle sitting atop the division looking to run away with it. So, big game tonight. And then we got the elements. Will the elements be a factor for Brock Purdy throwing the football? I'm eager to see it now. Now, if he struggles today, I'll subscribe to it saying, boy, yeah, that's the thing. And now, how does that impact his contract moving forward? If I know a guy can't throw in the rain, you giving him max money?
It's got to factor in there somewhere. Like, it just has to. Like, it's not even do you even think of it as a consideration when you're looking at Josh Allen? I'm like, I don't even think about what he's going to look like in the weather. Do you?
No, I never.
Pat Mahomes?
I've never thought about quarterbacks in my lifetime.
Well, Tua.
When it comes to the red, Tua now, and that's the thing with Tua. And even Dolphin quarterbacks going up there to Miami, they would always struggle up there. But in my lifetime, really, when I think about just playing football, quarterbacks, hey man, you go out there and do your thing. Like Joe Montana set and that's just my first remembrance of a game in cold weather, Soldier Field, NFC Championship game, and Montana and the Niners had their way.
Yeah, but Montana grew up in eastern Pennsylvania and played for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
But Brock Purdy played in Iowa.
Okay,
he played in Iowa.
Grew up in Arizona, though.
Yeah, but he played 4 years in Iowa. He got acclimated to it. He played in Iowa, for crying out loud. Iowa. Can we look up Brock Purdy in games below 40 degrees when he was at Iowa State? I would love to know that. Now, they're probably not going to win a lot of games because they were outmatched. You know, you got the Oklahomas of the world. You got the K-States of the world. You had Oklahoma State. You had the Baylors. You had Texas State. So I just want to know his numbers. So below 40 degrees in Iowa.
But there is something to be said. Like when I think about all these teams in the East Coast and, the players that everyone says, well, they practice inside. Yeah, but they wake up and they have to, get out of their driveway and there's snow and there's cold. And so you are living in it and you become accustomed to it. Tom Brady, who grew up in San Mateo, would talk about how living in Michigan for 4 or 5 years had an effect on him. It changed who he was to his core.
So to my point, how does it not change Brock Purdy? Because Tom Brady lived right here in the Bay Area.
I don't know.
Brock Purdy lived in Arizona.
Some guys just can't play in the weather.
He played 4 years in Iowa. Brady played 4 years in Michigan.
I don't have the answer to you. I don't have the answer. It might be part psychological. I don't have the answer to you. But that's why I think tonight's a big game for him individually. But simultaneously, I think it's for the team. If they can come out tonight and just prove it to us Niner fans to start to believe. It's not like we have been backing this team the entire way. Now it's up to them to back up what they did on Sunday and play a great game against a really good team in the Rams, who is one of your enemies, and you've got to make us believe. Now the onus is on the players, and it's on the team, and it's on the staff to make us believe. The fans have been backing you for years and years and years, right?
The fans haven't been backing them this year. I think the fans have been weak this year.
I think there were a lot of fans out at the game on Sunday.
Yeah, there was, but I think for the most part, we had a caller this week saying, the fans, we've been spoiled this year.
But you also have to meet our expectations and show us with back-to-back performances to allow us to believe that you can do something good.
But we should be, as fans, be able to try to rally these troops. Isn't that you tell me, because as a fan growing up, I was like, you know what? We got to pick these guys up. They're my team, and I can't turn my back on them. We got to represent these guys. And for whatever reason, I get it. The Ayuk hold out, the Trent hold out, and people see these millionaires holding out for more money. And we're like, well, what the heck? We're working 9 to 5s and blah, blah, blah. Okay, I hear all that. But I think as a fan base, we have not supported this team the way we did the last few seasons.
They've blown how many home game leads?
I get it. But we got to rally the troops,
Arizona,
right?
Seattle, like these are Kansas City.
But you tell me, isn't part of being a fan? Like, you know what? All right, I know we blew these games, but we still got a shot here. Let's go, guys. I know we can. Isn't that part of being a fan?
Niner fans are going to be fired up in the parking lot. What I'm saying, they're going to be there, and they're going to be out, ready to go. I don't question attendance. Now it's on the players to let us spiritually believe that you have a chance to do something this year. This isn't about a one-off game. This is about the big picture. This was a team that had Super Bowl aspirations coming in. We have adjusted said aspirations. Now it's like, just make the playoffs.
Yeah.
Find a way to make the playoffs. But, there's also a faith portion of this. And we can't just go off what we've seen and blindly, they're going to win it all. That's just dumb, right? You have to, prove to us with a little bit of evidence that you actually can do something here.
Well, this is
the Chicago game.
Well, this is a game. This is a game that keeps your season alive, and it does give you a little more hope. It gives you a little more hope. Now all of a sudden, the Miami game means a little more, and because you can't worry about right now. I know Lutman earlier in the week we were talking about playoff scenarios, and I said, dude, it's too early. We got to win one game at a time, and things are going to play out the way they play out. Seattle's got a big game against Green Bay. Arizona's playing New England at home, and that's a tricky game. I think it's a tricky game with the Cardinals. With the way they're playing, they could slip up and lose that game to Drake May and company. Now, Seattle, they're playing Green Bay at home. They've got some big games at home against Green Bay and Minnesota. They also play the Rams again. So you got to just take care of your own business. And if you take care of your own business, you finish the season. Look, the Niners are 6-7. They got a chance to finish 10-7. You may sneak into the playoffs at 10-7.
Look, you just have to worry about yourself, and then outside of that, hope for some chaos. But you've got to win this one. And if you can win this game, you get a little mini bye afterwards. You're feeling good. You've won 2 games in a short period of time. Maybe you get some of the troops back. Maybe Trent returns. Maybe Nick Bosa returns. But you have to win tonight. If you don't win tonight, the reverse conversation happens, which is you kind of shut everybody down. And there are certain guys that are playing for individual stakes. And
you know what?
I want to see them play it out.
Yeah, I want to see it. I don't even, McCaffrey's done. PCL injury. I kind of wanted him shut down after the Seattle game. I think the thought process for me was like, boy, maybe it is time to shut him down. But he's out. And then what do you do with Drake Greenlaw? Is Drake Greenlaw even going to be back tonight?
Bosa?
Is he going to play? Well, can Bosa play today?
He's missed 3 in a row.
Questionable.
He's missed 3 in a row.
He's questionable.
The last time we saw him, he got a sack and then came up so gimpy, and then on the very next play couldn't even get off the block. And he basically said that he ripped whatever on the other side. Mm-hmm. So he has 2 injuries.
Mm-hmm. So
I have a hard time thinking he's suiting up in this game. I'm going off of the last 3 weeks. I have a hard time seeing it.
Which is unfortunate. So now you get Leonard Floyd, who's got 8.5 sacks, and maybe you can.
Most random 8.5 sack season I can remember.
Yeah, no doubt. He's on his way to another double sack
right?
season. He's on his way getting his numbers.
Dumerville on line 1.
No, if numbers lie, right? They say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Well, it feels like those numbers do lie.
Should I start calling him Brandon Belt? We're up 7-1. Let me hit a solo shot in the 8th.
You should ask Lubbock that question.
That's the Leonard Floyd.
You should ask Lubbock that question. Don't ask me that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Brandon Belt's a 2-time World Series champion. All right. He is.
Willie Adames, presser, 11:30. Right here.
Willie Adames.
We're on Corbin Burns' watch, too.
Yeah, Corbin Burns. What's your faith in Corbin? If you had to put a percentage on Corbin Burns being the Giant, what percentage would you give it?
I mean, my heart says 99.9%. My head's like, I don't know, 50-50. When I saw the Red Sox make that trade, and I during the show, you were like, wow, you're not paying attention. But I was looking at, the internet, and it was like all this Red Sox stuff happening. And I go, oh, looks like the Red Sox are in on Crochet. That means they're out on Corbin Burns. Process of elimination. The Giants are closer.
So that's, when we're doing a show. I get you on Corbin Burns Watch. We're all on it, but that's what Lubman's there for. That's his job. We get to converse, and I expect Lubman to be on Corbin Burns Watch. Like, hey, guys, this is the latest on Corbin Burns. This is the latest. See, I give it a 90% chance. I think something catastrophic would have to happen if Corbin Burns is not a Giant. St. Mary's College, Bakersfield, California. He's a California kid. The Dodgers are not in on him. As far as we know, there could be a secret team in on him. Maybe it's San Diego. Maybe he's using the Giants to drive up the price. I hope not. But I give it a 90% chance that Corbin Burns is going to be pitching at Oracle Park for the Giants and not the Padres or the Dodgers.
Bob Nightingale.
Well, that scares me.
Bob Nightingale tweets out this morning, the San Francisco Giants are heavy favorites for Burns, while the Mets are trying to bring back Alonso. Heavy favorites.
I can't even believe you said that.
No, that's John Heyman. Bob Nightingale's Townie's guy.
Yeah, that scares me.
Why?
Because Bob Nightingale's kind of, you know his reputation.
What is his reputation?
You know what his reputation is.
I don't know.
No, you do know. I'm not going to say. He's a good writer.
I don't rip other journalists and other people in the media.
I'm not ripping him. I'm not ripping him. But he tends to, be a little hyperbolic at times.
Let's just say this. All of Giants fans on Twitter are retweeting what Bob said and basically saying, well, I guess the Giants are getting Corbin Burns. So that's how people view that tweet. Do with that information what you will.
All right.
Might be suggestible.
They call it Bosa. No on Cuckhouse Business Sex on. He goes, yeah, out on business decision, Bosa.
Business decision, Bosa.
That goes for him and his brother, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, dude. It is.
I should have seen that coming.
Oh, man. But, at least he knows how to nail the Trump dance. You got that. Kirk Morrison in like 2 minutes here on the Morning Roast. Kirk Morrison in 2 minutes. Corbin Burns, will he be a Giant? Will he not? What about the Warriors? We'll get back to the Warriors because you know what? I'll wait on the Barkley sound.
It is a great day to be just a San Francisco Bay Area sports fan. The Giants announcing a shortstop that they signed to the largest contract in franchise history.
Oh,
rumors on Corbin Burns.
Well, I was going to ask you that. I was going to ask you this. Does anybody know about the relationship of Corbin Burns and Willie Adames as they played together? Were they boys, the new GM of the Giants? What's up? Like, these are all the things that I'm like, Willie Adames, Lubman, are you going to ask Willie Adames, hey, man, are you buddies with Corbin Burns? Are you guys in on that?
I could ask him that. I was actually going to try and Zach Managian, who's also
Managian. Yeah.
He's gonna be on the podium today too. And as I mentioned the other day, he was in Milwaukee when the Brewers drafted Corbin Burns. So I'm curious if he still has a relationship with Corbin Burns since he's the one who has to, put the contract together.
Great minds think alike, Lubman. Great minds think alike.
I got to call Kirk really quick.
Oh yeah, go call Kirk. Is he up? No, he's probably doing it down in L.A. 5-2. Rams-Niners. Does Rams-Niners still hit the same for you? L.A.?
Well, not this year with the way the Niners are playing.
Come on.
They're a little lackluster.
It's time to play spoiler.
Again, the Niners have lost some of these games at home, and I think it's taken the bite out of the fan base.
I'm not going to lie, though. Watching Puka Nacua in person, I got to go down to SoFi last year. This guy runs routes at a high level. Like, I don't know who said, I don't know what journalists out there said that Ricky Pearsall could be a rookie version of Puka. What was it?
Well, Puka's in his second year. His rookie year was the greatest rookie year
all
any
time.
Wide receivers ever had.
Yes.
And what that's with Randy Moss and Justin Jefferson and all of these great DK and all these great first-year players.
What was it?
They said Ricky Pearsall is exactly like Puka Nacua.
Yeah, I haven't saw that.
He'll have that kind of impact.
Now we got Luka Akua.
So this is
that can't be real.
So Puka, the way he runs routes, Shasky. You see the catches he made last week against Buffalo?
Yeah.
High point. He makes all the difficult catches. He keeps his feet in. This guy's a steal. How the hell did McVey find this guy?
He's way more rugged than I thought, P. Like, he's thicker than you think. He's tougher to bring down. His catch radius is better than you think. He's quicker than you think. When they threw that little tunnel screen to end that game, I was like, wow. I mean, he was patient enough to wait for those blocks. He made a couple of sideline catches that were incredible. It's a perfect pairing with Matt Stafford.
All right, let's go behind. Oh, let's go play our jingle. We haven't played it in a while. All right, here we go. Behind enemy lines, down to L.A. La La Land to our main man, Kirk Morrison, Mr. 5'2", the pride of Bishop O'Dowd, San Diego State. Of course, former linebacker with the Raiders. Now on the pre- and post-game coverage with the L.A. Rams. Also great on college football. He was in Syracuse watching Sam Lubbock's Hurricanes go down to blow a 21-point lead. Oh, Kirk, you was on fire during that broadcast. Mario Cristobal. Hey, real quick, Kirk, before we start this conversation on tonight's game, man, it's good to hear from you, brother. Good morning to you. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? What did you think about Mario Cristobal kicking the field goal on 4th and goal, knowing that he may not get the ball back?
Well, I think that's a decision that kept them out the playoffs. So that tells you right there. Your offense was rolling. Your defense couldn't stop a nosebleed in that second half. I'm saying my best opportunity to win the game is go for it on that 4th down when you're that close. If you don't get it, you still got an opportunity to stop them and still have that opportunity to score and win the football game. Not doing that, it cost them a trip to the college football playoff, the expanded playoff, in terms of getting to a conference championship game. So you live, you learn, now you got to move on.
All right, let's talk Rams-Niners. That was probably the win of the year for the Rams. Last week, it was incredible. Everything's rolling on offense right now. Puka, Kyron, even Blake Corum's making plays. Cooper, Matt Stafford. I mean, you guys are riding high, huh?
They started 1-4, and it looked bleak, but then you realize that they were injured, they were banged up. They had no Puka Nacua, no Cooper Kupp. The offensive line was not the same offensive line during training camp. And you could just see, is this the team that we're going to see for the rest of the season? And then they started to get healthy, slowly but surely. And in the last couple of weeks, you're truly seeing the team that we saw at Loyola Marymount, where they have training camp. And I think last week was a culmination of what we expected from this Rams team. That was their best output in the Matthew Stafford era. He had played 59 games, started 59 games at quarterback. They had never scored 44 points. That just kind of puts in perspective what last Sunday was for them, their best output by far with Matthew Stafford at quarterback.
You know, going back to week 3, 5-2, the Rams are really banged up, as you mentioned. They start 1-4, but it felt like that week 3 game, if the Niners win that game and put the Rams in an 0-3 hole, Cooper Kupp may not be on that roster. You know, there was some trade rumors swirling. They win that game to get to 1-2, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we have a little bit of life. We have a little bit of life. And here they are at 7-6, and I thought they won a gritty game in New Orleans when things weren't going their way. It's still that game, and then still last week. Could you just explain how good Puka is, though? Because now that he's healthy, alongside Cooper Kupp and Tutu Atwell's playing well, Kyron and Blake Corum are running the ball well, but Puka, man, was making so many plays last week. This guy's a stud, an absolute stud. I just can't believe the find that McVey did to go get this guy out of college. He's running great routes. He's high pointing the football. He's unguardable right now, 5'2".
Man, he fits what the Rams are doing, and he is now the Rams' number 1 wide receiver. He has surpassed Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp is a couple years removed from winning the NFL's triple crown. We're talking about receiving yards, receptions, and receiving touchdowns. Puka has surpassed him in a little over a year and a half if you think about how many games that he's played. The dude makes combat catches. Like, everything he does is always about physicality in the game. He's running over, safeties and corners. It's when he catches the football, he's going to make something happen. And the true trust is when Matthew Stafford is at the line of scrimmage. He sees all-out blitz. What does he do? He audibles to a jet screen to the outside, and Puka takes it in for a touchdown, man. Like, he is doing things I have never seen for a young player of his stature, drafted in the 5th round. And I think a quick Puka story is last year I'm over here covering the Pro Bowl, and I'm interviewing the guys before practice, and, Puka's on the sideline. He says, oh, yeah, I'll do the interview, but I don't want to be late to practice. I'm like, bro, you just made the Pro Bowl. Like, what are you talking about? You're an all-pro wide receiver. Like, practice can wait for a guy like you, but he's just a humble kid, and he's turned into a superstar in Los Angeles where guys who have that one name, it kind of resonates. Puka, you know what I mean? Ohtani, Kobe, Magic, Shaq. Like, he's starting to become the football version of what the superstar looks like in L.A.
Wow. Damn. Wow. Damn, that's impactful. We're going to have some rain tonight. How does that affect the Rams? How does that affect how you view the Niners? Because, we've played some rain games, and Purdy's been up and down in a lot of these rain games. What do you make of that as a former player?
Are you playing running back tonight first, Chasky? That's what I want to know. Because who's playing running back for the 49ers
Some
tonight?
guy named Patrick Taylor Jr. I've never heard of.
Exactly. Everybody scouted. Look, last week, I'm like, man, who's going to run the ball? Garendo is out. Obviously CMC is out, right? Elijah's been out. I'm like, the 49ers don't have a run game, possibly tonight. But, yet I still figure that Tim Patrick's going to have a night, and all of a sudden everybody's going to know his name a little bit more in the NFL circles. This is going to be a gritty game tonight on both sides. It doesn't matter about the records. Today is an old-school NFC West battle, rivalry game that is going to come down to the final play, final seconds. I think it's going to come down, honestly, to who do you trust in the field goal kicking game, Moody or Cardi. Those two dudes, I think that's what the game really comes down to. We're not talking about that. That's what I feel like in a 3-point game, a game point man. Who do you trust more? Joshua Cardi from Stanford right there, not too far away from you guys, and then Jake Moody at kicker.
Well, Jake Moody
trust him. I don't.
Well, Jake Moody did miss the kick in week 3 that would have put the game away.
Exactly.
So I don't think we're trusting him much. Niner fans are ready to cut him right now. They're ready to cut him last week, for crying out loud. Matthew Stafford, the way he's throwing the football, I may have underrated him for so long, but his toughness, I underrated. He's a tough SOB at the quarterback position, and he's spinning it right now. He is throwing dimes. So does it matter if it rains for Matthew Stafford? Because everybody makes a big deal about the rain for Brock Purdy. Like, oh, my God, he can't play in the rain. Well, what about Matthew Stafford?
Yeah, I think for Stafford last week, he showed you why he's still Yoda. He's still one of the great quarterbacks in this league, and he may not be ranked in much in terms of the Justin Herberts and Lamar Jacksons and Patrick Mahomes, but man, all it is with Matthew Stafford is you've got 2 minutes left in the game, and the Rams are down by 3 or up by 3. I don't know if there's a quarterback in the league I trust outside of Patrick Mahomes that can secure a victory for you. We saw it last week. He can do it again this week. And I don't think the rain truly stops him. I think Sean McVey and these guys will have a game plan for the 49ers. And we'll see. If it does rain, I think it helps out the 49ers because with Mustafa out, with Hufanga coming back, little note, man, the Rams went a lot of 10 personnel last week, Bonte. A lot of 10 personnel. That means one running back, 4 wide receivers, no tight end. They forced Buffalo to have to cover. So they may try to put 4 wide receivers out there, forcing Hufanga and these guys, Diamondor, they're going to have to communicate because they may have to all be able to cover, even put some stuff on, I think, Fred Warner having to cover a lot as well.
Damn, I got a decision on one of my fantasy football players, Jordan Love or Matthew Stafford. You got me thinking Matthew Stafford. I don't want to root against my 49ers.
He was referenced as Yoda.
Yeah, I know. I know. I own a Yoda T-shirt, even though I'm not a Star Wars fan.
10 personnel, but do you know Yoda?
No, I have a Yoda T-shirt, Kirk, but I'm not the biggest star. Hey, look, our show thread yesterday, I'm getting ready for Warriors and Rockets. Show's about to come on. These guys are texting left and right about Star Wars. I'm like,
no, this is what happened, Kirk, as a Star Wars fan. We looked at the floor of the Houston Rockets, and what did you say, Spadoni, specifically?
I said it looked like if Darth Maul was a court, that's what it would look like.
And we all started talking Star Wars, and I thought it was funny.
Everything goes back to Star Wars. No, I didn't get mad. I almost left the conversation. I said, "What? Am I in the wrong thread? What's going on here? I'm getting ready for the Emirates NBA Cup. I'm trying to go to Las Vegas."
I was mad last night. I got mad because Steph went hero ball on me, man.
Yeah,
and I didn't like that decision by Steph, dude. Like, as great as he is, the Hall of Famer that he is, the greatest player that he is, but you can't let your battle with Dylan Brooks get personal. And it got personal in that final stanza, right? You don't take that shot with that amount of time left. He felt that was the best shot he was going to get because Dylan Brooks was in his basket all night long. And so he decides to force a shot. And then now we got, the ball rolling around. Look, I never wanted to be in the ref's hands, but it was in the ref's hands last night. And I give that credit to Houston, dog. Like, for real. They, as a young team, they were the better team the final 2 minutes. And I thought I would never see that from a Warriors team, but that's what the Rockets were. They were the better, grittier, defensive, and more focused team. And to have a couple of shot clock violations, like, come on, Draymond, what are we doing, dog? What we doing?
Well, they didn't score in the last 3 minutes and 3 seconds. We've seen this like 3 times over the last couple of weeks. And a lot of people were afraid. To kind of call out Stephen Curry. But even if he takes a bad shot, you shoot it with 4 seconds left. Everybody gets a scrimmable. Game's over. But you're right, because I thought about the same thing. I said he wanted to go night on Dylan Brooks in Houston, leading into Vegas, man. I deep down inside, you can feel it.
You can see it. And he got a little separation, and he was like, okay, I'm going to take this shot. And look, I will never tell Steph Curry to turn down a shot. But I think in that instance, the way that the game was being played out, I think the reason why it was such a loose ball was because everybody was shocked that he took that took the shot that early, right? You taking the shot that early within the shot clock and the game clock. I just thought, look, hey, the referees are going to make calls. When you're on the road, I know you don't want to see that call when they're on the ground. He don't even have the ball in his hands, and yet
but Kerr,
you're whistling the ball.
The referee was awful last night. When I watched this guy he went to the scorer's table, looked into the camera, and then Bill Kennedy. Listen to this. This was absurd. It was like he was trying to be an actor. He was auditioning.
27 years in the league, 151 playoff games. Well, this is 8 NBA Finals.
This is different, too. The fact that they're talking about it this long, you can tell that wasn't.
All right, here we go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
After reviewing the play, the personal foul that was called stands as called because it does not meet the criteria for a flagrant foul.
Look, as a former athlete, a professional athlete, you're still covered. These officials are out of control. What was that?
That was him trying to be a showman. That was him trying to make it about himself, obviously, in a crucial time in that game. And look, I laughed about it. I said, all right, but always remember, you can never put it in the ref's hands, especially on the road. And that shot by Steph in the miss allowed that to happen. Steph makes it. We're having a different conversation. Gritty Warriors win. Didn't play well down the stretch. But with the miss, this is what we have to come to. I just didn't like the late game execution. Yep. We really got too Steph-centric, right? And Steph make and all of a sudden Draymond's got the ball with 2 seconds left. We didn't know what to do with the basketball last night. So, yeah, frustrating on that end, but you can't let those little battles, right? Steph didn't really have a great shooting night, shot under 50%, but still you can't make that shot or shoot that shot in that time frame. Just couldn't do it, and they won. I give them that. I give them credit.
22 turnovers for the Warriors, gave up 30 points off those turnovers. They're a minus 12 in that department. 5-2. Can't wait to see you again, man. When you come back to the Bay, make sure you hit us up, man. Have fun tonight watching the game. Rams, Niners, SoCal versus NorCal. Desperation game for the Niners. Rams want to win the division. Should be a good one at Levi Stadium. Thanks for the time, 5-2.
Hey, we didn't have no chance at Soto, huh? The Giants had no chance.
No chance. But hey, Corbin Burns.
Okay.
Corbin Burns.
Just making sure.
Corbin Burns. All right, 5-2.
All right, y'all. But y'all be well, man. Have fun tonight.
You too. All right, Kirk Morrison, man, one of our great guests here on the Morning Roast, man. He's awesome. Current Rams pre- and post-game host. Of course, Bishop O'Dowd, legend, San Diego State, former Raider linebacker. I love talking to 5-2, man. He knows all sports. He's tapped in, and he was at the Carrier Dome watching Lubbock's Hurricanes go down. Oh, it was special. More coming up. Niners, Rams, Rockets, Warriors. We got Barkley Sound. We got a lot going on here in the last 90 minutes of the show coming up. Brought to you by Bayer Fast Track.
In sports, success.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Nah, I'll take it away, Loon Dog. So many things going on right now in the Bay Area. We got the Willie Adames presser at 11:30.
That is at 11:30, right
That's
here on 95.7 The Game.
San Francisco Giants shortstop. 11:30. We're going to take it live here today. Warriors lose in a weird way down the stretch in Houston. They're out of the Emirates Cup. Steve Kerr will be on Willard and Dibs at some point today. I want to say around 3 o'clock, give or take.
Might be suggestible.
So I can't wait to hear what he has to say after he blasted the referees last night.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
And he wanted to go to Las Vegas, and I did too. Steph Curry, let's call it what it is, took a bad shot with way too much time left on the game and play clock, shot clock, if you will. And the Warriors can't secure a rebound. They get a foul called on Jonathan Kaminga. Guy hits both free throws. They lose the game. And then you got the 49ers versus the Rams tonight. So sports is percolating here in the Bay Area. Absolutely percolating. And we want to hear from you guys, 888-957-9570. We just talked to Kirk Morrison, and it feels like the Rams are fired up. They're ready to go. They've got their full arsenal of weapons. Matt Stafford's playing great football right now. McVay's rallying the troops. Puka, Cooper. You got Kyron Williams. Their offense feels good. But the underrated part of this team, even though the Bills put up a ton of points, it felt like they were chasing. I feel like their defense isn't getting a lot of love.
Defensive line is really good with these two rookies out of Florida State, Fisk and Verse, and I got to watch them last year being a Florida State fan, changing games. And it was unfortunate that Jordan Travis, I truly believe this. If Jordan Travis doesn't get hurt for Florida State, the stock of Verse and Fisk go up, and they're not second-round picks. I believe they're first-round picks if they get an opportunity to play in a college football playoff game. I believe Keon Coleman, if he gets that showcase in a playoff game, he's a first-round pick. But these Rams defensive linemen, and Young is really good, number 0.
Yep.
They're a tough bunch, man. They're a tough bunch. And they get up 38-21 on Buffalo and take away their run game and force 3 and outs. That's all you got to do. You got to keep these teams from scoring. So Josh Allen was incredible late in that game, but it was too little too late. Who was it? Here's his name. Byron Young, Brayton Fisk. You got Verse coming off the bench. Verse starts. Jared Verse, number 8. He's a great player. And they got some no-name defenders who seem to be in the right place at the right time. So this Rams team is getting better and better. They play with high IQ, but it's their offense that leads the charge. It's McVay with his game plan, all the motions, all the 10 personnel, the 11 personnel. They never play with a fullback. They're going to be in single-back sets all night long, whether it's 1 tight end and 3 wide receivers or 4 wide receivers and no tight ends. It's a tough bunch. I wonder how much they're going to try to run the ball with Kyron Williams, because in week 3, the way they ran the ball, he only averaged like 3.5 yards a carry in that game, but it felt like it was effective running. They stayed ahead of the sticks in that football game, and it felt like they wore down that 49ers defense in week 3.
Well, I think in the second half of the Bears game, it gets lost because they had such a big lead. But the Bears getting effective run game going really kind of opened things up for their passing game, and they went a little no huddle. If I'm the Rams, you got to think that they're going to go no huddle here on the Niners. They're not deep on defense. You can dictate personnel. You could stay in control. You allow Matt Stafford to kind of call everything at the line. That's what I would do if I was them. Mixing it up. I think you're going to see a lot of screens. Every time the Niners have faced the Rams, they love throwing the screens, tight end screens, running back screens, wide receiver screens. The Niners have failed to tackle in space, and I would continue to see that as a problem.
The Niners haven't been a good team all year. When they played Tampa Bay, they had a losing record. Tampa Bay's coming on and surging. I think they're going to win the NFC South.
They feel like a different team today than they were when we played.
No doubt. So why should we expect the Niners to show up for this game when they haven't showed up for games like this all season long? And when I mean not showing up, I don't mean not playing hard, because I think they play hard.
They haven't played 4 full quarters.
They haven't played full. They've been inconsistent. Lack of execution, like the Warriors down the stretch. Lack of execution. I think the urgency is there. I think they've played hard, but they just haven't executed at a high level. So why should we expect anything different today against the LA Rams when they haven't showed it basically all season long?
Because the minute that they hit rock bottom against Buffalo, it feels like this team has kind of picked themselves up. It's one game. They have to go out and prove it. And that's kind of the go back to you got to kind of prove it to us fans. Like, we're going to support you. We're going to be out here trying to rally the troops, but you got to rally us by showing us. Boy, it'd be nice to have Debo Samuel have a big game. You know, I know it gets lost, but when they were up in Seattle, that first quarter touchdown that he had, that long run, I mean, think about that on primetime on a Thursday game. That galvanized that team. And he was screaming and yelling into the stands. It felt like they rode that momentum for multiple quarters. I would just love to have some Debo moments early in this game.
I would too. But I just want to win. I want to see how Brock Purdy executes in this game. 888-957-9570 is a number. What's your thoughts on tonight's game? What's your key to the game? Turnover battle, first downs, third down defense. This is where I get worried against the LA Rams and Matt Stafford. Third down defense has been atrocious. Now, last week was great, right? You played against Caleb and the Bears. Yeah, 4 straight third downs in which you register a stack. Great third down defense in that game against Chicago. But that's been the outlier because all season long they've been very, very disappointing on third down when it comes to getting off the football field. To me, that is the biggest key on the money down. Can you not only keep the Rams behind the sticks, keep them in third log situations, but can you get off the damn football field on third down? That, to me, is imperative. You don't get off the football field on third down, it's going to be a long night. I mean, you could say that for every single game, but more so the 49ers because they're one of the worst teams when it comes to third down defense.
I love playing this exercise, calling out. As in, I need this person to have a big game. Who would you call out on both sides of the ball?
Everybody. Not
pick someone.
No, I can't because football's not played like that. You can, but
it's the quarterback on offense.
I try to play the game, but honestly, I don't really care about who's going to ball out or not. I just want a damn win. It's got to be, and it can't just be one guy. This team is not good enough to lean on one guy right now. With all the injuries they have, with all the execution problems and guys coming, like there's no Trent Williams. Barch gets hurt last week, so Aaron Banks is coming back into the lineup, coming off a concussion. He hasn't played in a few weeks. But Malik Mustafa, one of your more impressive rookies, is out tonight. So now you got to go back to Jair Brown, who's played terrible at the safety spot this season. So now he's next to Hufanga, who just came back, and now he's got to come back and guard these jokers, these wide receivers. Holy smokes. So to me, this game doesn't come down to one guy. It comes down to I'm calling out the entire damn team plus the coaching staff. I know you wanted me to play the game, and I'm here for that. But tonight is about everybody. It's about the entire damn team. It ain't just Debo. It ain't just George Kittle. I need all these dudes to ball out tonight. All of them. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I need the quarterback to play ball security. When he doesn't turn it over, it feels like the offense is prolific. When he turns it over a couple of times, it just feels like things get a little stagnant and the offense isn't explosive. The specific turnovers, when they cross the 50, have crushed this team. Not just the quarterback. Other people have put the ball on the ground, but missed field goals, botched attempts on fourth down. They've had a lot of different mistakes on the other side of the 50. They can ill afford to have that happen again. And then I look at on defense specifically. I'm gonna call out the specific trio of their cornerbacks. They're going to have to play an excellent game. And I know pass rush is going to be totally tied to that, and I get it, but we cannot have defensive holdings and pass interferences down the field. This is going to be an unbelievable test for Renardo Green, Charvarius Ward, and Deommodore Lenoir.
So I think it's got to be the whole squad. It's got to be the D-line, which is connected to the DBs. The D-line's got to get pressure on Matthew Stafford because if he has time all day long, it's not going to matter. He's going to carve up your secondary. I don't care if you got Deion Sanders. I don't care if you got Rod Woodson. If you give Matthew Stafford time within this offense, he's going to carve you up. So it's got to be the defensive line with pressure. It's got to be these DBs play their asses off, Charvarius Ward and Deommodore Lenoir. And I wonder if the Niners are going to play more man defense because if he plays zone against McVey and he knows where you're going to be in these spots, you can get carved up by Matthew Stafford in his offense. So to me, this has got to be the ultimate team game. It really does. I hear you.
Debo stats, though. I hear you.
It's got to be the entire. It's got to I hear you on the game, and one guy's got to do this and that, and you want to call out. That's fine. I'm calling it the whole damn team.
Okay,
you got to put together 4 quarters as a team.
But Debo's owned the Rams in 9 games, not including that one NFC Championship game. He's got almost 50 catches, 650 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's receiving. Rushing, he's got 4 touchdowns, 155 yards on 25 attempts. They're 11-3 when Debo gets at least 5 rush attempts. 2-0 this year, Jets and the Bears. So I think this is a heavy Debo game, some way, somehow. I think they got to get Debo rolling. And I think blocking is a big portion of it. They threw a screen last week to Debo out on the edge. And both Brendel and whoever the other guard was just completely whiffed on their blocks. Completely whiffed.
Bobby and Los Altos didn't want to talk to us. What was the conversation? Lovely had like a 3 minute.
He had some questions about the Doobie Awards and some other stuff. He wanted some Warriors conversation too, and I told him to call back when we're talking about the Warriors.
Oh, what did you want to talk about with the Warriors?
We'll find out when we start talking Warriors again.
Debo has 1 touchdown this year. Brandon Ayuk had none. 1 touchdown this year. And it was that Seahawks game.
It's not surprising because
one
red zone
touchdown for
offense.
Debo's not surprising.
No, it's not surprising.
He came into camp.
No. Hear me out. Yes, 1 touchdown is alarming. McCaffrey not having a touchdown is alarming. But they haven't scored in the red zone. So when we play this out and we're in December and we look at the way they've executed the red zone, yeah, it's not surprising anymore because they don't score touchdowns.
What would be the amount of money I would have for you to bet to say that CMC, Ayuk, and Debo would combine for 1 touchdown on December 12th?
Before the season, yeah, I wouldn't have bet on that. But as the season is played out, it's like, damn, they don't score in the red zone.
Yeah, but even then, you would expect him to break one. Just find a way to break one. I'm shocked that Debo has 1 touchdown and then Ayuk and CMC obviously none. It's just that's not in my wildest dreams could I have foreseen any scenario where that was possible.
Yeah, that's a tough one. We're going to talk to Jake Hutchinson, we're going to get the Niner perspective because he's been down at practice. We'll get all the lowdown on who's going to be in, who's going to be out. Is Greenlaw going to play? Is he going to make a season debut? Do you even want to see Drake Greenlaw? He's going to be a free agent after the season. He will. He will be.
Do you think he wants to, we strip away, obviously, he wants to play, he's a gamer, but for his free agency, there is a risk here. You go out there, you don't look so hot with a defense that's not that great.
Cost still some money. I think they may hold out Greenlaw. I don't know. Well, that's Jake Hutchinson. I don't even know. I
have no idea.
I don't know because if he doesn't play today and they lose, then there's no point in him playing.
Who is he playing for? Are you going to take out Devondre Campbell? He actually shockingly had a good game last week.
I know.
So is he the guy who's going to be odd man out?
I guess.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
Yeah, maybe Jake. That's for Jake. That's for Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 Game Insider here at Odyssey. I don't know how you play it out here, but it's a desperation game. And when it's a desperation game, all hands on deck for me. Debo, yeah, he's got to play well. George Kittle's got to play well. Jawad Jennings has to play well. Brock Purdy has to play well.
Jennings had a monster game.
The offensive line has to play well. They have to give this guy – and this defensive line, when you don't have Trent Williams and you got Aaron Banks coming back and Jake Brindle struggling and Colton McKivitz, it's a dangerous defensive line to go up against today. A dangerous defensive line in the LA Rams.
That's why I think running the ball and ball control and the short controlled passes around the line of scrimmage, that's why I keep coming back to Debo. I think he's going to be vital, and I think Kittle's going to end up blocking a lot more than we want him to in this game, and
that bothers me.
Jennings had the monster game against them down in LA.
Can you imagine that? George Kittle just has 6 catches for 151 yards on 6 targets. And think about what you just said. George Kittle may be in blocking today. Okay. That would be criminal. Think about that, Spinoni. Would that be criminal?
I agree, but you also don't have your Hall of Fame left tackle. Well, you have a patchwork offensive line.
I get it.
This is what the coach wants by design. He tells you he doesn't want to spend a lot on his offensive line, and so you're gonna look. It drives me insane.
Well,
but you're gonna get Kittle blocking.
And gotta have it game in the Super Bowl. He gets 4 targets. No, 3 targets. I think just the 1 catch. What was it? 2 catches? I don't even trying to forget that game. But basically, not involved in the passing game. And he's coming off one of his best games of the season. 6 catches, 151, running wild against the Chicago Bears. And on Thursday, if we come back in tomorrow morning and George Kittle has less than 6 targets, I'm going to be a little pissed off. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll be a little pissed off. I don't care what this offensive line. I need George Kittle in the pass game. He's your most explosive player right now in the passing game.
Well, and this goes back to how hard is it going to rain? Are they going to have a tough time just even dropping back? I don't know. I mean, look, that Buffalo game, it felt like a lot of the critique of the play calling is out the window because of the elements. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I'm not buying it. Baldy wasn't buying it. I wasn't buying it. Nobody was buying it. I'm not throwing that out. I can't use that excuse. Buffalo's throwing the ball down the field. They're running the ball with effectiveness. I mean, I can't buy that. Football's football, man. You got to go out there and ball out. I'm not here for the weather excuses. They got their ass kicked in Buffalo. They got their asses kicked in Green Bay. Killed.
What's
they
your
can outscore in those 2
right
weeks? 73-20?
What's your confidence level? 0 to 100. 100 being most confident, 0 to 0 confidence.
Probably 50-50. I mean, no.
How can it be that high?
I don't, because it's a divisional game, and division games are different, right?
I'm at like 31%.
And they dominated. They dominated the Rams in that first game, and they let their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter.
If this comes down to kicking, whoo!
Yeah, we might be in trouble. We might be in trouble. But they can beat the Rams. It's not like the Rams are light years better than this team. The Niners have talent. They still have talent on that football field, and they have Brock Purdy, who we all believe is a top 10 quarterback in this league. Or do we still believe that? I believe it. I believe he's a top 10 quarterback in this league. So if I got that, and I have Brock Purdy who's making smart decisions, I do believe they have a great chance to win this football game. They know the Rams know the Niners. These are division games. Division games are different. It should be tight. So I do believe, would it shock me if the Niners won? No, not at all.
You're asking about like Brock
Purdy. Would it shock you if the Niners won tonight?
Completely shock me.
Really?
Yes. Yeah, it would.
Wow.
Well, they've had one good game.
Would it shock you, Spadone?
One good game in 2 months.
They would have to do something they really haven't done all season.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And your point about Brock, and we can not see eye to eye on this, but Brock Purdy, top 10 quarterback. I think we say things like that flippantly. And really, I believe 8 through 14 fluctuates so much week to week, month to month. If you asked that same question earlier this season, I would not have had Baker Mayfield higher than Brock Purdy. Currently, today, I have Baker Mayfield higher than Brock Purdy because of the fluctuation, like confidence level of how I view someone. You asked me a year ago, I would not have had Jared Goff above Brock Purdy. You asked me today, I do have Jared Goff above Brock Purdy. I think it's fluid for some of those guys in that 8 to like 14 range. And yeah, I don't have that much confidence in Purdy as a top 10 quarterback. And that sounds unfair, but I'm just going off body of work the last handful of weeks. I still think there were a lot of plays, and he made the plays, but he underthrew them so bad. I don't know how healthy he is
here, man. He went 20 and 25 for 325 last week.
Guys were wide open.
But you know what? He's got to hit him there.
Jawan Jennings.
How many times did we see Jimmy
70 steps?
Dude, how many times did we see Jimmy Garoppolo miss wide open guys? This guy's good. Brock Purdy's thrown for over 3,000 yards. He's on pace to possibly throw for another 4,000 yards. Okay, he's got the 15 touchdowns and the 8 picks. But the completion percentage is getting back up there. It's at 67% again. He was at 69 last week. I still believe Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback. I look at everything around him. How can you be great on a consistent basis when, we all admit it, you're not great without a great offensive line, right? The offensive line last season was really good. I believe it. Even though the metrics may say something different, I believe the offensive line was solid for the most part. Trent Williams been ended on a lineup. Aaron Beck's been ended on a lineup.
So is Tristan Wirfs and Chris Godwin.
Yeah, but I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at the way the Niners were playing. No, I'm not. I hear all that. And when Baker Mayfield didn't have Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, guess what? They lost a lot of football games.
Yeah,
they did. They lost games. They got their asses kicked in Tampa Bay.
But now they got those guys back. Receiver now.
But they have Mike Evans.
Beat you without anyone.
Stafford won. Stafford's a great quarterback. Stafford's great. I'll give him that. But at the same time, did Stafford beat the Niners or did the Niners blow that game?
I thought Stafford.
The Niners blew that game. To me, the Niners blew that football game. They blew that game.
Stafford was pretty incredible.
He was incredible.
Matt Stafford still hasn't beaten the Niners as Rams quarterback at Levi Stadium.
Right, but Brock Purdy was excellent.
Weird.
Brock Purdy was excellent in that game in Week 3. Excellent.
Last time Rams starters, because last year was Carson Wentz, so I'm not really using that one. But prior to that, it's been since October 21st, 2018, where Rams starters have won a game at Levi Stadium.
Well, that was
39-10.
Yeah, Todd Gurley.
Look,
all whites.
I'm going to say something controversial.
They were wearing all yellow.
I'm going to say something controversial. Matthew Stafford, right now, I'm sure a lot of people take Matthew Stafford. He's the more accomplished quarterback, no doubt about it. The better arm, better IQ, all that. But Brock Purdy was a better quarterback on the field in Week 3. He was a better quarterback.
I mean, if I gave Brock Purdy Tutu Atwell and whoever he was throwing to, I don't know, man. I thought that Stafford, given the circumstances, was pretty damn good.
Dude, Brock Purdy threw for 292 without George Kittle and Debo Samuel. And he was throwing a out-of-shape Brandon Ayuk and Jawan Jennings. He threw 3 touchdown passes at SoFi Stadium. Brock Purdy was a better quarterback on the field.
I think we've learned now Jawan Jennings is pretty good.
Right, he's good. But Brock Purdy was a better quarterback on the field.
Okay, well, All right.
Threw for 292 and 3 touchdowns in that game.
Stafford,
you know what happened in that football game? Special teams blew it.
Yeah,
he gave up a punt fake. You missed a field goal. Ronnie Bell dropped a dime that would have got Brock Purdy over 300 yards in that game and got them to win.
But Purdy also missed Brandon Ayuk over the top. Like there's a lot of different things that happens. Look, man, when it's winning time,
you are down on Brock Purdy. I can't believe it.
He's had a kind of like underwhelming season by the standards of what he did last year was so impressive. Well, I thought he could build on it.
But don't you think that not having Christian McCaffrey?
Of course, but that's the NFL, Bonte.
But no, not having Debo Samuel in and out the game. George Kittle, Brock Purdy's making $1 million this year.
Josh Allen's throwing to Mac Hollins, for Christ's sake. Like
Brock Purdy's making $1 million this year.
I understand, but I'm judging him based on the algorithm of they want to pay him a lot of money, and you're asking me like all things equal. And when I add all these things up, those are all the determining factors. You don't get to play with the superstar team every single week. That's the NFL.
I think Brock Purdy, for the most part, has some bad games. Sure. I think Brock Purdy's been solid.
If I told you heading into this year, okay, he would have 15 touchdowns and 8 interceptions, and the team would be 6-7. I think it would be like, wow, what the hell happened?
Yeah, but I would say that if everybody was healthy.
But Everybody's
not healthy.
Debo's been healthy.
But Kittle missed a couple games early.
He's still running the ball at over 4.5 a clip.
Kittle missed a couple games early. Did he not?
It's the end. Everyone is hurt.
I'm just saying, though, but when you look at this offense and the way they function, we can't look at it the way Tampa Bay runs their team and the Rams runs their team. The Niners run their team definitely different. Their system is completely different than a lot of teams in this league, and the way they function is different than a lot of teams in this league. I just think the way they depend on Christian McCaffrey and Debo and George Kittle, it impacts the quarterback. And then when you have your left tackles now playing up the far, that affects the quarterback. The quarterback I think Brock Purdy's had a solid season. I believe in Brock Purdy to be a top 10 quarterback.
Has he played like a top 10 quarterback through whatever week this is in the NFL?
But you could pick apart every quarterback. Has Jared Goff?
Yeah, Jared Goff's been one of the...
threw 5 interceptions in a football game.
You're asking me, he's been probably one of the, top 5 MVP
Jalen Hurts,
candidates.
has he played top 10 quarterback all season long?
Jalen Hurts, I don't know. I think Saquon has been.
Jaden Daniels hasn't.
Well, Jaden Daniels has fallen off, absolutely.
Right. We're talking about Saquon Barkley, who helps out Jaden. Think about it. He's got Saquon Barkley helping out the offense.
Yeah, but he was also missing A.J. Brown.
We saw Christian McCaffrey do that. We saw Christian McCaffrey. A.J. Brown is throwing a hissy fit out there in Philadelphia despite winning due to the quarterback play. What about Baker Mayfield? Has he played like a top 10 quarterback all season long?
No, but this last month has been really impressive. And they're now rounding into form. It looks like they're going to win that division.
Has Patrick Mahomes played like a top 10 quarterback all season long?
Patrick has the metrics will tell you no, but he's got one loss.
He has one loss because the defense has been great, but their offense has not functioned at a high level whatsoever. The guys who's played like a top 10 quarterback consistently, in my opinion, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Justin Herbert hasn't.
Justin Herbert's been pretty good.
He hasn't played like a top 10 quarterback consistently.
He's had a better year than Brock.
He hasn't played like a top 10 quarterback consistently. Okay. That's just my opinion. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley.
Hey, look, man. All these quarterbacks, they've all had bad games. And you got the injury bug, and then you got the gambling bug. And our defense is the one that's been giving up late drives in the fourth quarter, giving up when we had the lead. You know what I'm saying? But let's get hyped for the Rams. When have the Rams really dominated us? Let's go out and just smash Stafford tonight, man. What's up, man? It's go time, man. Isn't Greenlaw coming back tonight?
I hope so. We're going to talk to Jake Hutchinson at 9:20 to get the lowdown on that. We got to get fired up, man. Nick, get this fan base fired up, man. Well, you're worried and scared, and it's the damn L.A. Rams. What's happened to beat L.A., man? It's a game day. We're out here like...
Well, when it's been winning time, Kyler Murray has beaten them in crunch time. Geno Smith has beaten them in crunch time. Like, we can just go right down the list.
And that's on the defense. That's on the defense on getting stops. Again, they're 27th in the league in third down stops. The 5 teams that are worse than the Niners in terms of getting off the field on third down: Carolina, Atlanta, Arizona, Indianapolis, and Jacksonville. Not a good. And Cincinnati's right above the Niners. Guess what? All these teams, Carolina, Atlanta, and now Arizona, who don't look like a playoff team, they're not going to the playoff. These are not playoff teams. You have to get off the football field on third down. And
all defense hasn't been good, but I think the offense is also underwhelmed, specifically like in these fourth quarters and these second halves. Given that they still have some personnel out there that can make things happen.
I mean, the defense got to make a stop, right? I mean, the Niners, they got to make a stop, right? They have to. Let's go to Mark in Oakland. What's happening?
Good morning, roasters and roastettes. How y'all doing, Shasty and Bonte? Just trying to dodge raindrops. You know how it is. But anyway, fellas, look, Purdy is definitely our guy because if you look at all the quarterbacks we had to go through to get to him, starting with who's that kid out of Iowa that they picked in the 5th round? Casey, what's his name?
Beathard.
Yeah, C.J. Beathard. And we started with Brian Hoyer. I don't know how that dude gets a job in the NFL, but Kaepernick can't. That's another story. And then Nick Mullins. And then we finally get Garoppolo, who takes us there but really can't take us there. And we get a kid that can actually throw timing routes for once. And that's Brock Purdy. Is he worth the $60 million that he's in line to get? No, but he probably should get 52. But the bottom line is, if you look at his numbers last year compared to this year, they're really not that different. The only difference is the team is healthier, and we had a better defense last year, even though last year was when our defense started falling off. My thing is this. When you replaced Wilkes with Sorensen, you should have known that that was going to be a downfall. A guy that never coached defense before. Why couldn't you get a Ryan, like a Rex or a Rob, if you wanted somebody to have your defense stout? Because that's what's giving up our games. It's the defense.
Look, Mark in Oakland, I'll subscribe to that. Now, I want the offensive carry defense at times. When I think about the Arizona game, James Conner went crazy in the 4th quarter. Ran the ball down their throats, and they stole that football game. You look at the Rams game in week 3, special teams. You miss a field goal. You give up a punt fake to keep the Rams in the game. They're down 4th. They're about to lose. They're about to tap out. You give up a punt fake on 4th and 6. 4th and 6 or 4th and 6, whatever the hell it was, and they get 7 yards. And then you give up a big punt return at the end of the game. And then you give up the big deep ball to Tutu Atwell, or you get called for pass interference, Devondre Campbell there on the sideline. Then I look at the Seattle game where Geno, you don't execute. All right, I'll give it on the offense. You don't execute on 2nd and 11. You don't make that pass to Debo Samuel. That's on Brock. I'll give it. But then you allow Geno Smith and company to go right down the field to steal that game. That's 3 division games right there. That should have gone your way. And we're singing a different tune.
Well, they had the ball in their hands, and they could have ended the game.
Could have. I agree with that. I mean, but man, can the defense, they get paid too? Can they pick up? The offense every now and then? It's a team game.
Time for the legal.
That's all I'm saying. Brock's been all right. Brock, you know what? Brock is not, when it comes to the list of worries on this football team, Brock's not even in my top 15. Not even close. I feel good about Shanahan and Brock moving forward. Now, can my receivers get separation off the line of scrimmage? Does that matter? They have the lowest separation rate, the wide receiver room in the league.
If you want to be one of the $60 million quarterbacks, we're making a lot of excuses. He's had a good year, not great. Last year was unbelievable. It's okay to critique a little. He's been good, not great. He's been up and down at times. I don't know why everyone has to do cartwheels.
No, we're not.
State the obvious.
I'm not doing cartwheels over Brock Purdy. I'm not giving out Capri Suns or fruit snacks. I'm just telling you what it is. Don't be confused by the facts. The wide receivers are the worst in the league at getting separation. The worst.
You also have one of the best run games in the league. Whether it's yards per attempt or game. Like they are a prolific run team. And you've had that opportunity all year. They have stalled out in the red zone. They haven't thrown as many touchdowns. There's more interceptable plays than there were last year. There's a lot of stuff saying, like, again, he's not awful. No one's saying he's awful. He just hasn't been as good as we wanted him to be. And you were hoping with another year under the system that he'd be able to maybe put a little more on his plate this year and be able to carry you to some victories when things fall apart around you.
But look at all the factors, though, man. Look at all the factors. And again, these games down the stretch, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Just look at the way these games have ended. Look at them. Look at the way they've played out. Steven SF, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? I mean, we all know, we've talked about it at length as far as what happens on both sides of the ball. The defense for sure has their issues, don't get me wrong. But I think, for me at least, what I've seen throughout this entire season, special teams is another factor that you can't discount. But we're talking purely offense.
No doubt.
Offense and defense, that Rams game, 10 points in quarter 2 to quarter 4, 0 points in the second quarter. Arizona, 0 points in the entire second half for the offense.
Great.
The defense doesn't have Hargrave. It's out Bosa. It's out. I know that there's schematic. There's all of that stuff. I'm not giving. But when you go, well, they've got to get this stopped. Yeah, that's where it's like they have a complete collapse where they can't get off on third down. But I'm looking at the offense that still has, despite the CMC stuff, they had Mason in the beginning of the season. Could have used him more when McCaffrey was there.
In that Arizona game, Mason fumbled inside the 10-yard line to ice the game.
That was horrible.
Well, yeah, there is. I mean, that's just been Niners being Niners.
Ronnie Bell dropped the pass. That would have sealed the game.
That's a whole nother.
And Jake Moody. But when guys are hurt, somebody's got to step up and play football. I mean,
well, no, the coach is obsessed with.
Jake Cowrie fiddled around with a fumble on a punt. I mean, damn, he almost blew that one. So there's a lot of factors here.
But you have a first-round pick wide receiver. Like I took to Steve's point, first-round pick wide receivers are kind of underwhelming. We understand what's happened to him. Still got the Hall of Fame tight end. You know how many quarterbacks would die to have George Kittle? Still have a $27 million wideout, whether you think he's a running back or not. You still have a schematic advantage in the run game, which has still been able to churn out yards with their fifth running back out there.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
All right, according to Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, the 49ers plan to activate linebacker Dre Greenlaw. He'll make his 2024 season debut tonight against the LA Rams. We haven't seen Dre Greenlaw since the second quarter of the Super Bowl against Kansas City out in Las Vegas. Dre Greenlaw will make his season debut, and maybe, just maybe, this is the spark that the 49ers need defensively.
God, they've missed his energy. I have no idea what kind of player we're getting. Has anyone even seen him like practice in pads? Because they usually cut off practice.
Yeah, they cut off practice, so no, nobody.
Gosh, I mean, I have no idea what to expect from him. But boy, we've missed him so much, and we underrated him. I'm fired up to see him.
Yeah, sideline to sideline. Let's see what his speed looks like. Let's see what his lateral movement looks like. I'm sure the Rams are going to pinpoint him. See, okay, Dre Greenlaw, let's see what you got. Number 57. Let's pinpoint him. But it's good to see him back on the football field. He's got 4 games left here to kind of prove his worth, Dre Greenlaw. So very important here for the 49ers to get Dre Greenlaw rolling here. Will he start? Will he come off the bench? How many snaps is he going to get? How many reps? Dre Greenlaw, folks. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dre Greenlaw back for this Rams game. We expected him back. I know a lot of people thought he would come back against Tampa Bay. They thought he'd come back against Seattle. He's back now against the LA Rams. So what does it mean to you to see Dre Greenlaw, big play Dre out there? Big play Dre back.
You got to assume they got him on some sort of a limited snap count. And I don't know what the situations are for him to play. This is a guy that I might even test putting on the edge for a couple of plays and just let him blitz.
Yeah.
He's such a ferocious tackler. Over under half personal fouls tonight near the sideline.
I hope not. We can't get this.
I know this team needs a little. They need a little fire.
Can't
though.
Get this team 15 yards. We'll ask Jay Cutcher because now I want to know about Bosa. Will Nick Bosa play? Will Nick Bosa be involved in the lineup? Don't forget the Doobie Awards, by the way. When Spinoni told me, hey, breaking news, I thought Corbin Branch
I did too. I did too.
By the way, we're carrying the Willie Adamas presser today down at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. We're carrying that at 11:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. 95.7 The Game will carry the Willie Adamas presser right here on 95.7 The Game as he gets introduced to the Bay Area media. Can't wait for that. I might be taking a nap because I didn't get sleep, so I have to rewind on that one there. But I'm excited.
Suggestible.
Yeah, I might suggest give myself some sleep because I think I'm going down to Levi's for this football game. I think I'm going down there for this game.
Bring a raincoat.
Yeah, I'll bring the North Face out, or El Soupy Floyd. Shout out to him. Got me a nice little custom-made North Face a couple of years ago, and he tells me that I'm undefeated when I'm wearing it. Well, Soupy Floyd, I've worn it a lot this year. They've lost some games here, but got the raincoat there. We ready to roll? Ready to roll with the raincoat? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
It's a big one. This is a big one. It feels like their whole season rests on how they come out. I'm very interested to see this the first handful of plays and if they can score. Their first opening drive touchdown was last week. That blew me away. That's what the broadcast said. And I was like, really? They didn't do that against the Jets? They said that they had not scored on their opening drive a touchdown all year. And I couldn't believe that.
Are you sure?
That's what the broadcast said.
Well, they were wrong because the Niners scored on the opening drive in Week 3 against the LA Rams.
I'm just going on what I heard in the broadcast.
Yeah, they were wrong. They were wrong. They were absolutely wrong. Somebody gave them bad intel. Jonathan Vilma and Kitty Albert had bad intel. They went right down the field against the LA Rams where Brock Purdy hit Juwan Jennings for a 13-yard touchdown. They were up 7-0 with 11-12 left. I'm looking at the game log right now. They went right down the field. 8 plays, 70 yards to open the game up. They were up 14-0 in the first quarter.
I guess I shouldn't take the broadcast at full disclosure.
I don't know what they were talking about. You know what? I heard that in real time. I was like, huh? What are they talking about?
Well, I have it in my notes. I wrote it down. I always write down the pregame notes when they go through certain things, when they show graphics. And, yeah, Vilma was all over the place.
Yeah, they were wrong on that one because they scored on the opening drive against the LA Rams in that football game. So 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get back into the Warriors after Jake Hutchinson. We could ask Jake about the Warriors too, that late game situation. Hear from Barkley as well. That's all coming up on the Morning Roast, brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery.
driving that drop-top Mustang that he's got or whatever car it is.
Might be suggestible.
You know, we got Jake Hutchinson joining us here very shortly, 95.7 The Game reporter, Hutch Diesel. You follow him on Twitter, on socials, if you will. Got to ask him about Brock. You know, what's up with the shoulder? Got to ask him about Guerrero. Obviously, the news, if you're just getting into your car right now, breaking news. Sounds like the 49ers are activating Dre Greenlaw. I believe he's set to play tonight. I would assume if you're going to activate him.
Yes, he's playing. That's the breaking news. He's playing. He's playing. He's back. After not playing all season, he is back. They're tearing his Achilles in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, so he is back. By the way, Doobie Awards are back too, December 20th. Take the day off. I'm telling you, take the day off. We're going to pump this up every single day because it's going to be a lot of fun. If you listen to the show, if you're a fan of the station, I want you to come out and eat for free with us at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. If you're in the South Bay, come up, pull up. You don't even have to stay for all 4 hours. Just come say hi, say what's up. We'll love to meet you out there. All the listeners out there, wherever you are, even the non-callers, the callers, the texters, the non-texters, the chatters, the non-chatters. I want to meet everybody at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. Should be a lot of fun December 28th on a Friday morning in Sunnyvale. All right, let's get to Jake Hutchinson as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. And all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Always love talking to Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game reporter, Hutch Diesel on Twitter. I never really realized your name was Hutch Diesel. Hutch Diesel. It's a good name. Good name, Jake. All right, big news here. Dre Greenlaw's back, huh?
Yes, sir. He is back, and I'll just say from watching him like even a couple months ago, he was itching to get back. Like he was jumping up and catching balls and scaring Fred Warner because he was basically trying to move like he wasn't coming off an Achilles tear. So, you know, he's going to be fired up.
Where does he slot in? I mean, the Rams run a lot of 3 and 4 wide receiver personnel sets. Does he take, what's the percentage of snaps? Is somebody's spot getting moved? Does he become a pass rusher? How does he fit in to tonight?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question because this is like Devondre Campbell's probably playing the best football he has all year. D. Winters, I think, had a decent game last game, but again, it's the Chicago Bears, so how much does that actually matter? But I would expect that they rotate Greenlaw in. It's hard for me to imagine them just starting him right away. After all that he's been through to come back and given those guys are playing better football, I would expect them to probably rotate him in a little bit. And when it's a clear rushing down, maybe try and get him in there. I'm not sure. They've clearly had a plan to try and get him back for this game. So they've been thinking about it. But the way those other linebackers have played, I'd be shocked if he just straight up, starts and plays every snap. But, nothing's out of the question with him.
What about Bosa and Guerrero? What's the status for those two players, Jake?
Yeah, those guys I think are up in the air. I bet Guerrero is like a true, game time decision with the foot because they're gonna want him out there regardless of whatever pain he's going through. I think they'll probably have him test it out and see how he feels. I mean, he after the game kind of shrugged off the injury. But, and you know how it is with guys after the game. They're all fired up. Mm-hmm. They've got, the blood pumping. And so you kind of need a day or two to let it settle down. I think if he's, 75%, he's a young guy. He's probably going to want to get out there. I would think if it's even close to 50-50 or slightly more than that, they'd put him out there and just limit him so he's not running on it every single play. Because Patrick Taylor Jr. is decent, but they lose a lot if they don't have Isaac Guerrero. And as far as Nick Bosa, I'm honestly a little surprised that he's even questionable for this game. I would think given how severe it sounded with the oblique and the hip and the fact that he basically, when it happened, it sounded like he'd be out for a month. And he's been out for a while now. I would have thought they would just wait for this game to be over. But they also know Matthew Stafford is one of the worst quarterbacks in the league when pressured, and this is basically do or die for the season. So I honestly can't tell with Bosa, but if he's even feeling decent enough, they need him out there.
How do they get Debo going here? I mean, he has been the ultimate Ram killer in the regular season. 9 games, basically 80 touches, 900 yards, 7 touchdowns in those 9 regular season games. And he's destroyed this team. We know Jennings destroyed them earlier this year. How do you get Debo going in this game?
Yeah, I think one of the things that has worked for him in the past is they love their play action concept where they have one guy, run a crosser over the middle, and that's usually Debo, and then they'll have the other receiver sort of run a clear out route. And that's been like a staple for them, but they haven't run a lot of play action this season, and they've usually struggled to get the run game, going like they want to early. If that's something they can do and run the ball against the Rams effectively, that sets up a little bit of the play action to get the ball in Debo's hands in space, where the linebackers come down to the line of scrimmage and there's space behind them. If you do something like that and then Debo's on the move on a crosser, that's something that gets him going because Debo can really only run crossing routes. And he can win contested catches, but as a receiver, he can only really run crossing routes. And then, the ball in his hands on the outside, he just doesn't seem like he has the lateral quickness to make guys miss like he had in the past, and the 49ers aren't blocking that well for him. So it's kind of a perfect storm.
Jake Hutchinson here on the River Islands Guest Line, our 95.7 game reporter, insider, call him everything, jack of all trades here at Odyssey. When you look at the 49ers here moving forward with the defense, actually, so we're on Debo. I meant to ask this one before I forget. What was the temperament in the locker room after the tweets with Debo Samuel? You heard from George Kittle. I know they beat the Bears, and everybody's going to say, hey, man, we beat the Bears. It's all kumbaya. But what was it when you walked in that locker room all week long? What was the temperament when it came to Debo Samuel and some of the players around him?
Yeah, I think it was interesting. We asked George Kittle about him, and he took, quite a long pause before he answered. Wow. When just sort of asked about Debo. I think those guys have been through a lot with him. They know they've seen Debo do some of the most incredible things on a football field that we've seen. Like 2021, I have never seen anything like that. When Debo is at the peak of his powers, he is probably my favorite player in the NFL to watch with the ball in his hand. Like, he's just a truly incredible player. But we can be honest, and he called out a kicker, and then he didn't speak to media after, they got crushed. And then after the first probably really good win, really clean win of the season, he takes to Twitter basically to complain about not getting the ball and is just, that's not a good look. That's not what a captain is supposed to do. And I don't really think it changes the perspective on a lot of guys that have been with him, but it's not setting the tone, right? It's not saying, all right, we're that serious about competing for a Super Bowl. You're on Twitter complaining about touches. I don't think those guys are out on Debo, but there is I think a definite okay, come on, Debo, let's focus on the matter at hand here. So I don't think the locker room is turned on him by any stretch, but I think they're aware that he's not playing at the same level that he used to play at.
Isn't it disappointing too? Sorry, Jesse. Disappointing too that he's a captain of the football team. That's why I had a problem with him not speaking after the Green Bay game and after the Buffalo game when the situation in Tampa Bay happened with Tabor Peppers. Like, you have to see on your chest. I see Purdy, I see Fred, I see George, I see all these guys going up, even Bosa going up to the podium, even though it's not going to answer every question. But Debo going MIA like that kind of rubbed me the wrong way too.
Yeah, it was the same for me because, listen, media members, we can make a lot more out of that stuff than needs to be made a lot of the time. But I think that's pretty unfair to your teammates who you're getting bludgeoned, right? You're getting horrible losses, and then you're going to say, oh, I don't want to talk to the media. Nobody wants to talk to them after the game. And you can do the thing where you give the short answers, but especially with a lot of younger guys on the team who look up to Debo, I do think it's important to just set the standard in certain ways and say, all right, I'm not playing my best, but I'm going to be mature about this. I'm just going to keep my head down and keep working. And he hasn't really done that. And that, it might not matter in that locker room, but I do think there is an element of you got a team that's going to add a lot of young rookies next year. You're relying on a lot of them this year. If you're going to be a captain, you should really be, mature in some of those ways and show those guys how you're supposed to handle yourself.
All right, I want to ask you about Brock Purdy because he was amazing last year, just absolutely amazing. And the season that he had is almost almost impossible to replicate. This year, I was expecting a little more, and I understand there's been a lot of things around him that have not gone well. I'm a big believer in, like, adverse situations do give you some insight into how an individual will react. Everyone can ball out when all the settings are perfect. You get a little bit of rain tonight. You obviously not at full strength at all. You're missing your Hall of Fame left tackle, some of your elite weapons at running back and at wide receiver. How would you grade, Joe, though, this overall season for Brock Purdy?
I'd give him probably a B+, not quite an A-. I'd give him a B+. I think a lot of what has gone wrong for Brock is not quite trusting things, especially early in the season when, he didn't have the rapport with Brandon Ayuk over the offseason. Ayuk was dropping a lot of balls. The offensive line would either call the wrong protection against a blitz, or they wouldn't execute it. So he was under pressure, and when they'd get into third and mediums and third and longs, there'd be somebody unblocked coming right at him. And so he has to throw to an option route, and they didn't have McCaffrey for that first half. That was always the answer. And then McCaffrey comes back, and they're still doing the same thing, but they're not getting the first downs in those key situations, and now he's out. So there's a lot of yes, there's personnel and there's players he's missing. I think, not being on the same page with Ricky Pearsall and having no rapport, that's a factor. But I also think the 49ers haven't had answers in like key third downs. They haven't had the offensive line to set him up for success. And so because of that, I think Brock has not trusted what he's seen as much as he did last year. Also because teams were throwing man coverage at him left and right, and the 49ers didn't have the dudes to separate. And so he's looking, and there's nobody open, or somebody comes open, but he has to escape the pocket because there's pressure coming. So I honestly think Brock has probably gotten, I don't know if he's gotten more criticism than he's deserved, but at times it has been unfair because of, the pressure that's in his face, the lack of separation from the receivers, and just the lack of tactical answers the 49ers have had. Now, I'm not saying he's lit up the world, and I would have liked to see more from him in certain instances and maybe show that he can take some shots downfield in tight windows, and I think he's pulled off a little bit on that. But in general, I think Brock has had a pretty good year with a lot of stuff that hasn't gone his way.
I'm kind of with you there, Jake. I'm kind of with you there, and I trust this quarterback. I do, moving forward with Kyle Shanahan. I think they could make sweet music together, but when their wide receiver room is last in separation, and to the point he's holding on to the ball, and there was like, you go to these games, you see the wide receivers, like, damn, who's open? Who's open? Do you want to just throw it into tight coverage? Like, I'm not trying to make excuses for Brock Purdy because he hasn't been great all season. You gave him a B+, which means that he hasn't been great. He's been good, solid, but not great. How much do you think that elbow shoulder's bothering him? Because we saw the brace in the Buffalo game. We saw him last week kind of underthrow some deep routes. Do you think that is a big-time factor? And maybe he was injured long before we knew about it?
I'm honestly not worried about his elbow or anything like that. I just think he's a quarterback that doesn't have like top-tier arm talent, right? And for the most part, he's been able to make up for that by throwing with high-level anticipation, throwing guys out of breaks. But when you don't trust your receivers completely, like he trusts Juwan Jennings, and he trusts George Kittle. Outside of that, Brock does not clearly does not have high-level faith in a lot of guys, because I keep watching Ricky Pearsall, and there's times he's wide open, and Brock either doesn't see him or doesn't trust the way he's going to come out of the route. So when you're a quarterback that relies on that anticipation and you don't have an Ayuk or, to snap out of the route at the exact timing that you expect, you're going to turn down some of those tight throws because he can't rip it in there like a Josh Allen or Justin Herbert or some of these other guys that can fire the ball into tight windows and take shots in a hole against like a cover 2 defense. He just doesn't have that elite arm talent. And so I think that's why you do ask a lot of questions of him if he's worth whatever they're going to pay him this offseason, if he doesn't have that. But also, if he gets an offseason with, Pearsall and whatever Ayuk's going to be, any of the 49ers receivers, and he does build that rapport, it probably looks a lot better, especially if they invest in the offensive line. But I think you're seeing that, the things people criticized before the draft, when he can't trust that anticipation, sort of the mental side of it as much, he is a more limited quarterback.
What's the fallout if they win? Are guys coming back? Like the Trent Williams and Nick Bosa and guys of that ilk? I mean, maybe Mason. I don't know. It sounds like it's a season ender in terms of the regular season. Like, what is the fallout if they actually can win this game and they have a nice big bye and some time off? Who's coming back? Who can we rely on?
Yeah, I think Trent Williams could come back if they win this game. If they lose, I wouldn't expect Trent back this year. But if they do win, I think Trent's the number one year mark because I think Jordan Mason is done for the year. Just the way this is heading, because they put him on IR, and I think he's got to be on there until he can come off the last week of the season, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they do that, but it's probably going to be meaningless at that point. Just the way these things break down, it's tough because even if they win this game, they still are 2-3 in the division. The best they can finish is 3-3, and they won't know how the Seahawks finish in the division. And the Seahawks have them beat on other tiebreakers. So they got to get really lucky with the Seattle Seahawks for anything to matter. But yeah, they have to win this game for anything to matter to even get Trent Williams back. And he's the number one guy where if you win, then you say, all right, maybe we get Trent back. And depending on how Bosa goes tonight, maybe you get Bosa back the week after.
How's this game play out tonight, Jake, before we let you go?
This is a weird one. I've been going back and forth partially because every Thursday night game just feels like a complete toss-up. Mm-hmm. I think if the 49ers get a little bit of pressure on Matthew Stafford, I'd feel good about them winning.
Right.
If they pressure him, again, he's genuinely like a bottom six quarterback in the league under pressure. He's somehow good against good against the blitz, but not under pressure, which is the 49ers MO. So against probably my better judgment, I am leaning 49ers, even though the Rams could easily, put up 40 and blow them out of the water. But the 49ers and Rams know each other so well. I'm going to say 49ers win this one by like 3, even though I do not feel good about that prediction.
Division games are different, Jake.
They are.
Division games are different. Thursday division game, they are different. There's no doubt about that. But to get pressure on Stafford, man, good luck with that. We'll see. Jake, man, good stuff. Really good stuff, as always, man. Enjoy Levi Stadium tonight. Have fun covering Niners and Rams.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate you.
Anytime, Jake. Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game reporter. Hutch Diesel on Twitter does an excellent job covering the Niners there. So what is your big takeaway from what he had to say about Brock?
I mean, I think he's a little more lenient than I was, which is fine. And everyone has opinions. But there's been opportunities this year where I've wanted him to kind of seize control of the moment and rise to the occasion. And I felt like he's come up a little short. Not every week, but like it's just certain seminal moments throughout the year. I've expected a little more from him. And I don't think that he's had quite the year that he's wanted. And a lot of the reasoning that he was describing, obviously playmakers and this why, the guys in front of him not blocking. I get all that, but I watch all the other, like the elite great quarterbacks. And that's what I want him to be. Those guys, they make plays no matter who's out there. And so I don't know, man, to me, it's a little more disappointing than he was willing to let on. I expected an unbelievable season from him again this year. I thought another year in the offense. They got a first-round wide receiver who's going to add to this. You paid Ayuk. Obviously, you can't control that. You paid CMC. You can't control that. But you were still running the ball really well. Kittle's been pretty damn healthy and pretty damn effective all year. Debo, I just throw my hands up. I don't know what's going on there. I feel like they got enough playmakers, and I feel like the offense still moves the ball a lot.
Well, they do. They're like top 5 in yards gained for the season. They've outgained opponents by over 1,000 yards. And the Lions and Buffalo Bills and the Philadelphia Eagles are on this list, and they're all going to the playoffs. Does Brock Purdy get the benefit of the doubt in this sense? It's his second full season as a starter in the NFL. Second full season. Now, we know he replaced Jimmy Garoppolo late in the season his rookie year, and he played excellent football then. He's kind of just like, hey, he's out there playing or whatnot, probably didn't know the entire playbook, but it is his second full season. Does he get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to that? Because he's in his third year overall.
What do you mean?
That there's going to be struggles. He's still a young quarterback.
I mean, like the team around him is not going to get unbelievably better in the offseason. Like their finances are going to be restrained. He's not in his third year of a rookie deal. He's actually coming up and he's going to get some sort of an extension.
Yeah, but I'm saying for this year, though, that's the future. That's the future. But going into this season, I know he played excellent football last year, but this is his third year in the league and his second as a full-time starter.
No, I would say that I expected it to be better. Like, I just did.
All right.
You know, I expected them.
Was that wrong? Let's say you expect that? Were we a little out of bounds to maybe expect him to be? Because last year
in,
no
year
doubt,
out,
no doubt.
That's what separates them.
No doubt.
Right now, no one's saying that he can't have a down year.
Josh Allen had a down year. Remember last year, there were people that on this station, hell, I think you even said it, that we wouldn't even take Josh Allen over Brock Purdy.
I would always take Josh Allen over Brock
there's a
Purdy.
lot of conversations
That was not me.
about Josh Allen. I don't know, whatever. But a lot of people were like, yeah, Josh, like we had the conversation about the system. You were like, I don't know if Josh Allen could thrive in Shanahan's system.
Well, that's a different question. I don't think that Shanahan would like his improv.
Man, Josh Allen can play in any damn system. He's a great quarterback.
I mean, conceivably, yes.
Yeah, so, you know what I'm saying? But you get what I'm saying. Like, we had question marks about that. Josh Allen had a couple down years after being great. Patrick Mahomes, by the numbers, and we give him a benefit of the doubt because he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback, has a down year. Lamar Jackson has had down years. Jalen Hurts last year had a down year.
Well, Jalen's a great example. So you use great Jalen. He had an MVP-like season, and then he bounced it back with a very disappointing season where he was injured and he didn't look that great. And this year he's been kind of like the team is having a lot of success. I still don't know if he's good or not. And I don't love paying him $50 million a year. Like I don't like that deal for them. I just don't, because I don't know about him. I'm not as sold as maybe Philadelphia is on him. I don't even know where they stand.
I don't think Philadelphia is sold on him right now.
Like I'm up in the air on him, you know? So like there's like 7 guys that I think are, 6 guys maybe even that are like head and shoulders above everyone else. And the rest, like to my point, like between like 8 and 14, these guys fluctuate a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Think about how we felt about Justin Herbert coming into the season. Think about how we feel about Sam Darnold going into Minnesota. Think about how we felt about Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield was awful for the most part his first 4 years. When you look at his overall career, his first 4 years.
Million, right? And so we don't know what he's going to get next year. I don't even hear anyone saying, well, Darnold's getting 60. So like part of this is the baked in of like people talking about $60 million
well, we got to forget that because we don't know what's going to happen with that contract. We don't know if he's getting 60, 50, 40. I have no idea what he's going to make or what he's going to command or what the Niners are willing to give him. C.J. Stroud this year.
Which is exactly what I was talking about last year, which is he had a great end of the year. He threw like 17 touchdowns in the regular season, and he's had a very disappointing second season.
Now, Nico Collins has been out.
Yeah, but I don't care about the context.
But see, you should care about the context because their offensive line in Houston, Texas, I remember they were playing on Monday Night Football. Drake was talking about it. Their offensive line has been one of the most penalized offensive lines in all of pro football. Nico Collins was out. He lost Stephon Diggs to a torn ACL. So the context does matter. What is around you? Tom Brady's last year in New England, I thought he was washed. The greatest quarterback possibly we've ever seen. I thought he was washed. And when you look back at it, it's like, damn, he really didn't have any weapons. Weapons matter.
Of course they matter. They still have weapons. The Texans would die to have George Kittle. They would die to have George Kittle. He's all world.
What I'm saying, though, kind of my point is Nico Collins missed like 4 weeks. 5 weeks. You don't have your number one wide receiver. Stephon Diggs tears his ACL during that same stretch. Dalton Schultz has been up and down. Joe Mixon missed a couple games. So you don't have your weapons. So when a lot of people say, man, C.J. Stroud has been awful.
No, I said he's had a down year.
Yeah, he's had a down year.
Based on expectations.
Based on expectation. Down year. But the context does matter when you don't have all these guys. Same thing with Josh Allen. These things happen.
When I pay someone $50+ million a year, but what I'm saying,
Brock Purdy's getting $1 million right now. They haven't paid him
when
yet.
I'm set to pay someone, I'm viewing it through that lens. I expect you to be able to still carry the team at times and put them on your back. This is why I don't love the Jalen Hurts contract. This is why I don't love the Tua Tagovailoa contract. Like that, there is a differentiator. When you're making Geno money, I can live with whatever 14 and 12, whatever his touchdowns and interceptions are, because he's not making a whole lot.
Are expectations too high for Brock Purdy?
I mean, he had a top 3 or 4 MVP season last year. I thought he was going to back that up with a monster year. I don't know if you could replicate MVP, rumors, but like I expected him to be a little better than this. But he's had an okay year.
But didn't that
shift, my expectations, I expected more.
But didn't shouldn't our expectations have shifted to, boy, Christian McCaffrey's got a calf injury. Oh, wow. Wait a minute.
Yeah, but Jordan Mason wasn't the second leading runner when he hurt his shoulder.
But in the pass game was obviously effective because in the red zone, the Niners have been atrocious. And so you don't have
it's a lot
CMC
of excuses.
It's not excuses.
Make up.
These are facts, Shasky. These are facts.
But every
you don't have
team
McCaffrey in the pass game. McCaffrey's your check down king. Screen game, Texas route, angle routes, out routes, pivot routes. You don't have Christian McCaffrey. Debo, Brandon Ayuk, who we all knew. Boy, every expert we had on the show, every single expert who's played the game at a high level, yeah, it's going to be a couple weeks for Brandon Ayuk until he shares her. Herb Edwards, who comes from Arizona State, mentioned it. So it's like, boy, you got to bake that into the equation. Brandon Ayuk ain't going to be Brandon Ayuk for a few weeks. Ricky Pearsall got shot, your first-round pick. You didn't even get to work with him. Debo Samuel gets banged up early in the season. It's not excuses.
But no
it's
one
just
says
what
he's awful.
happened.
No one says awful. I think the gray area for me is that he's been okay. I don't think that he's had some moments and then he's let the team down a little. I expected the offense with the head coach who is offensive minded, still having his guys and his weapons out there for the most part to be able to score more than what they've been doing and to actually make adjustments in the second half and help carry the defense every now and then, because we knew the defense wasn't going to be as good, especially missing Trey Greenlaw for the bulk of the season and then losing Javon Hargrave at the beginning of the year. Like, we kind of knew that the offense was going to have to be a little more prolific. More was going to be on their table. It was going to be on the play caller. It was going to be on the head coach. Like, that's what I was hoping. I was expecting them to maybe evolve to a more offensive-led team. That's what I was hoping, and I was wrong.
But also, when you think about what's happened in these games, when you look at three of the games, let's just focus on the division games, because Buffalo, Green Bay, they got roasted, right? They got roasted. Purdy plays in the Green Bay game, they probably still lose. But the three division games that has you in the hole that you're in now, the players did not execute.
He airmailed Debo. Okay, and then against the Minnesota Vikings, he played
But the defense didn't step up. The defense didn't step up. The Minnesota Vikings are a great team. We found out Minnesota's pretty damn good. One of the best defenses.
Suffocated.
He did get suffocated, but they also failed in the red zone, right? And the pressure got to him, whatnot. But the Arizona game, you get Jordan Mason fumbling on the last possession. I get the situation went awry. Arizona went right down the field,
they didn't
over
score
in the quarter.
Yeah,
they didn't score, but the defense got to step up. James Conner started running the ball down his throat. Mason fumbles inside the 10-yard line to seal the game. Ronnie Bell again. Jake Moody, who we drafted in the third round, doesn't make a kick to seal the game. Special teams doesn't make a tackle. And Brock Purdy was excellent in that football game. We all gushed over Brock Purdy, said, okay, now we know he can play without premium weapons. He outplayed Stafford in that game. Stafford got the win because the defense went awry. And Jake Moody doesn't make a kick. And the special teams gives up a fake punt and then can't tackle Tutu Atwell on the punt return, as Malik Mustafa fails to.
You're doing mental gymnastics.
I'm not doing mental gymnastics. This is context.
Okay.
The context matters. The context matters, right? So all of a sudden we're out on Brock Purdy. Okay, great.
No one said that. That's what I'm saying. He's been okay, but I've been a little disappointed. I expected more. I don't think it's an egregious
But how can you expect
no
more?
One's saying run
But how can you expect more when you look at
he's not worth $60 million?
How can you expect more when you see the things play out around him? That's all I'm saying.
Because the $60 million quarterbacks say, "Get on my back. I'm going to win."
He may not be
to Matt Collins.
He may get $30 million next year.
That's when
he may get
heading
40
into this year. I thought we had one of them top 5 guys.
We don't know.
And now I'm recalibrating. I'm saying no. We're probably in that more 8 to 14 range.
All right. 888-957-9570. I do want to play this before we end the show because I know Steiny and Guru played as we end on a. Let's just be mad today. Let's be mad at the Rockets and the referees. Here's Charles Barkley on Inside the NBA.
Hey, impressed with the Houston Rockets? They don't have any idea how to play basketball. Play good defense. Yeah, but they play the game strictly on talent. Like, they should have won that game by. They got so much more talent than the Warriors, but that's one of the reasons I say they got a great record. They're not ready for prime time because the refs had to give them this game tonight. They got a bright future, but man, they're going to have to learn discipline. They're going to learn to take care of the ball. They're going to have to learn shot selection. And all of that to be said for a team that has like 3 guys under 23 in the starting lineup. But sometimes it happens faster. Like, you ask Kenny and Shaq, like, sometimes it comes together. Like, they got a lot of talent, and they can't play like they used to be, like they relevant. They got a terrific coach. They got to learn, like, we got to take care of the ball. We got to stop taking bad shots. Like Jalen Green, he almost had 9 points again, except for those 2 free throws. But hey, they got a lot of talent, Ernie. But man, they're gonna have to learn how to play basketball.
What does he mean by that? I think their best path to winning is mucking it up and playing the brand that they're playing.
Their offensive numbers are atrocious.
I think they could use a traditional point guard.
Yeah, I mean their assist numbers are down. They don't shoot well. They're an ISO heavy team. The Warriors have done a great job by Jalen Green this season. He went into that game 6 of 29 from the floor and 1 of 9 from 3. And you saw what he did last night. That was without Andrew Wiggins. So he struggled. The officials are going to get the bulk of the criticism. I see it. I got a lot of texts. Oh, man, we're officials. And I'm like, wait a minute. Stephen Curry and Draymond Green and the rest of this bunch could not execute down the stretch. They just didn't. And that's becoming a theme now as the Warriors have dropped to 14-10. They're now 7-6 on the road. They got a monster game against Dallas on Sunday, 5:30 p.m. at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com. I mean, you got to start getting some 2 shot clock violations in the last 3 minutes, and we got 2 4-time champions on the floor. I know they're probably soaking right now thinking about how the hell did we let this game slip?
I don't love what they do with 2 minutes to go where they kind of just clear everybody out, and then they just want to run a late shot clock, high pick and roll with Draymond and Steph. They did that on numerous times. They've done it a lot at the end of games. The adjustment that I'm making is I think you got to one time Draymond, next time Kaminga. Mix it up a little because teams don't fear Draymond going downhill like they used to. And if you're going to play GP2 on the floor simultaneously, they're going to allow GP2 to be the wide open catch and shoot guy every time. And that's not a high percentage shot for this team.
No doubt. It's not. And the Steph play, we can focus on why they called a foul on Jonathan Kaminga 80 feet away from the hoop when you're letting everything go in that game. Look, there was only 19 combined free throws in that basketball game. It was crazy.
2 of them in the final 3 seconds.
Yeah. But Steph, I think when he watches it back and he'll sit there and they say, damn, I took the shot too early. I shouldn't have taken the shot that early.
No doubt.
In the shot clock. All right, fast 5.
This is a big one for the Niners. And by big one, I mean it's basically make or break for their season. I mean, that's what it is. And I just think there's a lot of individual side missions that can be either accomplished or incompleted based on the final few games that they have going on here. I don't know what to make of Greenlaw's return. It's great that he's back. My expectations are very low because this is an Achilles injury. I have no idea what he's going to look like. Who the hell is going to get the bulk of the rushes? Is Kittle going to run more than a handful of routes, given that we know that this defensive line is ferocious and likes to get after it? What does Brock look like if it's a little rainy? Can they get Debo going? I have way more questions about tonight's game than answers, but by about 9 o'clock tonight, we're either going to be still alive or season over. And it sucks that it's come down to this.
Pro sports, man. Pro sports. My final thought is the Giants will probably sign Corbin Burns around 5 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to kind of take some shine away from the 49ers. My prediction is Corbin Burns signs with the Giants. That's my thoughts. I'm thinking about Buster Posey and what he's about to accomplish with the Giants. Oh, yeah. This is something that I love. There was no way Buster Posey was moving back from Georgia with the family just because the Bay Area is a nice place. No. He wants to put his fingerprints as the most accomplished Giant in the history of the San Francisco Giants and the New York Giants, for that matter. Great start with Willie Adames. You can hear that presser live right here on 95.7 The Game at 11:30. But I think Buster's not done. I don't think Buster's done. And I think he's got something up his sleeve here. And Buster, I trust Corbin Burns. Welcome to the Orange and Black. That'll happen sometime in the next 48 hours, Steven Risotto. I'm actually excited about the Giants. No, I'm really excited about the Giants. I can't wait.
Genuine excitement.
I can't wait. I'll be at a few games this year.
5 o'clock.
Hey, listen. I forgot. I was going to say this. A couple years ago, I told nobody to buy tickets for the Giants. Nobody, don't spend a dime on them. And a lot of people didn't spend a dime on them. What I'm telling you this morning is, you might want to go get some season tickets and renew your season ticket package and get to Oracle Park. Things are about to start percolating down there at Oracle Park, baby. 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Book it. I would rather be the White Sox. No.
Bonte, you're talking about Corbin Burns. Here's a quick Corbin Burns update. No, it's not that update. But this is from MLB.com's Mark Feinsand. His sources are skeptical that the Giants could beat the Blue Jays in a bidding war, given what they've already given to Willie Adames. Then, of course, John Heyman says that Buster Posey met with Scott Boras, and he is talking with ownership. And ownership has greenlighted the strong push for Corbin Burnes. And then finally, there are 4 more teams apparently in the mix for Burnes' services, along with the Giants and Blue Jays. Orioles are obviously in the mix. Yankees and Red Sox are still poking around. And there's the 6th mystery team, whoever that could be. The Mets could be that team. The Dodgers could obviously be that team.
Padres.
So
you know what?
That's the latest on Corbin Burnes.
Scott Boras is the agent? Oh, damn, we're dealing with Scott Boras. Now I'm a little worried. That dude is fishing around. Oh, he's such a...
What are you talking about? You guys got Blake Snell last year. He was a Scott Boras client.
They go salesman. All right.
Matt Chapman, too. You're good. I'm with Steve Kerr. My final thought, I wanted to see the Warriors in Vegas. I felt the sadness in Steve Kerr, not so much from the NBA Cup. He just wanted to be in the fabulous Las Vegas, and I get that. This time of year, why not?
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Do you hear the pain? And it looked like he was crying. Like, you see the tears in his eyes at the podium yesterday? He was not happy.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Will he be happy to join Willard Dibbs later today?
He'd rather be in Vegas.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
I was in need of Vegas.
Honorable mention, final thought.
That is such an inside interpretation. That's good, Sam.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Well, that was I was in need of what is the
closer?
A closer. It's the Dibley advertisement.
Gotcha.
Because he's reading it off the script.
Honorable mention, final thought. We talk about celebrations. Trae Young celebration yesterday at Madison Square Garden after they beat the Knicks.
I missed it.
Oh, he shot the dice from the midcourt logo as he's dribbling the ball out, and he blew his hands like you do when you shoot dice. 7-11, baby. That was pretty good. And Grant Flippin will be in that Las Vegas, and the Hawks.
One
we will
playoff
not be.
Series victory in his career.
Hey, I'm not mad at
Las Vegas.
Hey, Trae Young's played some good ball this year. Played some really good ball. All right, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Well, Guru Steiny, they'll be talking about the Giants. Winter meetings. Willie Adames, 11:30. We'll carry live on 95.7 The Game. And they may touch on the Rams and Niners. And, of course, what happened in Houston last night with the Golden State Warriors. Have a great day, everybody.
I'm not ready to answer that question.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm... I'm mentally invested. Don't.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
All right, I'm looking for somebody to tell me what happened last night with the Warriors. 90-84 with about 2 minutes left. They end up losing 91-90. I texted Evan after the game. I said, what just happened? He said, that's a great question. Good, what happened last night?
Where was I? You text him personal text?
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes when sometimes when I text the thread and I try to be conscientious and straightforward, then I get a response that is inappropriate, and I try to want to actually have a conversation.
We're in a good mood today. What's up, partner? You're looking great. You did your thing on KTVU with Sal. I would have left the glasses off, but Steiny, I'm telling you, I just feel like they choked. They choked that game off, man, and I wanted them to play in Las Vegas, but the bottom line is when you got 3 possessions and you got 2 Hall of Famers on the court and you get 2 24-second shot clock violations, something's wrong. And we've watched the Cadillac run out of gas in too many games this year, and I know, and I'm trying to be cool, Steiny, there was no Wiggins. There was no Moody. But damn it, I'm sick. There's no way the Rockets should have won that game. And I'll leave you with this. Jonathan Kaminga this, Jonathan Kaminga that. Everything's Jonathan Kaminga. Kerr, how about you give him the keys and you don't need Draymond to Vinny Testaverde him and throw him a pass cutting to the basket. Let's take the training wheels off. If you're going to empower Jonathan Kaminga, we want to see it. Give him the ball at the top of the key. Maybe he turns it over. He dribbled, whatever. I didn't like that play where Draymond threw it over his head or whatever. Like, come on, man. They give him the ball, top of the key, ISO, and you cook or make a play. So then Steph shoots the ball when you could have milked the clock in the Rockets, who, again, IQ-wise, they got all the talent in the world, Steiny. I'm not sold. They didn't even look like they knew they needed to foul. And Curry went for the night. Chef, if you're listening, you went for the night because you had no business not bleeding that clock. Well, that's all.
Let's take a few things.
Right. Hey, I'm sorry, man.
One is they tried to get Kaminga the ball in the lane, and Draymond threw a terrible pass. And to my way of thinking, the reason you don't give the ball to Kaminga at the top of the key in that situation is because the Rockets are too good defensively, and he's not good enough with the ball.
Damn.
I would not.
Damn, I hadn't even.
They were trying to get him that little mid-range in the key where he could just raise up and go over somebody. But the Warriors got into trouble last night when they dribbled too much because that's what the Rockets love. They forced what?
22.
I think 6 of them, and I'm not saying they don't hurt, but they had 6 shot clock violations, 15 turnovers, which puts them over 20.
Just there, Scotty, what does that signal to you? Do you just say Wiggins wasn't there? Because I do believe that number wouldn't be that high. Or to keep it real, Goo and Steiny, this is why they're linked to another bona fide scorer, regardless of his age.
I mean,
you don't get shots off? Come on, man.
To me, what I watched in the first half was an athleticism discrepancy.
Wow.
The Rockets gave the Warriors a lot of problems with their athleticism and with how aggressive they play on defense. And if the refs are going to let them play,
which they did,
then that's going to favor the Houston Rockets because they were the more aggressive team, and that's the way they play. That's the way they have to play. I mean, what's funny is I watched the Houston game last time, and I thought that team's not very well coached at all.
Right. Barkley was having fun with him last night.
But I watched them last night, and I thought, you know what? I think, Udoka knows what he's doing. That's a really, really bad offensive team.
Okay.
They're really bad offensively. So the only thing I think he's doing is saying you've got to play defense, And if you play defense, I'm going to give you more leeway on offense because I know we're not a great offensive team. And they got into the Warriors, and they made the Warriors uncomfortable for a lot of that game. And it was only until the Warriors kind of adjusted to that quickness, that length, and that athleticism that they started controlling that game. But then at the very end, the last quarter, I felt like they regressed a little bit with how they took care of the ball and how responsible they were with the ball.
And I just saw some video of Pods who made a three that I thought was sending the team to Vegas along with Lindy Waters III. I thought he made a three. And then who else? Kaminga made a corner three. And I'm thinking this thing is over. But to have that IQ between Draymond, Steph, and Kerr, not to be able to get a shot off, Steiny, that doesn't sit well with me. And now we've seen video, and I don't make this up, of it looks like Buddy, I don't know if you saw this, Steiny, Buddy Hield and Pods getting into it, going to the sidelines over I don't know what, but that's never good. So I didn't expect to see that from this Warrior team, but damn, they gave that one. Hey, Houston took it. Green made the free throws, and Coach Kerr's about to get fined probably by midday here because he went in. But, Steiny, I will say this, and I'm not one of those softies. You can't let it be prison ball the way that you did all night and then call a foul on Kaminga there.
When they showed the replay,
he hit his neck.
It looked worse than it did live when they were just scrambling for the ball. And all those things are true, and maybe Kerr was mad about the foul, but the way I always look at basketball is this way. They had chances to win the game, and one Hall of Famer made a terrible pass and turned the ball over.
Damn!
And then the other Hall of Famer went way too early. He went way too early. He shot that ball with 11 seconds to go, and that's a situation where the difference in the shot clock and the game clock was 3 seconds. And if you can pull it off and use the shot clock as like a buzzer beater, then you get a loose ball scramble they ended up getting, and the game's over. So Steph absolutely went too early there, but that might be a function of he thought at that time with that amount of clock,
best shot we're going to get.
Yeah, that's the best shot he was going to get.
Now, if you allow me, Stan, I know we're up against it, but you just hit me, man. You really did. If the Warriors are trying to find out about Jonathan Kaminga and what he's going to be, let's just say they think like your thought you shared with us. Well, we ran Draymond, made him part of the play to get him the ball because we didn't think. Well, then you already know your answer about what you're working with in regard to Kaminga, Steiny. Because if that is really what was on their mind, and they kind of wanted to eliminate that out of the scenario, which I wouldn't have. I like, this is what we got to see. I would have empowered him to be able to trust him. But if you're telling me that's what they might be thinking, then you already have your answer on Kaminga.
I mean, some guys are better going to the basket. Some guys are better posting up. It looked like he was trying to
do both.
Well, he's trying to flash to the middle, catch, and then take that little turnaround that he's automatic with. And I would not have put the ball in his hands at the top of the key against that particular team in this particular game because he wasn't going to he wasn't going to draw a foul in that situation. They were going to converge on him, and then it was going to be a matter of if he was able to handle the ball well enough and make a play for somebody else or himself. And I'd rather put him in another position, which is catch, fade with that little shot in the middle. But Draymond just threw a terrible pass, I thought.
Man.
And it wasn't the only terrible pass he threw last night. He threw a bunch early, and that got him off to a bad start. And the next thing you know, they got beat 91-90 to a team that was just every bit as scrappy as the Warriors were, and maybe more so.
But not as smart, though, Stein. Well, how can I say that when they won? But I'll say this. Evan is my witness. Last night, for the people that think the refs took this game from the Warriors, get a stopwatch out or count how long Podziemski had the ball. It was 7 seconds, and they didn't call it. They allowed him to throw it in. But, Steiny, that there, how can the offense be so dysfunctional at the most the biggest time of the game?
Because they don't have a lot of great offensive players that are polished. offensively at this point. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let me tell you what's going down today. Coming up at 10:30, that's in 20 minutes, we're going to be joined by Steve Weiss, NFL Network, also writes for NFL.com. We're going to jump in to the 49ers-Rams game, which is tonight. And then at 11:30, we're going to go to the Willie Adames press conference. And we're going to take that live just so we can hear what their biggest free agent signing in history has to say, and then we'll get back to the Warriors. So it's going to be a little fits and starts, but not Bob Fitzgerald, but fits and starts.
Oh, he's hurt.
And we'll get it together. But what did you think of that? Explain to me what happened last night in your minds. 888-957-9570. Warriors fall to the Rockets 91-90. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons, they're at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Xfinity here.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking Warriors for the next 10, 15 minutes. Then we'll be joined by Steve Weish, NFL Network. But first, we got to start with a question. There's a question here for you, Goo, on the Comcast Business text line.
So is this smart-ass Steiny or just my guy Steiny?
It's not me. I'm just reading a text from one of our wonderful sponsors. 650 wants to know, Goo, did the Warriors run out of gas last night, or did they get a flat?
They ran out of gas.
Okay.
And I got to say this, Mikey Dubs just texted in, Steiny, on the Comcast Business text line, said, Guru, I didn't think you got a flat yesterday. I got one coming to work today. It's karma for not believing you. Mikey Dubs.
Well, perhaps. Cool. But Warriors get beat last night.
Or gave it away.
Well, either way, it's still a loss.
But it's happening.
Well, they're 14-10.
Yeah, but their losses, we see this. Mm-hmm. Where they just run out of gas offensively. Yeah. But not to get two shots up.
Got to give the Rockets credit.
No, I do.
They forced, 6 or 7 24-second violations, and the Warriors they didn't make a play down the stretch. We've seen it before. And if ever the complaint about finding a second scorer or a number 2 was relevant, it was last night.
Now, before you go to the calls, I will say this because I'm not blaming JK. I thought he played well. But if you're going to be what the Warriors or fans want you to be, you had 20 points. Steiny, he's got to be better from the charity stripe. All the lethal scorers in history, guys that we envision you becoming, going to the rack with reckless abandon, you're going to get fouled. And they do that to you already, but 2 of 6 ain't going to cut it. I felt good he just made one of the 2 at the end.
He was 2 for 6 last night. Yeah. I mean, there's some holes in his game still. By and large, I thought he was pretty good last night. But you got to make your foul shots. It's really that simple. By the way, Steve Weish has been moved to 1050. Okay. 1050, so that's going to give us some more time this segment to talk about the Warriors. Let's get it going with Lorenzo in Virginia. Lorenzo's in Virginia. What's going on, Lorenzo?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Talk to us.
Hey, Goo, you hit it. You took the words right out of my mouth right just then, man. How many times did we see Jonathan Kaminga going to the charity stripe and missing the free throws? That was a difference. That was a difference. That was literally the difference in literally like 2 to 4 shots. We could have been up 2 to 3 at the end if Jonathan Kaminga just makes his free throws.
Yep.
And you know, and if last night didn't show everybody that we need that, you know, that guy in the paint, that stretch 5 that can put the ball in the hole and give us, you know, over 20. It's the glaring need. You know, this team is just. They're not good enough, man. You know, too many blown leads. You know, situational. You know, basketball down the stretch in the games. Like you need that. You need that number 5 that can put the ball in the hole. And I'm telling you, man, just go get Vucevic. Go get him.
I'm not mad.
I mean,
and the Bulls literally told you that what they want. All the Bulls want. They said it. They just want a promising young player and a second rounder. Go get Vucevic. That's all I got, man. You got to go get him.
Appreciate it. You know,
I like them, Steiny.
You look at a game like last night, and Trace Jackson-Davis and Kevon Looney played a combined 26 minutes. So that means, you know, Draymond played a lot of 5 last night. So they didn't go with a traditional center for half the game. You know, I mean, I've said this a million times. It's got to be the right big man, and I don't know if Dunleavy and Lacob and Kerr, what they think of Vucevic and if they think they can get him and it'd be worth it. But no, after a game like last night, we'll probably talk about a lot of players. You know, 5'6" Jimmy Butler improves our clutch time execution overnight.
Man, but at what cost, right?
Exactly.
I drove home, Stoney, just really thinking about Butler, and I'm in, man. I'm in.
Yeah, I'm not, but
last night, give me this then. And I understand why, but as far as a basketball scenario, last night is why if you had a Jimmy Butler, you got to believe you close a game like that easy, Steiny.
Well,
24 seconds shy, and I know there was no Wiggins, but damn.
I mean,
get a shot off somebody.
I mean, to me, if they had Wiggins, they'd probably win that game last night because they needed him on both ends of the floor.
That's real talk.
But, doesn't matter. He didn't play. You didn't play, and you had a chance to win a game, and you let it get away. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Phil. Phil's in San Francisco. How you doing, Phil? What's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny and Guru. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
That's good. I was listening, and Guru was saying they simply ran out of gas offensively. I think there's a little more to it than that. I think it's mental errors, and a lot of this stuff is, to me, I mean, as a fan watching these games, not just last night's game, but the one against Denver, like, how do you wind up 2 defensive sets in a row where Curry winds up having to guard Jokic, and there's no one else helping him, and Jokic is just standing there with the ball. Oh, you want me to shoot it over you? All right, I'll do that. That happens. Then in last night's game, in the final seconds, they didn't even necessarily need to get those the baskets that they needed in the final minute. They were going after that loose ball. Peyton goes to the floor. He's got possession of the ball. He's on the floor with the ball. Why doesn't he call timeout? He tries to pass it haphazardly over to Kaminga like that. What is up with that? I mean, these are just unforced, or I don't want to say unforced mental errors because, Houston is a great defensive team and they forced a lot of those errors. But you just can ill afford to make decisions like that down the stretch of a game that is with the margin of error is so slim.
No, I mean, good point. I mean, Peyton could have called timeout.
Well, Kerr would look like he was calling it for him.
And the other thing is maybe Peyton gets rid of it because he doesn't want to go to the foul line with 3 or 4 seconds left. He hasn't shot free throws well either. The other thing that struck me was on the last play of the game with 3 seconds to go and the Warriors inbounding, it felt like the way they set up, I was thinking, looks like they're going for a 3 and they don't need a 3.
Wow, man.
I mean, I didn't even think they looked inside the arc for anything. And Steve Kerr's usually pretty good at drawing up after timeout plays, especially from either the baseline or the sideline. And they ended up not getting a shot. And the guy who had to take the shot is a guy who can't really get a shot off quickly. And sure enough, it was blocked or at least deflected. So
I was hoping Curry could do something with it when Pods gave it to him. There was one defender on him, and he gave it back to Pods.
I mean, the other thing I saw in the last 2 minutes is I saw an athleticism discrepancy. If you're going to play Steph, who's 36, and Draymond, who's 34, 35, and neither of them are freak athletes, and then you have Pods on the floor, you're giving up a lot of quickness, a lot of length, a lot of athleticism, and they did a great job defensively against the Warriors, especially the way the game was called, which was they were letting them play, and that favored the Houston Rockets because the Warriors didn't take care of the ball well enough. Warriors used to, when you tried to overplay the Warriors before, they would go backdoor time and time again. That's the only way to really break that pressure on the perimeter, and I didn't see a lot of that. Maybe it's because they didn't get free when they go backdoor and make cuts. I don't know, but I saw the Warriors working real hard for every shot, for a lot of shots in that game. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I'm just sitting here marveling at, on one instance, Donnie, that Kaminga got up 20 field goal attempts, and then in a situation where you need a bucket or you just need a shot, he's on the court, and I'm not blaming him, but collectively they can't. You got Buddy Hield, and you can't. That's really staying with me. And again, you are right, because I keep thinking about, while I was driving in, how much of not having Wiggins, who is your Jimmy Butler per se. He's athletic. He can create a shot. But we even seen it on a good day with Wiggins in the lineup. But Steve Kerr's not happy. I know Willard told us yesterday he kind of, just for rest purposes, didn't want to see the Warriors go to Las Vegas, but they wanted it, Steiny. And I think that's had a lot to do with Steve Kerr's reaction. But this one stings because they're showing us this year they don't know how to close games.
I wanted to go to Las Vegas.
Yeah, he did.
You know, I mean,
you know what I mean? Like, you're up 6 with a minute and 59 left.
Okay, well, you know, I would say, now they're having trouble closing games. Well, I thought Steph Curry was the closer.
So I'm with you.
Okay, well, maybe he can't close as much anymore. Maybe there's too much pressure on him. I mean, you're not going to win a lot of games like that if there's only one guy who's a threat.
Wow, man!
And the Kaminga play to me didn't
talk to me.
That didn't bother me. They tried to get the ball to Kaminga in his sweet spot, and Draymond made a terrible pass.
But
terrible pass.
No, it was no doubt.
Pass the ball to Kaminga.
Had 5 turnovers.
And see if he can make a play.
But for the people in the back on Kaminga, you can understand, Steiny. I know it's not the Golden State Kamingas. You can understand just a guy like me. When you grow in this world, regardless of what you do or what entity you work in, sometimes you got to be uncomfortable to grow. And they could have. I'm just saying, I would have liked to see what Kaminga or how he would have handled trying to navigate or start to play. That's all.
I think he would have turned it over. I really do. The way that game was going, he wasn't going to get a call like if he drove and drew contact in that game.
But it would have been almost an experience, though.
Well, he had chances. He played 36 minutes. He goes 2 for 6 from the line. He makes some free throws. The Warriors win the game. And then they try to go to him late, and Draymond throws a terrible pass.
And he was J.K. was. I like him in the post trying to get the ball. Stoney 5 offensive rebounds. I like him in the post. Keep working on that.
Let's go to Scott in Marin. What's going on, Scott? How you doing?
All right. Yeah, I was talking about the free throws yesterday, and it's just ridiculous. They were 4 for 9, and Houston was 9 for 10.
Yep.
And so there it was. But
that's the ball game.
I have a bigger concern. I have a bigger concern, and it's the way they start games. It seems like it's not just the finish; it's the start. Yesterday they had 5 or 6, 7 turnovers in the first 2 minutes of the game. I mean, there was 24-second clock violations. Steph doesn't even get going. He never comes out of the gate just getting off. He has to. It takes him a while to get going, and his head's in a fog, and he's throwing the one-hand passes. And then they were blitzing him, and then he would just throw the lazy one-hand pass, get picked, and they finally had to take Looney out of the game and put Trace Jackson in there because he had to get somebody to throw him the ball out of the blitz. I don't know. I think it's what. Steiny, I think at one time you even said it. I think even more than the physical thing, the age shows in the mental.
It might.
That's what I really think it's the mental edge of the game. They don't have it on a consistent basis, and it's really concerning. And of course, they're missing a couple pieces yesterday, but there's no way they should lose that game. Absolutely none.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Yeah. No, and I think that's a great. And I think they have a little identity crisis too because they don't really know where they want to go late in the game. You'd love Curry to take a shot, but if he's generating his own shot, it's probably going to be on the tougher side. In fairness to Steph, he only had 1 turnover last night.
Yeah, no doubt.
So he didn't hurt him in that category. But it was Draymond.
Okay, but Steiner, you're right. But what do you call? Again, it happens, and this dude's resume's immaculate, right? But what do you call Steph go? Was that just going for the Denzel, the glory, or the night? Like, that was a big decision to shoot that ball and not make it. You make it, it's all good. We're laughing. We're getting ready for Saturday OKC. But to shoot that ball with the ramifications of not making it and securing the rebound I can't shake that. Because then all that other stuff popped off.
That's Steph Curry.
When you said it, had you milked it right and let it go, you're fighting for the ball. The buzzer goes off, nothing to see here.
Yeah, your best player took an ill-advised shot way too early in the shot clock. And over the course of his career, he's made a ton of those. But he didn't last night.
And I wonder
And they lost. And that's the kind of thing that happens when it's tough to generate the kind of shot you've generated your entire career.
And if you want to give Houston credit for being in his space, because, Stoney, I'm starting to see it just in regard to separation. Steph can do it with the bigs, but if you got some young guns out there like the Rockets, I wonder if the temptation was there to shoot the shot because he hadn't been that open all night, if that makes any. It was like, this is the best it's going to get.
Maybe.
And that went into letting it go and trusting himself.
It's funny.
Man.
I mean, I heard Bonte ask Festus Azili after the show. Did he go too early? Did he do this? Should he have done that? And, I didn't like Festus's answer, but it's a fact. That's Steph Curry. I mean, you can't all of a sudden say, boy, maybe he shouldn't have taken that shot.
Wow.
But he shouldn't have.
No doubt.
That early anyway.
But he is the chef is what he's saying.
Right. But the chef.
Turn the stove off too soon.
The chef isn't cooking like he's cooked before. And that's the other thing. I mean, you look at that's the other thing I was thinking about. To me, one of the biggest numbers in the box score is 17. That's how many shots Curry took in 34 minutes. 17. He's struggling to get the shots up that he used to get the shots up.
Man.
I mean, if you look at his shot attempts per game.
In 34 minutes.
So, it's just getting a lot tougher for Steph and Draymond. And that's just the bottom line.
And that's why it's Operation Help, though, Steiny.
Let's go to Rich. Rich is in Fremont.
Our man,
hey,
Echo.
Rich.
What's up, guys? How's it going? Unfortunately, I'm no longer representing Echo.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right. Congrats on your new endeavors.
Yeah.
Is everything good, though?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what?
Everything good, though?
For the most part, I'm just in transition.
Right.
It's one door closes, another one opens. That's why I see it. So,
all right.
You're like Belichick. well, he just got a gig, Rich. It's coming for you.
Oh yeah. So I gotta agree with Phil in San Francisco, guys, and the previous caller. I'm the third person on this topic to say that there were just too many mental errors going on in this game. I mean, you had not only the shot clock violations, you also had they even got a violation for not getting the ball over the mid-strike in 8 seconds. I'm like, guys, come on. What are y'all doing?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be the Golden State Warriors basketball. I'm looking at this. This is like a college team. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Dude, are you kidding me right now? It's like they didn't have, with the exception of Draymond, they didn't have any other centers out there that could actually handle Sengun. Sengun was doing what he wanted. I was like, are you kidding me? And then, dude, the passes over people, it's like, you guys do practice and stuff, don't you? I mean, this is joke type basketball I'm watching. It's frustrating when you're a fan and you're watching people who can get it done, and they go out there and lay a goose egg. I just don't get it. And one stinking point. That's what you lost. That's one point stopped you from going to Vegas.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
And what do you always say? Working with you 7 years, I know, Stoney, but it's a reality. Turnovers or, unforced silly turnovers have been a staple of this dynasty, but you had so much firepower to overcome that. But now when you're at this stage, those are crushing. And I thought Draymond real quick got a raw deal. When did the clock start for the 8 seconds? He had the ball, lost the ball, or as soon as he touched the ball, it starts? I didn't understand the 8-second call when Draymond, like he's fighting for it. He lost it. It seems like they started it.
Yeah, the Warriors thought so too. Let me tell you who was playing chess last night. Sengun.
He's got a Drake problem, but go ahead.
He's got a what problem?
Body-wise, the banging with Drake is like Dre's at home with Sengun.
Oh, he was by far the best offensive player on the floor last night.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what he did. Like, he played it, like, he played into, like, he was kind of kissing up to Draymond. Like, he went out of his way to, like, I felt like, let Draymond know that me, Sengun, Alperen Sengun, I respect the hell out of you, Dre. I think you're a great player. And I don't know. I don't want to say he baited
I didn't see
Draymond, but at the end of the game, you saw Sengun go up to Draymond, and you could tell he was just like, you're such a great player, Draymond. I respect you so much. And we may have found the one guy on another team that Draymond actually doesn't dislike.
Yeah.
From a non-American country.
Yeah.
Let's go to Austin. Austin's in the Bay. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm just tired of the Warriors, man. I'm putting this on Curry and Draymond. They missed this. I'm not even the game itself. I miss Jordan Poole. I feel like with that being said, I feel like Curry was upset with Jordan Poole because he was, he had a pool party at Golden State, and the fans, we adapted to that. And now we're paying for it now. We're really paying for it. We needed that extra guy that, go get you their bucket. So,
well,
I don't know, man.
Austin, I'll tell you what, to that point, because I don't want to be the one to bring up Poole because I was fond of him, but the job opening is still there. There's a help wanted sign with the Warriors for lethal scorer or number 2 bona fide number 2 scorer, Stoney. So we could forget Jordan Poole, but the title of the jam is they're looking for what we thought he could do to a degree. And it's funny you bring up Sengun and Dre. Dre almost got a flagrant 2. Remember, you clotheslined him almost.
Common foul. It's common.
Dude, those, man.
It's a common foul.
For
The Warriors got one of those the other night where somebody, same kind of play where a guy, God, who was it? Minnesota?
Probably had to be. I can't remember.
It was a Minnesota play where they reviewed. They also called it a common foul. I thought it was the same kind of play. Yeah. So I didn't think Draymond's last night was
Fitz was hurt. Did you hear how he ended the call?
No.
It was just one of those. Normally there's the glass is half full, but I felt this pain of like the air's out the tire.
What is going on here?
Man,
Fitz. Obviously, we got Steve Weish coming up in 10 minutes. We'll jump to some 49ers.
Big game tonight.
And then we'll play a lot of Steve Kerr. He was irate last night after that game. And
that'll
that
be
call
about $500,000 fine.
With 3.5 seconds left or 3 seconds left, whatever it was. I'll tell you this. We talk about the Warriors. They need a second scorer. Don't let the Rockets get Jimmy Butler.
Oh, I already no.
You already said that?
No, I would when we talked about it yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to repeat you.
You are so possessive.
Don't let the Rockets get any kind of polished scorer.
But why can't we say that about the Warriors?
Because the Rockets' offense is a mess.
It is. Barkley called them dumb.
That's unfair. They're young as hell, and the only way they're going to win any games is by playing exactly like they played last night.
You're right.
I mean, they're just not going to be a well-oiled offensive machine at this point.
But real quick, Van Vliet's the NBA championship champion. They come out of a timeout
years ago.
And he dribbles 3 and then kicks the ball like, here, Warriors. No, not even deep. Like, maybe that's just age. But I'm looking at him, Vontae's twin. I'm looking at him like, dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, he made one big shot. That's for sure.
Man.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Loss.
We are going to welcome in Steve Weish of the NFL Network. He's the chief national reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. We got to get into this make or break game tonight for the San Francisco 49ers. If you're on hold and you want to stay on hold, you're more than welcome to. We'll get to your calls after Steve because we'll jump back into the Golden State Warriors. But for now, we're going to turn our attention to Levi Stadium and Brock Purdy and Isaac Guerrero in the rain.
It's your boy Guru, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings. Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all.
everything.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up momentarily, Steve Weiss, chief national reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. He'll be on the coverage tonight. Rams at 49ers, and I don't think there's any other way to put it. Must win for the Niners.
Season on the line.
Yep. Season on the line tonight. If they win, season on the line next Sunday. If they win, season on the line the Sunday after that. And they got a long way to go.
Let's
There's
put it
no
right
doubt
on the
about
table. McVey would love nothing more than technically in their season or their quest to get back to the offs tonight.
And the 49ers will face a team tonight with two healthy receivers, which wasn't the case the first time the two teams met.
And Evan told us Dre Greenlaw making his season debut, Steiny.
Yeah.
That's
in fact,
awesome.
I went on KTVU this morning with Sal Castaneda, and he asked me about Dre Greenlaw and what to expect.
What'd you say?
I said, well, I wouldn't expect too much on the field. I said, hopefully he can give them an emotional boost. But, I kind of made a little mistake with McCaffrey thinking that when he got back, I'd see a big change in the offense. So hopefully he can just bring him a spark. Nobody's asking him to carry the defense after he hasn't played since the Super Bowl.
Yeah. A defense coming off a performance where I know it was the Bears, but Steiny, 7 sacks. So we'll find out if that was more about Chi-Town and their ineptness or if it was real. Because if Gross Matos, had 3 sacks last week. What Stafford's not Michael Vick. He's back there if you get him.
Let's put a rat on the table about tonight's game. You worried about the rain?
For Brock Purdy, I am.
Yeah.
And the last game was I heard Ponteshevsky. They were going back and forth. But, Steiny, I do believe there's something to him. And if his hands are little or not big enough to hold the ball in the rain. Now, I know it was snowing in Buffalo where the ball just came out of his hands. But you asked me a point-blank range question, and I am concerned when there are conditions with Brock holding on to the ball and throwing his best passes.
Yeah, I'm interested to talk with some 49er fans as the show goes on about how much of an issue they believe that is. Is it not an issue at all? Is it a huge issue? Is it overblown? Has it been underplayed? Brock Purdy in the elements. I heard Joe Shasky call it a periodic table game. It's going to be in the elements. All right, let's go visit with Steve Weiss, chief national reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. What's going on, Steve? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I am good to go. Looking forward to the game tonight. Going to be an interesting weekend. It's December football. It's that time of year.
Yeah, it's funny. If you look at the schedule, there's like 4 or 5 great games, and this is obviously a big one tonight at Levi Stadium. Let me ask you this. You've had your eye on the 49ers all season long. We're at week 15 right now. What do you think's been their underlying reason why they haven't been able to maintain the standard that they've had for the last 2 or 3 years?
I mean, it's easy. It's injuries. I mean, they've been decimated. I don't know if there's a team in the NFL that's just had so many frontline players, from Trent Williams to Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason. I mean, it's crazy across the board. Brandon Ayuk. Defensively, they're rotating guys constantly through. It's hard. There's some teams that can overcome certain injuries, but again, when you have them to so many frontline players, and it just never really got on track. I mean, offensively, they haven't. I think Purdy's been fine, but because of the injuries in the running game or the offensive line or wide receiver, they just haven't looked the way normally. And then defensively, that's been an issue too. We saw that in the past couple games before they beat the Bears. Injuries on that side of the ball and just not playing like we're used to seeing the 49ers play.
Yeah, I'm with you, Steve. I follow you on social media. And speaking of, we saw the great Debo Samuel, who 2-3 years ago, this offense ran through him. We've seen it in the playoffs and helped get this team to the Super Bowl. But the production, and mainly in the passing game and the run game, he seems like, he's getting gang tackled every time. He went to social media and said, the ball's not coming his way. And it was after a game, Steve, where they scored 38 points. Can you share with us what you thought of those comments and Debo's year on an individual basis?
Yeah, look, he's probably frustrated because he wants to be an impactful player. He sees the injuries and knows, hey, I should be the go-to guy. But the defense knows he's the go-to guy. His season overall, he's been hot and cold. I think it was like 2 or 3 games ago, he had 2 or 3 balls just go right through his hands. I mean, just some absolute gimmies. And I was like, man, Debo just has not been able to get it going this year. He had a couple of runs where he took some negative yards, not because of him, because the blocking wasn't there. So I'm sure that's frustrating. He wants to be a great player. He is a great player, and he wants to be able to showcase what he wants to do. And the fact that he maybe didn't get the touches he'd like to get, even after a win, he's a little frustrated. I mean, this is what happens to certain players when you win, and then you have that year. Mm-hmm. You have that year where the floor falls out. And it's still not a complete disaster. I mean, they still have a chance to get into the playoffs, and who knows what happens then. But I don't think anyone now is saying, okay, they're at the level of Detroit or Green Bay or Minnesota or the Eagles. But, again, it's a bad year for the Niners is not a complete disaster.
Steve Weiss joining us on 95.7 The Game, chief national reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. I mean, if you were to handicap right now the NFC West, who would you pick to win it? The Niners they're 6-7, but they're still technically in last place because the Cardinals have beaten them head-to-head. They play the Cardinals later this season. But looking at that division right now, and you had a bet, who are you betting on?
Well, the team that's playing the best right now is Seattle. They're starting to pick it up a little bit. We know the Rams had the big win over Buffalo. Their offense is looking better. The Niners, they strung together back-to-back wins just once this season.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think tonight could give us a little bit of a tell. I mean, they're just so beat up, man. I mean, that's the thing. Arizona's not playing well. So I'd probably say Seattle right now, and the Rams being, the next threat just because they've got Stafford and Nakua and dudes who can tear you up like that. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough tell, but there's not going to be a wild card team coming out of the West. If there is, that means something good happens for one of those teams we're talking about other than maybe the Seahawks.
Steve, let me ask you about the Rams quarterback, and I know he's won a Super Bowl, but I got to tell you, man, when I watch the Rams passing attack outside of Detroit and some others, Josh Allen on a good day, it's like a big boy passing attack, and it's led by the quarterback. He has a ring, but do you think in a crazy way, and I kind of feel like this, Steve, we've kind of taken Matthew Stafford for granted. The dude still throws one of the best balls in the game.
Yeah, he went through a stretch where he wasn't necessarily playing great, but I think that's because of the bar he set. But the last couple of weeks, he's been insane. And, part of that is because it seems now his 1A target is now Puka Nacua and not Cooper Kupp. And their offense is diversifying a little. They're running the ball. This is one thing we've seen from the Rams before. When it gets late in the season and they really get that running game going. I mean, Kyron Williams is already over 1,000 yards. A touchdown machine. I mean, he's got 12 rushing touchdowns. And that sets up what Matthew Stafford does best out of some of the run action stuff. And so he just throws such a beautiful pass. He's red hot right now. Again, the past couple of weeks, he's kind of gotten it back together. So, but those two receivers, Nacua, Nacua is kind of like Debo. He does not go down on first contact, and he is really rolling right now. So that's the player to watch tonight for the Rams and how he affects that secondary. And if, the 49ers can get in, you pressure on Stafford. That's been an issue all season as well.
Steve, we talked about Brock Purdy and the fact that there have been a lot of changes, let's say, at running back and players have gotten hurt. Ayuk, obviously, has missed a big chunk of the season. Ditto for their rookie, Ricky Pearsall. Does any of this affect his contract situation? And do you think there's anybody in the organization maybe looking at Purdy a little differently than they did at the start of the year, or is everything that's happened kind of understandable?
I mean, I don't know how they could look at him any different. He's played well. I mean, the record is the record, but you just talk about all the missing pieces.
he's had. And let's not, not the skilled players. I mean, Trent Williams hasn't been there. The offensive line has not been great this year. Purdy's going to get paid. I mean, I think he's to the point people you speak to around the league, before the season, people would probably say, well, the only people who are really going to pay him are the 49ers. Well, there's some teams that would pay Brock Purdy now, because I think he has shown, he can throw the deep ball. He's got the arm strength, but he's got that killer. We've talked about it before on the show. He's got kind of that late game Joe Burrow killer to him. And I think his experience going through, injury, going through a lot of things has helped him gain that. And he's really stepped up at a time when he's really been coming to the gunfight with the butter knife, so to speak.
Who might be looking for a quarterback at the end of this year? I'm not saying
there's several teams that are going to be looking, but the Niners aren't going to make Brock Purdy available.
Right.
That's not going to happen. But I mean, there's going to be, the Jets are going to be looking for a quarterback. Cleveland is, these are teams. New Orleans could be.
Right.
Of course, the Raiders. I mean, the Giants. I mean, there's teams that are going to need quarterback now, and some of those teams maybe aren't going to be in a position to draft one. So it'll be interesting. But I mean, there's no way the Niners make Brock Purdy available. I do not see that happening in any way, shape, or form.
No, I hear you. That's high praise. My ears perked up. Now, just to piggyback off of that, so you wouldn't be shocked if bringing Purdy back reset the market. It sounds like you almost kind of expect that, and if it happens, no big deal. He's worth it.
Yeah. I mean, look, people, we get so hung up in the moment on quarterback contracts. Remember when Patrick Mahomes signed that 10-year, $45 or $450 million contract?
Yep.
That's like 12th now, and he's readjusted it. Like, the contracts are what they are. The cap keeps going up. It's going to go up $10 to $20 million. You structure it in a way where it may not necessarily handicap your team. There are very creative ways to get your quarterback his money with the guarantees so it doesn't buckle your team's knees when you're trying to sign other players. Because, look, I think the one thing that's going to happen with the Niners after this year, they're going to sign Purdy, and they're going to have to get rid of some of their veteran players and some of those contracts to sign other players. I mean, they've got to hit the refresh button. And I think Brock Purdy is going to be someone who's going to be, a player they commit to, and whatever the contract is, it may reset the market. But that is a fleeting expense. Well, again, when you see how these quarterback contracts continue to grow.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting, and you're right. They have a quarterback right now that they like, and so they got to probably figure out a way to keep him and just figure out the number. So,
man.
Hey, Steve, as always, man, we appreciate it, and thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Have a great night.
Yes, sir. That's Steve Weiss, Chief National Reporter for NFL Network and NFL.com. Steve Weiss.
He kind of just parked his car on the and I get it, but Stoney, is all injuries, nothing to see here. I should have asked him about Sorensen, but how much is his job in jeopardy because of the injury bug that's hit the defense? So it'll be curious to see how this all plays out. But again, on that front, the fact that Greenlaw's back, man, like you said, Stoney, I know you didn't get what you thought you were getting from McCaffrey, but I got to believe, if Kirk Cousins somehow comes available and he's doing everything in his power to make that happen, and Sam Darnold, I don't know, but, they got McCarthy who will be healthy. Would Kyle be looking or have that wandering eye?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll get back into some of the Steve Weiss sound a little later in the show, but we got some people that still want to talk about this Warrior game last night, and the Warriors got beat 91-90 to the Houston Rockets. They didn't score down the stretch. They turned the ball over. They took a bad shot. Or at least a shot too quickly. They didn't get a good shot with the game on the line. Kaminga got called for a foul that Steve Kerr was livid about. The one thing I will say is they did send a pool reporter to the officials.
Okay.
The great Jonathan Feigen of the Houston Chronicle, and he asked Billy Kennedy why was a foul called on Jonathan Kaminga scrambling for the loose ball with 3 seconds to go, and he said, because Kaminga made contact with the neck and shoulder And I gotta admit,
he hit
when I saw it live, I thought it was bogus. But they showed that one angle from the other baseline, and it kind of looked like Kaminga came in there with a forearm, and it was around his neck and shoulder area. So
but GP2 also got that, I believe, same contact from Van Vliet going for the ball, then there was no call.
I can't deny it.
And Green made both free throws, Jalen. I just knew he was going to leave. But I told Evan, I thought, the pressure might get to him. He'll miss both. He made, to his credit, he made both, gave him a lead.
Let's go out to Ron in Vegas.
Uh-oh.
What's going on, Ron? How you doing?
Where the Warriors won't be.
Thank you for taking my call. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think we have a Steve Kerr problem. I think it's time for him to go. He's the luckiest man in basketball. He doesn't have a feel for the game. He's obsessed with his 3-guard lineup, and he has favoritism. He's got our own special project in Pajinski. We've never seen him coach JK or Moody like this. And now he's also obsessed on using GP2 like he's Dennis Rodman on defense and Karl Malone on offense. I don't think we should trade any player until we let Steve walk.
Appreciate it, Ron.
Thank you for taking my call.
No, thank you for weighing in.
Donnie, he said his little project. Nice.
I mean, Pods is not playing well.
Well, he hit a 3 you thought seal it.
That's not playing well.
I didn't say that. I'm just telling you. I'm
1-3
watching
in a course of a 48-minute game.
And set some other guys up, made some good passes. Okay. I mean, I'm just saying he wasn't his best by any stretch, but to ignore the fact that
he's not good enough to not play well, and think you're going to beat a team that right now is sitting at 3 in the West?
But you feel like he's been given the keys. And I think that's turning a lot of Warrior fans off.
Well, how many minutes did he play last night? Pajemski. Let's see. He played 30.
Well,
they don't have Wiggins.
And was out there in the end.
Yeah. Yep. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, the Warriors, they got a bad whistle at the end, according to Steve Kerr. Actually, let's get into some of that right now. First, I want to play. I want to hear the great Tim Roy on the final call.
Hell yeah! I haven't seen the replay, but in that type of situation, there's a feel of like who got to the ball first. I mean, if you're telling me it was a clear foul, then I'll shut up. But I don't think that's the case. Is it? Was it? There's indecision in the group, so that means then let the game play out and let us decide it. Not 2 free throws 90 feet from the basket.
All right,
Steph, go ahead.
So Steph is talking about the last play, and he said, you usually don't get that, and he's surrounded by reporters, and he goes, if it was a clear foul, I'll shut up. And then he goes, was it a clear foul? And the reporters were like, well, and he goes, well, if that was the case, then they shouldn't have called it 90 feet from the basket.
But the bottom line, I would tell Steph, hey, look, the 2 shot clock violations cost you guys the game. And I believe they had 6 on the night.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Here's Steph Curry asked if he liked that shot he got and whether or not it was too early.
I mean, Dylan was hawking the whole 94 feet, and when you find a little bit of space, I shoot that shot all the time. And obviously the way it went down, loose ball, the 50-50 ball into a unreal loose ball foul that changed the game. So definitely probably a couple seconds too early. I like the shot if we make it. If I make it, we're on a plane to Vegas. So I live with it, but tough way to end.
Yeah, I think the first part of that answer was the most important part of that answer when he said they were hawking 94 feet.
I heard it, Steiny.
So if that's the way he felt like he was guarded and he felt like he had an opening, even with 11 seconds left on the game clock and 8 on the shot clock, he probably felt like this is the best look I'm going to get. And he took it at the time, and we've seen him make it before.
And you know what I'm going to do with that soundbite is tip my cap to the Houston Rockets, because, damn, if you got a prolific scorer and bona fide Hall of Famer thinking that way about your defense, so Steph was in the Matrix. He's thinking they're hawking. That's already on his mind. It's not the ideal situation to shoot the ball, but because the D is so hawkish, he chucked it.
All right, let me see if I can get this right. This is Tim Roy on the final call, or at least the second to last call. Thanks, Evan.
Shot clock down to 13. Curry in midcourt. Drives to the top of the key. Step back, 3 over Brooks. No good. Rebound loose. And GP2 goes to the floor to get it. He throws it away. And now the Warriors get it. And we give a foul. A foul. Bill Kennedy's called a foul on the floor with 3.5 to go. And that's going to put the Rockets to the free throw line. Oh, my goodness.
Vintage Tim Roy. Great call. Because it was a little unclear what was going on. It wasn't clear right away that Bill Kennedy was coming in with a foul. He might have been coming in with a jump ball.
Now, what if GP2 would have called timeout? Then
they would have gotten a timeout.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they had one. I asked Bonte. He said they did. So
and Kerr said he didn't want to call it because he, Yeah,
I get it.
But, I mean, man.
Let's go to Daryl in San Jose. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, man? Daryl.
Hey,
what's up, Daryl?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Few things real fast. Stein Guru, I'm going to ask you guys just a couple of questions real fast. One note, why didn't Paz go to the basket and get a foul? I don't understand that.
I didn't understand it. Case, I felt like they were looking for a 3 even though they were down 1. I don't think they even looked inside the arc. So I agree with you there.
Go to the basket. If they're going to call fouls like that, go to the basket and get a foul. Yeah. So I don't understand that. But in any case, Barkley said something about them reaching their peak. They can't keep up that pace that they did the first quarter of the season. What do you guys think about that? And why didn't Kerr put in more bench players to equal out, the age of Curry and Draymond? I don't get some of that coaching.
Yeah,
like I said, I called you guys before, and I said we don't have the wing players. Atlanta got the wing players. That's the standard. So we get some guys like that, wing players. Come on, man.
Well, Jonathan Kaminga's a wing player.
Appreciate the call, D.
And I'm again, Steiny, I'm just telling you what my ears have been hearing. I thought this was a wasted opportunity if they were married to and I get what you said, and you said it profoundly. But the bottom line is, let's see Jonathan Kaminga fail in that situation.
Well, he did. He didn't make his free throws that could have won the game for him.
But I'm talking about the play where the ball had to go through Draymond. Well, you could have just gave it to Kaminga and then let the chips fall where they made.
Who's the best initiator on the Warriors?
Draymond.
Okay, well, they're trying to get the ball to Kaminga.
Yeah, but you can get the ball to him by inbounding it to him. Here, take it. Watch the history of the league. You don't need to fiddle-faddle to get somebody the ball.
Well, you don't want...
Call the play, identify who the guy is,
apparently
and we're playing this through you.
You didn't want to play called. You want to just give the ball to Kaminga at the top of the key.
Well, no.
He can't put the ball on the floor. Yeah, I would not give the ball to Kaminga against that team in that situation with a dribble.
Okay.
I have no problem with them.
Then you got your answer to what this dude's supposed to be if you feel that way. Well, that's ridiculous.
So you think Kaminga's
the ball, he could have surveyed, passed, or did whatever. But anything would have been better than what Draymond did. My point is, he's not Jerry Rice. Why are you trying to hit him cutting to the basket? This dude's a mismatch. Let him survey, trust him, and Steiny, he might mess up. Okay, you live with that. But all I've been hearing all week is Kaminga this, Kaminga that, and now you're telling me because they're worried about his handle, he got robbed of that opportunity. I don't get it. I would have given him the ball, clear out, and let me see what I can do.
And I don't think that would have been a smart move when you've committed 22 turnovers against a ball-hawking defense, when to me, putting the ball on the floor is not his strength.
But he had 20 shot attempts.
And he only made 8.
But it doesn't matter. It wasn't. Okay, let me stop.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. That segment brought to you by the California Lottery.
At Makita, good enough is never.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All right. By the way, let me give you a little update. The Warriors now play the Mavericks on Sunday at Chase Center, and that game's been added to the schedule because of the Cup, and so it's not on the original schedule. Warriors play the Mavericks at 5:30 at Chase Center Sunday, so Clay's coming back again, and tickets are available at Warriors.com. So if you want to go to Sunday's game, you got a shot at it. Just go to Warriors.com. All right, so I'm looking at this I'm looking at the play with a minute left with Draymond, and I'm loving using this term. So Draymond had the ball at the top of the circle, and they ran a little split action with Curry and Kaminga, and Curry came out toward the perimeter to get the ball, and he was guarded pretty well. It's usually a play where they'll probably give it to Steph, but because Steph was overguarded, Kaminga stepped into the lane, and he was there. And Draymond threw a bad pass. He probably should have thrown a bounce pass, but he threw more of a line drive pass, and he let him too much. Kaminga, I saw, looked at the ref. He thought he might have gotten held, but there was no call, and they didn't get the shot. They didn't get a shot with a minute left. And, to me, that's on Draymond. They're trying to run something for Kaminga, and he couldn't execute that pass, and Kaminga never got the ball.
Yeah, and again, I'm just lobbying for, and your thought process might be what they thought, but the bottom line is, if we got to maximize Jonathan Kaminga, Stoney, a way to make sure you get him the ball and the play is less risky is not needing Draymond to make that long of a pass to him.
Yeah, I mean, I still think you got to play to a player's strengths in a game like that, and I had no problem with what they were trying to do. They just didn't execute it. Willie Adames has been signed by the San Francisco Giants.
Huge.
$182 million, the largest contract the San Francisco Giants have ever given out for the shortstop. And he's going to meet the media today at 11:30. And we're going to take that live and listen to Willie Adames, and then we'll jump back into the 49ers. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about Willie and the signing, come back into the Warriors. But today's show's kind of a little bit in fits and starts, but we can all handle it. And so we're gonna go to the Willie Adames press conference in about 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back to our regular scheduled programming.
Let's do it.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Big Smooth. Big Smooth's in Oakland. What's up, Big Smooth?
Talk to us.
Oh, my bad. All right, we won't go to Big Smooth. We're going to hold off on the calls for a minute. What else was I going to say about this game?
But
look.
But can you understand where people like myself look at that we got to maximize Kaminga?
That doesn't mean let him go one-on-one in the most critical point of the game. It would be let's get him the shot that he's most comfortable with, which to me is the one they tried to get him, and it didn't work. I don't.
Or you could have gave him something on the block, which I was watching last night.
That's kind of what they were trying to do. Yeah. He was trying to flash into the middle. Look, the way I look at this game, they got a bad whistle at the end.
But they had 22 turnovers.
But you know what? That game was lost by Steph Curry and by Draymond Green. They both had big plays in the last minute, and they didn't get it done. Draymond turned the ball over. Steph shot a shot he missed. Yeah. It was too early. And I know hindsight's 20/20, but he waits to shoot that, and the same thing happens. Then the clock runs out during that scramble, and they win the game. All right, let's try to get to Big Smooth. Big Smooth in Oakland. What's going on, man?
So, look, I hear the argument, but to me it's a moot point. That game was listen, here's how I feel about it. I feel good about how they fought back. You talk about Houston's D. The Warriors showed some D as well. But listen, it all started to me when Pods allowed Van Vliet, who they had under rest, hit that three, man. Floppy defense hits that three. Draymond, for whatever reason, we gotta be more cerebral. And I don't say we, I'm not on there. They gotta be more cerebral at the end of the game. Did anybody say, hey, look, we need to close this out? It seems like they're just playing off of instinct, but in a sense, a bad history of ending these games. Maybe you need someone to say, and I'm not listening. Of course, someone said, I hope. Let's close this thing out the right way. It's sad because you played a good game. Listen, if Houston is one of the top teams, I feel good about the Warriors because they had the game. It wasn't like they was trying to. The game was done. All you had to do was button it down, close it up. And I'm going to say this, man. You can't have 8 turnovers between Draymond and Lindy Waters. They had 8. Draymond had 5 turnovers, -5, I believe. Waters had 3, -2. You cannot have 8 turnovers between 2 people. Now, Pods didn't play terrible. Listen, man, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not a Pods. He irritates me. Pray for me. I don't know. He irritates me, man. But he does, man. He irritates me. He's irritating. And then his body language is weird to me. It's like, dude, put your hands down. You haven't earned the right to put both hands up every play. And it's just like, dude, why is he eating so many minutes? My gosh, we can't spread these minutes out a little bit. And Kaminga, who's playing better, but get the ball out of his hands, man. He's not a ball handler. And I'm going to be honest with you, Pods is not a ball handler either. He's good, but if you need a charge, Pods is your guy. I can't think of much other than that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can't think of what else he does.
Yeah, Big Smooth, check out that video of Buddy and Pods having some words. It's making the rounds, but I found that odd too.
I mean, the season's 25% over, maybe a little more. Pods isn't having a good year.
They're 2-7 in their last 9.
I mean, Pods is not having a good year. That's obvious.
And what was the assignment in the offseason for him? To work on the O, because they told him to let it fly. And I wonder,
I'm concerned that he's never going to be a real good shooter with that form.
Man.
And not only that, it's not a real quick release.
Yeah.
So he needs a little time to uncork that thing.
But he's getting it. He got 30 last night, Stoney.
I actually mean time to get a shot off.
Right.
Free the People is in Oakland. What's up, Free the People?
Free.
Hey, guys, how's it going? Happy Thursday to you.
Yes,
Always
sir.
good to talk to you guys. I got a couple things that are on my mind. The first thing, Steiny, you're usually against the referee talk and how the refs, you can't blame the refs at all. But I noticed today that you're not as strong on that position today because I think you realize that Bill Kennedy, I believe is his name. He definitely blew it last night. But the thing that I think hurt us the most was definitely the turnovers in the first half, especially because we gave away so many points. They scored so many points in the first half off turnovers. But if Jonathan Kaminga is going to get the playing time that he wants in order to play for the contract he wants to get, there's no way that our best player getting to the free throw line can't make free throws when it counts. To be down, I think last season he was maybe 74% from the free throw line, which is still pretty average. He's at 60% right now. That is terrible.
Yep.
The other thing that's on my mind is we are devoid of a second ball handler. And last night, I feel like Kerr had no choice but to play Pods as many minutes as he had to. I don't agree with Pods playing a lot of minutes, but last night, being devoid of a ball handler and with the way that Houston was guarding last night, you had to have somebody else on the court that can handle the ball. Because if we're just going to put it in Steph Curry's hand every single play, we become predictable and less effective, I feel like, in crunch time minutes. I feel like it's time for a trade for another ball handler. I hear Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder. To be honest with you, I would like to just go get Dennis Schroeder and maybe not give up a king's ransom for the two of them because both of them together don't equal the kind of player that's going to alleviate the kind of pressure the Warriors need in order to flourish in these moments. Neither one of those are force multipliers. But I feel like Schroeder could be a great option kind of to play off that DeAnthony Melton position. Obviously not as good on defense, but definitely a quality ball handler. Without a big trade this season, guys, this is going to be a crap season again this year. My hopes are definitely more down than they are up. Thanks for taking my call. As always, guys, I love talking to you. I love listening to you. Keep it going, man.
Thanks, Free the People. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Donnie, I'll put a rat on the table brought to you by Atco. Not a big rat, no mouse. But at the end of the day, I know you said Goo Melton didn't play much, but what he was supposed to be, I don't think this team has replaced that. What do you give me for that? What he was supposed to be. So they still need what they thought they were getting that he brought. But, I mean, man, 2-7 in the last 9?
They're 2-7 in the last 9. Let's go to Danny in Vancouver. We're gonna keep it here for now, in case we got to go to Willie Adamas at 11:30.
Giant fans feeling good. You have to, and maybe they're not done. largest free agent signing in history. Buster takes over the helm. I feel like that's a home run in his first at bat. Yeah. Something your boy couldn't close a door.
What are you talking about?
He couldn't close.
Matt Chapman and Blake Snell on the phone. And now they've made Chapman a corner piece. Don't ever forget, Farhan acquired the corner piece. Let's listen to a little more Steve Kerr, because I didn't even play some of this. Yeah. And if you haven't heard it, he was hot.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate.
All right, let's. He got more.
Man. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a billion-dollar industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
All right, he's going to get fined for that, no doubt about it. And as we're speaking, people are walking into the Willie Adames press conference, so we'll cut to that momentarily. But the one thing that we didn't hear in those quotes was, I think it was Slater asked Kerr, well, why didn't you challenge the foul call on Kaminga? And he said, well, we wouldn't have won it. Okay. Well, if you wouldn't have won the challenge, then maybe the foul wasn't as small a thing as you thought. But I agree.
Why wouldn't you have won it is what you're saying.
I mean, I kind of, look, I agree with both. I mean, the call was surprising, but once I saw that one replay, I did think, well, that's not going to be overturned, because just the awkward way that kind of Kaminga went in there to get it, and it was just an unfortunate situation.
But that was a play in a bunch that the Warriors shot. The Warriors shot themselves in the foot. That was a bad call, Steiny. But the bottom line is, you're up 6 with 1:59 left. You got with Curry and Draymond. Just that alone, you should be able to close that ball game.
Yeah, you would think.
I just couldn't believe. And that's why I like hero of the day. Lindy Waters hit a 3. Kaminga hit one in the corner. All 3 were in the corner. And Pods. And I go, they're going to Vegas. The thing's actually going to happen. And, man, to have it ripped right out from underneath you. Boy.
I just don't think this team's going to be a great three-point shooting team. I mean, for God's sakes, when Brandon Podziemski makes a 3, Bob Fitzgerald is like throwing confetti.
He fits.
Pods from the corner. He got it. He got it.
Well, that's like Tim Roy. But yeah.
I mean,
I hear you, Steiny.
They other than Curry and Buddy Hield
and Wiggins.
I mean,
41%.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
It's not like he's shooting,
But in terms of who you're going to let beat you, you don't want to let Buddy Hield beat you from out there, and you certainly don't want Steph to beat you from out there. And look, they didn't get it done last night.
No, they didn't.
And they lost to a team that the way the game was called, they didn't like. I thought the way the game went down was in the first quarter. The Houston Rockets' aggressiveness, energy, and competitiveness overwhelmed the Warriors. Like, they kind of weren't ready for it. Then as you get into the game, you realize, hey, we got to start taking care of the ball. We got to be stronger with it if they're going to overplay. We got to make sharp cuts. We got to play really smart.
And I thought they were lucky to be down 7 at half, Stoney.
And I thought they did play pretty smart up until
some money time.
At a point in the fourth quarter, they struggled to get a quality look. And that's what did him in. That's what did him in. I also thought the play that got lost was when Şengün scored with 27 seconds, and I want to say Looney was guarding him on this particular play, but that score came too easy. All right, let's go to Oracle and welcome the newest Giant, Willy Adames, the Willy Adames press conference.
Hey everyone, and thank you for joining us today as we introduce Willy Adames into the Giants organization. First, I want to welcome Willy's parent, Romulo and Zoeida, his sister, Nisali.
All right, we'll get that figured out, hopefully. The little clicking. And we'll go right back there when we can. But,
good times over there right now. Good vibes.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. What do you mean you guess?
I guess.
This is one of the most boring teams to watch. Now that you got a little hot shot shortstop with power, and hopefully they're not done, Stoney, but I guess it's a new era and off to a good start.
All right, let's try it again. Willy Adames.
Willy Adames, a la organización de los Gigantes. Primero, quiero darle la bienvenida a los papás de Willy, Rómulo y Zoeida, su hermana Nisali, su entrenador Ángel González, su agente Gio Rodríguez, su mejor amigo Elías Torres, su padrino Juan Collado, a Larry Bear, director ejecutivo de los Gigantes y grupo de dueños que están presentes hoy. Joining us today in the dais is President of Baseball Operations Buster Posey, General Manager Zach Minassian, Giants Manager Bob Melvin, and our new shortstop, Willy Adames. Today's program will feature opening remarks from Buster and Willy, a jersey presentation and photo opportunity, and then we'll get into questions. So, Buster.
All right, thanks. Thanks, everyone. What a great day for San Francisco Giants baseball. I was anxious to get up here. We had the winter meetings, and I was ready to be up here a couple of days sooner. But I just want to say, I think it goes without saying how excited we are for Willy to be a part of the Giants for the next 7 years. Tremendous defender, tremendous offensive player. But I've said it over and over again, we have all heard just about the person and how great a person this is. I think Craig Counsell, I read, said that he's a unique connector of people. And that really struck me because I think to win championships, you have to have personalities like Willy that they're able to identify with everybody in the clubhouse. And that's not just players. I heard from multiple people that Willy treats everybody with the utmost respect. He plays with energy, he plays with joy, and I know that our fans are going to just be thrilled to watch him compete on a daily basis. So I want to thank ownership for helping us get this done as well, and their commitment to put a great team on the field. Gio, thank you for your work in helping us get this done. It's great to see your family here today as well, and look forward to getting to know you guys over the years. So I'll turn it over to Willy.
Thank you, Buster. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm really happy, so excited for this opportunity. Obviously, there is no words to describe my feeling right now, and to be here in this city, beautiful city. I'm just so happy to be here, happy to, go out there on the field and, give my 100% every day and, play for Bob. I mean, everybody talks so good about him. I'm so excited about that. And I just wanted to take the ownership and you, Buster, for making it happen, Zach. It's just, a dream come true for me. And like I said, I'm thrilled to be here, man. I'm so excited. And hopefully we can win a few championships like you did. And that's one of the main reasons I'm here. And, I'm so excited, and thank you, everybody, for being here today.
That's great. All right, let's get the jersey photos.
All right, you're listening to the Willy Adames press conference, which is coming to you live from Oracle Park.
Yeah, am I supposed to put it on you?
I don't know.
It's a good fit.
No, it looks amazing.
Right.
All right, we'll open up for questions. Maverick and Mariana have microphones, so please raise your hand.
Hey, Willie. Susan Slessor from the San Francisco Chronicle. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What were your impressions of Buster when you first started talking to the Giants, and how much did kind of getting a sense of what he wants to do here influence your decision?
I think that was the biggest reason that I'm here, you know. Obviously, you know, what he accomplished here as a player was such a dream. And, you know, I was growing up when I was watching that, but that was such a great run. Those championships were amazing. And, you know, for me, it was just like, it looked like they had a family here, you know, like the group of guys they had was such an amazing group, it looks like. And I want to be something like that while I'm here. So I think he's going to bring the right guys to the clubhouse. And then it's going to be up to us to do what they did as a, you know, as a player. But I'm really excited just to be the guy here for him and just to try to help him to create that winning culture here again. And, you know, I'm excited for Bob just to play for him every day. And like I say, I think they're going to build the right team here and the right culture. So I'm really excited about that.
Hi, Willie. Sam Lubman, 95.7 The Game. Obviously, I'm sure when Buster's making the pitch, he was talking about, you know, the current state of the team right now, but you're going to be here for 7 years. So when making the pitch about the future of this ball club, what about the future, where this club's going, was appealing enough to you to want to be here for the next 7 years?
Yeah, I mean, they have a really talented young group of guys that I watched last year, and I think that, you know, they could be superstars here, and obviously he's not gonna be done bringing guys here that can help us win. And I think with the talent that they have here in the system, we can, you know, accomplish really special things. And I'm really excited about that. I'm really thrilled with the guys that they have, the young guys that they have. I mean, I think they're gonna be superstars, and you know, I want to be part of that.
Justice.
Hey, Willie, Justice De Los Santos, San Jose Mercury News. Welcome to San Francisco.
Thank you.
Obviously, one of your former teammates in Milwaukee, Corbin Burns, is a lucrative free agent right now. Have you had any communication with him since joining the organization? What would be your pitch to join the organization?
Well, I haven't talked to him, but I would definitely give him a call, you know, after today. I mean, obviously, you know, you always want a guy like him, and you know, you're always going to have guys that are going to compete out there for you, and having a guy like that, it will be such an, you know, amazing addition. But, you know, that's something that is not in my hands, and, you know, obviously there's a lot of work to do for that, but I will give him a call definitely later.
Hey, Willie, congratulations. Brian Murphy from KNBR, the Giants flagship. It's now looked at by the fans and the media that you and Matt Chapman are sort of the guys. You're on the left side of the infield. Can you speak to a relationship? Have you known each other? Did you talk? Do you see each other as leaders of this club?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I talked to him for the last few days. We've been talking a lot, and, you know, played against him. It's always great because, you know, he's a competitor. He's always go out there and compete and give his 100%. And he's he looks like a leader. You know, I never played with him, but I'm really excited to play along his side and pick up his brain and just learn from him and try to help each other. And I think, you know, we could lead this young group of guys to, you know, to be a professional, to be, you know, a great guy in the clubhouse, and just to go out there and compete every day. And if you have guys like that in the clubhouse, you're gonna be winning for sure.
Willie, what have your impressions been of the city and the ballpark over the years? How do you like this as a place to play?
Yeah, I mean the ballpark is so beautiful. It's such an amazing ballpark, and obviously every time we come here, we enjoy coming here. This city is such a diverse city and such a big city, and I really liked how it's been looking for the last year or so, and I think that's one of the reasons that I wanted to come here, because it looks like it's going back to what it was, and I'm really excited about that. I think we could build something here. Something special that people can come start coming back, and I'm excited about that.
Manolo.
¿Qué tal, Willy? Bienvenido. Manolo Hernández Duén, Béisbol por Gotas. Willy, in Buster Posey's description, he not only, feel happy about your talent as a player, defensively and offensively, but also because you are a very good person, a very good clubhouse guy. We can notice that because the wonderful family surrounding you right here today. Is this something you're very especially proud of? And how important is this to be for a professional athlete to also be a very good human being?
I think for me that comes first. It comes first to be a great human being. I mean, I gotta thank my parents for that. They raised me the right way, to try to treat everybody the same. It doesn't matter what you do, and I think that's something that I'm really proud of. Just to be the same guy every day, to be kind, just to give love back to people, because there's a lot of hate out there, and I don't really like that. So I'm just trying to be genuine, just try to, be this great person. And for me, just being a great human being, good things are going to come to you and to your family and to your people that are around you. So that's who, I want to be, and something that I want to be remembered of. It's just being a great human being and just having a good heart.
Hey, Willie, John Shea, San Francisco Chronicle. For fans who might not know a lot about you, what kind of player, in your words, are you, and what do you give every day in terms of effort and accomplishment?
Well, I would say I'm just a competitor, man. I love winning. I hate losing, obviously. And I'm just gonna, be the same guy every day. I'm gonna go out there and try to be better every day, and just to work to help, my teammates, my team to win, and just to be better, man. I feel like every year you can learn and be better for the next year. You can prepare, and that's what like I told Buster, I'm just gonna go out there every day and give you my 100%. I'm gonna try to be as consistent as he gets, and just try to be better, and just try to work to try to help the team to win every day.
Willie, obviously, prior to you, the largest contract in franchise history belonged to the guy sitting to your right. Did that come up in conversation, or when did you come to the realization that you were eclipsing his record?
I didn't know until it was done. I was like, wow. That was kind of crazy to be, because obviously Buster is a Hall of Famer, and I don't even know what to tell you, man. I don't even want to say the wrong words over here, and then I get fired the next day. I just signed the contract.
Janie.
Hola, Willie. Felicidades. Sociedades, sí. When Buster just shared that Craig Counsell called you a connector of people, I know you touched on it a little bit with Manolo, but how did you develop those skills of bringing people together, and what does that compliment mean to you, as right along with your baseball skills, but that you bring people together?
I feel like obviously being bilingual, that helps a lot, and I think that's I got to give it to a lot of people. Everybody has a vibe, everybody has energy, and I think when you have a good energy, you're gonna bring the people, so they're gonna come to you, and just to try to feed up from that good energy. And I think that's something that I have. Thank God for that. And it's not something that I work for that, but I think that just comes naturally. And like I say earlier, I just try to treat everybody right and try to help everybody to be better. And I think that's why, counsel say that, I have a lot of respect and love for him, and I think that's why he said that.
Example of that for you as you were growing up? I mean, I know you talked about your family, but was there a baseball player who was that example for you?
I mean, my idol was Derek Jeter, so I think, everybody knows that name and, the legacy that he left behind, after he retired. And, everybody just talk about the respect that they have for him. And that's something that, I have a lot of pride of. When I retire, I want people to remember me as, obviously as a great human being, but as a respected guy, because I treat everybody the right way.
You're listening to the Willie Adames press conference at Oracle Park.
I want to know the role it plays in who you are, how proud of it you are. Also, coming to a franchise where Juan Marichal is a statue of him out there, the Dominican dandy. I don't know if you've ever met him or talked to him. And currently on the roster, I think Camilo Doval from the Dominican. But just how important it is to you, the connection to any Dominicans on the Giants, and have you ever met Juan Marichal?
Yeah, I haven't met him. I haven't had the opportunity to meet that, that legend. He's obviously an icon for our country and for this city. And just to have a guy like him being connected to the Giant, I think it's such a great, feeling for me. And just, having a guy like him, obviously having a statue here and having his number retired. And I think that's such a special thing for us as Dominican and something that I'm proud of as a Dominican. So for me, it's just an honor to play in the team that he played for and, just to represent the country here for this organization and the organization that he played for.
Willie, it sounds like you're pretty good friends with Matt Duffy. Did you talk to him about his
That's
time in San Francisco at all?
Yeah, that's my guy. He loved this city. He's, he always talked good about this city, and he's my guy. I call him Flacco because he's not too jack, if you know. But I love that guy. He always say great things about this city, So I'm probably gonna give him a call and tell him that he has to recommend some places here.
And you played in 161 last year. How important is it to play 162? Is that something that you kind of have on your radar?
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, I want to be out there every day. I want to play every day. That's something that I'm really hard-headed for because, nowadays everybody is like, oh, you got to get a day off. And I'm like, I'm not here to take days off. So I had a lot of hard time last year with Murphy because, I was like, I'm not getting off the field. So I want to let Bob know that I'm going to be playing every day if he lets me.
Willie, congratulations. Stephen Langford, KCBS Radio. You said last offseason you went back to the Dominican, got something in your swing. How rewarding was it for you to put that work in, pinpoint an issue, work on it, and then have the season that you had last year?
Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, when you work hard for something that you want and then you accomplish it, it's such an amazing feeling. And, I got my guy here. We work the whole off season every day just to try to fix that little thing that was, causing, having a hole in my swing. And I think we still, we just started working like a month ago again, just to try to be better for this year and try to, obviously to put up better numbers and I'm going to continue. Like I said earlier, every year you learn something. Every year you have something to work on for the next year, and that's what we're doing right now.
How close to you are? Do you have a lot of friends on this team? Do you have any friends on this team? And how good could this team be? You mentioned the word superstars. What do you mean by that? Who are you referring to?
Well, obviously you got Webby, you got Chappie, you got Tyler at second base now. I think those guys are great. You got Elio Ramos, Lee. I think he's going to be a superstar. And like the young talent, a lot of good arms in the bullpen. I think guys like that, like the young guys, when they learn the game, when they learn, when they get a lot of more experience and they get more mature, they're going to, take the next step to be, a superstar. And when I mean a superstar, it doesn't have to be like, oh, you're going to be 10-time All-Star. It's just like, just being out there every day competing and just being consistent every day with that, mentality of like, we're going to win tonight, we're going to be better tomorrow, we're going to be better today after every at-bat. And I think for me, that defines a superstar. It's just like how hard you work to be better and, how much work you put in to be better. And that's what I mean about being a superstar.
Manolo?
Bob, this one is for you. Obviously, last year, your first year as the Giants manager, one of the spots that, was not so easy was shortstop. You had Brandon Crawford. The Giants had Brandon Crawford for so many years, but last year was like kind of a hole there. Now you have one of the best, both offensively and defensively. Could you talk a little bit about the meaning of having Willie Adames in your team for next year?
Yeah, well, it's not a problem now. I mean, and this is a guy that, I mean, look, every team wants a Willie Adames on their team, and I think the thing that strikes me the most is when I'd watch him play a couple times a year on the other side was, he never looked like he had a bad day. It always looked like every day was opening day to him. And, that enthusiasm, when your best players are like that, Matt Chapman's like that too, it's easy for everybody to have to fall in and play in that type of style. It's easier said than done, but really for me, that's the thing that struck me the most is how much he loves playing baseball. On top of that, you look at the numbers, and now you're hearing all the narratives from other people that have been around him about what a connector he is in the clubhouse and how good he is for the city. And, now he's got a home that he knows is going to be here for quite some time, and he's going to be absolutely embraced here by the fan base. So there's just a ton of things to love about him. And that's before you talk about 112 RBIs and 161 games and, just a complete player. So we're really lucky to have him.
All right, that was Willie Adames being introduced to the San Francisco Bay Area and the media. And we'll be back to talk a little bit about that in a sec. Also get back into the Warriors and Niners. That segment was brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect...
Another huge home run from Willie Adames. A 3-2 pitch. You could tell that Logan Webb was getting towards the end of his rope, getting tired. Left one hanging over the middle, and Willie Adames punishes it and gives the Brewers a 4-3 lead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that's a Willie Adames highlight, home run off the Giants from this past year.
Connector of people. I love that.
If you were just listening, we took the Willie Adames press conference live, $182 million. Giants have a new shortstop. Talk about that for a couple minutes. I mean, to me, it's official. The Giants have to be looked at as a different organization right now than they were the last 4 or 5 years.
No doubt.
I mean, he essentially said that Buster Posey was the biggest reason he came here. He watched him play and win 3 titles, and he thinks they can put it together and win some more down the road. And, I mean, I couldn't listen to that press conference without thinking that, Buster Posey's got an ability to relate to these guys, and they've seen the success he had, and they want to be a part of it. So the Giants are different with Buster Posey at the helm. I think that's what I may have learned today.
Yeah, and he's already making the team that we're going to watch 162 games already different and more exciting. And, Willie's bringing his 32 home runs, and Steiny just listening to the press conference, again, a connector of people. I love people. That stood out to me. Like, that meant something. And the bottom line is the Buster Posey era is off and running, and I don't think he could have got off to a better start. And now you solidify your left side of the infield with Chapman and his hardware, along with Adames and his power. And the beautiful thing about what you just said, Steiny, is they're not done. Now, when I say they're not done, I know there's reports about Corbin Burns or whatnot, but I know you lost Snell. But if you can just – this is year one, right? If you just can continue to be and get over the I don't want to play in the Bay type of, hurdles – I mean, the Giants, man, are already more exciting with this young man just playing shortstop every night. Man.
Yeah. I mean,
damn.
First impressions are the most important ones, and I like the guy.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great guy, and there's also something to, like, I see a similarity between, let's say, Buster Posey, Brandon Belt, Brandon Crawford, Hunter Pence, and then Matt Chapman and Willie Adames. It feels like they're all cut out of the same cloth, which is they love the game of baseball, but they treat it like work. And they go to work every day. And I think it's obvious that one of the things the Giants are trying to bring back is that sense of professionalism that seemed to be their signature during their 3 title runs. They had a clubhouse with leaders and mature players, and they rode it to 3 World Series titles, and they're trying to build that team in the same way. I mean, Posey said something that I thought was interesting in an athletic story by Andy Baggerly, and he said this guy's a great defender, he's a great hitter, he's a great player, but more important, he's a better person. And then I always think, well, is that really more important than being a great player, being a great person? But I guess if you can get them both, that's what you're looking for.
And that's exactly. And, Steiny, again, we feel how we feel, right? My judge of people and, first interaction with people when you hear them or see them or around them, nobody can change. I control it. And he got the passing grade in regard to, is he really a guy that people like being around? Do you really think he's a connector of people, man? And he was authentic. And on the baseball part of it, Steiny, 161 games he played last year. The best ability is availability. The year before, 149. And then in 2022, 139. So, again, just think about whoever's on the bump for the Giants as far as the pitcher. You got a shortstop and third baseman that are legit. And, again, they're not done. Hopefully they add. But I don't think Buster Posey – are you shocked that it happened this quick or not? It's off season. Whoever would have got the job, they got to do something. But I really believe Buster being in this position had a lot to do with Willie choosing the Giants.
Well, I think the one thing that Posey talked about the Giants doing this offseason was rather than kind of wait, okay, so who's the big free agent? It's Aaron Judge. All right, let's make a run at him. Okay, we don't get him. Who's the next free agent? Let's make a run at him. Well, we may not get that. To me, they pinpointed Adames right off the bat and said, this is the guy that we want to go get. And I feel like Posey probably reached out, maybe before some other teams reached out, and let Adames know. I mean, if you let Willie Adames know he's your number one target, I mean, that's got to mean something. And if Buster Posey's saying what he's saying to you, that's got to resonate. So,
biggest free agent contract signing in history of the team. Just think about that.
So kudos to
7 for 182.
Kudos to Buster Posey and the Giants, and they've got a pretty secure left side of the infield right now with Matt Chapman and Adames playing third and short respectively.
Yeah, and I don't want to get greedy, but Stott, if you're on or watching, MLB Network or just on Twitter, there's some smoke in regard to Burns possibly being linked to the Giants. So imagine if you could kind of pull that off. I mean, man, and this is just year one of the offseason. Man, you would love that.
650 on the Comcast Business text line. Why are you guys talking baseball? Oh, we're talking baseball because the Giants
don't read the other part of
that. Have just signed Willie Adames. It was their largest free agent contract ever offered to a player, surpassing the Buster Posey contract, $182 million. And the bottom line is, I think you could make a case that the San Francisco Giants just had their most impactful free agent signing of all time.
Yeah.
Who else is out there? Zito? Well, he didn't pan out. Okay, Bonds.
Yeah, Barry.
Well, let's see. Maybe Adames has some, but you know what? If Adames can help the Giants win a World Series, maybe he becomes the guy.
That
Bonds
ball
never
still
played. Bonds never played on a championship
That
team.
ball is still selling that he hit 0-2 in Anaheim.
The game winner? He got the game-winning RBI? Did they change that?
No. He didn't get that. Wasn't his fault. But I'm excited for Giant fan and just us. How many times do we say we love baseball, Stoney? And I'm just tired of watching dead men walking. But guys were trying. And he talked about Lee coming back in center field. Now you got just some sizzle, some swag. That's half the battle. And I'm going to watch anyway. We've watched. Now, I'm happy for Giant fan. And again, it's not over. Buster may not be done.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see. We're not there yet. We're absolutely not there yet. 888-957-9570. That's the number here at 95.7 The Game. You just heard the Willie Adames press conference.
Willie.
He met the media and the San Francisco Giants fans. And we'll see what Buster Posey's got up his sleeve next. But we got Warriors to talk about on the other side.
People running hot, Stein.
The Golden State Warriors lost to the Houston Rockets last night, 91-90, as our great technician Justin said yesterday. He said he felt like the Rockets were due to win a game, and that's what happened. But I don't think anybody expected it to happen like it happened. Warriors blow a 6-point lead with 2 minutes remaining, and the Rockets outscore them 7-0 and end up winning 91-90. Steve Kerr hated a foul call on Kaminga late in that game that sent Jalen Green to the line. Nevertheless, the Warriors, 3 chances at the end, but turnover from Draymond Green, missed shot from Steph Curry, and they didn't get off a quality shot on their very last possession with Pods in the corner. So let's get this Warriors conversation started back up on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. What were your thoughts about last night's game, which probably is one of the most disappointing losses of the year, you would think? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Don't miss the kickoff show tonight with Willard and Dibbs this afternoon. It starts at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, Willard and Dibbs. You can join them at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
This one's for my vets. Joe Shasky here in UA Local 38.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
What are they talking about?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, let's get back into some Warrior talk. They get beat last night by the Houston Rockets, 91-90.
Damn.
They're not going to Vegas. Instead, they play a home game Sunday against the Dallas Mavericks at Chase Center, 5:30. And their tickets to that game, just go to Warriors.com. It's not on the original schedule, so if you got one of those schedules they come out with before the season.
Yeah.
This is not on it because it's part of the cup thing that they have to determine after a team either advances or gets eliminated. So
but still one of 82, duh.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Oh.
And for those who didn't want the Warriors to play an extra game.
Willard.
Well, they're not.
Well,
they're not. They're not going to play an extra game.
I sent him a text.
Let's take a listen to Steve Kerr. We heard how hot he was about the call at the end of the game, the foul on Kaminga. But let's hear him talk about some other aspects of the game.
Their defense was great. Pressured us all game, and I think 4 of them were in the first half, and we couldn't get free. And then we got control of the game in the second half, did a really good job of taking care of it and bouncing back and doing some nice things, but we didn't close, bottom line.
Yeah, and that's the part of the game, to me, that was my biggest theme.
Give it to me.
Last night. Their defense was really good, and maybe another game, they get called for more fouls. But the refs were letting them play, and the Houston Rockets love to play that way. And the reality of the situation is, if the Rockets are going to play defense like that, this team's going to have trouble scoring. I saw an athleticism disadvantage last night for the Golden State Warriors, and maybe Wiggins could have helped a little bit.
No doubt.
But
they still were up 6, though, partner, with that, and I saw it too.
They were up 6 against a team that was not scoring.
But we got to give the Warriors some credit on defense, too.
The Warriors are a better offensive team than the Rockets. They're just better. And so, to me, what the Rockets did to the Warriors was more impressive than what the Warriors did to the Rockets. But nevertheless, I mean, look, Steph Curry's having trouble getting to the bucket. Who on this team can go from the perimeter to getting a layup or dunk with one dribble? Wiggins, maybe, if he's got a clear lane. Kaminga.
Yeah.
But who beats guys off the dribble on this team? They don't have a lot of guys like that, especially when the Houston Rockets are going to throw out length, athleticism, and guys who are playing hard.
That's a damn problem, this, Donnie. And maybe that's why we hear the Warriors rumored, trying to go get a bona fide number 2 scorer. That is a problem in today's league.
888-957-9570 is the number. This from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. Let's put a rat on the table.
Oh.
Steph and Dre look tired and old at the end of that game. That's a text, people. That's not me. That's the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. I mean, it's hard to get that thought out of your head.
But they need help, and that's why it's imperative.
What if they when
go ahead.
when does it go from they need more help to maybe they're not quite good enough anymore?
We've been saying, hey, the birth certificate is what it is.
Right.
Nobody's shocked. But we've been singing the praises, and rightfully so, at Draymond Green this season.
He's been okay.
Yeah, but no, he's been more than okay to me.
Okay.
But the bottom line is you can't keep riding him into the ground. That's the natural part of this.
Well, then you're not going to win a lot of games.
They need some help.
Well,
that's all. Everybody needs help, Steiny.
No
and
kidding,
LeBron
but
needs help.
When do you say maybe they don't have it anymore? Maybe they can't be the best 2 players on your team.
But
maybe
nobody
they
feels
can't.
that way of Steph. There's some slippage.
I do. I don't think there's a player you can get that you can put on this team that makes him a championship contender.
Even forget
Jimmy Butler. I don't think so.
Siakam. Steiny. That's why they're. I believe Mike D is.
So they're one player away.
I believe so.
I don't.
The right player away.
I don't believe they're one player away.
We're acting. And
they don't have enough shooting. They don't have enough athletes.
But explain the good start. And there's tricking games off. The games that they're losing are not that they're outclassed. That's a winnable game.
Okay,
so shame on everybody. Curry,
it was a winnable game,
and Kerr.
I mean, I don't
Well, we're watching this happen and repeat itself over.
Right, because athleticism gives them all kinds of trouble. When teams get after them on the perimeter, they have trouble adjusting to the other team's athleticism, length, and quickness.
Okay.
And part of it, if you want to go player by player, Steph's not getting by his man like he has in the past. He's not. Pods doesn't drive like that. He doesn't get to the bucket like that.
Yeah.
Kaminga, when he's got a little advantage, he can do that. But they don't have guys who can make a lot of plays individually for themselves or other players.
And that's what's Stoney. And that, hey, I'm not even mad at that, but that's why you got to go fix that if you can. And we're hearing talks about LeBron James.
Let me ask you this. If Steph Curry plays till 39 years old, and when he's 39, he's averaging 16 a game, is he still good? Are we still going to talk about him like, well, he needs help?
No.
I don't know.
It'll be over then.
I don't know.
And it may be over now.
He's under contract for 3 more years.
Right.
3 more years.
Right.
The rest of this year and the next 2.
And right now, he needs to be in a scenario to where it's not him or bust.
He needs – say it. They need a better player than Steph.
But I don't know where that is.
Well,
they need a player that's equal or better.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think Jimmy Butler gets it done. That's just me. Let's go to City Boy. City Boys in San Francisco. I mean, I just think people are looking like, oh, my God, what happened last night? Well, what happened last night was something we all watched. The Houston Rockets got into them, and they didn't have a lot of answers.
Yeah. And they get into a lot of other teams because they're a top-tier defense.
Okay, so maybe we just have a problem with the Rockets, but we beat them 15 times in a row.
No, you got a problem closing games.
Well,
and this ain't 1-point leads over 2. These are 6-point leads. And then your offense it turns into Clyde Raines, invisible.
The offense was not good all game. They only scored 90 points.
Right. And if Stoney, it was old 90s basketball. But then when it's go time and you need to keep scoring, when you have Steph, I'm not even throwing Dre in there.
Steph? What's
you
Steph
should be able to get a bucket.
How?
And Kaminga.
Tell me how.
Well, ain't no tell me how. You didn't see it his whole career.
Right.
He ain't in a wheelchair.
I know he's not.
Okay, and I'm saying,
are you going to ever acknowledge that he's not the same player?
I just want you to give me a win. And the win is you spoon-feeding Kaminga saying, like, he's just a possibility, and that's what I'm married to. But you telling me they might be afraid of his handles? Well, damn, look around. Well, I'd rather lose that way to empower the young man to show him us if he can do it or not.
The time for Jonathan Kaminga to work on his handles is not during a game.
He had 20 shot attempts last night, and I thought that was a crappy play to have Draymond try to throw it to him, and all we're asking and lobbying for is give him the ball
because
and see if he could cook.
Your play was so genius, give him the ball at the top of the key and let him cook. That's not a play.
What are you?
That's not a play.
What are you talking about?
You just heard it, baby. You just heard it.
So they couldn't put the ball in his hands easier, Steiny, and had Draymond sit this out. We're going to inbound the ball to Kaminga. We see it all day, every day, except with the Warriors. But then you want to tell us, is Kaminga this or that? Why are you acting like that's impossible? You feel like he can't do it. I get that, but let's see.
You can't see. Jonathan Kaminga doesn't have great handles. You're playing against a team that defends the perimeter and the dribble better than any team in the league. I'm not putting him at the head of the circle and saying go to work against that team.
Well, you need to trade that player then.
What did they try to do? They tried to get him the ball 8 feet from the basket for his bread and butter. And Draymond Green, don't blame Kaminga or Kerr.
I'm not blaming Kaminga.
Draymond Green blew it.
You didn't need him to get him the ball if you trust him. You could have gave him the ball easier.
He's your best initiator.
Don't miss me with that initiator. That's why you're running out of score points. Initiator. Okay. Give the ball to the guy that can get buckets, and he may not get it, that has the most athleticism, and the one that's an enigma for you because you're trying to dangle him. Oh, we need to Kaminga this or that. Then in go time, you can't empower him to trust him. I'm not even saying he would have made it, but Stoney, for you to sit here and act like he can't dribble the ball or create a shot after he took 20 on the night, miss me. That's why we're in the boat we're in now.
Okay. So put him in a position of weakness.
Give him a chance.
He's had 20 shots.
Give him a chance.
Okay. You know
We'll
what?
have Draymond throw it to him.
Okay.
Have that work out.
Well, let me tell you what else would have happened.
Take the diapers off.
They are, and they got beat by it. The other thing is, you want to put him at the head of the circle? He may get fouled. Now what?
It's nothing worse than Draymond throwing the ball out of bounds. I don't need that part of the formula. Get the ball to the man that can go get it.
They were trying
and Kaminga can, and we've been waiting on it.
They were trying to get the ball to Kaminga in his most advantageous spot. Let's go to City. My bad, City. What's up? City.
I'm listening to the banter.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're finally on. Yes, you're on.
City boy.
Oh, wow. Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I'm enjoying listening to the banter. It's funny, Matt, because I don't think we can deny Steph's getting older, and, it's taken a little bit of a toll on him. I personally think he's still pretty phenomenal. And I do think a move can make this, when you say a championship team, right, I think capable of winning a championship. Obviously, there's probably five teams that would fit in that category, right? But I think, a loss like last night sort of shines a light on the Warriors' deficiencies and maybe, nudges Dunleavy towards making a move happen. I think, for me, the best one I've heard is picking up two players from Brooklyn and go get you Cam Johnson and Dennis Schroeder, because the Warriors aren't one player away. I'd take two high-level players over one, Jimmy Butler, for instance, personally. And, it's an interesting thing because one thing you said, Matt, and it's funny because I think you're attributing it to age and part of it is that. But let's not forget why they got KD. This was the same problem the Warriors had prior to KD, because what teams would do at the end of the games, they realized they just would hold Steph. They would grab him, they would hold him, and they would deny him, right? And they would overplay him and force you to let somebody else beat you. And guys like Harrison Barnes just couldn't do it, right? And that's the same thing we're dealing with now, is there's nobody else you can really feel good about getting the ball to at the end of a game. So that's why we're seeing these droughts at the end of the game. That's why the Warriors went to go get KD. So this isn't the first time we've seen this, And I mean, and I love Chris Mullin, by the way. After the game, and he said, look, fouling isn't good defense. Just because they were calling it, don't fool yourself into thinking we were watching a great defensive game last night. So, I mean, really, there were, about 50 no calls, if you count going both ways? That game was crazy. And for the rest to then decide to call it, like Steph said, 80 feet away from the basket to decide the game, they should have just given them a timeout. That was a pretty unfortunate time to make that call. Was it a foul? Yeah, it was a foul. There was also, 50 other fouls that they didn't call during the game. So,
yeah,
it was an unfortunate loss, but it does shine a light on the Warriors' main deficiency, which is scoring at the end of games. When teams do tighten up, when the refs do tend to swallow the whistles, and they're grabbing Steph on every possession. So
yeah, I mean, you're right. That's what happened in Game 7 against the Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals, and it is one of the reasons they got Kevin Durant, because they needed a guy to go to down the stretch.
But, I guess Wiggins was that guy in 2022 when they won one without Durant. But
let's go to Joe in San Jose. What's up, Joe? How you doing, man?
Okay, guys. Thanks for taking my call. This is a very intense conversation. You guys make very good points on the Warriors. But one point you guys didn't make is you said the Warriors may be one player away or may not be one player. How about if they're one coach away from winning, from making a big change? Because Draymond Green had gave the ball to Steph Curry twice in the last 3 minutes of that game, and Steph couldn't do nothing with it. So Draymond is smart enough to know that this is not Steph Curry night, so he tried to give it to Kaminga, and that's when the turnover happened. But before that, Steph Curry had the game in his hand, basically, and you guys make some very good points. Maybe the coach is drawing up the wrong plays and still thinking Curry is the player that he is, and maybe they need a change of a captain. What do you guys think about that? Thanks for taking my call.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, are we really going to believe that a coaching change is going to change things?
This is bigger than the coach, man. And Steiny, I'm passionate. I will not ever stop being. The bottom line is I understand where you're at on this just for the play. But at some point, you can't keep, as an organization, going to the podium telling us this is the guy, and then on a Tuesday night in a big game where you're in another drought offensively, and I'm not saying they said this, but they kind of did it by the draw up of the play. There's an easier way to get Jonathan Kaminga the ball. That's all. I can't remember the last game where it came down to Kaminga, and maybe he hadn't earned it, but when you say you want to maximize, and Draymond says swinging the sweet whispers about Jonathan Kaminga, well, damn it, I think we're all at the point now. We'll put him in position and let's see him fall down.
He led the team in shot attempts last
right. Game. So I thought you could get him the ball better than that play that you drew up when you could have eliminated a pass by anybody. Go get him the ball in a way that is, I'm right here. I got it. You didn't have to get exotic like they were trying to do, and then the pass goes out of bounds for whatever reason. That's all. But I thought that was an opportunity for us to see. And last night he's shown me he's getting stronger, Steiny. He can do something on the block if he could master that.
Right, that's where they're trying to get him the ball. They were trying to get him the ball on the block.
They were trying to get him the ball on the run. That was not your traditional get him the ball on the block.
I know. They
that
were trying
was
to
on the run.
They were trying to duck. He was trying to duck in, and he had him.
But the bigger question is, and you could really be onto something, you really believe it was that because of the handle that was like they didn't even want that part of the play. Him dribbling or trying to come up or create, drive and dish.
They're in a half-court offense.
Yes.
And you're going to ask Kaminga to go do something 25 feet from the basket at the head of the circle. I'm out on that against that team. I just am. That's just me. I thought what they tried to do was get him the ball in the where's he best? In the lane when he raises up.
I got it, but it was on the run, though. It was such a hard,
Draymond never let him get set up.
Well.
All he had to do was wait 1 second, let Kaminga get him on his back, and throw a bounce pass in there. And, you know, the other thing is like, look, even when the Warriors were winning titles, we complained about how sloppy they were down the stretch. Even Curry, even Draymond. Well, now they're not quite as great, and they're sloppy down the stretch, and it's getting them beat. Let's go to Gil in the East Bay. What's up, Gil? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Look, I have a novel idea. The Golden State Warriors are not one player away. They might not be two players away. I have a novel idea. Why not save all your draft picks and Steiny, as you said, the Warriors have to get, or they should get, more athletic and younger, in addition to taller, and let's just go from there.
Appreciate it.
Like that.
Appreciate it.
Okay?
Yeah. I mean, I just think that one of the issues that this team is having and this fan base is coming to terms with is the notion that the organization thinks that they're one move away from getting back to where they were. And I don't see them as one move away from getting back to where they were. So now we have a fan base that's holding out hope that Jimmy Butler can come in here and be the savior, or that Vucevic can come in here and be the savior, or Paul George or Markkanen. And I think they need a better team. Like, I don't like, you know, they're like Pods not having a good year. Buddy Hield has been inconsistent, but he's been exactly the player that you acquired. Like,
I just don't. You need to have a conversation with Steph sooner than later.
And that's the other thing. And that's the other thing. Since when did we, like, if you know, before the season, all we were talking about was they need somebody more ready than Kaminga right now to pair with Steph.
Yes.
Okay.
And they try.
Okay. So now all of a sudden they want to go to Kaminga. They want Kaminga to be the guy. Well, what happens if they don't get results? What's Steph Curry think then? Does he think they've maximized his window by letting a 22-year-old try to carry him in the fourth quarter of games? And if it doesn't work, he's supposed to say, no, I still trust this organization. I mean, we were saying before the year started, we got to do everything for Steph. Well, that didn't mean making Kaminga the go-to guy because that's a young player, and his timetable's not the same as Steph's.
Johnny, I'm not.
So, we can't say, well, let's make Kaminga the guy. Let's make him the guy, and then also say, well, they're doing right by Steph. No, they're not.
But
they're not.
It's not a bobblehead night. Two things can happen on one night. All we're asking, if you have 3 possessions where you come up empty and 2 of them culminate in a 24-second shot violation, Steph Curry should be like, anybody want to step up? Here, go. So Kaminga didn't have to be featured to be an option on a play like that, especially when you were coming up empty, not featuring them. That's all I'm saying, Stoney. And at the end of the day, until something does happen or it doesn't, if he's on your team and he's one of your players, let's give him let's see. And I just thought that was a situation where athleticism from a youngster can meet the athleticism of Houston.
Okay.
And for the most part, they haven't had an answer for Kaminga.
Okay.
And I'm not saying he would have got the bucket last night, but it sure beats what I saw.
Okay, then everything's changed. Now so you're saying to Steph Curry, you know what, Steph? We know Kaminga's not on your timeline, but too bad. He's too important. We have to develop him. We've got to get him 35 minutes a game. And that was the biggest concern in the offseason. What if we don't get Steph help? Yeah. He's going to want to leave. Well, that's the path you're going down now with Kaminga.
No doubt.
So you change, not you, but the Warriors changed their thinking. They're now shoehorning Kaminga down this team's throat to see if he can be the guy. When we all know he's going to be a significantly better player in 4 years.
But I guess I would ask for your now he's getting the shots and it's by default, no Wiggins or whatnot, Dre being hurt. But what evidence outside of what I'm clamoring for that didn't happen last night, and I guess technically they tried to throw the ball to him, to where you feel like they're empowering Kaminga in money time? I don't feel like that's why I'm mad. I don't feel like they're going out of their way, especially when things are not going well and Curry's on lock, when it's naturally, hey, Kaminga, if we put you in this position, it's not we went through you for the whole game, but last night was exhibit you're saying one thing, but you're doing another.
They went to him against Houston last week. Was it Houston? No, when did he come through? Houston.
33.
They put the ball in his hands late. He came through. Great. The next game, Friday,
they
lost.
all were bad, yeah.
Okay. Then Sunday against Minnesota, he was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here comes Wednesday's game. It's their big possession. They tried to get him the ball. Sometimes you try to get a guy the ball, and the guy who's responsible for getting him the ball throws a terrible pass. And he doesn't get a chance to make a play to put him up 3.
But what if you're right about, and we'll never know, but I guess I'm arguing at the ideology of they decided to get him the ball on the run or down there because they didn't trust his handle to be. That's where I'm talking about growth. Like, let's see him cook. Like, let him dribble. You're acting like he's a, what's the thing where you got no arms and legs?
You're acting like he's got Allen Iverson crossover. He turns the ball over a lot when he drives into traffic. 888-957-9570 is the number. And again, well, I'll tell you that last time. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by the California Lottery.
If you're looking for the perfect gift, give scratchers from the California Lottery.
I owe Curry nothing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Warriors get beat last night, 91-90. Bunch of stuff goes wrong last 2 minutes of the game, and the Houston Rockets bite them.
Got some support.
Who?
My buddy Gerard. Remember I told you played in South Florida. I'm with Steiny on this one. 3 dribbles max for Kaminga in the half court. But he could get to the bucket. You get him in the right spot. If there was a handoff and those long strides.
You think Jonathan Kaminga's got a good handle? I'm just asking.
No.
Okay, well then
I don't think it's bad.
That's why they, not me, that's why they probably didn't think that putting him at the top of the circle to try to beat his man and make a play was the best idea. So they tried to get it to him closer to the basket. And Draymond messed it up. And Curry hurt him before that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's a guy that's going to give you some support. Let's go to Jonathan Kaminga's number 1 fan.
Who is it? Oh,
Coach in Vallejo. What's up, Coach?
I'm fighting the fight, Coach. I'm fighting the good fight, man.
Hey, you are good. I'm proud of you, and you're right, Steiny. But right off the bat, you know LeBron James just set another record other than scoring this year.
What was it?
He became the all-time leader in turnovers in the NBA history. Second is Kobe Bryant. Okay, those are the top 2 turnovers in NBA history. Now, how great are they? Now, I'm with Guru.
Whoa. What does that have to do with Kaminga?
Kaminga's handles are definitely good enough. I would have gave him that 1 pick at the top of the circle and let him go downhill. That's the play, and he's been more successful than not in that. So that was definitely the play. The ability to be a good shooter is not just shooting. You have to have the ability to get the shot off. And that's one of the problems that Pajinski has. He might be a great shooter, but he can't get his shot off. Yep. Kaminga can get his shot off on anyone in the NBA. That's what Guru is saying. So, yeah, put the ball in his hands, let him go downhill. And you know what? Kaminga has more confidence in himself than anyone has in Kaminga. He knows. He said it at the beginning of the season. No one can stop me one-on-one. Well, and you know what? That's the play. Give him that pick.
Okay,
let him switch. And that first step, Kaminga to the hole.
Yeah, Steiny. Okay, so now Kaminga's got the ball beyond the three-point line, right in front, like straight away from the basket. Okay? So now what's the defender going to do? He's going to say, go ahead and shoot a 20-footer. So he's going to sink back in.
Yeah, but
there's not going to be a big room to drive.
Right.
There's just not, and they were in the half court. That's another thing. There was no motion, like natural motion that was coming off a team like flooding down the court. I don't want to have, I'm sorry, I don't want Jonathan Kaminga with the ball in his hands at the top of the circle with 5 sets of eyes on him from the defense. Right. I would have rather done or tried to do what they did, which was get a quick hitter with him with his back to the basket and get his little 8-footer in the lane.
But why couldn't you have done that? Because I'm loving and falling more in love with the back to the basket to where you inbounded to somebody and they feed it to him in the post. I mean,
that's what they were trying to do.
On the run,
they were right. Whose fault was it?
Draymond.
He has to throw that pass to Kaminga. He has to.
But if you inbound the ball and then Sean Livingston give it to him on the block, Steiny, that's different than trying to be Randy Moss at the same time and then the best version of yourself.
And again, to me, if you give it to him on the low block, he's going to assess the situation, and then the defense may double him, and he's going to have to make a decision. I don't know what's going to happen. The play they look to be drawing up was going to be a quick hitter to Kaminga where he was going to catch it, and there wouldn't have been time for the defense. He would have had an individual defender on him to take him closer to the basket. That's the way I looked at it.
You're getting a lot of people, 415. Kaminga can only go straight line from the basket. He stands under the basket and doesn't even have the Euro step. He's not a closer, period.
Well, we also have to, if we're going to talk about him in this role, we've got to talk about his free throw shooting.
Now
and we can't just gloss over it.
It's concerning.
Because you know what? There's a good chance that he would have caught that ball in the low post. They would have just hammered him.
You're right. 2 of 6 is not going to get it done when you're trying to be, for this team or whatever your future, a scorer. You gotta be. Come on now. 2 of 6 ain't getting it done. He's 60% on the year.
And that's a reason why using him as a closer right now is problematic because he doesn't make free throws.
What are your other options?
Steph Curry.
Oh.
Matt on the bridge. What's up, Matt?
Bridge anymore.
Oh, sorry.
Fellas,
Yeah.
not on the bridge anymore. I'm wandering around the city.
Welcome.
Did you guys hear anything about this dust-up between Hield and Pajinski?
Yeah, I
There's
saw
a little
it.
video going around, but it wasn't at the end of the game. People acted like it was the end of the game. They were having a discussion, but what are your thoughts?
No, I don't know. I just wonder. Pajinski's starting to annoy me. But hey, Goo, Kaminga played the most minutes. He took the most shots. I mean, they're letting him do it. I mean, he didn't make the last one, okay. But the other thing is, I think they're definitely 2 players away, and I think they definitely know that. And Steiny, you said it, and it's absolutely true. Curry and Draymond just aren't as good as they used to be, and they can't play as many minutes. So I'm glad that they're not going to this other thing. I know Kerr wanted it for the players at the end of the bench because that was some real money. But I thought the defense was really solid. Very dumb play at the end. I don't understand why Anderson wasn't inbounding the ball, but try not to go there. Kerr knows what he's doing. He's got 9 rings. I don't know anything. He's fine.
Appreciate it.
They got to replace Melton. And they need another long shooter.
I do think they
it was
needed
a good game.
Yeah, I actually, thanks for the call, Matt. I thought it was a great game.
No, it was.
I thought it was a great game.
And I'll put the Warriors defense up there with anybody's right now early on in this season, Stoddy. They scrap. And I know Houston's not the most polished offensive team, but we've seen it against Dallas, who they'll see Sunday. We've seen the Warriors play hellified defense, but you just want the fruits of your labor on the other end. And maybe
then you gotta earn
I'm
it.
in denial,
You got to earn the fruits of your labor.
Yeah.
And you don't earn anything in the NBA when you go 4 for 10 from the line and you commit 22 turnovers.
Ask me how many free throw attempts Curry had last night.
How many?
One, it was a technical.
Okay.
Zero.
Is that a problem?
To me, you cook. You're the chef. I'm not ready to say
you're answering your own question.
From Dre and
you're not ready to say that?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Because Draymond, I was sitting here saying DPOY. Now, nobody's what they were 5 years ago.
Well, then that's slippage, Goo. I mean, I just hate to say it, but it is.
Kevin Durant has slippage. LeBron has slippage, but it's still good enough.
No, it's not. Have you looked at the standings? Have you looked at the standings? Let me just, and I just noticed this. Let's go down the West.
Let's
go down the West.
Game.
You're right. Let's go down the West. Oklahoma City, they're 8-2 in their last 10. Houston, 7-3. Memphis, 9-1. Dallas, 8-2. The Warriors, they're 3-7. Okay, the Clippers, 6-4. Nuggets, 5-5. The Lakers, they're 3-7. The Suns, they're 3-7. What do those teams have in common? All their stars are older. They're all older. So I'm just saying that I think we got to acknowledge some reality here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I would tell you this about that list. I won't even ask about the hardware, but Kevin Durant, even on his worst day, can look around and say, I got Devin Booker in his prime, doing what's left of it, and I got Bradley Beal. Again, Steiny, who offensively can Steph say, I'm going to battle with? It's not Draymond.
I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins than Bradley Beal. I would.
But still, that's light. That's one guy. Durant has the luxury of having 2 guys.
But, right, and he's still not getting it done. I'm just saying, the Warriors, Lakers, and Suns, what do they all have in common? Their best players are old.
Yeah.
Okay. And
this is the path you chose.
You don't just get away with that for 82 games. Let's go to who's been waiting. Yeah. Bill's in San Jose says we're both wrong.
Well,
all right. What's up, Bill? What's up?
No, you got it right.
Oh.
You got it right, Steiny. You got it right. It's the free throws. Kaminga cannot be a scorer without at least a 75-80% free throw percentage. It just can't happen. They can almost hack a shack on him. And that's where the game was lost. I mean, he's kind of a tragic player. He's so talented and so good at some things, but you're right about his handle. He gets the ball stripped now. You know, they know how to play him now. The word's out in the NBA. You know, that's my thoughts.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, they had 8 free throws, not counting the technical. He had 6 attempts, 6 of the 8. After that, you had nobody that was putting any, I don't believe, pressure on the defense, Donnie. Just think about that. One guy was 90% of your free throw attempts.
I mean, the other thing I want to make clear is, you know, I've been sitting here all day saying this is why I don't think they want to put the ball in Kaminga's hands in that particular position, which is at the top of the key, and let him go to work. It doesn't mean I don't like him, and it doesn't mean I don't think he's not a part of the future. It's just he's got a lot to still work on and get better at. And it's not you can't do it during the games.
And the rat on the table is when he had that 33 points. This is keeping me up at night. It's not a big deal, but I've said it to you before, Snotty. Steph Curry and Dre didn't play. There's something about the mental warfare or aspect or component of knowing it's your show or you are 1 and 1A. Can he really be what I want him? I'm yearning for him to be with Steph and Dre out there.
Well, I don't know what you want him to be right now.
The answer is no.
Well, then I blame him.
But with that, that's why I would just go push my chips in. Kenny Rogers, all in.
So now playing with Dre and Steph's a problem for a player.
No, he'll never reach his full potential.
What do you mean? That's he's 22.
Yeah, but Steph's not 22. They got a champ. They're trying to get back and be a problem and ride out what's left for Curry and Dre.
They trade Kaminga.
Well, that may happen.
Okay. And I'm against that.
He's your best chip.
I'm against that. Let's go to Paul in Oakland. What's up, Paul? How you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Hey.
Just a quick comment on this Jonathan Kaminga play at the end of the game. So you guys had, just to start off, I'm a Rockets fan, but I'm a basketball fan first and foremost, so I try to watch the game kind of agnostically. You had 3 outside attempts with no luck because what the Rockets were doing was pulling Şengün out on those last possessions to play really aggressive defense. So Kerr noticed that we were overplaying, so you were trying to hit a backdoor pass. I would kill to have a coach that could recognize and make that adjustment and then put your best playmaker. You're saying that Kaminga wasn't the guy. He was the guy. The play was drawn up for him. It just wasn't executed. So it's easy to play Thursday morning quarterback. If that pass happens and that layup happens, it's game. So I just don't understand the conversation. You're
Let me tell you about the conversation. You're right. Hold on. Let me just answer that question, smartass. There was an easier way to get Jonathan Kaminga the ball. That's all it's about. You see it. If you watch, like you said, intently, there was an easier way to get your guy the ball. You can X out the Vinny Testaverde possible pass or no pass and give the guy the ball and let him cook. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not coming down Kaminga's road. He could have handed the ball with a screen, handoff, anything. But to draw up that play and assume against that tenacious defense that I'm going to go Dan Fouts and he's going to hit Jonathan Kaminga in the hands, I think that's too much to ask.
So I was trying to be patient after you called me a smartass, but let me rebut. I said at the beginning that when you're overplaying, the best play is to catch somebody backdoor. And that's what Steve Kerr drew up. And you can sit there and say they didn't execute. That's fine. But the chances of scoring on that play is still greater than giving an ISO to Kaminga when you have 5 athletes on the floor on the Rockets with no shot blocker.
I appreciate
That's my point.
Let me just leave you with this one, and I'm going to lay it on Steiny and everybody else. Sunday, I was clamoring for more pick and roll between Kaminga and Curry. Sunday against the Wolves, they did that. Didn't do it a lot, and it was effective. What about that? Why couldn't that have been, Steiny, a possible play that they went to?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And what my answer would be is they believe that Kaminga is a far more effective offensive player when he's got the ball with his back to the basket and he can shoot that little 10-footer as opposed to when he's on the wing in a triple threat position trying to beat an individual defender. I just don't think that's his strength. And, you know, the other thing is, I mean, like, you hear what you're saying, right? Like, in the biggest possession of the game, you got Steph Curry and Draymond Green, and the play you want is to let Kaminga cook.
I got to be honest.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, you lost me when you said Draymond. It's just Steph Curry or bust. It's not Draymond. It's not Steph, Draymond. And that's why it could have been some action with Kaminga and Curry. But, Steiny, the bottom line is and I see you looking at me like, Goo, are you hearing yourself? I'm hearing the Warriors talk about this kid, this 22-year-old kid who they're basically hitching their wagon to, and they want to see more. Now, are you right? Were they concerned or nervous about his handles? But if you're going to talk that talk about this kid, you can't rob him, and they didn't. The play didn't work, but there could have been, I believe, something better to have him be put in this situation to see what comes about. How are we going to find out if this kid is grown or not? It's not like he's failed in these instances. That's all.
Goo, they ran a play for him. And the play they ran for him was what Steve Kerr believed was Kaminga's most advantageous offensive position. Now, if you believe
that too?
Yes. Oh, my God. If you're asking me if Draymond Green can execute a simple bounce pass to Kaminga, yes. That, to me,
he didn't
is
even bounce
infinite.
He threw
That's
it.
not Kaminga's fault.
I'm not saying it is.
But, yes, I would 10 times out of 10 times would rather see Draymond Green throw the pass that he makes in his sleep to Kaminga, who can then quick hit a turnaround, quick hitter, than giving Jonathan Kaminga the ball and saying, go cook. They try, like, to my way of thinking, they tried to get him the ball where he loves it most. And Draymond failed. They were trying.
I'm not blaming JK on that. How can you? But how could you have simplified it to where you made sure he got the ball?
888-957-9570 is the number. What do you guys think about that game last night? It's obviously got a lot of people talking. Warriors, they give up 7 straight points to finish that game, and they lose 91-90 to a team that they're pretty good record-wise, and they defend. And they got you out of what you wanted to do. Let's go to Bay. Bay Rob. Bay Rob's in the city. What's up, Bay Rob?
Steiny and Goo.
Hey.
What you guys ain't hollered in a minute. Love you guys.
Talk to us.
Check this out. Hey, Steiny Goo. Oh, it's Steiny Goo. I love Kaminga. He's coming up, but he ain't developed yet. And he can't cook, Goo. He can't cook. He can get out on the wing and make a few shots, but if he's coming downhill and all eyes is on him, and once everything crowd in, Goo, I don't trust him. It's going to be a bad decision. So it's going to be a bad decision with that. So my thing is with Kaminga needs to develop some more. He is going to be good. But he needs to develop and learn the game more, dude. Like, the game don't slow down for him like it slowed down for Curry. You could tell the players that cook. You see Jalen Green on the other side? That dude could cook. He could go and get a basket. So you can see the difference between him and Kaminga. That dude could get to the hole. That's what I'm saying. No matter what, he'd be determined to get to the hole. It's a different. Kaminga gonna come along, dude. And let's keep it 100. The second best player on the Golden State Warriors team right now is Andrew Wiggins. When we can get him to come and play.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks, Bay Rob. I think there's another thing, too, going on. And I agree with it. Like, there's a difference between having a monster possession and having a guy with the ball. There's a difference between making a play and taking the shot. And to me, what I saw last night is they aren't comfortable with Kaminga's decision-making. In other words, if he's got the ball at the top of the circle and he drives and doesn't get what he wants, now what does he have? He's not adept at kicking out or finding a cutter. So what they tried to do was take that decision-making out of Kaminga's hands, but get him the ball for the big shot.
You know what? I'm not even mad at that. And let's say you are 100% right. Then, and to Bay Rob's point, Stoney, then how does one grow? How does Kaminga work on? Like,
Practice.
I know you keep, well.
I'm sorry. That's the only answer.
But they're hemorrhaging down the stretch.
Well, they're 14-10. Like, seriously.
No, I'm just saying the games that they're losing, we can make an argument that they're blowing them because
it's harder to score in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Like if Kaminga, like I'm not just popping on the mic saying, "Oh, I'm pro Kaminga," and it's working. It's not working. And Curry's getting older. It's getting harder to get separation. So Jonathan Kaminga, he had 20 field goal attempts. I'm not telling you he's mastered what you guys are telling me he's going to be. But the bottom line, Stoney, is the season, the games are coming rapidly, and it just hurts when they play their ass off and then offensively they go in a drought. So all I'm asking is, can we expedite and maybe you take 2 steps back to take 3 forward? Yeah. If you're robbing the kid of watching him fall on his face, how better is he really getting? And if you have it your way, you're telling me watch Kaminga in 2.5 years. Then we'll watch him. But Curry and Dre and the Warriors and Kerr, for that matter, don't have that time. That's all I'm saying, man.
Okay. So if you want to if you want to spoon feed Kaminga with the game on the line, then how does that dovetail with we have to do everything for Steph Curry? If you have to do everything for Steph Curry, you can't just put the ball in the hands of a 22-year-old who is not a complete player and expect good things to happen.
Okay, Evan came in during the break. Stoney, I'm not saying that should supersede anything Curry related. That I'm Curry all day. But all I was saying is if that's not working, then a guy that's hoisted up 20 field goal attempts, and it's kind of funny, when it doesn't work for Kaminga, when it does work for Kaminga, he's a savant. He's an athletic he can get to the cup.
He can't get to the cup. I disagree with that.
Well, he got to the free throw line 6 times.
Okay.
But
he can get to the cup in certain situations. I don't think he can get to the cup when he's 24 feet on the perimeter and the half-court defense is set up and they're all looking at him. And that's another reason why I think they ran the play they ran.
And I don't want to say I believe
if they ran the play they ran effectively, Kaminga would have got it and had a quick decision to make, and there wouldn't have been time for the help defense to come or for them to force him in to making any kind of decision. The decision would have been made for him. He's got a little 7-footer in the lane. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Doug. I see Justin. I see Mystic. We'll take the rest of your calls in the next segment, and then we'll welcome in Willard and Dan Dibley. That's what's coming up next. Warriors lose 91-90 to the Houston Rockets in a game that had a lot of different things going on, and we're trying to touch them all, which I think we touched most of them. I'm trying to think if we missed anything. We talked about we didn't play Charles Barkley and what he had to say. I don't know if he said it about the Warriors or the Rockets, but we got a minute of Charles Barkley, and that's always fun to listen to. What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility.
for me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jimmy!
Win a game late.
He's taking his team to the offs.
Is he?
I know everything.
Dude, man.
Is he? They got a must-win this week. Who are they playing, Evan?
Niners got a must-win in about 3 hours.
Tampa Bay.
Oh, that's got playoff implications.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, seriously, we'll get to the Warriors, Donnie, but what you have no expectations from Greenlaw. Like, I'm excited to see.
He hasn't played in 9 months.
But he's playing tonight.
Okay.
One strip sack.
Okay. Sure. If you say so.
Dude, English was my best subject in high school.
He better lead the team in tackles. That's all I know, right?
Stop. I guess I need a spokesman. Somebody to explain what I'm trying to decipher about Kaminga because it's getting taken the wrong way.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's been taken the exact same right way.
9 of them. Kaminga can't do it in the half. I'm just saying the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. And I feel like these games that the Warriors are losing, Steiny, when they go Brooklyn, just mix it up. I know they were going to Kaminga. I would love to ask her, did you really do it that way because you think his stuff is kind of – and there might be something to that. But until he's traded, he's one of yours. You got to let him grow, man, or put him in – that's all I'm asking. I'm not telling you he's Durant.
They tried.
I think that's how it's coming off.
They tried to get him in the ball where he loves it most.
And you can do that
most
different.
Effective.
You could have had that different. You know what I'm saying? Inbound, somebody throw it to him.
They ran their split action. And the guy came out and took Curry away on the perimeter, and JK ducked in, and he had the pass, and Draymond butchered it.
Shout out
By the way, and I haven't been very, very harsh.
Oh.
But if you want me to be really, really harsh?
That's all we expect.
Okay.
Well,
Jonathan Kaminga, and I've talked about him for the last week. All right? I don't think they should trade him. I think people that are expecting more from him at 22 are crazy. I look at what he might be in 3 or 4 years, and I don't give a rat's ass if Steph's here or not. But what happened? Who fouled the guy with 3 seconds to go? Kaminga. Kaminga. Bad call? Yes. Did he put the ref in a position where the ref made that call? He did. And by the replay, I was like, oh, boy, they can't win that challenge. So, he made a big mistake with 3 seconds to go. And, that's another thing you may have to, you got to live with that.
Yeah. But
if you're going to have him in the game.
If the chef was baking, and I know their resume, it's not even an equal, right? But, Steiny, if the chef does what he's supposed to do and not go for the night, that doesn't even, there's no time for that foul to even occur. Because while they were scrambling, the buzzer would have went off. And that's how I kept watching, this is not real life. Right. There's still more time left. Steph, why did you shoot it so fast?
Well, and that's why.
But if he's telling you their D is all that, and he got a good look, that scares me more.
That's why my first statement was, when I look at a game like last night, the first two guys, to me, who are most responsible are Steph Curry for a bad shot at a bad time, and Draymond Green, who made a monster, terrible pass in a critical moment.
And had 5 on the night, 4 others. But, yeah.
That's the story we're missing.
And we got to say this. I asked Evan, did you see Curry get fouled on the elbow? They didn't tee Kerr up on the elbow in front of the ref, and it was a 3 and did not get called. I know we got dibs coming up.
It was actually 2. It was a 2 because Curry,
but it was a foul, F-O-U-L, foul.
Okay, Curry talked about that play, and he described it as an 18-footer, and he said it went 12 feet. When do I miss a shot by 6 feet? That's all fair. He was fouled. The foul occurred with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
It's not even about when it occurred. It happened, and Helen Keller and Ray and Jamie Foxx were they were in the black and white outfit.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. What's going on, Doug? How you doing? Doug in Berkeley. That's going to do it. Yeah. Let's go to Leo in San Francisco. What's up, Leo?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing today?
Hey.
Hey, we're kind of dealing with this in sort of this microcosm of what happened last night. What's going on with the Warriors is much bigger than that. It goes all the way back to last year and Kerr's unwillingness to really develop the young players and live with their mistakes. And I think too often what they do with the young players, especially Kaminga, they try to manage him to eliminate or avoid some of his mistakes. But the only way he's going to develop and the only way they're going to get him to be where, they expect him to be is by throwing him out there in difficult situations like last night, whether it means handing up the ball, coming out of that timeout and saying, this is what we'd like to do, but you're going to have to make some decisions and we're going to live with your mistakes. We're going to trust in you. And until we get to that point, we're still going to have these problems, these kinds of discussions, and the kinds of things that happened last night. I said this last year. The owner should have gone to Kerr and said, listen, you need to develop these young players because that's where we're at right now. This idea of bringing in Paul George or bringing in Markkanen or anybody else to get us over the hump's not going to work. We got two or three guys who we can really develop, but you're going to have to live with the mistakes. And I said this last year. If Kerr was unwilling to do it, that's his call, fine. But we had a guy sitting next to him, Atkinson, who I'm sure was more than willing to do something like that. So now we're living with the mistakes from last year, and we're still in this gray area. They bring in a bunch of guys. We're playing 11 and 12 guys now, and the young guys still aren't being developed the way they should be developed. That's the problem.
Well, and the other thing is you box yourself in because if you want to tell Kaminga you're going to take a bigger role. We are going to let you work through your mistakes. We're going to let you grow. All right, you may as well trade Steph right now. That's the way I look at it.
And that's why
you can't give it to them all right now. Okay. You give them a little by little bit.
And last night would have been just breaking them off.
And they tried. I thought.
Yeah. Well, they tried to get him the ball. Before we switch this up, I need you to play ball with me here because I know you don't want to do it. I love opinions, and I love hearing from different people. But do you think if you would have went up and asked Jonathan Kaminga on that last play, the same scenario before the ball was inbounded, in a perfect world, Jonathan, how would you like to be utilized? How do you think he would have answered that, Stoney?
See, I don't think you ask him that. I got to rely on Steve Kerr to know or to think he knows where Kaminga's best place is to be. And what I'm going to assume is that watching what they were trying to do last night, Kerr was trying to put him in his most advantageous offensive position. So what I would glean from that is, in Kerr's mind, he thinks it would be more beneficial to the team if you could get the ball to Kaminga 8 feet from the basket where he just can turn and shoot, as opposed to putting the decision-making of a big play into his hands. Because I'm not sure that he's ready for that right now. In fact, I don't think he is. But that doesn't mean you forsake it altogether. But let's go to Mike. Mike's in Oakland. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. How you doing, man? Good show today, man.
Oh, thanks.
I'm really enjoying it. Okay, so my thing is the Warriors lack basketball intelligence. And I'm going to start with Kaminga. So Kaminga doesn't know the game. So when you don't know the game, you can't improve. The problem is they need to get on a piece of paper and put some what-ifs in front of this dude's face. What happens if this happens? What happens? So he learns the game. He doesn't know the game, so he's not intelligent. Now I'm going to go with Draymond Green. Intelligent player knows the game, but has brain farts all throughout the game. Now I'm going to go with Curry. Same thing. Brain farts all throughout the game. These guys are smart players, but they fart all the time, man. And that's the problem with the Warriors. You can't do the same thing day in and day out and expect, like Guru said, a different result. You got to fix that, man. Either you shoot it or you pass it. One of them, have your mind made up. Shoot or pass. But don't turn it over. That's my opinion. I'm mad about losing that game. I love you guys. The show is great. Keep it up, baby.
Thanks, appreciate it, man. From the 415, Steiny, I normally agree with you, but criticizing Kaminga on the last play is straight up silly.
You didn't criticize.
No, I said if you want me to be overly harsh.
Oh, the foul. You're talking about the foul. I thought he was talking about the play where the ball went over his head.
Yeah. Was it a bad call? It was a bad call, but The reality is Kaminga fouled somebody. Like, I get it. They called a foul 90 feet from the basket. Well, Kaminga committed a foul.
But I just wonder why
from the basket.
Van Vliet didn't get the same foul on GP2, Steiny, who had the ball, and he just kind of plopped on him.
Billy Kennedy would say that Fred Van Vliet did not make contact with the neck and shoulder area.
And I knew Green wasn't going to make both, and he made both.
This is a great thing to discuss from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. If a player has to be in a certain spot on the court to be effective, the guy is not a superstar or closer. Wow. And I don't believe Kaminga is a superstar or closer yet.
Okay.
Can he be? Maybe. But he's got a long way to go.
Right.
And he's got a lot of things he can work on to get better at.
And this was my point to that. The other night against the Rockets, when Dre and Curry didn't play, was he a closer then, Steiny?
Yeah.
And I just believe it's natural habitat that he will never reach his full potential until Dre and Steph are gone. That's all. That's not it's a bad thing for the team, but that's what I'm watching.
I'm going to look at it this way.
Okay.
If Jonathan Kaminga can't thrive with Curry and Draymond Green,
well, what adjective would you give me to describe it as a whole?
I think you're just looking at it as, well, if Curry's there, he's going to score 25. So, to me, it's not about points. It's about being an effective, really efficient basketball player. And Kaminga, playing with Steph Curry, should be able to take advantage of Steph's gravity more.
He should, but Steiny, right now, I don't think he has that.
Okay.
But listen, I think he respects Dre and Steph to the point to where he's not trying to do it, but it's almost like a brain fart.
Then how would you explain
he's deferring
he took 20 shots last night.
Right.
He had more shots than anybody, and he played with those two guys.
But there was no Wiggins. But my point is, if he went on the hardwood every night with the mentality he had when there was no Dre and Steph, I believe he would be on a faster track to get to where he's supposed to get to, or us knowing than what he's doing now. That's all. It's an enigma the Warriors have to solve.
And I would submit that the Warriors might not be as good of a team if they start doing that exclusively or more than actually utilizing Steph Curry,
I'm not saying they should do that. It's just I just think Kaminga, who I think I know him to be as a ball player and his mindset and his interviews, I just think there's a, I don't want to use the word disconnect, but there's something that where he's not all 100 because he respects those guys in their game so much that I just really believe, Steiny, what we saw against Houston the other night here, you would get more of that if they weren't there, and that's not reality. But, yeah.
Let's go to Sham in San Jose. What's up, Sham? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
So I wanted to chime in. So I look at JK, he's a raw talent, kind of like Giannis was when he first came in. It took Giannis 5-6 years for him to finally pop. That was with him constantly playing. What do you think?
I totally agree. I completely agree. But I feel like I'm alone in that fight.
But 5 or 6 years for Giannis? I thought it was a little more sooner than that. 3-4, maybe 2-3. But, hey, he's not going to have that opportunity here while the OGs are here, Stoney. He's going to get minutes, but he's always going to have to play off of those guys.
But, I feel like you're saying that's a burden, playing with Steph and Draymond. You know what? Maybe it's become one. I don't know. Maybe it's become one because 2 or 3 years ago, deferring to those guys was the way to go.
No, right.
And maybe what we're really saying is stop deferring to those guys anymore because they ain't as good. Maybe that's really what we're talking about. Doug's in Berkeley. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, real quick, Doug. Hey, Doug, how you doing, buddy?
Great. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, listen, I see progress in Jonathan Kaminga.
I do too.
I think the more he's playing, the better he's getting. On the basket, he's still a work in progress, but I'd get off Kaminga's back a little bit. He he is much better than he was last year. He's better than he was 2 years ago. Because he got the other two guys on the team, no, he's not going to develop as fast. That's obvious. I mean, you guys are kind of saying the same thing from opposite sides of the fence. But you cannot argue that Jonathan Kaminga is stagnant. He is definitely getting better. The other comment I want to make is that I got two other quick ones. One of them is that I love Steph. We all love Steph. In crunch time in the fourth quarter, he makes that cross-court pass to nobody. He shoots what he did last night. I don't know what the heck that was in that last 30 seconds, why he took that shot. And the final thing I want to say is the Warriors, the toughest opponent that the Warriors have faced this year in crunch time is the Golden State Warriors. It's not anybody else. That's the toughest opponent they face. If they can get over that opponent, they'll go somewhere. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate it, Doug. I agree. I think Kaminga's and this is where what should be a positive has now turned into a negative. Kaminga is getting better.
Yes, he is.
But he's not getting better fast enough for Steph Curry.
No doubt about it.
Okay. We knew this was going to be a problem if this is the direction they went in. And so far, they're going in this direction.
Let me lay this on you. I told you there's a help wanted sign for a bona fide number 2 scorer. I get mad and frustrated at my guy 22, Andrew Wiggins, because I feel like he can fill that void. But for whatever reason, he's having a good year, but we're grading on a curve. And I guess I'm just frustrated that Kaminga's growth and improvement, the caller is way right. We all can see it. But still, Stoney, from a team standpoint, it's not close to filling that void for that bona fide number 2 dude for the team to reach its maximum, its ultimate goal.
I mean, I'm going to sound like a jerk here, but no kidding. He's 22.
No, I'm putting Wiggins in that. It's not just the Jonathan Kaminga problem. My point is, you can improve all day from every which way, but you still need the rat on the table, which is a Jimmy Butler or whoever you deem proven. That's when this team is a threat, man. And Andrew, if you're listening, as much as I love you, the fact that I got to say, or people can say with a straight face, they still need a number 2 bona fide dude, you're having a good year, but you ain't having the best year because you are good enough to fill that void. But it's Andrew Wiggins.
But he's never filled that void consistently.
No doubt, and that's bad luck.
That's not bad luck.
I believe it is. When you got a guy that's from talent perspective is good enough to do it, but mentally floats.
That's bad luck. Come on,
it ain't good luck.
Well, when they acquired Wiggins, we knew who he was.
But things change and evolve, and you would hope by the time, okay, now we really need you, you would have gotten past that, and it's kind of the same. That's all. So when I say bad luck, yeah, you got a chip, but Stoney, I could point to him. Forget Kaminga. I could point to Andrew Wiggins. We all agree he's got some talent. But we all back off and say, for whatever reason, and I think that's running out and running its course because it's not cute anymore because this team needs somebody to be there every damn game mentally.
Well, you've been saying for 4 years that this about Wiggins. 4 years. You've been saying it about Wiggins. So how can it be bad luck if he's the same player he's been for 10 out of 11 years? He is who he is. E in San Jose. What's going on, E? How you doing?
Not too bad. Real quick, one quick point. Wiggins was drafted way too high, and his expectation was always too high for where he was drafted. The same way that Draymond was drafted too low, and his expectation was always too low. And he's an amazing player. Wiggins will never be more than what he is. 10 out of 11 years, he's never been the same. But I have to agree with Steve Kerr that after that game, in the context of that game, that call at the end of the game after they had not called anything. They hadn't called any bumps, any hand jabs, nothing. And that was one of the worst calls at the end of a game. That stole the game. Granted, Curry took the shot because he's Curry and because he's allowed to take that shot at any point in the shot clock. not exactly a great idea, but the brain fart that he went through, or that how the other caller said, they keep farting, which made me laugh out loud and almost crash. That foul was atrocious.
It was.
Wow.
It was.
But he did hit the neck area.
That's why he couldn't challenge it, because they would have lost the challenge.
Can you really? I mean, I'm just asking you, Sonny, are we at a point with the review to where what the hell is worth it to see? I mean, but to tell yourself they're not going to overturn it, what you know what I mean? I know you needed that timeout, but damn,
well,
you never know, man. That was everything.
Well, also, if he challenges it and they lose the challenge, they don't have a challenge on a theoretical last play of the game where a guy might get fouled and there's no call and they review and they get the call. That's what Kerr said anyway.
Yeah, and just pull out your stopwatch. It was 7 seconds. Pods had that ball before he inbounded it, and they let it go.
Let's take one more here. Paul and Hayward. Hey, Paul, how you doing, man?
John, you doing great. Union City Guru, doing great. Hey, I want to make a couple quick points. A lot of things happened down the stretch that really caused them wins. You've got, yes, Steph shouldn't have taken that shot so early, cost them the win. Yes, Kaminga, make half your free throws, and we win that game. But the thing that sticks in my claw the most was GP2 had the ball on the court before the Kaminga foul. It was in his hand.
Yeah.
Can't he call a timeout there?
He could have.
Yeah.
Why wasn't it? Why wasn't it an instant timeout? The game's over.
What I'm
We're
hearing,
up by one.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is Kerr either tried and they didn't see him, or maybe he was trying to call a timeout from the bench. But
I don't know. I don't know. GP2 down the stretch in the games, it just doesn't work for me. I don't see enough positive stuff coming out of him in crunch time. But a lot of things added up for the loss, but I was just dumbfounded there. And then somehow he fumbles the ball away, and then the stupid Kaminga foul. It's just very aggravating.
Yeah, it was
pull that out.
Yeah, it was an aggravating loss.
Yeah, no
absolutely.
doubt about it.
And the other issue the Warriors have is too many of their players are one-dimensional. Like Gary Payton II, I'm just looking right here, and I know we got to go to break. I mean, he's made 1 3-pointer in the last 1, 2. He's made 2. Oh, my God. Jeez, he's 3 for, shooting 16% from 3. He's only made 3 3-pointers all year. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, 4. He's made 4 3-pointers all year. That catches up to you. You got to make a shot.
Is this concerning real quick? 3 of the last 4 games, the Warriors have failed to crack 100 points.
They've got some issues on offense. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital deals for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak, bone-in, $6.99.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Draymond coming out to turn it over. The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Mark Willard, Dan Dibley.
The guys.
They are down in Santa Clara getting ready for the big Niners-Rams clash. What's up, gents?
Boys, how we doing?
This is a playoff game tonight. You guys are there.
Aren't they all? They all are now. Yep. They all are now. I mean, the Niner players were sort of saying that after the game against the Bears, but that one felt a little bit more like I don't know. It felt like a pre-party. I'm with you guys, especially with the primetime nature, Thursday night. This is the one that feels like the Niners will help us decide whether they've still potentially got action the rest of this year or not.
Wow. Yeah, it's tough to envision a loss tonight and them getting to the playoffs. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. What'd you think of the Warrior game last night?
The refs, dibs, the refs.
Right. The refs, dibs, the refs. Yes, and let's start there, but let's make sure that we highlight the actual issues. But let's start with the refs, dibs, the refs. So, first of all, loose ball, and Gary dives for it, and FVV kind of half falls on him, didn't think it was a foul. Why Gary decided to shovel the ball to no one, that has nothing to do with the refs.
Good question.
Then the ball gets shoveled, and you have multiple players asking for timeout, and timeout's not granted, which a timeout, as you know, Steiny, it's a request. It's a timeout request. And you have two officials looking at the player, and for some reason, neither one of them wanted to grant it, and then the official from the baseline runs in and calls a foul. My big issue was the lack of collaboration. It should have been a collaboration sensation where the three refs huddle up, and the one ref says, I got a foul, and the other two refs go, gee whiz, they might have wanted to call timeout, like the three guys making the signal right in our face. They could have easily huddled and rectified it and given Houston a timeout at that point, but if you want to take all of that away and you look at just the action of Kaminga on, I guess it was Jalen Green on the floor, there was no tie-up. Kaminga fouled him. So whether or not you ever call that or not is a separate issue to me. And yes, you want to let the players resolve it and all the rest of it. For me, the biggest issue that I have is that the referees didn't come together and try to make that in the best possible way and find the best possible resolution, which would have been timeout Houston. Now go ahead and score Houston with 4 seconds left.
Yeah, the only reason I'm thinking that they didn't grant a timeout is because maybe they didn't think anybody had possession when certain guys were signaling for it. That's the only thing I could think of.
Well, I was listening to you guys earlier when you were sort of like it almost, and I get it. It's like a baked in, almost gotcha hypocrisy thing on Steve Kerr when you're like, you're complaining that it wasn't a foul, and then when you're asked why didn't you review it, you say because I wouldn't have won the review. But I liken that call, and just to spotlight that thing because Steve made such a big deal out of it. It'd be no different to me than going back 10 years ago in baseball and in the old double play where you were just in the neighborhood of second base. Yeah. If you want to spotlight that and say you weren't on second base, you're allowed to do that. And the slow-mo replay would suggest that you're right, but we all damn well know you don't do that. And as an umpire back then, you didn't do that, and you don't do this. But like I'm with Dibs that there are 10 things that we could point to that have nothing to do with the refs. I was personally stuck on why Steph Curry shot that shot when he shot it. I get that night moment. He thought you could see in his response after the game, you could see that in his eyes, to him, that's a layup. To him, and that's the way crazy talented people think. He's like, I've got that shot. I make that shot in my sleep, and I'm doing the night, and we're on our way to Vegas. I get it. But the bottom line is, as a team, you got to take advantage of what the mistakes the other team makes. Yep. And Houston wouldn't foul you. No. And as long as they weren't fouling you, just stand there. And then when the shot clock is about to go, huck the ball at the rim. That's what I would have done.
I'm right with you, and that one is why that's number one on my list. And when I sent you that text, I know you weren't happy they lost, but you're happy they're not going to Vegas. Then I butt dodged you. But did you hear Curry's comments after? Curry's comments were like, basically, I'm paraphrasing, and this is what concerns me moving forward. And I know he's getting older, but when he talks about the Rockets' defense being that just hellacious defense, you don't know if you're going to get a better look. To me, that's almost giving an award to the Rockets' defense for two things. One, being menacing, and the fact that the great Steph Curry is thinking about, I might not get a better look, so I got to take a shot when I shouldn't shoot it. And if you play that right like a great violin, while that scrum's on the ground, the buzzer goes off. Nothing to see here. That's why it hurts.
The problem with that is that no look with 3 seconds left on the clock would have been better than missing the look that you got. So it's one of those where it's like, you can take it, but you better make it. And he didn't. And so the more concerning comments for me from Steph after were where he basically said, look, if we keep having these kinds of problems in the final 2 and 3 minutes of basketball games, we're going to be a very mediocre team. It's still early in the season, but to me, this is clearly in their heads. You can see when the clock hits 2 minutes, hell, Bob and Kalena, broadcasters, they're talking about it, where they're like, okay, up by 6 with 2 minutes, and immediately it's like, let's see if they blow it, Bob, and poof, there they do. So, like, it's already in their heads, and then it got confirmed again last night, and that's obviously not good.
Yeah, I mean, they lack offensive players who can score in the last 2 minutes of a game other than Steph. And they're relying, this is where his size doesn't help him. You can't stick him down in the low post like you could a bigger player. He's got to do his work against, other guards and try to manufacture a shot. And the reality is after Steph, they don't know where they're going to go. They want it to be Kaminga, and they tried for it to be Kaminga on the last possession, and then Draymond turns it over. Like, that was quietly an awful pass to Kaminga.
Awful. Steiny, and my thing about it is, we all rip Shanahan for red zone inefficiency, but what are the Warriors running? What the hell are they running over the last 3 minutes when you have back-to-back shot clock violations and your offense is high screen for Steph Steph, go ahead and be a hero. If not, we've got nothing. So for me, if you're going to rip Shanahan, you need to rip Kerr similarly, because the last 3 minutes of a game is akin to the red zone. And what they did in the last 3 minutes of the game is unconscionable. And yes, I'm using Steve's word because he wants to talk about how unconscionable it was that the referees called what they called. Well, what about what they did on offense? Because beyond there was the Pods 3, the Kaminga 3.
2 shot clock violations.
Yes, they did nothing. Like, what are you running? What is your get-a-bucket play at the end of a game? It can't just be, Draymond screen for Steph and hope that Steph is the hero. Come on.
We went 5 rounds. You guys tell me who you ain't got. I know you're going to side with Steiny, but it's okay. I still love you. If you're going to come out, right? If you're going to come out last week and say we're going to marry Kaminga, basically, we want him to be more involved. Draymond said it, Kaminga said it, and hey, I'm not saying this guy's Michael Jordan, but last night was an opportunity, and I told Steiny I didn't like the way that you had to involve Draymond to go Vinny Testaverde to get him the ball. There was an easier way to get Jonathan Kaminga the ball, Willard and Dibbs, and see what he surveys and see what decisions he makes. And if he falls on his face, that's how he grows. But to dial up that play, Steiny said, and I'm paraphrasing, they didn't trust him creating with his handles or getting to that plateau of surveying the court. And I'm just like, well, what are we doing here if that's how you feel, but yet you're telling us that it's going to be Kaminga-centric? Let's live and die with the growing pains. Well, it can't be any worse, Will.
You are correct. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't make predictions, because you predicted correctly that I would not agree with you. That is exactly right. I don't. To me, that's the streets talking. And I get it. That's the way we ball when we're at the local park. I don't think the Warriors have any interest in handing Jonathan Kaminga the ball and being like, brother Cook, go. Get us a bucket.
Just on a possession, not a game, a possession.
No, but that
the
is
biggest
game.
possession of the game.
It's a 1-point game, and there's 30 seconds to go, Goo, and I don't think they believe in him to do that, and they shouldn't.
Wow.
He's not that, and I also don't buy that they openly sit like what those things that you sort of cited that they said last week.
Yeah.
I don't think they mean that, where they're like, okay, it's your team now, Kaminga. Go, like, let's see, and if we lose a game, oh well. Like, I don't think they look at it that way. I would much rather have the two-man game with Steph and Dre, and if it leads to a pass to Kaminga, that's fine, but it was a bad pass. That's the problem with it. But conceptually, no, I that's not where, like, as a Warrior watcher, my head is. I don't want a Kaminga clear out in a 1-point game.
Or give it to him on the block. That's what I was telling Steiny. Easier than having Draymond be a part of it.
Yeah. On the block sounds better. That sounds better. The way you pitched it earlier today was give it to him at the top of the arc and let him cook, and I just don't think that is anywhere near the most effective thing the Warriors can do.
Help me out, Dibs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, I just think there's a difference between the guy who makes the decision late in the game and the guy who ends up getting the last shot. Sometimes it can be the same guy. But, like, I'm sitting here saying, what do you want? They ran a nice play. He had a guy on his back. The play was for Kaminga to take the biggest shot of the game, and Draymond didn't deliver. Dibs?
Yeah. And that is, I think, like play 5 out of a series of 4 or 5 plays where they did not deliver. So my bigger question is maybe more global in terms of what are you doing at the end of games? Because clearly what they're doing is not working. Why can't you close out games? Why did you go 3 minutes without a point? You had 2 shot clock violations. It looked to me like offensively you didn't really have any flow or any plan other than set a screen for Steph, and if he doubles him, give it to Draymond, and then Draymond will kick it over here. It doesn't feel to me like there's a lot of offensive strategy down toward the end of games. And then the other one, guys, I think it was about 30 seconds left, and they made a sub, and they brought Looney in, and they put Looney on Şengün. Even though Draymond had been really flummoxing him, he'd been stifling Şengün, other than the near flagrant, and it was probably a flagrant 0.85. I thought it was going to be a flagrant, but the fact that it wasn't, I just want to remind Warrior fans who are all like, oh, it was 8 against 5 all night. Well, that would have been a flagrant in many, many other circumstances, and it wasn't. But then you put Kavan on Şengün, and Kavan got absolutely toasted. Shout out Avocado. So I don't know what they were doing defensively to make that switch.
Wow. And that bucket came way too easy.
Oh, man, left.
And a little too quickly, because even though there was still only a 3-second difference, it was still a 3-second difference. And, yeah, I mean, on the last possession, or not the last possession, but on the penultimate possession with Steph Curry, I just think if you treat the shot clock like it's the game clock and you're trying to shoot a buzzer beater, you might be able to win that game if the ball doesn't get rebounded cleanly, even if you miss. But, he this is one of those things where And Festus said it after the game. He went too soon. He did all those things. But he's made that shot a lot in his career. He has. And then we get the night.
Yeah, I mean, like if you want to give him a nod for showmanship, which is, you know what I mean? Like, sure, that'd have been a memorable moment, a big shot. It's a we're going to Vegas shot. It's going to get played all over the internet, for the next 24 hours. I like that's alluring. I don't hate that idea, but again, I used to have youth coaches tell me this because I loved the outside shot too, and I took a lot of if you take that, you better make it shots, and that's what that was, and he didn't make it. So, and like he did an okay job of facing the music afterwards, but you have to face the music, and you have to take your share of the blame pie when you shoot a ball with 11 seconds left, and then you leave the game open for all kinds of things to happen, and some bad things did.
I also think, the other thing, one of the reasons he might have thought about going a little early, if he thought he had a pretty good look at that time, was, okay, I'm going to try to put the game away right here. If I miss it and they get the ball, guess what? They're not going to score because they can't score against us either.
Right.
But they did the worst possible thing, or the worst possible thing happened to them, depending on the way you look at it. They fouled. And so now, I'll take my chances with the Warriors up 1, 6 seconds to go, set up in their half court. Houston called a timeout, and now Houston's got to try to win the game against our set half-court defense.
Totally.
I give that a 25% chance of working if you're the Rockets.
At best, with the way things were going in that game. And so, to me, the big word here is and. Dibs and everything that everybody's saying here, this is one of those days where a bunch of things are all right. Like, I think what Steve said in the press conference is fair. And the Warriors messed this up 5 different ways. They just did. I don't think you can expect that foul would be called, because it never is. And bodies are rolling all over the place as you're trying to get after a ball. So there's no way to think that would happen. But listen to all the questions we've all just asked about Peyton squirting the ball, about Steph shooting it when he shot it, about what's happening at the other end of the court, about the previous shot clock violations. They're all valid.
Man.
They're all valid.
There were 6 on the night, and this is the third time, and I know they're playing better defenses. In the last 4 games, they failed to crack 100 points. You get to the free throw line 8 times, 6 of them by one player, Jonathan Kaminga. Like, I know there was no Wiggins and they missed him, and maybe the game turns out differently if he had played last night. But the bottom line is, Willard Dibs, that help wanted sign is still in the Warriors window for that bona fide number 2 scorer. And if they're going to keep this up, because it's kind of the same, it ends the same way. The water gets turned off offensively. They got to do something.
I don't know who that person is and how they get him.
Man,
the more we talk about this, and I know that I know the LeBron thing is going to be the holiday topic until we learn otherwise. That seems a little far-fetched, not completely out of the realm if he were to want it, but I don't know, man. The big problem that a lot of us have been talking about is that Jonathan Kaminga makes $7 million. So if that's your big chip, how do you go get a different big chip when the money has to match? I just don't. Who is this person? You and I have had so many conversations about number 2 is currently not in the building.
That's real.
Okay, what building is he in? Who is he? Where is he right now?
I'm at the point.
Is he gettable?
Yeah, I'm desperado. Would you do? I'm Jimmy Butler. I don't know how to. But if that could happen, and he's got the Warriors on his list, the X's and O's. I'm the last one. I'm just saying, I'd rather run Curry's last years and Dre years with that. And I know it's going to hurt the future a bit, but I feel like we owe him that. I would love to see Jimmy buckets, Steph, and Dre, because let me tell you what's not going to happen. 6 shot clock violations, and 2 of them happening in the last 3 possessions. I couldn't believe that. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's to me, it's beyond just the players on the court. For me, it goes to the coach and what are we doing offensively? Where is the sets? Where's the scheme? To have 6 in the game is bananas to begin with, but to have 2 late in the game and you get into a spot where, your best play is basically your only play, which is Steph, go save us. Steph, go out there and make a 3. Over the last 3 minutes, that was basically about all they had, other than, Kaminga dive into the hoop and Draymond. And that's a difficult pass, Tiny, as you know. Yeah. It's a bad angle for Draymond, and it's a bad way for Kaminga to try to catch that, dive into the hoop. But again, for me, where is the play? Where is the scheme and the set? Something that could be more reliable to get you a bucket, because the last point you scored was Kaminga free throw with 3 minutes left.
Can I ask you all a question?
Sure.
And so there's all the number 2 score stuff. There's the way the Warriors are performing down the stretch. How many press conferences do we already have? What are we, 24 games in? How many post-game press conferences do we already have where the focus has been officiating?
I want to say 3 or 4. That's interesting. I told Stoney that coming in.
Last night, there's the Memphis game with the one that got all out of hand down the stretch where he was where he ran after the refs after the game. I also feel like
there was one recently, like 5 games ago.
Was it the Denver game or it was?
Yes, he wanted a timeout. He wanted Braun called for a timeout. Brown,
okay, I would argue that in less than a third of a season, that's a lot of conversation about officiating after games, because there's always the games where you don't like the officiating, but as a coach, you know damn well not to say anything.
Yeah.
Steve has elected to talk about this at least 3 times in the first 24 games. What do you think's going on there?
Frustration, because Willard, the rat on the table to me is he has valid points, but at the end of the day, the game is won and lost on the hardwood, and I think he is at wit's end. Do I have the guys that can do it, or is it eroding around me? But that, to me, Willard, in that sequence, and I saw it last night, is pure frustration. Not that he doesn't have any merit and is valid, but that's frustration, man. I believe.
I think one of the problems the Warriors have is, and this is their issue last 3 to 5 minutes, they don't have a lot of shot creators. And we can go to Mel. What about Steph? What about Wiggins? What about Kaminga? And, we can argue till we're blue in the face about how good they are at creating their own shot. But I don't think they've got enough of them and enough of them that can generate a quality shot.
Man.
And that's where, I hate to do this, but they missed Wiggins last night. They did. They did.
That's real.
True. I mean,
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's fact. If you don't have a secondary scorer, then it's better to have 2 possible secondary scorers when Kaminga and at least Wiggins play in the same game. So, and you have Steve Kerr today at 4, right?
He's been bumped till tomorrow.
Okay.
Steve Kerr has requested tomorrow, 5 o'clock, and I don't know if it's to give himself an extra day to kind of decompress after that. I know they're flying back right now, so it's a little bit of a tight turnaround, and, they're not going to Vegas, so they all had to pack for 11 days on this road trip. Turned out to be a 1-day road trip.
Now they unpack.
Which, always awkward when you come home off a trip and you have to put 90% of your suitcase back in the drawer, and you only put a little bit of it in the laundry. But I think, to answer Mark's question, the reason why he's been so frustrated with the officials in large part is because it's easier than being frustrated with your team. You have to live with your team, and so it's easier to be mad at the refs and look at the refs and what they did wrong, as opposed to look at your team and say, look, you guys gacked it away over the last 3 minutes. If I'm mad at my wife, it's easier for me to be mad at my boss because I don't have to live at my boss.
Yeah, but I would argue it's not just about if you're mad, it's how you choose to express that anger. And again, Steve came on with us last week, and this was after the Pods banging of the table press conference, and clearly stated, I say nothing at a press conference that I haven't sat down and strategically decided to say. So I get what you're saying, Dibs, but I don't know if it's that I'm like projecting anger somewhere else. He may well be screaming at his team behind the scenes, too. He's already called Pods out in a presser. I'm just wondering why he is electing to make such a big deal about some of these end-of-game calls.
Yeah. Well, for me last night, it was about deflection. He's deflecting the attention away from the real issue, which is 1 point. You scored 1 point from the 3:09 mark on. You had 2 shot clock violations, and you basically gave the game away. So, yeah, you can say that it's the officials, and that was a bad call. I'm not going to sit here and defend it, although and many people talking about, even an elementary school ref wouldn't have called that. And as an elementary school ref,
were his words.
I have a little bit of a different perspective on it.
Would you have called it elementary school
I wouldn't
ref?
have called anything.
Oh, okay.
I would have let the clock run out and gone down and sat down and had a sandwich. That's what I would have done.
Before we get out of here,
usually turkey.
I got to ask
French roll travels well.
Hey, for the game game tonight? Is it wet? Is it moist down there? Water on the ground? Is it water on the ground?
Yeah. Okay. It's a little spritzy.
Okay.
At the moment, but we've been watching the report very closely, and it's not supposed to be raining yet. It is supposed to be raining starting right before kickoff, and it's supposed to get worse throughout. My hope is that that's a classic California forecast, which is to say, oh, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. It's not going to rain, but we'll see. It is a little damp and dark for sure. And I was hearing you guys kind of talk earlier about Brock Purdy and the wet ball. I think that's interesting. I also think that Dre Greenlaw being activated and official, that is a massive emotional sort of a deal. And by the way, not the kind of thing that I love to say while watching Steiny put a bag on his shoulder.
The bag is on the shoulder.
Dre Greenlaw is back, and that's inspirational. And your response to that, Steiny, is to get up and get ready to leave.
Yeah, well, I thought
it was a show meeting, guys.
I think that makes sense if you're on your way to Santa Clara. You on your way to Santa Clara?
After the show meeting, I'm on my way.
Okay, Guru, we knew you were a man of the people. Steiny?
Let me tell you something. You guys do a great job. Bring it home tonight, and where you're going to be bringing it home is on 95.7, The Game.
It's actually at Hilton.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again. Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
It is game night. Let's go.
It's a must-win, Mark. Let's lock in,
that
baby.
That feels like a warm shower when it comes from you.
You know what? If they don't win tonight, it's over. You can go ahead and pull up the stakes and shutter the whole darn thing. The season is over if they don't beat the Lambs tonight here at Levi's.
Well, it's not totally true because Juwan Jennings is on my fantasy team, and I'm going to need him next week too, whether they win or lose tonight. But I get your point, and like I said, there are certain statements that have gravity, and then sometimes they have even more gravity because of who's saying them.
Yeah.
To hear Dan Dibley say must win just gives me a little shiver up the spine.
It's a must-win. It's also a must-win for Ken against you in fantasy. And I've decided that
multiple playoffs.
Of the 6 of you in the playoffs, there's only one person that I can tolerate winning the whole damn thing.
It ain't me. I know that.
It's Carter Chickering.
It's Carter Chick. Well, he is the big bad dog. He's the 1 seed.
Yeah.
That's the 1 seed
anyway.
now. Anyway, it's the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law. We are live right here at the Hilton in Santa Clara. We are so thankful, as always, for their hospitality. And we are looking at the tailgate, which at this hour is still calm, but growing and I think enjoying the dry that we have for the moment. We've got plenty of things that we will get to 49er related as we get closer to the game. But Dibs, obviously to start this show, this is yet another emotional Warrior game that goes the wrong way from our perspective. And so I think we would love to put it out to all of you right away, because even if you just listen to the crossover, you know that when you all went to bed last night, I would argue each of you had a different thing that stood out in your head as to, quote, what went wrong. So let's play with it. 888-957-9570. What has you most concerned, or what were you focused on as far as the problem that came to light at the end of that basketball game last night and leads to the 1-point loss? What stands out?
For me, it's execution. You don't execute, and we can all talk about the officials, and I'm accused.
And we will.
I'm appropriately accused of being pro-ref in many ways, and I spent a lot of time on Twitter, on X last night, going back and forth with a lot of fans about the officials and this and that. For me, the bigger headline is what the F is happening on offense in crunch time.
Quick aside, I think I misread your tweet last night. We should let everyone know what you tweeted.
I had a lot of tweets.
Well, Steve said, and we're going to play a little bit of the Steve Kerr for you right away. I don't want to assume that everybody heard what he said, because I bet a lot of you hucked your remote off the balcony last night as soon as the game ended, and maybe you didn't see what Steve said. So we'll play it for you in a minute. But one of the things Steve said was that call at the end of the game, I don't think an elementary school ref would make that call.
He said it was unconscionable and something an elementary school official wouldn't have called.
And you
came over the top.
You came over the top with a hammer, and you wrote, I know one elementary school official who would have made that call. And I read that as, I think it's Dan. I think he's talking about himself.
Maybe.
Now, unless you're talking about one of your coworkers.
Could be a colleague.
Was it Daryl? I don't know. Was it one of these other people? But I took that to mean you would make that call, and then today you're saying you wouldn't make that call.
Well, honestly, if I'm in the NBA and I'm one of those three officials, I wouldn't make that call.
Okay.
Because for me, when you look at the whole sequence, and Gary gets it, and FVV, Fred VanVleet, he doesn't dive on him. He dives kind of on him.
Yeah, whatever.
That, to me, we play through that. Gary still has the ball. He shovels it to nowhere. Okay, fine. Now the ball's loose again, and now you have Green goes down and gets it, and Kaminga dives for it. Kaminga never ties up the ball.
Correct.
Kaminga only kind of gives him a little bit of a chokehold on accident. But for me, the only thing you could have called there is either a foul on Kaminga or you grant the timeout.
Correct.
So for me, at the elementary school level, I would have probably let that play out a little bit longer. I wouldn't have called anything because there's 3 seconds left. It's a 1-point game. Let's see how this plays out. That's elementary school, 4th and 5th grade, my specialty. In the NBA, in that moment, and you see the sequence, honestly, the referee who's furthest away comes in with the fist, which indicates a foul.
Wow.
At that moment, the three of them should have gotten together and said, hey, did anybody see a timeout? Because it was clear that Brooks,
everybody
a full second before, was asking timeout.
Well, and there's a piece of the puzzle here that I guess, I don't know if the refs, if they did come together and talk this out, I don't really know if any of them would bring this up, but it would have been nice if one of them would. Here's what I would, let's pretend.
They didn't talk it out.
I know, but let's pretend the huddle happened, and I'm one of the other refs who didn't call the foul. Here's what I would have said to the ref who did call the foul. We ain't called crap in about a half hour.
All game.
We have let these guys beat each other to a pulp for the last 45 minutes. I think it might come off as a little disingenuous if we suddenly decide with 3 seconds left to call a loose ball foul on the ground on the wrong side of the court. I think that's what Steve's getting at. So you're not wrong. Kaminga clubs him. That's why he wouldn't have won a review.
Yeah.
But you're not wrong in sort of that point. And to me, though, neither is Steve. Because it's dude, that call was the Where's Waldo of the game. I'm looking at an entire product going, well, that's the one thing that stands out off this page that you all did differently than everything else you've been doing.
They let it all go. I mean, Steph got mugged on a play, and even if you want to talk about Pods in the last shot of the game where he might have got his arm hit on the 3 ball. Looked like the shot was blocked, and then the follow-through hit his arm. So many people are saying that's a foul. There was a lot of things that were fouls. Houston shot 10 free throws. The Warriors shot 9. That gives you an idea of what the game was like in terms of the whistle. But for me, the bigger umbrella to all of this is you late in games don't seem to have much of an offensive identity other than Steph, go do it. That's your play. Steph, go do it.
Well, but you know what's interesting about that is what a lot of NBA teams do at the end of close games. I mean, the conversation we just had on the Crossover Guru, he's asking for Kaminga to do that. If they were playing the Thunder on Saturday night in Vegas and the game was tied and the Thunder had the ball with 20 seconds to go, what do you think they would do? Hey, Shea, here's the ball. have a good time.
But this was the full 3 minutes to me. Like,
understood, but you get what I'm saying. Like, at the end of games, you give it to your star. Put it in their hands and let them create.
Right, but in this case, your star is almost 37, and he is highly trappable, and he's not a guy who's going to get to the cup and finish a lot in traffic because you're not getting a call, and it's something that you and I can talk about later in the show about, does Steph get the whistle? And no, he doesn't. So Steph at 6'3", going to the rim is not going to get a lot of whistles, especially in a game where they're not calling anything anyway. I'd like to see them run a play or, run an action, run something other than Draymond at the top, screen, Draymond re-screen, Steph, what are you going to do? Wiggle, wiggle, pass, Steph gets it back.
This is a championship process that they've used.
But it's not working, and it didn't work for a long period of time last night.
Let's hear from some of you. A lot of people are lined up ready to roll. Adam, in San Francisco, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. We're live at the Niner game. We're going to be getting you ready for that as we get closer, but let's keep talking Dubs. Hey, Adam, what's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for having me on. Besides I don't even want to talk about the refs. How about we highlight the fact that the team that is dead last in free throw shooting percentage again shot 50-something? I mean, they were 4 of 9. I know they weren't getting the line, but it's like that's still not good enough. And then what I feel like hasn't been talked about all day, it feels like maybe a little bit, is the 22 turnovers that led to 30 points. Yeah. And a lot of those turnovers were not good defensive plays. They were just bad passes. So what I wanted to highlight was the free throw shooting because it has come up time and time again, especially in these last 11 games that they're 2-9 in.
First of all, Adam, I think very fair points. I've got the Warriors at 15 turnovers last night. Do I have that wrong? I'm looking at the box score right now. 15 turnovers for the Warriors, 16 for the Rockets. That's what the box score says.
There's a separate category of team turnovers, which includes all the shot clock violations.
Got it. Okay, so that's what brings it up over 20, and that's
6
fair.
of them.
Yeah, 6 of them. That's a lot.
That's a whole month.
I mean, look, there's no way around that. There's no way around that. I will say though, you had 2 things last night. Both teams played phenomenal defense. Yeah. They're both very good defensive teams.
Why were both teams playing so hard, do you think?
Because
NBA Cup.
Yeah, right. No, because it's a basketball game that they're trying to win.
I mean,
no,
man,
look.
If that didn't feel like a playoff game, I don't know what would.
But you know what? It's funny. You try to pin me on that, and
I'm not trying to pin you. I'm trying to point out the facts.
No, but you gave me a little wry grin on that, and
dude, I gave you a little wink, and even Vasu Vidiati, who is courtside,
but Vasu,
he saw it.
who listens every day, I bet knows that what I said yesterday is that we're not lacking in terms of the players wanting the cup. We're lacking in terms of what it means for us, the fan. I don't care that the Warriors wanted it. I want us to want it.
We're here doing a whole show on it at the foot of the Niners-Rams game and a must-win because that game last night was huge.
No, we're doing it because the Warriors blew another one. That's why.
What did they blow?
A game.
What kind of game?
A basketball game.
What kind of basketball game?
One that came on a Wednesday night.
It was a cup game.
It was an interconference game.
You know what it was? It was a must-win for the NBA Cup.
Stop. Yeah, for the NBA Cup it was. But now they get to have Clay back in town. All right.
Yay.
If you want, yay. Don't dismiss Clay like that. We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. The number is 888-957-9570, and we want to know specifically what stood out to you as the problem at the end of the game last night. We'll keep taking your calls, and if you didn't hear Steve Kerr get loose after the game last night, stay right where you are because we got all that sound coming up next. It's the kickoff show from Habas Law in Santa Clara. Willard and Dibbs.
Hi, it's Sherry.
Shot clock down to 13. Curry in midcourt. Drives to the top of the key. Step back, three over Brooks. No good. Rebound loose. And GP2 goes to the floor to get it. He throws it away. And now the Warriors get it. And we give a foul. A foul. Bill Kennedy's called a foul on the floor with 3.5 to go. And that's going to put the Rockets to the free throw line. Oh, my goodness.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, yeah, there's a lot to chew on there. And Tim Roy, as he so often does a great job of, I think, capturing the emotion of the fans, of Steve Kerr. Oh, my goodness. And, look, one thing I try to do, Dibbs, I don't know if you do this, and this is the kickoff show, Habas Law. We thank them for being such a wonderful partner. Willard and Dibbs are live on the scene at the Hilton Santa Clara and the beautiful tailgate and getting ready for Niners and Rams tonight. There's lots to discuss there, and we will. But one thing I try to do is I know that I am emotionally tied to the Golden State Warriors. So when you have something like that, when you have a head coach go after officials and a controversial end of the game, I know that I am vulnerable to leaning in the direction of my favorite team because that's what people do. The refs are always against us. So I tried to spend a bunch of time on social media last night looking at what the national view of the game was. And you may be surprised by this. I mean, just scores of the NBA reporting just sort of tribe, all in disbelief that this game went the way it did and that call was made. And I found that interesting because these are people who are not even there and not coming from the Warrior perspective.
Yes, interesting, yet in general, when something like that happens to any team, the overarching consensus is always going to be anti-ref. When there's a call that people think should have been made or shouldn't have been made, everybody who's not close to the situation is going to, by default, come down on the refs. You're not going to see a lot of people come out and say, you know what? I can see where the refs made that call. It was a foul, and, no matter the time and the circumstance, that call's got to be made. And we always talk about this in other sports, like in the NFL, where if that's a flag in the first quarter, it's got to be a flag in the fourth quarter. And when it's not, or in the playoffs when the games are officiated differently, and we all get mad because, well, if that's holding in the regular season, it should be holding in the Super Bowl.
No, it's a fair point, but I don't know that that's exactly what's going on here. I don't think people are saying you can't call that because there's 3 seconds left. I hear people saying, you don't ever call that. Like, when do you see somebody get free throws for multiple people diving on the floor, going for a ball that is nowhere near either of the hoops? I think
that was Steve's point. Steve's point was you never call it at that point. You don't at that point of the game.
I think that largely you don't make that call at all. Like, to say there's contact when multiple people dive on the floor, it's like, well, duh. I mean, honestly, if you're going to, I get that when you slow it down, Kaminga hits him. There's no two ways about that. But what I'm saying is when multiple people dive on the floor, there's always contact. There's always a foul. Fred VanVleet fouled GP2. If we're going to look at it that way, if there's contact, there's a foul. Well, then he was fouled too.
Right. If there's contact, there's a foul.
Yeah, but you don't call that.
You didn't call anything all night.
Right.
So the bigger point is, why would you call it with 3.5 to go? And that was Steve's point. It's unconscionable to call it at that point. If that was 10:48 to go in the second quarter, and that exact same thing happened, and Kaminga dove on the floor and clearly didn't tie it up, and grabbed Green around the neck, you call the foul and everyone moves on.
Yeah, because it doesn't bother you as much. It doesn't make it a good call, though. Like, I don't ever see that. You almost never see when there's jostling on the floor for a ball, you very rarely see somebody call a foul, especially when it's somewhere near mid-court. So I'm not disregarding what you're saying. That's why it bothered everyone, because it felt like it decided a game. But let's hear from plenty of you, and let's obviously pay off what we promised, which is letting you hear what exactly Steve Kerr said after the game. So this is a 90-second rant that Steve had right after the game. Here it is.
I've never seen a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation 80 feet from the basket with the game on the line. I've never seen that. I think I saw it in college one time 30 years ago. Never seen it in the NBA. That is unconscionable. I don't even understand what just happened. Loose ball, diving on the floor, 80 feet from the basket, and you're going to give a guy 2 free throws to decide the game when people are scrambling for the ball. Just give them a timeout. Give them a timeout and let the players decide the game. That's how you officiate, especially because the game was a complete wrestling match. They didn't call anything. Steph Curry got hit on the elbow, plain as day on a jump shot, just clubbed right on there, no call. So you've established you're just not going to call anything throughout the game. It's a physical game. We're going to call it a loose ball foul on a jump ball situation with guys diving on the floor with the game on the line. This is a $1 billion industry. You got people's jobs on the line. I am stunned. I am stunned. I give the Rockets credit. They battled back. They played great defense all night. But I feel for our guys. Our guys battled back, played their asses off, and deserved to win that game, or at least have a chance for one stop at the end to finish the game. And that was taken from us by a call that I don't think an elementary school referee would have made, because that guy would have had feel and said, you know what, I'm not going to decide a game on a loose ball 80 feet from the basket.
And that guy does have feel, Steve, and I'm glad you pointed that out.
That guy would have had some feel.
That guy's been doing it for 35 years, and that guy's got elite feel.
Is this coincidence that Steve Kerr comes on every week with an elementary school ref and then references them and the feel that they would have in a press conference when he's frustrated? Pretty hard to pass along to me that that's an accident.
No, it's not coincidence at all. And, I think the greater point in all of this, the 90-second clip is great, and I wonder how much the fine will be. My guess is going to be $20,000, maybe $25,000.
I'll take the over.
Over on $20,000?
Yeah.
You think he's not getting 50 for that?
Probably not, but I feel like it's one thing to talk about the refs. It's the next thing to get mad at the refs, and then it's a third thing to start name-calling the refs. I think the elementary school comment, I take the over.
Over on $20,000.
I'll take the over on $20,000. I'll take, yeah.
Probably 25 feels about right, but ultimately he can afford it, and I do think that the better thing that the refs could have done, and I'm looking at the play for like the 38th time, and you look at it, and you look right here, Mark, with 4.6 to go.
Yes.
And you've got Brooks, Şengün,
all trying to call timeout.
I don't know who that is.
That's
and
a play.
You've got 2 referees looking at the play.
And Steve Kerr is 5 feet onto the floor.
So, Steve, I hope you've landed now and you're hearing this, Steve, but, honestly, you could be teed up. You're on the court.
Yes, you could be.
So if you want to talk about things that aren't called, that would be unconscionable.
I know, but
if they would have stopped everything and said, you know what? And what you don't see is the ref actually has to push him out of the way. And that's coming up here.
Yeah, his arm bar.
Right there.
That's right. He's protecting him.
He's trying to do his job.
I know, but you and I walk 2 miles through the city every day.
Yep.
Do you ever cross against the red hand?
No, but I usually cut the middle of the block.
Do you cut the middle of the block?
I'd probably commit 7 to 10 pedestrian crimes.
And would you do that right in front of a cop?
Of course.
Of course, because you know what? It's illegal.
You can't come for
me. But it ain't getting called. They got bigger fish to fry. Same thing here.
Well,
same thing here.
The bigger issue, the bigger fish to fry, as we're looking at the play again, you've got the 2 closest officials looking in at what's going on, and then Bill Kennedy is top of the arc is 19.9. He's at the baseline.
Yeah, he's not even on the
feet
screen.
Away.
He's not even on your computer right now.
He's the one who he's the one who barges in and steals everything.
It's a lack of awareness.
Well,
it just is.
It's a lack of cohesiveness among the officials because
call it that if
the
you
two
want,
guys who are closest are watching it and letting it play out because there's no point during this where it's a tie-up. You can't call a jump ball because Kaminga never even touched the basketball.
No, it's not. Yes, you're correct. Timeout. You could grant the timeout.
And I wonder why they didn't.
3 different players.
Yes, I wonder why they didn't grant the timeout because they clearly, like right here, as he's pushing Steve Kerr off the court. And if I was that ref, I would have just stopped everything and cracked the tee on him because he's out of the coach's box.
You wouldn't have.
That would have solved everything.
No, you wouldn't have. You'd have been in the corner eating your turkey sandwich you're always talking about.
Yeah, clock runs.
Let's go to, I know, right?
Clock runs.
Get your $45.
Let's go.
Joe in San Jose.
Tax-free.
888-957-9570. What stood out as the reason that it all went down last night? Hey, Joe, thank you for calling Willie and Dibby. What's good?
All right, guys. Thanks for taking my call. You make a good point. Both of you guys make a good, valid point. The thing that stood out to me is that I want to ask you guys, Steph Curry is a true point guard. So everybody talking about they should have gave it to Kaminga, but Steph has the skill sets to drive that ball to the rim if he wanted to get a better shot. He don't have to always take those high-risk three-point shots. Steph Curry is a true point guard. He should have drove that ball in. It was plenty of time. He could have took some of the clock off and not only that, but Steph Curry is a good free throw shooter. So that's the thing that stood out to me. And Steph Curry has the green light to do whatever he wants. Steph Curry wanted to play hero basketball, and I didn't think at that time it was necessary. Do you guys agree with me on that? That Steph Curry is a true point guard and that he could have drove that ball to the rim if he really wanted to get a better shot? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, Joe, thanks. I like the premise of your point I agree with, which is that Steph saw an opportunity for a shot that he thinks that he can make in his sleep, and it would have been a night-night celebration and a trip to Vegas. Who knows? Maybe he would have even rolled the air dice. Well, I don't know what he would have done. But
honestly, it wouldn't have been a night-night because it would have been a 4-point game with 10 seconds left.
Correct. But he's night-nighted less than that.
Well, Draymond surely has.
Yeah.
When the ball hits the rim, there's 11 seconds left. So if that goes in,
that's the point.
Houston's got a timeout. They use it. They advance it. They're only down 4.
They hit a 3 with 6 seconds left.
Or they hit a 2. Whatever. The game is not over.
It's not over, but I get that. Again, the premise of what Joe is saying, I agree with. However, I don't think you necessarily needed to drive the ball to the rim and try this, that, or the other. You can just hold it. Like literally in that moment, there is a strategic edge to doing this. I am going to hold the ball out here just beyond the three-point arc. I've got handles. I am going to dribble around. If you foul me, great. I'm going to go shoot my 2 free throws. We're going to be up by 3. Or if you don't foul me, I am going to wait until as long as possible, whether it's 3, 2, or 1 left on the shot clock, I'm going to fire a high-arcing three-point shot toward the rim and trust that I can hit the rim. It's literally all you need to do.
Yep.
And if you hit that rim, the best...
It's game over.
It's game over. If it goes in, it's game over. If it doesn't go in, Houston's standing there with a rebound in their hands with 2.5 seconds left to go.
Tops.
And they're 85 feet from the hoop.
And they use their timeout, and they advance it.
Fine, but still, that's what I would have done.
Agreed. And you look at the highlight here as Steph is shooting. Draymond is alone and open. GP2 on the weak side is open. Steph had options. He didn't have to shoot this 3. The differential was 3.2 seconds between shot and game clock. So the fact that he shot it with 9 left on the shot clock it's hubris. And you know what? He's earned it. He's earned that level of arrogance.
You're right.
He's earned the hubris. He's earned the right to make a bad decision based on how good he is. And if he makes it, I don't think it's game over. You're up 4 with 10 seconds left.
You got this,
I like your chances.
Yeah, you got this.
But if you miss it and you don't get the rebound,
then what happened can happen.
Exactly.
Manly Man, San Francisco. Yo, thank you for calling.
Yeah, hey, there's 3 things that cost them the game. And the first one was officiating. Now, if the officiating was tight throughout the entire game and there were 25, 30 fouls on each team, then that would have been a call and that would have been game over. No problem with that. But it wasn't officiated that way. That's problem number 1.
Yeah.
The official should have never, ever made that call. Like Steve Kerr said, that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 was the 22 turnovers.
Oh.
They take over 16 seconds to get across the line, or roughly 17 seconds to get across the 8-second line. And then they get into run their offense with about 7 to 10 seconds left. So if they mess up or there's no player movement, then they're screwed. They're not they're one and done if they're lucky. They had 2 24-second violations out of the last 3 in the game, and that's what cost them, or the last 4. And that's really stupid. They were doing great pushing the ball and getting up to the court. I know the clock is an issue, but if you make a 2, you're up 3. If you make a 3, you're up 4, and it might be night-night. But they are taking way too long and all those calls to get into their offense. And the third problem with the Warriors is a lot of time they stand around and watch Curry basically try to save their butts. And that's a problem, because if they were moving without the ball, like Gary Payton does a lot, but if they're moving, they'd be in better position and they could get an easier pass. I kind of agree with the other caller that if Curry would have stepped in to take a 2, he would have been better off, because he was 3 for 9 on threes. He wasn't making them. Either his leg is hurting or he didn't have the legs that late in the game. And all those issues combined together is what cost him the game.
That's a good call, Manly Man.
Yeah,
thank you.
Manly Man, thank you. You got the order wrong, but I appreciate you you putting them all in there.
Number one is always the refs. That's life. That's how sports work.
22 turnovers, that was all actually the refs.
Well, so let me break this down for a second, because we all know, and I think it is the job of friends to know the things that are held near and dear to your friends, and then accept them for the way they are. I accept you for the way you are, but let's be real. You get triggered when people talk refs.
I'm not triggered by...
Just say maybe a little bit, Mark. Maybe a little bit.
You know what? Maybe a little bit.
Okay,
the only issue I have with Manly Man is his order, because reason number 1 was not the referees. Reason number 1 is 22 turnovers.
Well, reason number 1 is whatever you think it is. That's what he thinks it is. It's what Steve Kerr thinks it is.
I'll tell you what I think, and I'm lucky enough to have had a radio show in this market for 25 years.
Whoop.
Manly Man is wrong. That's what I think.
Well, that's fine.
Call again tomorrow, and I'll shoot you down again. Because
you don't know what he's going to say tomorrow.
Your order's out of whack.
Maybe he'll call tomorrow and say, Tibbs, you were right, and then I'll say you're wrong.
So the Rams somehow win tonight, and I'll tell you right now, it's going to be because of the refs. It's going to be because the Niners didn't beat the Chiefs because Nick Bosa got held.
No, but Dibs,
what are we doing?
Dibs, I'll tell you what we're doing.
What the hell?
We're being human beings. You have to be able to separate these things. Like almost any time in life of sports, if the referees become a story, if people are talking about the referees, it is an omnipresent response to say, well, but you could have played better, because nobody ever uncorks a perfect day. That doesn't exist. So, of course.
But we expect the refs to be perfect.
No, we don't.
That's what we as a sports collective do.
No, we don't. But not all mistakes are built the same. And I think what Steve is saying is that some of these end-of-game mistakes by officials stand out. This one to him stood out. I don't think that we have to tuck that into the idea of, well, now the Warriors are asking for excuses for all the mistakes they made. No, those exist as well. And I bet that he handled those behind closed doors.
Did I miss the cut of him on the podium talking about how Steph shot it too soon? Did I miss the cut of him talking about 6 shot clock violations?
Why does he need to say that?
He doesn't need to say anything, but all we want to grasp onto is him criticizing the officials, and that's sexy. Does he come out on the podium and say, well, you know what? Having 6 shot clock violations, that's unconscionable.
That's potentially throwing his team under the bus, and he doesn't need to, because his team is in a locker room and he can go say that directly to them. He can't say that to the refs.
But you can throw the refs under the bus because it's convenient.
No, because they're not in his locker room and he doesn't have access to them, and they're not also on his team, and they're not
He's
part
allowed
of his
to
family.
say whatever he wants, but I look at his comments and I look at it and I say, yes, that is classic deflection. He's deflecting away from the real issue. The real issue was, over the last 3 minutes of the game, your team could not get a basket. Your team stunk. And you put a defender on Alperen Şengün, who got absolutely fricasseed in a huge moment.
You're not
These
wrong.
are the issues.
You're not wrong, but that's not what coaches say in the press conference.
I don't care what coaches say in the press conference. It's what I'm saying on a sports talk radio show is the real issue.
That's fine, but this is not what you're saying on a sports talk.
Exactly what I'm saying.
No, you're saying this is classic deflection.
It is deflection.
And that means you're telling Steve Kerr he should have said something different last night.
He's allowed to say whatever he wants.
Which is patently ridiculous because it's not what coaches do.
He gets mad at the officials because that's convenient and that's something that will have no ill effects in the locker room. I totally understand that.
No, it's not just that. Like, there is...
It is just that. What's the benefit of him doing that? And you asked us about Debo earlier in his tweets.
It's messaging.
Like, what does Debo get out of going to Twitter and talking about how he needs to get the ball? What does Steve Kerr benefit by going out there and crushing the refs for a call that didn't go his way?
And I can easily...
What does he benefit?
I mean, if Phil Jackson were sitting right here, he would answer this question way better than I. Working the refs in press conferences so that there's messaging to the league so that that league is looking at situations and referees are looking at situations so that they won't make the same mistakes again is incredibly valuable, and it only ramps up in the playoffs when working the refs has been put to an art form by the best coaches. That's completely different.
Yeah, you said this is like the third time he's gone out there and complained about refs.
It's completely different than a wide receiver going to Twitter, which is just spitting something into the wind that goes nowhere valuable. That's totally different. So there is value in Steve doing this, or else he wouldn't do it.
Well, there's perceived value. We don't know that there's absolute value.
He believes there's value.
Right. There's value in the league because now they're going to get $25,000 or so from Steve Kerr for being critical of officials. And how can you say there's value when this is now the third time he's gone out and criticized the refs, and yet they're still making calls that go against him late in games?
But that's a catch-all.
So maybe he's not doing it right.
No, these are specific calls. It's not about I hate the refs. It's about that kind of call can't be made. So you can't blend all three together and say they're the same. I mean, are you arguing right now that there's no value in talking about this stuff in a public space? Because I think every NBA coach ever disagrees with you.
What I'm arguing, and I'm not arguing anything, I'm pointing out my perception of what he did, which is deflection. He's deflecting the attention away from the real issue, which is at the end of the game, at the end of games, your team has struggled to score and you've struggled to close out opponents.
I don't think
that to me, is it not an issue?
Of course it is, but that you handle with your team.
Right.
You handle that. You don't handle that in the press conference.
But when you go to the press conference and you have a tantrum and you assail the officials over a call that didn't go your way.
It wasn't a tantrum.
I can call it what I want to call it.
Sure.
And, you know, whatever he did, he's going to get fined for it.
Yeah.
So whatever he did was strong enough to where he's going to draw a fine, and he does that with intention. Everything he says, and he told us this, everything he says is with intention.
Yep.
So he does that knowing full well that this is going to be now the headline grabbing. It's not going to be the 6 shot clock violations or the fact that, you know, Draymond had 5 turnovers and you couldn't get a bucket for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would be stunned if we were sitting here today and Steve Kerr had a press conference where he had said, okay, let's talk about this. Draymond Green had 5 turnovers. This is unacceptable. We can't have this anymore.
It's unconscionable.
It's unconscionable from our future Hall of Famer. Come on, man. That's not the way the game works. Keep it locked with us for the kickoff show. We're live from the Hilton Santa Clara. We will get you ready for Niners Rams as we get closer. It's all presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll keep taking your calls, 888-957-9570. What stood out to you as the problem last night in the final 2 minutes of that game? We'll continue to take your calls. Our buddy Jake Hutchinson, who covers the Niners for us, will be along this hour. That is all coming up next on Willard and Dips.
Many architects and builders who team up with
Podziemski will throw it in. Waiting. Kaminga flashes. Curry comes to get the ball. Podziemski can't find anybody. Throws it to Curry. Curry back to Podziemski for the win. Blocked away. Ball game's over. And the Rockets have won. The Warriors are standing around Draymond Green, Steph Curry. The Rockets are celebrating. And this is a tough loss. And the streak is over. 15 consecutive wins against the Rockets. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Odyssey app, that's where we live, okay? If you haven't subscribed to the show yet, do it. Willard and Dibbs, Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts. While you're there, check out our other shows always. Subscribe there, too. Steiny and Goo and Bonte and Joe, as all of those shows reacted to yet another fourth quarter collapse. And that's what we're getting to. Like, what stood out to each of you as far as what was really going on at the end of that game last night? What caused it? 888-957-9570. And all I was getting at earlier is really this. I think that there should be room to separate both things. If you're a fan of a basketball team and your team loses, every single time you're going to be able to, after the game, go, the refs, there was that call and there was that call. Like, we haven't even brought up the one where Steph's arm got slapped so hard that his shot came up 3 feet short. There should be an NBA rule. If Steph misses by 3 feet, it's a foul. Like, that's not a real thing. That doesn't happen. So obviously there's always things that get missed, and I think we bake that into the okay cake. Like, they're human beings, so that's okay. Right. But same thing is true the other way. I don't think just because if the refs do something that's worth discussion, it's a little bit too much of a catch-all for me to be like, well, no, let's not talk about the refs because your team made X, Y, Z mistake. Of course they did. Sure. They're human too. And yes, they messed up a bunch of ways down the stretch.
He's allowed to say whatever he wants in his post-game press conference. And as he's said to us before, and you and I know this from interviewing him 30 or 40 times or however many times we've interviewed him, he is one of the most eloquent, well-thought, like nothing comes out as accident speakers in the world.
Just a comfortable talker.
Forget sports, but he's smart and he delivers messages. He doesn't come off emotionally and think, oh God, why did I say that? Everything he says is thought out and measured and not rehearsed, but it's honest, and this is part of it. But I look at, and I know he's not going to go on the press conference and say, that pass from Draymond to Kaminga, that's unconscionable. Right. And Steph shooting the ball that early, that's unconscionable.
What an idiot.
Right. He's not going to do that. 22 turnovers, that's unconscionable. But I do think when he goes to the podium in the post game, yes, he's still upset. And he should be. The referees blew that. They should have granted a timeout. They shouldn't have called a foul with 3 seconds to go in the game and gave the Rockets free throws. But I do think that Steve goes to the podium and he leads with that because he's upset, but also because he knows that there are other issues that he can't discuss.
Yeah, but I don't think he's scared to discuss those. It's like you just said, like he's comfortable in all of those scenarios. But anyway, I'm excited in this moment because what I've been going for 3 years is finally here. Grandy, can you cut the part? Just spotlight it where Dibbs goes, the referees blew it. Can we just have that? I'd like to have that going forward in my life because I feel like it's going to come up again.
I'll try my best.
Thank you, Grandy. I appreciate you. Love you. All right, Bobby in Los Altos. Hi, Bobby. Thank you for calling Willard and Dibbs.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Look, Dibbs, you know how much I hold you in high regard, and I love you. But I know you guys are out of studio today, but hearing you triggered, especially, in that hotel, it sounds especially angry and scary listening on the radio. So I'm almost glad you guys went on commercial break because you seem a little calmer. That being said, can I just say one thing? I know you're an intelligent man, Dibbs. Last Friday, New York Times crossword puzzle, one of the clues was NFL linebacker blank Greenlaw. So just tell Dre, welcome back, and he made a New York Times crossword puzzle. As it relates to the game.
What day of the week was that, Bobby?
I think you said Friday. Did you say Friday?
My man. That's a tough puzzle. The Friday puzzle is brutal. I won't even try the Sunday. The Sunday is like a 3-day adventure, but the Friday, they're out to get you, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I apologize. I'm going to have to correct you. Saturday's the hardest day. Sunday's the biggest, but it's like a Thursday level. But Saturday is the hardest. Hey, so as it relates to maybe sports, so the basketball game, this is what I want to say. There's been a lot of talk today about how Curry's had a brain fart or all this stuff. I think that if you look at that play, he sort of does, I'm going to call it a hezzy. I don't know what else to call it, to drive. Brooks backs off, and then he has a step back in what I consider for Curry an open three. I mean, he kind of did the same thing in the gold medal game of the Olympics when he had Durant and Curry hanging out on and LeBron hanging out, but he took the shot. So I don't think it was a bad shot. And the only reason we keep vilifying and demonizing him right now is because he missed the shot. But I don't think that was a bad shot at all for what he can do, and the fact that Brooks stepped back and gave him space. Now, as it relates to the last call, the only thing that I found kind of weird about it was JK was already on the ground. Usually when you get a foul call, it's because someone's standing up and they jump on the people that are on the ground. But JK was already on the ground for a half second, second and a half, and then they called it. So that was weird. And then finally, I don't really get Coach Kerr. First of all, it seemed like he was crying. His nose was all red. But when he says it's $1 billion industry and people's jobs are on the line, is his job on the line? The only people's job that was on the line is maybe the ref. So that's the only part of me that made no sense. So that's all I got to say. I just drove by Great America Parkway in 101. I'm sorry I can't be there, but go Niners. Thank you.
Okay, Bobby, thank you. I don't think he's talking about himself or even the refs when he says jobs are on the line. Jobs are on the line. You have to win basketball games. Players' jobs are on the line. Just anything. The whole validity of the whole thing is on the line. It's just a comment. And his nose was red because it's Christmas and he was trying to blend in with the floor. But the one thing...
I think, Bobby, the one point he made is about Steph.
Steph's shot.
Yeah, it's too soon.
It's too early.
Yeah. That shot's going to be there for him anytime, right?
Well, I don't know about that. Here's what I noticed. Did you watch Steph in the locker room when he talked to the media? There was a twinkle in the eye when they asked him about this. Here's what I noticed. I can only translate. I'm guessing. But they asked him, was it too soon? Or did you feel like it was a good shot? And I'm paraphrasing, but his answer was basically both.
Yeah.
So, but the twinkle in his eye said to me, you guys, I'm Steph Curry, and I can't stress enough to you that that's a layup to me. When I see that in an NBA game, my body motion, my muscle memory tells me I take that, because that, when left open, is a layup to me. And so I don't...
It's 40%.
Yeah, I don't blame... Well, I mean 40%. Maybe that particular one is 70%.
Yep.
You know what I mean? I don't know. But I could... In his eye, he kind of grinned in like, you guys, you don't get it. Like in my life, when I'm confronted with that, I make that shot. Period. And he missed it, so you have to live with the consequences. But again, I get why he did it, but you're right. It's too soon. It's too soon. I know this is not fair to live life this way, but it is classically that shot. If you take it, you have to make it.
Exactly. And, you've had a whole game of shot clock violations, and if you were to take a shot clock violation here, that would have been the best of the then 7 shot clock violations.
Better than any missed shot.
Correct.
Is a shot clock violation.
There's 12-8 to go when he shoots it, and there's 9 on the clock. So even if you just dribble, and do nothing, or like you said, with 1 on the shot clock, you hoist it as high as you can toward the rim, and if you hit the rim, well, it's game over. And if you airball it, well, then Houston's got 3.7 or 3.8 or whatever to then go out and try to beat you with a bucket.
I mean, I know that, and it's real easy for us to be like, yeah, the Rockets are trying to steal the ball. They're descending on you. They're very, very good defensively. But I will say this, for whatever it's worth, I don't know how many of you were watching on TV. Were you watching online? Were you listening on 95.7 The Game? Fitz and Kalena were literally saying this as the possession started. As the possession started, they're saying out loud, the Warriors, they're not fouling them. The Warriors can hold this for as long as possible because you can take it almost all the way down and then fire shot. They're saying this, and as they say it, Steph's like, pow, gone. And they were like, whoa, there's 11 seconds left. So this is, I hope it doesn't sound like hindsight is 2020. The broadcasters were aware of this. So I'm thinking Steph and Steve Kerr and Draymond Green are aware of it too. Their basketball brilliance.
No doubt. And, if you're Steph, you do need to take a shot before the game is over because of the way the clock is. And so you're thinking about, an open shot and you take it. One other bit of news. Congratulations to you. What? And to me.
What'd we do?
Warriors Live. You were over 2.5 threes for Buddy Hield.
Nailed it.
I was over 19.5 for Kaminga.
And he got?
20.
And he made his last free throw.
He missed
I was sitting there.
I was
he
too.
missed the front end. And I'm like, this is a big old free throw now.
Fade the dibber, dude.
Splash.
You got to fade that, man.
Speaking of fade the dibber, we're going to need that pretty soon.
Oh, the pick is in.
The Niners play the Rams tonight. We are here. We are at Levi Stadium, and we are going to start getting you ready for it with some unbelievable voices on this game. First and foremost, NFL Network, former defensive back, Bucky Brooks, who is fantastic on all things NFL. And by the way, I do believe is starting to feel some Niners optimism based on what he saw last week. Well, we'll dig in a little bit more because he will join us next. Our own man on the Niner beat, Jake Hutchinson. Later on this hour, we're at the Hilton in Santa Clara getting ready for the game. It's the Kickoff Show brought to you by Habas Law, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
I have to confess, I was very excited.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
It is the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law, and we are live in Santa Clara at the Hilton, getting ready for what even Dan Dibley calls a must-win.
It's a must-win, Mark.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's almost a double must-win, but the Rams do have a little bit more of a cushion, so if the Niners lose this one, they're in kind of the Warrior state, real trouble.
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody in the NFC West could be in a big old bucket of who knows what, depending on how things go this weekend after tonight. But the Niners certainly need it. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. You can watch the show there. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And as we get ready for this one and the return of Dre Greenlaw to the football field tonight. Maybe that means one thing physically and something completely different emotionally. Would love to talk that out with someone who's been in an NFL locker room. I have an idea. How about Bucky Brooks? Let's go out to the River Islands guest line, our good friend from NFL Network and former man on the field in the defensive backfield. Bucky Brooks is with us live on Willard and Dibs. Hey, friend, what's going on? How are you?
I'm good. What's going on, guys?
Bucky, what does this mean to the 49ers? What kind of an emotional boost is Dre Greenlaw back on the field?
It'd be a huge pick-me-up. He is someone who was their emotional leader. You saw that he played with an edge. You saw what kind of energy he brought to the defense. So bringing him back tonight certainly helps them. I think Fred Warner will be excited. I think the team will be excited. And you may see a little more inspired effort from that unit.
And when you look at a player coming off of 10 months and an Achilles tear, it's safe to say that he's not going to play a full rack of plays. Do you think the impact will be more of an emotional one as opposed to what the expectation should be for him physically out there on the field?
Well, I mean, they cleared him to play. Like, he's probably ready to go. I think they're trying to ease him into the thing. But once people get into the game, particularly an emotional player like Greenlaw, it may be hard to pull him off the field, particularly if he's having a good game where he gets in on the action. I think the coaches probably have a pitch count in mind, but sometimes that can go out the window once he gets to playing.
Bucky, you've played on defense in the league, and so I am very curious your take on the defense that Nick Sorensen has run this year. A lot of questions about him from fans, and we understand that coordinators are hard to assess for fans, but it looks very vanilla to us. What do you see?
Well, I mean, that's what they wanted. Last year when Steve Wilkes was the coordinator, he was trying to kind of change and do some different things, and the players didn't like that. Shanahan didn't like that. They wanted more of what they had when they had Saleh and when they had D'Amico Ryans, which is more of a static, vanilla style, see ball, get ball, and just kind of let the players play. And so when you get that, you got to execute at a high level because you're not tricking anybody. You're not using a lot of disguise. It's about execution. And right now, the execution hadn't been to the level that you would like. But the simplicity of it all, that's exactly what Shanahan wanted because that's what they've had in the past when they had really good defense.
Okay, so is your assessment that this is a player issue? Whatever's going on the defense, this is a player issue, not a coordinator issue.
Well, the personnel is different. When you play a simplistic style and you're saying, hey, we want to keep it simple, let the players play, but then your players have to dominate. And in the past, those previous iterations under D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh, they're more talented on the front line. Remember, they used to dominate people with 6, 7, 8 defensive linemen rolling in. They don't have the same pedigree, the same level of talent that they had up front. And when the front doesn't dominate to the level that they dominated in the past, the results are different. And so that's what you're seeing. They're not the same team from a personnel standpoint, which is why the defense doesn't dominate like they used to.
How hard is it then to make those changes in real time? If you're seeing that your front four is not getting home in the pass rush, is it too hard to suddenly become a blitz team? Do you need to have more blitz tendency players in order to change your scheme mid-year?
I mean, it's all like the philosophy, right? So when you play that style, like a lot of it is like we just want to keep it simple. We're going to run to the ball. We're going to do things that are like sweat equity, right? Hustle, effort, those kinds of things. And so when you start blitzing, now you put players on islands. And when they did that last year with Steve Wilkes, as he was trying to transition them into a little different style of defense, the players didn't like that. They gave up some plays. Shanahan may have overreacted to some of the plays that they gave up because they still ranked as the top 10 defense. And so now here you are. You're playing vanilla ice cream. defense, but you're not the same talent. You don't have the same team that was superior to others, and so you're seeing a different result on the field play out.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. We are live in Santa Clara getting ready for football. Thursday night action, Niners and Rams in what is essentially a must-win for the 49ers. Bucky, what's your take? Are the Niners still alive? Are they still in this thing?
They're still in it, but, man, they've been dealing with so many issues, right? The Super Bowl hangover is real. You have injuries that have impacted who they are on offense and defense. And then you're trying to find their way. They're trying to gain some confidence. That said, they're still a very scary team because Kyle Shanahan is one of the best play callers in the business. They have enough talent where they can win games if that talent takes over. We just haven't seen the talent take over enough. But if Debo Samuels and George Kittle decide to play and play at a high level, look, they're dangerous in the passing game. If they can run the football with whatever running back is available to them, it's a problem. And then defensively, a lot of it depends on Nick Bosa dominating. If they're stars, play like stars, they're still very capable of being a team that can be dangerous. Not necessarily Super Bowl dangerous, but dangerous enough to get into the tournament and make people uncomfortable. But they got to take care of business against what I say is a very good Rams team that's trending in the right direction.
And what do you do to make Matthew Stafford uncomfortable? Is it just getting that A-gap pressure? Is it making it so he can't just be on his spot to make him uncomfortable?
Yeah, it's a combination of things. Like, you not only got to make him comfortable, but you got to make sure you cover those two guys on the outside, Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. They're dangerous. And when they're playing, this is a really good team. They're interchangeable, so they can move around and do similar things. They create a lot of stress because they're physical. They do a really good job in the run game. And then they're outstanding route runners. This is a tough matchup, but it's one where in this rivalry, typically the team that out-hits the other team wins. So I would expect to see a playoff-like intensity around this game. So look for them to try and knock people around, try and disrupt the rhythm by really being more physical than they've been with other teams.
We got maybe a little rain in the forecast, Bucky. Who has the edge with that?
It probably even because both teams want to run the football. And if it has to be a game where it turns to the run, both teams can do it. The Rams did it successfully against the Buffalo Bills last week. The Niners, that's their calling card. I think it comes down to quarterback play. And I know, there are questions about Brock Purdy. Are they going to pay him and what they're going to pay him? This is a perfect showcase game for him. Thursday night, everyone watching, bright lights, big stage. He's going to have to play at a high level. And if he has to do it in the weather, so be it.
What do you make of Brock Purdy this year? Is it a regression or is it just him playing at a level where he hasn't had as much help around him?
It's a combination, man. There's not a great quarterback that can play without great players around. And I would say we talked about it in January, I think, when I kind of made some headlines about the route runners and the playmakers and that stuff. Brandon Ayuk is unavailable the whole year, so you lose him. Ricky Pearsall has been in and out. Debo Samuel has been the same with injuries and those things. And so the pieces around him have not been as consistent, and that impacts the way that he's played. I think he's the same player. And what the Niners have to figure out is, what do you want to pay someone that's at his talent level? They're different degrees in terms of pedigree, the talent and those things. But he's a really good player. He hasn't played as well as he's played in the past, but look, he's still solid for the Niners.
Okay, Bucky, you brought up Debo's name, and you have been outspoken on those wide receivers in the past, and he's having a weird year, and he's frustrated, and he's tweeting about it, and he's had an incident with the long snapper. What's your take on Debo's year? Is this circumstantial, or is he losing a step?
Look,
come on, Bucky. Bucky, don't come on now. You got it. I need to say it now.
No, I definitely don't duck the smoke, but he is what he is. He's a playmaker, not a route runner. And so it has to be a concerted effort to make sure that he touches the ball. Now that Christian McCaffrey's out, he needs to touch it more. Why not reprise the role that he did a few years ago? Oh, he doesn't like that. He doesn't like when he has to run the ball like that anymore. So he doesn't want to do some of those things that really made him very successful and very popular in the NFL crowd. So what he has to figure out is, what is he willing to sacrifice? What is he willing to do? And Shanahan has to figure out a way to get him in the game plan early. Debo's no different than most of the wideouts in the league. They have to feel like they're involved early to be able to give you that playmaking ability late. And so you just got to make an effort to get him the ball early so he can feel good and into the game, and then he'll give you the best of the app.
Is man coverage the kryptonite for the Shanahan offense?
Yeah. If you don't have the right personnel on the outside to handle it, because all the condensed formations, the motions, the stacks, the bunches, all the eye candy, yeah, like man coverage kind of simplifies everything for the defense, but you got to be good enough to cover them. Now teams have figured out that they have an issue against man-to-man, and they're seeing more of it. I told you, like, when the blueprint is out there, it's up to the team, the Niners, to solve that, to answer that. And they have to answer it by being able to attack man coverage. And this year continues the theme, but they haven't been able to consistently do it. And so it's something that is a work in progress. But, yeah, they can continue to see man-to-man until they show that they can consistently knock it out.
Bucky Brooks, NFL Network. What's your take on Pearsall?
Look, man, it's unfortunate what happened to him. And you swear it, but like he's a good player. He will be a good player, but there's so many things that were working against him that it's hard to get the rookie contributions. He needs to give them more, but I mean, like, he had to deal with so much early that it's hard to count on him. Hopefully he can be an X factor in their run. They need him to play. They need him to make plays because they needed another route runner and playmaker that could help them in the passing game. So hopefully he can give them something.
When you look at the Shanahan offense, as everyone likes to refer to it, and McVey runs it, and LaFleur in Green Bay, and it seems like more than half the league is now running it, has it become so commonplace that defenses now have a greater ability to stop it?
Well, the more you see things, the more you get used to it. But all of those guys run different variations, right? So Sean McVay has gone away from more of the outside zone to then doing a more gap scheme where you're seeing the guards and tackles pull. Matt LaFleur runs a different version of it with the running game and those things. So there's some similarities from a philosophical standpoint. They want to run the football. They want to give you a lot of pre-snap motion to get your eyes in the backfield and out of the right place. But, yeah, more people are seeing it, and so you always have to stay one step ahead of the curve. But I still say this. If you ask defense coordinators, they still would say that Kyle Shanahan is one of the more difficult offensive play callers to deal with because he can give you so much, and the personnel matches the scheme. And that's the big thing. The Niners have been successful because the interchangeable parts that they had on offense allowed them to be very creative and imaginative when it came to his exotic stuff.
Do you see someone as having an edge when McVay and Shanahan go up against one another?
No, I think it's even Stephen for a while there. It seemed like Shanahan had the upper hand. You know, it always kind of felt like he treated Sean McVay like the little brother. But little brother struck back. You know, little brother has a team that is coming. They're young. They're not quite where they want to be. But with that quarterback, Matthew Stafford, and those two wide receivers, they're dangerous. And the underrated part of what Sean McVay does is the stubborn commitment to the running game. He'll run it at you over and over and over again. He's okay with 3 and 4 yard gains. And that running game sets up the big plays and the play action game and those things. So, no, this is a really good matchup, man. It's really compelling. Look, it's kind of like playing video games with your brother. You love your brother, but there is nothing better than to beat your brother. There's nothing better than to walk around the house knowing that you dominate little brother or whatever. So that's what this matchup is, and that's what it'd be tonight.
Yeah, it took me 30-some-odd years, but I finally caught my older brother, and there's been no looking back ever since, Bucky. And no sweeter nectar than taking down that older brother if you have one.
True. I'm an older brother, though, so I've always been the one on top. But I get what you're saying.
I'm sure your record is near unbeaten, and that's how it is with you older brothers. Hey, Mark and I have had this discussion about special teams all year because the Niners have been terrible at special teams. When you look at a team that struggles with that third phase of the game, where do you assign the blame generally?
There are a few different things. A lot of it is personnel driven, right? So the guys that play on special teams are your backups or your key contributors on offense and defense. How much experience do they have with special teams? If you have a lot of young players coming straight from the college game, they've never done it. So you ask them to do something new, and it's kind of like learning on the fly. If you have a lot of injuries, you have backup players who it might be their first time really playing prominent roles in the kicking game, and there's some uncertainty, and there's going to be some bust and those things. And then it has to be prioritized. It has to be talked about. It has to be emphasized. You have to convey the message as the head coach that this is just as important as offense and defense to get people to buy in. It's hard sometimes to get people to buy into the kicking game because there's not that immediate glory that comes along with making plays on offense or defense.
Bucky, you said earlier that the Niners still, if they take care of business, they still can be a threat to get into the tournament and maybe make noise, but then you were like, nah, but not Super Bowl stuff. So if I say Lions, Eagles, Packers, Vikings, is that it? Did I just say the NFC winner, or do you see anyone else in this conference as having a chance?
No, that's it. I think it comes out of those guys. And I think the NFC North is loaded. They cannibalize each other. I would say the Lions, if they get home field, they can be tough. But the injuries have caught up, and they have more injuries than anybody else when it comes to their frontline players. The Philadelphia Eagles are the best and the most complete team, but they're fighting. They got their wide receivers fighting because they can't run the football, and they're not throwing it enough. So those are the two teams. And then I'll keep an eye on Minnesota. The X factor, though, is Sam Darnold. And did y'all let the best quarterback out the building? Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Easy.
Playing great
Easy.
in Minnesota. I'm just warning you. Did y'all let the best quarterback?
You do want that smoke, don't you, Bucky?
Take it easy, Bucky. Take it easy.
I just saw the guy throw for 5 touchdowns the other day. I don't know. My bad. I just play guys who throw touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, geez, you hate to see that, Sam Darnold out of the building. Hey, when you look at the NFC West, if you were to make a call right now on who wins the division, before tonight's game, obviously, do you still think that it's Seattle's to lose?
Just because of the way the schedule breaks up. Like, the Niners have a tough schedule. I think they have another tough game on the docket.
They got Detroit.
They got Detroit.
Yeah.
Detroit, but Seattle plays Green Bay and Minnesota the next 2 weeks.
Cool. Yeah, I still say Seattle. I would say Seattle because right now their defense is playing well. And, look, Geno Smith is a bit of a wild card, but that 3 wide receiver thing they have in the running game is pretty dangerous. But, look, it's a toss-up. But I would say in the driver's seat will be the Seattle Seahawks.
Dibbs, I don't know if you know why it is that Bucky Brooks is feeling himself today. Do you know where Bucky Brooks went to college?
I have no idea.
That man right there is a North Carolina Tar Heel.
Oh, wow.
Bucky, what is the Belichick? Are you kidding me?
What are you talking about? What do you mean? You want to come? You want to come? You want to come to a great program?
Great program.
You want to look great things. The framework is all there. Like, I am excited about it. I'm excited about the opportunity to have, like, a really good coach, like, who wants to develop players as the landscape is changing, where college is looking more like the pros. Why not get the greatest coach in pros to come and kind of lead that transition?
Yep.
I like that.
Who doesn't want to run a football program at a basketball school? Exactly.
I mean, like that. And maybe we're doing a little bonus, got his girlfriend in the grad school. I don't know. Like, that would be fun.
That's what I'm talking about.
Undefeated. Men can't talk about Belichick without the girlfriend coming up right now. It's just impossible. It's totally impossible.
I mean, it's such a random thing. And so when people talk about he can't relate, that's all he had to. He didn't even have to tell the board of trustees anything. He's like, have you seen?
Yeah.
See what I'm doing? Like, I'm living the life.
I was telling my partner that just in case he needed a round 2, it's a fertile ground if he goes back to North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina. No, but I think it's great. I think people make a lot of, like, the age difference and can he deal and relate with college kids. I would just say this. The disciples from his program, like Nick Saban has had a lot of success at a collegiate level. You look at what Bill O'Brien was doing up in Boston College. They were having success right away. I just think that blueprint works. And as much as we talk about, like, college players and the new generation and what they don't like, all good players want to be coached. And so he may not be right for everybody, but the guys that want to go to the next level, the guys that want to learn how to play the right way, he's going to be attractive and appealing to them and to their parents who also want that from their kids.
Bucky, great to have you, man. I don't know if I'm putting thoughts in your head here, but just listening to you talk, it sounds like you have a slight lean toward the Rams tonight.
No. I mean, like, I don't have a dog in the fight. I would say this. The Niners are desperate, and desperate teams are dangerous. And when you have Trey Greenlaw coming back, an emotional leader, because, like, he could have tipped the scales of balance in the Super Bowl if he plays and finishes that game. Look, that's a big emotional lift. He makes some plays early, a splash play to get that defense going. Look out. So, no, I'm not leaning towards the Rams. I would actually favor the home team in this. They got to play, though, because it's now or never for the Niners.
Yep. I think that's a fair take. Hey, Bucky, thank you for jumping in, man. We love having you.
All right, man. Appreciate you.
There he goes, Bucky Brooks, NFL Network, former North Carolina Tar Heel, DB in the league for about 6 years. Interesting breakdown of this football game, and it's kind of, not that I wasn't already excited about it, but McVey and Shanahan with a lot more of their toys available than they had last time. It is set up for a hell of a fight tonight.
Yeah, and we always talk about the analytics and the numbers and this and that, and I'm just looking at video of Dre Greenlaw on the field, pregame warm-ups, getting loose, and just the emotional lift and the desperation that the Niners are feeling and having Dre Greenlaw back, all those things have got to help tonight in their cause.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, you talked yesterday in that fun conversation we were having about the NBA Cup with regard to what that could do for the Warriors emotionally rather than in the standings, seeing as if you do get to the finals, it doesn't count for the standings. So there's that side of it. I think this is maybe an even better example as to where I don't see how this doesn't give the entire stadium tonight a hell of a lift. Thursday night football, it's going to be, you would figure, defensive kind of tone because of the weather, a desperate game. To have Dre Greenlaw come back is just a hell of a juice boost that's going to be in the whole building tonight.
Yeah, and this guy, too, old number 97's out there, too, getting loose. And so Nick's out there getting loose. You got Greenlaw.
Garendo is in.
Yep, so a lot of emotional lifts, but ultimately the one thing you've got to be able to do is get to Matthew Stafford and make him uncomfortable.
Yep. And by the way, I say that, and we do not have the official active-inactive list yet, so I am ahead of myself. We should have that here very, very shortly, so stay with us because we will immediately break to you. Is Nick Bosa in? Is Isaac Garendo in? They're both expected in, but they need to pass hurdles in pregame warmups. Dre Greenlaw is the one who we do know is in. And then, of course, is there a wet ball and can Brock Purdy throw it?
Yeah.
What about that?
Well, I don't think that it's going to rain. It's not raining right now.
Yeah, it's not right now.
Well, in the forecast, and you look at the skies here, it's gray, but it's not the super foreboding sort of gray. And one thing that I know from my many, many years of watching the weather is normally you get wind before you get rain. And right now, the wind is starting to blow a little bit. But I'm not sensing the storm clouds coming just yet.
I'm looking right now at the national weather forecast, and it says, quote, rain likely around 4:30. And then we see green lines through the 5 o'clock hour. It stops for the 6 o'clock hour, and then it comes back a little stronger in the 7 o'clock hour. So this could be one of those games that's one thing in the first half and another thing in the second half. We'll find out. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law. Our man on the Niner beat, Jake Hutchinson, is going to jump in here with us live coming up next, and we will continue the countdown as the Niners play the Rams tonight at Levi Stadium. And this is Willard and Dibs.
And this is Dan Dibley to talk about
there are questions about Brock Purdy. Are they going to pay him and what they're going to pay him? This is a perfect showcase game for him. Thursday night, everyone watching, bright lights, big stage. He's going to have to play at a high level.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we're getting closer. We're getting closer, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And we do have an in-person guest stopping by right now.
I'm nervous.
You are?
This guy's big time.
No, I mean...
Big time. Big time with a great voice, too.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a buck.
And this is the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law. We're live on the scene, Santa Clara, Niners and Rams tonight. And before this very intimidating figure, Jake Hutchinson, starts talking Niners to us, we can break the news to each and every one of you. A, B, C, yes, yes, yes.
Nick
Bosa, Dre Greenlaw,
yes,
and Isaac Guerrero are all active for this game tonight. Hutch, thanks for coming over. What's your reaction to that and how it affects tonight?
I mean, it's huge, right? Are we live? We good?
There we go.
Right,
try again. 3, 2, 1.
We're good?
Action. Yeah, we're good.
All right. It's massive. It's massive. I think it's something that having Isaac Guerrero back, I mean, that's monumental for them. Nick Bosa, no question, even if he's just in a rotation, right? Even if Bosa is just on the end, he's just playing pass rush downs. I mean, that's huge for this team because they're not going to blitz a lot, and they need to get pressure on Matthew Stafford. He's a bottom 6, bottom 10 quarterback when he gets pressured, and the 49ers aren't going to blitz that much in general. Having those guys back is big. And then Dre Greenlaw, he might just be a rotation guy for this first game, but I mean, that's going to be enormous just from a vibe perspective having him back.
The vibes are huge, and I was thinking about that in terms of rotation because as it is now, Fred's always out there, and even when they go to a 2 linebacker and they go to the nickel package, a lot of times it's Devondre Campbell, a little bit of D. Winters. Do you think that he'll just be rotating through that? And when they do go to traditional base, which teams don't really run a lot anymore with 3 linebackers, do you think that he'll get that shot, or will he be rotating into that?
Yeah, that's what I'm interested to see. I mean, this is coming off, I think Devondre Campbell's been playing as well as he has all year long right now. D. Winters played a pretty good game. That said, I feel like if you're bringing Greenlaw back, you want to get him out there. So I would think if anyone's out, it's going to be D. Winters, popping him out on those base downs. I think that's probably how they use Greenlaw. It's weird to me if they were to just go full bore, like swap him out for Devondre Campbell or Winters and have him as the will right away on a Thursday night game. I think that's a pretty big assignment against this team coming off an Achilles. But I think it's going to be a rotation. I think it might be on some of those base downs you're talking about.
Hutch, talk to us about Brock Purdy and a wet football.
Oh, boy.
What do you see?
Listen, I think small hands probably don't help, but I do think in general people overreact to that sort of stuff. But he didn't do himself any favors with that fumble, in Buffalo where he just fumbled himself. I mean, I'm not going to say he's a great cold weather quarterback or a great bad weather quarterback by any stretch. I think this is a good opportunity if it gets a little dicey for him to prove something. But there's not a lot of evidence to say, oh, you'd feel inspired with him in a cold weather rainy game.
Him throwing the ball last week, it sure looked like they were doing a lot more in terms of the vertical routes. He hit Debo with a deep one early and a couple of George Kittle screens, and the Guerrero wheel route was big as well. What are you seeing from this pass game now that they're out of the snow?
Yeah, I think there's just a preference to funnel the ball to Juwan Jennings for the most part. I think Juwan Jennings, moving him to X, he knows what he's going to expect out of him. With George Kittle, he knows what he's going to expect out of him. Debo can pretty much run 1 or 2 routes. You can send him vertically, or you can really just have him run a drag or a dig over the middle. And that's really what Debo does. I think the passing game, for the most part, has looked better. Not including that snow game. I think last week they also got the best looks that they're going to get from any defense all year. The Bears just they abandoned their entire defensive scheme, as George Kittle said this week, and they just said, all right, here's a bunch of soft zone, take whatever you want. I don't think the Rams are going to do that. They're a much more chaotic defense. They're not a good defense, but they are chaotic. So there's a little bit of unpredictability there. I think they run a lot of cover 6. We'll see how they navigate that.
Our 49er insider, Jake Hutchinson, is right here live on the scene as we are in Santa Clara getting ready for this game tonight. I want to dive a little deeper on that because, as you said, it's not a good defense. Remember, this is the defense that Juwan Jennings went crazy against in week 3 and tucked into, I can't tell you, if I had $1 for every time someone came up to me in the last 3 days and went, this team just beat Buffalo. How are the Niners going to hit? Right, they gave up a 40-burger to Buffalo, and that's Buffalo. But isn't this a game for the offense? They should be able to attack this defense.
Yeah, it's interesting. If this was a normal Sunday game, I think you expect both offenses to play pretty well. Thursday, I feel like these games have a tendency to get a little sloppy. Yeah. But yeah, there should be holes for the 49ers to exploit on this defense. The Rams linebackers aren't very good. Their front is really interesting. They've got they've got 2 young pass rushers that they got out of Florida State. Those guys are really enticing, so you got to be careful there about what they're bringing. But on the back end, they're running, some young safeties. They run 3 safeties, and they've got, a couple okay corners, but they're not a good defense, right? There are going to be holes there. They are going to play more zone than man, but also the Rams are a better coach team than the Bears, right? So I would expect them to have a better game plan and probably play a little man, especially against Debo, who cannot beat man coverage, and Juwan Jennings, he wins, but he doesn't really win. Like, he gets just enough separation and has great hands and physicality to make the play. So if I'm the Rams, I'm throwing a lot of man coverage at the Niners and saying, I don't care if we have the dudes. We're just going to see if it works.
Yeah, especially when you look at, Debo, as you said, not great at beating man. And Ricky Pearsall is really the curious one for me because he had a couple of great games and it seemed like he'd broken through and he was ready to roll and be a real threat in the pass game. And now, 1 catch over the last 4 games? What are you seeing from Ricky Pearsall?
I honestly think Ricky looks fine. I watched the All-22 like the sicko that I am, and
nice.
and I see him getting open, and I see a lot of the time the play is either not designed to go to him. He's running a lot of like what Ayuk did in his rookie year, where he's running these clear out routes. He knows he's not part of the play, and other times he is getting open, and the play either takes Brock Purdy somewhere else, or I think because Pearsall didn't play a lot in OTAs, didn't play a lot in training camp. Kind of like Ayuk at the start of the year, there's not that connection. He'd rather throw it to Jennings or Kittle, who he trusts. He knows where they're going to be. And Pearsall, as much as I have seen him separate and do a lot of those things, he's not trusted yet. Like, he's only been in this offense for a few games. He missed so much time. And I get it from Purdy's standpoint. So for me, I think he's doing his job for the most part. There's reps he doesn't win in man coverage, but I think there are more that he does. And I just think that's what happens when you're a rookie and you're not trusted, and it's a really complex offense.
While we're on the wide receivers, this is almost stunning to me. You have Debo Samuel go from a guy who gets the big contract, 25, whatever it is, million per year. He's a superstar. He's a 1,400-yard receiver. He saves 2 seasons for the 49ers. People chant his name. They love him. And suddenly in 1 year, he is now, quote, lost a step, and as you just said, literally can only run 2 routes. How did we get here?
Yeah, I think the reality of Debo as a player is he is limited as a receiver. He's never been a true route running receiver, and he got paid that same offense that I think they all had the same agent. It was him and Terry McLaurin and DK and I think AJ Brown, and all those guys got paid, and those guys are actually like true receivers. What separated Debo is all the other stuff, right? And all that creative stuff. And I think defenses and schemes caught up. So that's part of it. And yeah, they're not blocking well for him, but Debo didn't always need a play to be perfectly blocked. He was just so explosive. And I think vertically going in a straight line, he's still got that speed, but I do see a lack of burst on him going side to side, making guys miss. He just has not done it effectively. And so all the things that you used to do in the Jimmy Garoppolo offense, funny night for him to come back,
right?
Yep.
is he would catch those short patterns and take it wherever. And also because of the way teams have played man, they haven't gotten those easy looks that benefit Debo. So I think some of it's scheme, some of it's defense is adapting, and some of it's him. And I think it's sort of a perfect cocktail of all those things.
Yeah, and especially when you need him the most this year without Brandon Ayuk, and he hasn't been able to deliver as much. Thinking about the other side of the ball with no Malik Mustafa after, I guess, he got hurt on that savage hit that he tried to give, but he ended up taking against Swift in Chicago. Jair Brown back in center stage. Where has he gone from last year where he emerged late in the year to now where he's kind of fallen out of favor?
Yeah, it's something where you hoped Jair would be sort of that safety of the future, right? And we saw a lot of positive signs, but Deshaun Gibson also took a lot of the responsibilities off his shoulders. But there were signs. There's reasons to be optimistic. I think there's like a hesitancy there. And as a safety, like you need to be able, like Mustafa, like be a speeding bullet, fire downhill when you see something and shoot your gap. And there is a little bit of a hesitancy with Jair that I think is a problem. And he doesn't have the same speed as Mustafa does. So he doesn't have the speed to make up for some of that stuff. And he's not quite triggering to the ball or to the play as quickly as you'd want him to.
You know what's interesting there, though, with what you just said? If Deshaun Gibson, from a communication standpoint, kind of helped Jair Brown be one thing, is this scenario tonight maybe better for Jair because he's not alongside a rookie with Mustafa. He's alongside Hufanga, who is much better with that somewhat, at least, veteran communication.
Yeah, and he's got to have a point to prove. And the Rams, for all the cool stuff they do, it's pretty straightforward. These teams know each other pretty well, what they're going to get. They do a lot of cool stuff with motions, but it's not that deceptive. Like, you look at that Bills game, Puka was making catches in very tight coverage.
Yep.
Matthew Stafford was just putting it in a perfect spot. So a lot of it is just going to be being sound and playing through the ball. And Jair has physicality. Like, I think getting him in this game, he's going to have a chance to make some plays. But there's every once in a while you have a play where, a deep ball down the middle of the field and he doesn't quite read it right, or there's a miscommunication. So that's going to be a spot. I'd expect the Rams and Stafford to go right at him.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're talking with our 49er insider, Jake Hutchinson, on the scene in Santa Clara as we get ready. What is your take on the job Nick Sorensen has done this year?
It's something where assessing a defensive coordinator can be difficult, right? Because Kyle, he wants the DC to keep it simple. But part of the reason he wants this DC to keep it simple is because I don't think he trusts that Nick Sorensen is going to come up with this creative alternative that makes sense for them to go with. He wants them to go with what they started this regime with, which is 4 down, and then playing nickel increasingly. They used to play base more, but really get home with 4 and then just play sound coverage behind it. And so I do think there is an MO of let's be simple, let's just be sound in what we do. But also, if you did have a defensive coordinator who is a little bit more proven and who you did trust to maybe scheme some things up, I think you would do that. So Sorensen has not proved much. And then that 12-man on the field penalty, I think you see that, and then you go, all right, well, if you're not going to prove anything, and you're only going to have this one lingering penalty that's all in our collective consciousness, it's hard to say he's having a good year, right? I'm not going to say he's been terrible. He definitely hasn't been great. He's had some good moments, called some nice stunts at key times, but it's hard to say he's been better than okay.
And how much do you mitigate that based on all the injuries they've had and also the reality that he's never been a coordinator before and the importance of continuity in that role? Mark and I were talking about this before. If he switches coordinators, that'll be coordinator number 5 next year in 9 years.
Yeah, it's something where their personnel, I think, on defense has been pretty shoddy. Like I think it goes back to all those drafts, right, in 2021 and 2022, and they just missed so much that, guys that they would have had, in the pipeline to step up for, like, Dre Greenlaw getting hurt. Guys on the defensive front, they have, like, no defensive tackles. Evan Anderson is large, but that's his number one trait. Like, they haven't replaced.
He got a cool helmet too.
Yeah, he does. He's got that chunky squishy helmet. I almost wore one outside today when I was crossing over the parking lot.
With the rain, it'd be if they sold Guardian umbrellas, right? Just attach it to your head so it's not blocking anyone behind you. I'd buy that.
Yeah. Stay warm under there.
Let's go. Hey, we're not getting a lot of info right now on Trent Williams. It's exciting that these other 3 guys are back. He's not. What's going on?
Yeah, I think it's Trent. I think last year had the ankle sprain, and I think it was Chris Furster, the offensive line coach, run game coordinator, who talked about it. Like, Trent he's getting older, and he's not recovering from things as quickly as he used to. And when you get up there and you are a large guy, and he did play through it. He gutted through it for that one game, and clearly it aggravated it. I think it's something where they're like, all right, well, we have to prove to ourselves and to Trent Williams that it's worth him coming back. And I think if you win against the Rams, then we'll start looking at, all right, and next week, maybe we get Trent back into the fold. It will be interesting. Just, does he come back next week if they lose? I kind of doubt it. I think if they lose this game, and that's pretty much the season for all intents and purposes, I'd be surprised if he comes back. If they win, I wouldn't be surprised to see him. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
And similarly, like Dre Greenlaw, I think, is maybe a little bit different because he wants to play his way back into favor. And even if they lose tonight, wouldn't you think that he'd want to keep playing to be more attractive in the free agent market too?
No question. I mean, I remember it was a month or two ago, and this is like well before there's even Kyle has given us a timeline on Greenlaw returning, and he's throwing the ball around to Fred Warner, and I see him go up one-handed and catch one and land, and Warner's like, whoa, slow down. So he's been itching to be out there for a while, and I think regardless of where they're at, he wants to prove that he's not going to be the same player. That's just how Achilles work. That first year, there's no question you're not going to be the same player. But I think he wants to prove that he is still a capable player and that, he's got a place on this team and in the league, and the energy that he brings can elevate this defense.
I'm going to admit that this is not capturing the tone of the moment. We've got a big game tonight, and that is first and foremost, obviously. However, I feel like asking, where do things sit with the larger Brock Purdy issue, and how do they avoid having another long summer of rumors and frustration?
Yeah, I think there's two questions there. There's like the price tag, which if you're going to pay him, you're going to pay him, and you're going to get raked over, whatever it is. It's just going to be rough.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Like that's what the quarterback price tag is. It's going to be like $60 million. Like that's just what the market is. And I know people will say, well, how many teams would bid for him and whatever. It's something that you don't really want to test. This is the guy that Kyle Shanahan has trusted more than truly the only quarterback he's really trusted in his 49ers tenure. No question about it. And we saw, I was there with all the awkward Jimmy stuff, and those guys didn't like each other that much. It's not that they have like a disdain, but they didn't get along all that well, and they just stuck it out because they sort of had to. Brock he trusts. Brock he believes in elevating the offense, and so I do think that they will get something done. In order to avoid all of the stupid stuff that they do, they have to realize they're not winning. They used to be obsessed with like winning these deals, and we're going to take it to the end of the summer, and we're going to get the price we paid, and it worked for a while. And then Nick Bosa got his money, and then they had all these players who were like, you have to pay us. I'm Trent Williams. You're not going to do anything this season if you don't have me. Christian McCaffrey, what are you going to do without me? Clearly not that much. So with Brock Purdy, he can make the same argument, and I think they're going to want to get that deal done earlier rather than later.
And do you think that the front office has, quote, learned its lesson from this year where Ayuk held in and that didn't work out, and Trent held out and that didn't work out, and McCaffrey's injury notwithstanding, but you paid him and then he wasn't ready to go until week 8. Has Parag Marathe in the front office realized that there's another way to go about it?
I would hope so. That's all I can say. I don't know how they look at it day to day, but if I'm them, I don't want my star quarterback lingering. And if you do the thing where, a lot of people propose, all right, just draft a rookie or you make him play on that last year, Brock Purdy should not play next season unless they pay him. Right. He's been playing for basically free in NFL terms for 3 years and at a very, very high level. If I was him, I would honestly sit out if they didn't put the deal on the table. So if I'm the 49ers front office, I try and get my business done early. Have they learned their lesson? I guess we'll all find out and be pretty miserable if they show they haven't.
No doubt. Our 49er insider, Jake Hutchinson, is with us. I wish everybody in Radio Land could have just seen the look on your face when Dibbs, you asked him, have they learned the lesson? And yes, there is some factor of I don't know in there. We'll find out. But what your facial expression also said to me, and I don't know how many people know this, that's a stubborn group of people that you're asking, did they learn their lesson? That is a high-level, stubborn group. And so I know it seems like, well, I'm sure they did. I'm not sure at all, Jake.
No, I'm with you. Kyle is as stubborn as they come,
and Parag might be even more.
No question about it. And they try and get to that number, but And I get it. You want to get the right number, especially if you're going to pay a quarterback. All I'm saying is get those negotiations started early. Like, put the numbers on the table. They love to wait and try and make things uncomfortable. I don't think you're going to do that with a quarterback.
Hey, what if this does happen, and if it's 50, 60, whatever, doesn't matter, give us some names who might be gone because of it.
I think they've set themselves up where this offseason they could get rid of Debo. They could post June 1st, cut Debo for some cap space. They set it up. They just restructured Javon Hargrave's deal where they can post June 1st him. So those are two guys. I think Charvarius Ward, they have this thing where he's going to cost $13 million on the cap, whether they have him or not. I mean, they've got some good young corners. I wonder if he's probably gone after this year. So those are three guys on this team I look at. I think they're probably going to end up having to have some talks with Kittle about an extension, give him a little bit more money and restructure it a little bit like McCaffrey, because he's the one guy that's played out of his gourd and deserves it. Yep. So, and they have not been able to draft a tight end or get a backup that's even remotely capable. So I think Hargrave, Ward, Debo could be guys out there.
What would the Debo number be if they did post June 1st release him? How much would that hurt them in the cap?
He would only cost like $10 million in dead cap next year if they post June 1 him, and they'd save about 5 or 6. So there's an argument that he just stays anyway because they're not going to save that much cap space by cutting him. That said, given what you saw this season, I almost feel like just a clean slate moving on might be better, might be cathartic for everybody involved. But again, Debo's been Kyle's favorite player. They have a very tight relationship. So that'll be interesting to see. I think these next, however many games might help determine that.
Getting back to tonight, if you are Nick Sorensen, what kept you up at night all week long with that Rams offense?
The fact that you might play sound defense and you might play tight coverage and they still might be good.
Yeah.
Because that's what I saw with the Bills. It was just the amount of catches that Puka Nacua makes that no one has any business making.
He's so good.
He's unbelievable, and they funnel everything through him, and Cooper Kupp's solid, and when Stafford is playing well, there's truly not much you can do to stop him if you can't get pressure. So getting pressure is the one thing without blitzing, because he's somehow great against the blitz and terrible when under pressure. So it's like get 4 and get home with it. If you can do that, you have a good chance. But if you give him time, it could be rough.
To the point you're making, is Nick Bosa playing with a full deck tonight?
I don't think so. I think the fact that, he barely practiced last week, he was quote unquote limited in the one, they didn't practice this week at all.
Right.
I wouldn't be shocked if they rotate him and almost use him as just like a third down rotational guy, play him 20 snaps or something. That said, we've seen what happens when Christian McCaffrey came back from injury, and Kyle Shanahan can be a lunatic.
Here you go.
He can just be a maniac and say, all right, well, he's good to go. He's going full bore. So that's how I see it. It's either going to be like 20 snaps or he's just going to play a bunch.
Nick Hutchinson, thanks for coming by, bud.
Appreciate you guys
stuff.
having me on.
Great stuff.
Yeah, it's nice to get warm in here.
You can hang out. The game doesn't start for an hour, so you can hang out if you want.
Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff. And now your turn. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Greenlaw thing, I think, is exciting for everybody. But can we also, especially since Jake just talked about it, slightly overblown, he said, the idea of Brock Purdy and a wet football? I want to know from you listening out there, especially if you're on your way in right now. It is still dry. It's dry outside right now. But when you hear Brock Purdy and a wet football, what do you think? What do you think? Is that something that makes you nervous? Is it overblown? We can take some calls on that, get into more on this football game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Special shout to those of you on your way into the game. Give us a buzz. We're live on the scene at the Hilton, and this is the kickoff show brought to you by Habas Law. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Head to Safeway this week for these digital.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Wait a minute.
Was that Roxy?
Who was that? Who doubled back and who
That was the great Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh.
That's right. The pony. That's right.
Yeah, I think Ayuk is still on his way to Pittsburgh.
Oh, they might as well be. Is that where his doctor
They're
is?
at the goal line, exactly.
Good Lord. They did end up getting a receiver. They got Mike Williams from the New York Jets.
Yep.
He was right. He was right all along. Anyway, Willard and Dibbs, Habas Law is bringing you our kickoff show as we count you down and get you ready. Niners and Rams tonight. Dibbs says it's a must-win. I think he's crazy because they play again in Miami next week, even if they don't win this one.
Yep.
But no, obviously you're right. We got action if they win. We don't if they lose. It's that simple. And you know this. It is the annoying way that my brain works, which is I buy in to what-ifs. I buy into what-ifs even when they sound absurd. And so I'm not about to tell you the Niners can go to the Super Bowl. We don't even need to have a conversation like that right now. But listen to what Hutch just told us, Dibbs. If you go from Greenlaw's back, Bosa is back. If you win tonight, you get a mini bye and you go to Miami next week, and maybe Trent Williams is back. I really think tonight is such a springboard. And if Dre Greenlaw can ramp himself up quickly, and I love the idea, this background that was just given to us, that Dre probably thinks he has essentially been ready for a while. He's been champing at the bit. And tonight's the night. Will he look perfect? No. Will he play all the plays? No. But within 2 to 3 weeks, could he be a pretty solid form of Dre Greenlaw? And what could that mean for what we're looking at? That's why I think tonight is so important, and the Dre Greenlaw activation is so important because, Dibbs, this really could be a springboard to yet another Kyle Shanahan December run.
Could be. And, I'm looking at it right now, the email that came in about 3 hours ago, and the following player has been activated from the PUP list, number 57, Dre Greenlaw. Just seeing that reminds me that it was 10 months and 1 day ago when they played the Super Bowl, and he was trying to just, run on the field to go play defense and pop, and he's down, and Fred is beside himself with grief, and the Niner D was never the same. They lose, and here we are 10 months later. So you think about what it could mean. Yeah, you win, and no matter how he looks, it doesn't even matter. If you win and Bosa emerges unscathed, and then you go to Miami 10 days later, and yeah, maybe Trent is feeling better about coming back and playing, his ankle, his family situation. No one would ever possibly think about rushing him, and I certainly would never judge him based on what he's going through, which is unimaginable. I can't even fathom that sort of personal pain, but you get to 7-7, and if you do get Trent back and Dre's a little bit better and Bosa comes out uninjured, all of a sudden you might have something.
Absolutely. Now, I'm glad you brought up 10 months 1 day ago, because that is exactly when Fred Warner made these comments. Listen to this now. This is Fred Warner 10 months ago, and then we're going to have Fred Warner this week. And listen closely to not only what he says, but the tone in his voice as he says all of it. This is after the Super Bowl, Fred Warner.
Sick to my stomach. I'm still sick. I see him at halftime, and I'm crying because I'm so hurt for him, and obviously wanted to win this for him, and sickening.
Okay, so there's the words, but there's the tone.
Oh, man, the voice.
So he
cried at halftime.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because he couldn't go out and see Usher. Might have been part of it.
It's
a good show.
Yeah. But, football is so emotional. I really think emotions, and I know no one wants to hear this because it's just not manly enough and not what fans want to think about, and I get that. I totally get that. But emotions have been such a big part of this season. Whether you want to call them the overwhelming nature of the Super Bowl hangover, the injury to Dre Greenlaw, the injury to Christian McCaffrey, what happened to Charvarius Ward's daughter, what happened to the Trent Williams family, Ricky Pearsall preseason. emotions have just crushed this team. And there's no way to quantify exactly what that means. But the idea that Trent Williams could play in 10 days, the idea that Charvarius Ward is back on the field, the idea that Dre Greenlaw is back on the field, Ricky Pearsall is back on the field. Here's what Fred Warner said just this week about getting Dre back.
That means everything. You know, I've been waiting for that moment for the entire season, right? And so potentially have him out there again with me, it means everything.
I mean, there is just honesty there, and I think he is buoyed by what's about to happen, and I can't wait to see, again, you just said it. It may not matter how many tackles Dre gets, but 57 on the field.
Right.
I don't need to tell the Niners if they want to introduce the offense or the defense tonight. It's the defense, obviously.
Yeah. I don't even know do they do that in regular garden variety home games? Do they introduce and have guys run out? That's normally
run through the run. Yeah, but they
usually for playoff games, I think.
No, they used to do it every single game. They would pick one side of the ball and have the intros where the guys would run through the tunnels of the cheerleaders and out onto the field.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that anymore. 888-957-9570 if you have the answer to that.
I don't know.
That growing quandary.
I've been to a couple games this year, and maybe I'm just imagining that that's the way they do it.
Yeah. Usually by the time I get in there, it's after the show.
That's
so,
true. That's true.
We kind of miss the...
That's fair. That's fair. Maybe that's why
a little bit of the pregame.
Anyway, they used to do that.
And it doesn't even matter. As soon as Drake Greenlaw's out there or involved in a play, the crowd's going to go bananas. And, I can imagine a pass play or a run play where, you get Drake Greenlaw and Fred both in on a tackle and Kyron Williams is stuffed for a loss, or maybe it's no gain at the line of scrimmage, and Dre and Fred both get up off the pile and they give each other a big high five. The crowd's going to go bananas.
Yeah, absolutely. So I wonder, and in fact, you can weigh in on that. What does it mean to you that Dre Greenlaw is going to be back in this game tonight? 888-957-9570. I'm getting text messages that says they do. That the 49ers still do this. That they absolutely still do this. And you pick one side of the ball and you intro the players and they come out onto the field. And again, I don't even know if Dre Greenlaw is technically a starter tonight, but I would make him one. Yeah. I'd make him one so that he can have that moment. This building needs that. And believe me, everything that's been awful about this season, tonight cannot fix it, but tonight can set a new course. Or it can be a brick wall and there's no course at all. I couldn't be more excited about this game and the fact that Dre Greenlaw is a part of it. They sort of picked the perfect game to do it because this is it feels like it's the boys to men end of the road as far as this particular era. And I don't mean that in terms of
Super Bowl or bust is what you mean.
No, I just mean that the first half of this season and all the headaches that came, I think that 49er fans can readjust and chart a new course if they win tonight. If not, frustration overload the rest of the way.
Well, you'd be 6-8, and you'd be looking in a spot where even if you ran the table, you would need a significant amount of help at 9-8. You win 7-7. You don't control your own destiny, but you're in a much better spot. And when you go to Miami a week from Sunday, that's going to be a tough game. They're playing much better. Tua's healthy, and their offense is starting to hum a little bit, and they're going to be in a similar amount of desperation in their own right.
Yeah, my friend Jay just texted, and I forgot this is what they do. They introduce the players by yelling out only their first name, and then the crowd yells the last name.
Gotcha.
So crowd, Dre.
It's Greenlaw.
Greenlaw. Yeah, Greenlaw. Got the right answer. Good answer.
It's Greenlaw. In case you forgot. It's been 10 months.
Good answer.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Lucas.
That'd be amazing if they were like Green, Dre, Mond, Green. But I don't think that's going to happen. So anyway, there's that side to it. And then there's what we were also talking about earlier. You got any concerns with Brock Purdy and a wet football? Whenever there is a rain in the forecast, I got at least a few buddies who fire me a text and go, this isn't going to go well. Brock Purdy and a wet ball.
I do have concerns, but I don't tonight because if you look at the sky right now, there's no rain clouds.
It's actually breaking up a little bit.
Right, and the whole idea of rain, we did have a little bit of light drizzle earlier in the show, but beyond that, I'm looking at the sky right now, and I'm not seeing much of a threat of rain, but
Well, I'm looking at I just got you a new update here, and it says that rain is coming potentially around 4:45, 15 minutes from now. I'm going to call BS by looking at that sky.
Right.
But more importantly, look at how much it's opened up for potentially no rain at all during game time.
Just a little bit at 6:30 and a touch at 8.
A little spritzer.
Yeah, nothing. And just a reminder to people out there, if there's a 40% chance of rain, that means
any rain.
For 40% of the area
right.
is what it means. It doesn't mean that.
I still don't know if I agree with you on that.
I don't care if you agree or not.
And I'm not saying you should care. But when you said that last time, we got 47 texts who were like, Dibs is wrong.
No, and then we got 38 that also said I was right.
That's not true. You don't see the text line.
Yeah, the majority of the text line is not for me.
And that's fine. I'm just telling you. I don't know if that's right, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because even if you are, even if I'm right, let's say it's 40% chance that rain actually comes out of the sky. Like a few drops means rain came out of the sky.
Sure.
And that's not going to affect a football game.
And again, you're looking at your app about Santa Clara.
I am.
And Santa Clara is not endemic to this piece of property. Santa Clara is a pretty big city. So if you want to talk about rain in one side of town as opposed to this side of town, it can rain in one part of Santa Clara but not here, which is...
That's of course true.
40% chance of rain.
40% chance. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, it's this area, Santa Clara, that area, Santa Clara. Yeah, I would say right now it's a little bit of optimism for anybody who was worried about rain coming out of the sky tonight. But bottom line is 49er fans have already been overwhelmed by what feels like excuses. And I'll say that, look, the Niners haven't asked for any. I don't think the Niners have cried foul or complained about anything. But this is, it's classic kind of put up or shut up time. And so whether it's injuries, whether it's rain, whether it's the brilliance of Puka Nacua and Matthew Stafford, as I said earlier in the week, especially for those like Nick Sorensen, who have not got cement around their feet yet in terms of their standing within this organization, tonight's the night. Tonight's the night. Tonight's the night that you either show that you have another pitch or not. Or you go 6-8 and you play meaningless football for the rest of the year.
Most likely. And, to your greater question about Brock Purdy, I do have concerns about Brock Purdy and a wet football. There have been enough incidents, in my opinion, where that's been a thing to where I do have some concerns. But, again, I don't think that it's necessarily going to be an issue tonight as, we look at the forecast. And even if it does rain a little bit, it's when it gets really, really rainy. That's where you start to have real issues.
Okay, we've got a few things to get through as we get a little bit closer to game time. Also, still ahead, Greg Cosell, if you missed that, really good, meaty breakdown of the game yesterday. We'll have that coming up around the corner. More Warriors talk a little bit later on in the show as well. But you know what we need to do? You know what we need to do?
I've been waiting for this all day, all week, actually.
I mean, this one should count for two. This is Thursday Night Football, and it's a 49er game.
And we're here.
So you are 3 times right now contractually required to fade. And your name is the Dibbers.
It's time for Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stings.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Well, Dibs, we would like to send out a Christmas card to Jamar Chase for flying down the right sideline on Monday night to knock you back down under 500 where you rightfully belong.
What about the bum who staggered into the punt? He was the guy, the cowboy who had the temerity, he had the chutzpah to try to pick up a ball he had no business touching.
I will speak for all of our audience and say I have no idea what temerity means. Let's get back to this game.
Balls.
You are 20-21. The line is 3. Niners -3. Dan?
Well, this one to me is an easy one, and it's it's my most confident pick of the week. And I know that the Rams are coming in hot, having hung 40 plus on the Bills, but they also gave up 40+. And the Niners, they're coming in off a very easy win, one of their only Ottoman wins of the year, and the emotions of getting Dre Greenlaw back and the impact of getting Nick Bosa back. Isaac Guerrero is good to go. He's going to play. The Rams are good, but Shanahan tends to have McVay's number.
Crap.
I'm sorry, Niner fans. All of you who think that
this is depressing.
am wrong so often.
You are.
You know what's going to happen tonight?
Oh, crap.
The 49ers.
Say the other thing. Just surprise us.
The other team. The faithful will rise up as one.
Crap.
Take the 49ers and lay the 3 cuckoos. Hey. Dips.
That's my bit. Stop clapping. No one's happy. You pick the Niners, and literally no one is happy. Maybe Dre Greenlaw's mom.
Niners win 24-20 cuckoosh. Randy, thank you.
All right.
You gonna fade me? I don't bet against my own team.
I'm not going to fade you. And by the way, don't do that. I go with you sometimes.
Fading, and I want you to fade with me.
No. Was last Thursday night Lions Packers? Last Thursday night, right?
Yeah.
And what did I do?
I nailed that one.
And what did I do?
Did you ride with me?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Well, you didn't. You had made the pick.
I had already made the pick. I knew the Packers plus 3.5 was the pick. And then you made the pick you came with me. Not the other way around.
I didn't know you
ride these coattails, brother. Anyway.
You know what you need to do? Just take the Niners and lay the 3 cuckoos.
Just watch the game and have a good time.
Dibs, by the way, when you pick the Niners as a favorite, you are 2-4 this year.
Oh, boy.
Well, I mean, at least you're not 0-4, so it's possible. You picked them to cover against the Bears.
That's one of my wins. I was trying to think about the other one. Oh, the Jets in the opener must have been the other one.
Well, okay. Last time we were here for a primetime game, you were right.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Whatever. Luis and Hercules wants to talk to us now.
Oh, boy.
Hi, Luis. Thanks for calling Willard and Dibs.
Hey, how's it going, gentlemen? How are you guys doing?
Dude, we're great. I'm not as good as I was 5 minutes ago, but we're great.
Well, Dibs picked stinks, so there's that as well. But anyway,
that's the problem, Luis.
I'm gonna move. I have a take for you guys.
Okay.
So you guys talk about the Warriors and Draymond experience, right? So how come Debo doesn't get the Debo experience? The guy is a diva. He likes to, make these, convoluted, tweets, and I mean, he's not playing good at all. But to be fair, he should get some of the doubt because he actually was once a workhorse in the Niners offense. And that's just kind of my take. Also, a secondary take, I think Brock Purdy is the perfect system quarterback, but he's never going to get you over that hump because there are other elite quarterbacks just above him. That's not a bad thing, but that's kind of my take on that.
Yeah,
so I'll hear you guys off the air.
For sure. All right, Luis, thanks. Those are interesting takes, and I think the background or the premise of them probably has some truth. Let's break this apart first. Debo is the Draymond experience. I feel like if you're saying it's like a very, very diet version of it, maybe. And maybe this year for the first time, to me, the Draymond experience is much more intense than the Debo thing. Like, what do we really have on Debo? Debo once wiped Instagram.
Yep.
Debo shoved off the head of the long snapper, and the head coach said the long snapper was the one who overreacted. And Debo tweeted something that he probably shouldn't tweeted, but it wasn't really that bad. So I get it. There's a lot of frustration surrounding the guy right now. I don't know that it's actually that intense.
No, I wouldn't buy it either. I don't think it's that intense, but I do think it's a little bit of a bad look. And I don't know if you can compare any player to Draymond and the Draymond experience.
Right.
I mean, what Draymond has done, and put aside all the great things he's done on the court for the sake of this discussion, but, punching a teammate versus face-washing the long snapper, not even close. Getting suspended multiple times for on-court acts of violence is too strong. Aggressiveness. Debo's never had that. Debo did get involved in
Cleveland. It was in Cleveland last year.
A pregame brawl.
Yeah, he got into a little scuffle. And actually, do you remember? But do you remember? And this was shown in the Netflix documentary. There was the sound of the referee, the head ref. After that happened, went over to Debo and was like, "I need you to calm your side
you're
down."
A leader.
Because he was like, "I know your reputation around this league is fantastic. So I need you to be my guy right now and calm those guys down." That speaks to his reputation around the league being, I don't know, sort of the opposite of the Draymond experience.
Exactly. So I don't think that that's a fair comp. Now, it's interesting what Hutch was saying about, your question about the roster. If you do pay Brock, what do we do next year? And one of the first names he mentioned was Debo. And I didn't realize that the dead cap hit was going to be that small after the Debo restructure.
The restructure makes it harder, but not that much harder.
Yeah.
It's still a doable deal.
Well, honestly, I mean, Charvarius Ward, when you look at the way the other corners have played, he becomes more expendable. And, Ayuk, you can't really cut because his number's still too high. The Kittle restructure makes sense, but, something we talked about even before the season was, what are you going to do about the receiver position going forward with Ayuk and Pearsall and Jawan and Debo?
There's no way it doesn't remain a question into the offseason, I think, especially with Brandon being gone. All right, he asked about Brock Purdy as well. We will answer that coming up next. He said he's never going to get the 49ers over the top, even though he's good. I think we would love to hear people talk on that. Where is your confidence in Brock Purdy? Especially now as we get late in the season, it's a little damp out here in Santa Clara on a Thursday night in a must-win. Where's your confidence in Brock? We can take some calls on that. I know we want to weigh in. 888-957-9570, and we'll do that next. It is time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made, count them up, 12 three-pointers last night. That's good enough. It means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco. That's the third donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph and Buddy Hield led the way for the Warriors from beyond the arc. Each guy had 3 threes. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. All right. Heading into the final stretch as we get close to the start of this game and looking to talk it out about Brock Purdy. Where does your confidence sit now? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
let's go beat the Niners, huh? Let's go. Rams on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Bleep you, Stafford.
Come on.
Seriously, dude. Enough out of you. You guys can win a Super Bowl, and you won't even have a parade because there's not enough people who care. It's Willard and Dibs. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs, the free Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, subscribe to our other shows. They're both fancy and wonderful. Steiny and Goo, Bonte and Joe, and everybody reacting to yet another Warrior collapse late last night. But we have dusted ourselves off, and we're ready now for 49er football. There is a little precipitation.
Yeah.
Little precipitation that has now started as we get close to kickoff. Where do you sit in terms of it's been an odd year? Now there's a little rain coming out of the sky. There's a losing record. There's all of these things baked into Brock Purdy going into a contract extension year. Where do you sort of sit in terms of your confidence of him and his position with the team?
He's him, and he's getting paid. To me, none of this has changed anything about Brock Purdy. And when I look back at the year and why they're 6-7, and you can look at injuries, well, that's football. You could look at personal tragedy. That's humanity. That's life. And it's been unusually bad for the 49ers. I haven't tracked every team and their own family situations.
Right.
But I look at why the Niners are 6-7, and you can look at 10 plays that they basically flubbed up.
Like, did you actually count them up? 10 plays?
No, but
but you're ballparking.
In all my notes, and I've gone through my notes, and the one was I think the Ram game where they blew 5 plays just in that game.
Totally. Like the Moody kick,
you called it
the bell drop.
the 5
parlay.
Yeah. And so if you look at 10 plays that they absolutely screwed up, if they don't screw those up, they're probably 9-4 right now.
Yeah,
so
but that's sports, right? Like, what would the Warriors? Yeah, what would the Warriors be if they, in like 4 games this year, had scored, I don't know, a bucket in the last 90 seconds?
And that's sports. So it's a long way for me to say none of those things has gotten me off of Brock Purdy, because the way he's played, he hasn't been as good as last year, but he's been good, and he's been playing through whatever he's been playing through. That's football. He hasn't had the weapons around him that he would like to have. That's football. And yet, he still is smart. He makes good decisions. He showed us this year that he can do a lot with his legs, and he hasn't really played you out of any games.
Yeah.
He's kept you in games. Buffalo is a different story.
The Kansas City game was bad. That was a bad performance by Brock Purdy. I thought the worst performance I've ever seen him have. But, like, it's not like I walked out of that game going, if Brock Purdy is a little bit better, they win that football game. They got outclassed in that game on a number of fronts.
Yeah, Kansas City's a very good defense, and I look at the totality of Brock, just Brock this year. If last year was a 100 out of 100, and it was pretty damn close.
Yeah.
Guy was top 5 in the MVP. If last year was the baseline for absolute excellence, this year's probably been an 80 or an 85.
Okay. I mean, the question that was thrown out there from the phone lines, or not the question, it was a statement, which is Brock Purdy's really good, think he should be the quarterback of the 49ers, but he's never going to get you over the top, because when he gets to the end, there's always going to be a better quarterback waiting there. I think this is interesting, and I want to address that. There's some people on the phones that want to weigh in. We want to do that too. I would just briefly put it this way. I think that's a little bit of an oversimplification. I'm not going to deny that if Brock does go back to Super Bowls at some point in his life, there is likely to be a Mahomes or a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson or whatever waiting for him there. Likely, not definitely, but likely to be waiting for him. But that doesn't automatically mean that you don't win. Like, even if Brock Purdy someday, we look back on in his career, and he does do Brad Johnson, type things. He's better than Brad Johnson. But my point
I get your point.
Right? Like, if he does come out of that with 1 bowl or 2 bowls in a 15-year career, and you're like, he's not elite, but he's good, there's room for that in the NFL. You don't just win because your QB's better. Right. You have an edge, but you don't automatically win.
It's funny because I was just looking back at every Super Bowl going back in time, and does the better quarterback always win? Well, last Super Bowl, Mahomes over Purdy, winner. Mahomes over Hurts, winner. Stafford beats Burrow, I think you'd say Stafford's better.
Winner in the large view, yes.
Brady over Mahomes.
Wash, I guess. I mean,
Mahomes over Garoppolo.
Definitely.
Then you get to Brady over Goff. And then you get to, would that be Foles over Brady? So that's the last one that you can clearly say the better quarterback didn't win.
Right, but that's a perfect example, and I'm never going to call Brock Purdy Nick Foles, but to say, man, he's never going to get you over the top because once he gets there, then, God is waiting for him. Well, you know what? Sometimes the elves beat Santa.
Yeah.
Like Nick Foles versus Tom Brady, and Nick won. And Nick, ran Philly special and scored. He was incredible in that game. So
a bit of an anomaly because if you keep going back, you've got Brady over Matt Ryan, although that was Shanahan's fault, as we know.
Big time.
Denver over Carolina? That was Manning over Cam.
But Peyton Manning was broken and terrible by then.
Right.
Cam Newton was the MVP of the league.
Brady over Russ. Russ over, was that? That wasn't Elway in 2013, was it?
No. That was against Denver?
Yeah. Seattle boat raced Denver 43-8.
They had moved
not
quarterback.
Brock Osweiler.
No. Was it still Peyton Manning? Was Peyton already there?
No, I don't think so. I'll look it up.
I don't remember who the hell quarterback
spot.
that game for the Broncos.
Bubby Brister?
No.
Anyway.
All right, well, you're looking that up. Let's go to Fozzie in the East Bay. Hey, Fozzie. Yeah, Peyton Manning. Yeah. Fozzie, what's going on? What are you doing, dude? Fozzie?
Dibs made his pick.
Okay. We got you.
Yeah, Dibs made his pick, and I'm making dinner, and I go, oh, no.
Exactly.
So, you know what? I hope you're right, Dibs. And you know what? Nobody's going to be fading you tomorrow if you're right. But to answer your question real quick, look, Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, to me, they both come hand in hand. All right? If I believe in Brock just as much as I believe in Kyle. So if Kyle's cooking, Brock is cooking, that's the meat and potatoes right there. Brock and Kittle get you some veggies going with Garendo. Then what? Some hot sauces, Juwan Jennings. And we have a full-course meal, baby. Cheers, boys.
You are clearly hungry, man. Go eat that meal. Thank you for the call. Look, I buy that, but it's sort of often pitched as some sort of a slight to everybody involved, where it's kind of like, oh, Kyle needs Brock, and Brock needs Kyle, and they need Christian, and this person needs Brandon or Debo or whatever. And I'm like, that is the sauce. Like when you leave ingredients out, it's not going to taste as good. But I would encourage everybody, if you want. Yeah, I'm not telling you got to do this before you have an opinion. You're allowed to have any opinion, but do some Brock Purdy tape diving if you want. And you don't need to have access to the league or whatever. Search around on NFL.com and go to some of the social media stuff, the content that the Brian Baldingers of the world put out there. And what you will see, in my opinion, is that Brock Purdy, while not Josh Allen, while not Patrick Mahomes, there are elite things, and I'm not saying he does them on every play, but there are elite things that Brock Purdy does. There are throws, there is footwork, there is base, there is delivery, processing, accuracy. It's not all the time, but he does it a lot. He has some things in his holster that most quarterbacks in the NFL don't have. And for me, that's all you can really ask. Sure, you can dream for Lamar Jackson. That would be fun. Not everybody gets Lamar. Not everybody gets Patrick. To me, it's almost offensive to say good enough. But he is. He's definitely good enough and more.
Well, and ultimately, it doesn't come down to just the quarterback. We all want to make it about the quarterback. Is the quarterback good enough to win a Super Bowl? Yes or no? Nick Foles is a great example. He won a Super Bowl with Philadelphia. End of career. That's going to pretty much do it for his time as an NFL starter. And they were able to win. He was able to win because he was playing great, and they as a team played great. And that ultimately is where all of this for me falls short. Only 34 quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I bet right now, it's just because of the way our dreaming minds work. If we said, hey, Brock Purdy is the 49er quarterback for the next, I don't know, call it what, 10 years.
Yep.
And he wins one. would you take it?
Yeah.
Oh, my God, yeah. Like, understand, like, think of some of the quarterbacks you're talking about. You're talking about the Aaron Rodgerses of the world, right? The Brett Favres of the world. Like, these are, you can be minted as elite, as great, as an all-time great with one.
Yeah.
With one. You can do that. And in fact, you probably can be minted that even without one. Certain guys have been.
Yeah.
I mean, Phillip Rivers will be in the Hall of Fame.
Dan Marino is the prime example,
Matt Ryan. These guys have numbers that are up there in the top 10 in quarterbacking. So I don't know, man. He's got a shot at a long career. I think he's got the backing of an organization, and I definitely think there's at least one out there for him someday.
Well, you would hope, and it depends on the system and the structure and all the rest of it. And the assumption would be that Shanahan would also be here for 10 more years, I think, because if Brock Purdy doesn't have Shanahan or Shanahan doesn't have Brock Purdy, it hurts both of their chances, because it seems to me that the two are a perfect marriage. Shanahan wants a quarterback who sees it and gets it, and that's Brock's number one skill, is when he gets out there and he breaks the huddle, he can dissect the defense, and in real time, he's got that quick decision-making ability to decipher what's going on and then get to the right read, which is something that his predecessor, Jimmy Garoppolo, was
Who's here tonight? He's here tonight.
Sure is.
Jimmy in the building. I mean, you heard Hutch just said it to us, Jake Hutchinson, our Niner insider, a little bit ago. Brock Purdy is the only quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has ever had as a head coach who he trusts.
Yeah, totally trusts.
It's actually crazy to think about. Kyle's been in the league for a long time, and I'm sure he's trusted many as an offensive coordinator. Matt Ryan, at least as a minimum, he was an MVP under Kyle Shanahan. But certainly with the 49ers, this is the first quarterback he trusts. And if you've coached somewhere for 7 years and you have been everywhere except for the mountaintop, and you have someone you trust for the first time in your career, what's that worth to you? I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what he's going to get, and in the end, I don't even really care. He's going to get what he gets, and it's going to be what the market calls for and all of those things. But the bottom line is that is vital. He could get 60, and I could make an argument that it's worth more. Because the head coach has to have a quarterback he trusts, or else what the hell are we doing?
Right, and it doesn't even really matter what he gets. He's going to get what the market bears, and that's what Hutch was saying, and I totally agree with him when he makes that assessment. And, the team will have to structure other contracts around it.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. All right, man, here we go. This thing's about to start here in about 15 minutes, and there is some rain falling out of the sky. Maybe that does set things up for the defense. It's not heavy. It's fine. The ball handling should still be fine. I think the playbook is still completely open, but I also think, and this is where my mind is, I don't know where yours is, it slants to the defense. This just that's, to me, this game is about the energy of Drake Greenlaw and the effectiveness of Nick Bosa. And then, by extension, that all leads to Nick Sorensen. They gotta get in Matt Stafford's face. If they don't, he picks them apart. If they do, they're 500, and they still have a shot in this division.
For me, it goes to the other side of the ball, really, because when Shanahan is able to run it 30 times in a game, he's almost unbeatable. And when they possess the ball for more than 30 minutes in a game, they win about 70% of the time. So for me, all eyes are going to be on old number 31. Not Reggie Miller, not my brother Doug, and that was the number he wore in high school. Shout out my brother Douglas. But Isaac Garendo, number 31. Okay. If he is not right, if his foot is an issue, and you got to go to Patrick Taylor Jr. and Keyshawn Vaughn, who's up, right? Activated. He's up, yep. He's up and activated. If you don't have Garendo, who is RB5, and now you got to go to RB6 and RB7, that to me becomes a real problem, because the key for Shanahan, and by proxy Nick Sorensen, is for the Niners to keep the Rams offense off the field. The Rams have a very good offense. You know this. Yes. You don't pressure the quarterback very well. You don't blitz a lot. And Stafford is really good at getting the ball and just picking you apart. Kyron Williams was a problem last time. So for me, the key to tonight is your own offense and being able to run it and possess it and keep moving the chains.
Isaac Guerrero, obviously, when you say if he isn't right, I mean, sure, anything could happen. He could get knocked out of the game. He could re-aggravate something. But the word we were hearing from those who were on the scene yesterday is that Isaac is fine. Isaac's fine. Isaac's ready to go. And
it's a sprained foot.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, look, football's painful. What these guys play through is amazing. But I think that we've sort of felt the rise of optimism all week long. We knew a week ago that Dre Greenlaw was playing in this football game. Nick was the real question mark. But Isaac Guerrero, the way things were kind of slanting by the time we got to Wednesday morning. I think the team was really excited about how he felt when he woke up. And here we are tonight. And knowing Shanahan with what he does when somebody is, quote, active, that means, dude, here's the ball. It's ready to go. It's raining. And yes, I could absolutely see 20-plus touches for Guerrero tonight.
Yeah, and they don't shy away from players who are active. If you're active, then you get the full rack.
Playing.
You know, you're playing. With the exception of someone like Dre Greenlaw, who won't play 60 snaps tonight. I would imagine he plays like Jake Hutchinson, our 49ers insider, was saying, rotationally, he'll probably play about 50% of the snaps, I would guess, defensively. And Devondre Campbell has been better.
Yep.
So you don't want to take snaps away from Campbell just to put Dre out there. Yep. But I do think when they go to 3 linebackers, it'll be more Greenlaw than D. Winters.
But although D. Winters is not someone who scares me either to have out there, he has been a solid player, a young player. I think that's now that suddenly becomes a really, really interesting linebacking core. And Bosa might be rotated as well. Bring him in more when it's a known passing down. And so it's almost like the Niner defense needs to feed itself. If you can get the Rams in a 3rd and long, you're going to get more Bosa. If Greenlaw goes out there and makes a couple of plays, maybe you do start to loosen it up and go with them a little bit more, but I think if the Niners have sort of made a habit of when somebody's injured, they're going to really take all of the precautions, and whatever it feels like the guy's ready to go, let's wait 2 more weeks. I think they did it with Christian.
Yeah.
I think they definitely did it with Dre. I think hopefully they did it a little bit with Nick. And here we are in a game that absolutely calls for them to be at their best.
Well, the word on Nick last weekend, which was only 4 days ago when they played, that he was close. And so when he was close and he didn't go, as soon as that happened, I was pretty certain that he was going to be able to go tonight. And just watching him on the field on social media, he was testing out the leg a little bit, both sides, trying to lift the leg up and do a little twisting. And hopefully he's able to get up there. He's so impactful, even when he doesn't produce the numbers. Numbers are numbers, but even when he doesn't have big sack totals and pressure totals, just having him out there, the gravity of Nick Bosa makes the offense have to dedicate additional blockers to try to slow him down.
I'm looking something up because you also, I'm going back to your pick where you said 24-20, I believe. Yeah, Kukush, which would represent the under hitting.
Yeah.
The number on the over-under right now is 48.5. Here's why I bring that up. It feels to me like you're forecasting a little bit more of a defensive game than is what's being projected. Is that accurate, and why?
Yeah, well, I generally lean toward unders on Thursday night anyway.
Oh, that's an interesting point.
And I'd have to look at the trends this year on Thursday night, but in the past, it seems like the Thursday night matchups are usually crappy. This year, the league has done a better job of everybody's got to play on Thursday, right? So at least once, but there's so many more opportunities with the 3 Thanksgiving games, etc. I think the Thursday night games tend to go more toward the under, but I look at tonight and, if the Rams get to 30, the Niners are in trouble. If the Rams get their offense humming, the Niners are in trouble.
That's true. Any football team that gives up 30, you're probably in trouble.
Well, unless you're the Rams last week and you give up 40 to Buffalo. But I do think that the Shanahan-McVey cat and mouse game, I think they both want to do the same thing, which is largely play keep away. Long drives, keep the other defense on the field, and get what you can get on the end of it.
I'll tell you what, one emotion that is starting to kind of bubble in me as we get close to kickoff.
Bubble guts.
Is the excitement level that will kind of be rejuvenated if they can go win this football game tonight. Because I'm just starting to think about, and I like to do this, visualize it with me. They win this football game, okay? And now tonight you go to bed and the Niners are 7-7. They don't even have to play this weekend. You get a mini bye. You just sit back and you can relax for a second, and hopefully, we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but hopefully some of these nagging injuries, you now got a full 9 days to start to get those back. Dre Greenlaw looks good. You start maybe working Trent Williams back into a return next week in a game in Miami that I would argue pretty winnable. Pretty winnable. If you're there healthy, I think they're a better football team than the Miami Dolphins. Fun matchup with Kyle Shanahan going against his former disciple, so that's all kinds of fun. We're going to get Mike McDaniel press conferences, which are snarky and weird and super fun. This whole thing, I don't know if I can remember a regular season football game that feels like this, where you could come out with a win and you really suddenly are like, hey, some things that I thought we lost are actually here. Or you go to bed tonight and it's just fully Warrior season.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you still play the last 3 and things could break your way and, miracles could happen. But at 6-8, pending what happens on Sunday, Seattle could go out and win.
It could.
And now you're 3 back with
Sunday
3
Night
to go.
Football.
Right. So Seattle wins, you lose, you're 3 back with 3 to go. And Washington wins and New Orleans wins. And now you're thinking, okay, even the wild card is not in the offing and we can start talking about resting players.
Sure.
The other side of it is you handle business here at home. 3-point favorite, and maybe Seattle facing a tough team. They have Green Bay, right, on
Sunday Night Football. They host them, yep.
They lose, and Arizona's in a bit of a free fall, as they have been many times at the end of the year.
Yeah, you've already caught them.
You wake up on Monday, and you might be right back in the thick of it. So this game is just super, super pivotal.
Here we go. All right, we're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Any parting shots for the conversation you had with Greg Cosell yesterday?
I won.
It's a
win for the Dibber.
Was it?
Yes, absolutely. He couldn't help but agree with me.
I thought it was a draw.
I thought it was a draw. Falling over himself to praise
you
me.
You can decide for yourselves. We love our conversations with Greg Cosell, and we're going to let you hear that one in its full, a meat sandwich, if you will, specifically about the Niners, their last game, and the one that is about to start. So as we do every Wednesday during the football season, we sit down with the czar of NFL films, Greg Cosell, about all things 49ers, and here is that conversation.
It is time on the River Islands.